A guy gritted his teeth, veins popping out as he lifted the heavy weight. He breathed hard, pushing himself to the limit. The muscles in another guy's back strained as he continued to lift. He pushed through the pain, determined to get stronger. Two bodybuilders were talking, joking that he barely recognized him because he had lost so much weight. King Sejong ran inside a giant wheel, desperately wondering when the torture would finally end. He was sweating and panting, clearly exhausted. A soldier grimaced in pain, his body trembling from the intense workout. He was completely drained. While everyone was working out, our protagonist observed them. He strained, his muscles screaming as he pulled the weight higher. The members of his group followed his lead, doing squats in perfect form. He shouted encouragement, pleased with their progress. Choi Young-jik grinned, his eyes gleaming with pride. He thought to himself that the muscles of his students were getting deliciously toned and in a very tasty way. He looked at the training grounds, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. As a life sports instructor and trainer, Choi Young-jik wondered if anything could make him happier than this. The training area was silent for a moment, the only sound the faint echo of metal. Weights and benches stood ready, waiting for the next round of brutal exercise. Soo-young thought about his past life. He remembered that his name was Choi Young-jik, and he was just a regular guy from South Korea who studied food and nutrition in college. His goal in life had been simple, to become the best all-around fitness trainer he could be. Choi Young-jik recalled that he first got into bodybuilding while he was in the military. Being a frontline unit member, there wasn't much to enjoy. Naturally, going to the gym became Choi Young-jik's only source of joy. He smiled, remembering how happy it made him. Even after returning to college, Choi Young-jik couldn't stop exercising. He thought to himself, why would a physical endowment major be taking Korean history classes? The other students in the class looked at him suspiciously, wondering what he was doing there. Soo-young looked at himself and thought that he didn't seem like a history major at all. He had become obsessed with fitness, and it was all he could think about. Thanks to that obsession, Choi Young-jik became a Class 1 professional sports trainer. He was proud of his accomplishment and knew that he could use his knowledge to help others. If there was something different than usual, it was about to be revealed. If there was something different than usual, it was probably drinking alcohol, which Choi Young-jik normally didn't do for the sake of his muscles. He grinned, remembering how good it tasted. Soo-young was munching on a late-night snack, scrolling through his phone. He wondered if he should watch some YouTube before going to sleep. Soo-young stared at his phone. A video popped up asking why King Sejong lived a short life. Soo-young watched the video, which asked a simple question. Wasn't it obvious that King Sejong lived a short life because he couldn't exercise? Soo-young's eyes narrowed. He wondered what life would be like for a professional health and sports instructor back in Joseon times. Soo-young crossed his arms, imagining how the history of Joseon would change if something like this had happened. The royal guard stood in perfect formation, spears glinting in the sunlight. They looked like they were ready to take on an army, each one a mountain of muscle. Soo-young lay on the couch, a grin spreading across his face. He thought about what would happen if a professional health trainer was around back then, and how much fun it would be to change history. The morning in Joseon came early, announced by the loud crow of a rooster. It was time for the royal prince to wake up. Soo-young groaned, annoyed by the noise. He wondered where his phone was, and then he remembered where he was. What was that sound? The morning was announced by the loud crow of a rooster, piercing the silence with its obnoxious call. The rooster's crow echoed through the room, followed by the chirping of birds. Soo-young stirred in his sleep, wondering what that noise was. Soo-young rubbed his head, wincing at the throbbing pain. He figured he must have drunk too much last night. Soo-young's eyes snapped open, a wave of confusion washing over him. He was startled. Soo-young sat up and looked around, his eyes darting from one unfamiliar object to another. He wondered what the hell was going on. The text explained that the term hanok referred to all traditional Korean buildings. Soo-young thought to himself that he must still be dreaming, as he hadn't fully woken up yet. The chirping of birds filled the air, each tweet adding to Soo-young's growing confusion. He sat up in the bed, looking around with wide eyes. He sat there for a moment, just looking out the window. The morning light streamed in, illuminating the unfamiliar room. Suddenly, Soo-young screamed, his voice filled with terror and disbelief. He couldn't understand what the hell was happening to him. An attendant appeared in the doorway, his arms crossed. He calmly announced that it was time for the royal prince to wake up. Yi-yu was freaking out, wondering why this was happening to him. He couldn't understand what was going on. Yi-yu was in total shock, looking at his skinny body. He wondered whose body he was even in. Yi-yu was losing it, shaking his head. He ran to the door, trying to get out. Yi-yu slammed the door open, but an attendant was standing there. The attendant greeted him, saying good morning to the royal prince. Outside, the morning was in full swing, with people moving around. The courtyard was bustling with activity, horses and servants. Yi-yu was still reeling, completely lost. He started asking himself, what even was his name? The attendant responded to Yi Yu's question, explaining that his birth name was Su, and his courtesy name was Su-ji. He then confirmed that his father's name was indeed Yi-do. Yi-do, a name with heavy significance. The fourth great king of Joseon, a legendary figure in history. It finally clicked for Yi Yu. If his father was King Sejong the Great, and his name was Yi Yu, that's insane. Yi Yu stared blankly, trying to process the information. Turns out, in history, he was known by a different name. Yi Yu's mind raced, trying to catch up with what was happening. He asked himself, why was he even here? Yi Yu looked up at the palace. The place felt so foreign. He wondered how he ended up in the Joseon time period. All my senses are too real. It seems like I really came to the Joseon era. Your Majesty, Grand Prince Jinyoung has arrived at court. Since I'm still called Grand Prince Jinyoung, this must be before 1445. It's obvious to be nervous as there is nothing familiar about this situation. But thinking about the man I'm about to meet right now, my heart is pounding like crazy. Historically greatest and popularly most revered figure of South Korea. To think I'm going to have an audience with the great King Sejong. As a history student, this is such an overwhelming moment. Right, you're here. Look how charismatic his voice and gasping are. I summoned you here because I had an order for you. Sejong demanded. What are you staring blankly at? Are you not awake yet? Suyang's eyes widened. Is this Sejong the Great? Sejong tilted his head in confusion. Huh? What is the matter? Suyang bowed slightly. I apologize. As father has shown a lot of insight in taking care of the national affairs. I was wondering what kind of decree you would bestow upon this dull son. That's why I failed to hold my manners. This automatic translation function is interesting. Sejong replied, don't call yourself dull. I adore your talent. So I'm going to assign you an appropriate task. We're going to rewrite the comprehensive reflections to aid in governance. Sejong commanded him to go to the Hall of Worthies and rewrite it in big letters. Suyang was shocked. The Hall of Worthies? I receive your command. The Hall of Worthies. Suyang mused. Who would have thought I'd come to the Hall of Worthies in my life? Someone commented, if the Grand Prince is the one who will fix the outline, you will be able to see words that are full of power. Suyang replied, please stop flattering me. Grand Prince Onpyeong's writing is better than mine. The other man chuckled. Ho ho, how humble of you. Suyang continued, by the way, it's not just words. I don't have any problem understanding words either, as if the memories of this body's original owner are still here. He flipped through the pages. He examined the text closely. Reading into this, the letters in this book aren't that small though, but the great King Sejong said that he couldn't see it well. Suddenly, Suyang's eyes locked onto a new target, the great King Sejong himself. According to the eyes of a 15-year trainer, he ran an ID index on the king. The results were less than ideal. Severely obese, BMI above 35. Not a good start. On top of that, his face looked too swollen. Even though it was a cool summer morning, he was forming sweat beads on his forehead. In summary, diabetes or impaired glucose tolerance, a previous stage of diabetes, is suspected. The history after this was as obvious as looking at fire. Not long after this, the great King Sejong would pass away. King Munjong would undergo 3 years of mourning twice in a row, then rapidly deteriorate and die. In the end, Donjong would rise to the throne, and after that, Suyang's mind raced, contemplating the grim future that awaited King Sejong. Number 1. I will never let it happen that way. Just then, Crown Prince Yi Hyang, the eldest son of the great King Sejong and future King Munjong, entered the room. How unusual of you, when you used to go to the mountains every day and enjoy hunting. This man is the 5th king of Joseon, and my brother too. Suyang turned to face him. What brings you here, brother? Father wants me to check the books he's about to read. The Crown Prince replied, don't worry about me, and continue doing your business. Suyang repeated to himself, the books he's about to read? Suyang's eyes narrowed. By any chance, did brother notice it too? The Crown Prince explained, brother, after reading the books for the first time in a long time, some books have fonts that are so small that it is difficult to read. Suyang nodded, hiding his true intentions. I felt that the order to rewrite them in larger letters was truly appropriate. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes, sensing something more. It seems like there's another intention behind your words. Was it too obvious? Were you aware of father's far-sighted vision too? Suyang played it cool. It was only a guess. The Crown Prince scrutinized him. You always acted like a know-it-all usually, but you changed a lot in a short period. Suyang pressed on. trying to gauge the severity of the situation. When did father's illness begin? I felt the signs appear since 1 year ago. The crown prince lowered his voice, concerned. But there's a difference with ordinary farsightedness. It doesn't seem like he simply can't see things close to him. No one knows about this yet, so keep your mouth shut. Suyang nodded in agreement. Yes, brother. Suyang smirked to himself, feeling like he'd gotten away with it. That went over naturally, right? As the crown prince left, Suyang was greeted by his attendants. Your Highness, have you been well? He simply answered, yeah. Suyang sat down, feeling the tension in his neck. Is it because I was too nervous while talking to him? The back of my neck feels pretty stiff. He began to stretch, tilting his head from side to side. He grimaced as he tried to work out the kinks. So refreshing, Suyang exclaimed, finally feeling some relief. The other servants looked at him, confused. One of them asked, Grand Prince, what were you doing? If your neck feels stiff, you should give it a massage. But why are you moving your whole body? Suyang realized they had no idea what he was doing. They don't know about stretching. Suyang knew that in this era, physicians offered massages, but their effectiveness left much to be desired. He smirked. It is natural because they don't know the exact anatomy or the shape and connection of the muscles. Let's make something up in moderation. I accidentally sprained my neck while riding a horse the other day. Oh my. He continued his explanation. I remembered that I had a hard time with my neck stiffening, and when I flailed around my back, it was relieved. With a confident grin, Suyang beckoned them closer. Now, why don't you follow me, since it's effective? And just like that, the confused servants found themselves mimicking Suyang's neck stretches, tilting their heads from side to side. They then proceeded to flail their arms and twist their torsos, trying to relieve the phantom stiffness Suyang had invented. The servants looked at each other with a mix of confusion and disbelief, wondering if the Grand Prince had finally lost it. The next day, to think we don't need to press our neck hard. Who would have thought the body would feel this comfortable just by moving the shoulders and back? My neck, which was as stiff as a marble stone, is moving. At this rate, we won't need a physician. The modern stretching method taught by Grand Prince Suyang quickly spread around the hall of worthy scholars. As it relieves the acupoint of the neck, it was called the whale stretch method. But the biggest worry of Grand Prince Suyang Choi Youngjik didn't vanish. Is anyone here? Come out and greet your guests. Just then, a merchant spotted the Grand Prince. Oh my, isn't this His Highness the Grand Prince? What brings such a respected man to this place? Suyang replied, I'd like to buy some oil, something like sesame, not perilla or Paulownia tree oil. Other than sesame oil, we have beef tallow. I can even offer you some horse tallow right away. Suyang tossed him some coins. Collect 5 ml of the poorest quality oil and give it to me. One of the servants watched him, puzzled. Just now, he bought heartleaf, seaweed, and angelica root from the herbal medicine store. But why is he buying so much oil this time? I have no idea what he's thinking about at all. Suyang thought to himself, if my memory serves me right, Grand Prince Suhang would die after suffering from severe dermatitis. Until I find a way to go back to the modern time, I need a countermeasure. Even if it's a simple severe dermatitis, it's something fatal in this era. He clenched his fist. I must make it as soon as possible. Back at his residence, a servant announced, we have arrived at your abode, Your Highness. Suyang nodded. Yeah, great work. Suyang was thinking to himself, if I just resolve this problem, I can. Just then, a voice interrupted him. You have been visiting the streets very often recently. Suyang turned to face the speaker, a smile spreading across his face. That is correct, my wife. He was eager to test something out after looking at a book at the Hall of Worth. But wait, wife? His wife stared back, unimpressed. A few days ago, you were so focused on hunting, and now you are mingling with lowly people. It makes me wonder what you're thinking, dear. Right, he had a wife. He was looking for an object that was used to wash one's body during the Old Song dynasty. Calm down. He must be even calmer at times like this. His wife tilted her head. Is that so? Suyang nodded. Yeah, I thought it'd be worth a try. The thing he needs the most after coming to the Joseon era is soap. Even modern people suffer from various skin diseases if they exercise while wearing clothes that have not been washed properly. What if he did bodybuilding in this era, where soaps aren't around? Full of germs, he'd definitely suffer from various skin diseases. He remembered. He did make a soap in the gym where he used to work before. It was a poorly made soap because the building owner grandma said that she couldn't trust soaps in the mart, but for the most part, soap was soap. Youngjik realized that the production method of a soap is actually simple. You can make it by adding water mixed with ashes from burned rice straw to natural olive oil, mixing it with herbal powder and heating it. That's it. With this method, he thought, I should be able to create soap even in the Joseon era. Youngjik was confused. Your body gets dirty when you get oil on it. I never would have thought oil would be one of the ingredients to wash the body. He grinned. I plan to try out several things. In the book, it is said that all dirty water that has soaked into the clothes will leave, and that it removes old dirt too. So how good of an object would it be? His wife stared back at him, silent. Youngjik looked at her expectantly. I really hope that is the case. Huh, my wife? A small chibi version of Youngjik appeared in the corner of the panel, thinking to himself, what's with this couple? Are they not in a really good marital relationship? The sky over the Joseon Palace seemed to mock him with its cleanliness. Back in the kitchen, the soap-making process continued. The pot bubbled away, promising cleanliness in a world of grime. Youngjik watched the chemical reaction with satisfaction. I can see the saponification reaction, so it's a success for now. If I want to find the perfect ratio, I have no choice but to keep testing. He leaned in closer to inspect his concoction. It doesn't look visually pleasing at all, though. I wonder how good its cleaning power is. Youngjik turned to an attendant. I must test it out on me first. Later that night, the candles flickered, casting long shadows across the room. Youngjik lathered up his arm, giving the soap a try. It's still very lacking, but its cleaning is quite remarkable. He took a deep sniff. It smells savory, but there's sesame oil in it. The smell isn't really it. He stared intently at the bar of soap. If I just resolve the scent problem and make massive production possible, won't I be able to sell it in bulk to the Ming Empire too? The next problem is the great King Sejong's health. He recalled the king's sickly visage. Even King Taejong couldn't succeed in getting him to exercise. Youngjik smirked, a plan forming in his mind. To think I, the second son, who is not even the crown prince, can succeed in getting King Sejong to exercise when he didn't even listen to his own father. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the room. It seems like my little Yu is having a lot of random thoughts because he has nothing to do. They offered him positions of power. Would you like to lead the Jurchen people in the north, together with Kim Jong-seo? Or how about holding a post in Murong Island, an official post in animal husbandry in Tamra Island? Does not sound bad either. Soo-young slammed his fist into his palm. In the end, to cure obesity, I must win the great King Sejong. Logically, he looked down at his own body, pinching his meager stomach. My body is a problem too. I can't teach bodybuilding with this kind of body. Even a stray dog would have more muscle than me. In order to increase my persuasive ability, I must reach 400 kilograms of Big 3. He struck a pose, visualizing the gains to come. He knew he needed to hit those deadlifts, squats, and bench presses. His mind raced with possibilities. What if I just make bodybuilding into an entire field of study? How far am I imagining things? I'd make a book containing this theory. Soo-yang thought, isn't there a principle of rising in the world and gaining fame? So, improving the body I inherited from my parents should count as filial piety, right? A book that records the study of setting oneself up and preparing one's body. Therefore, the name will be Conducting Oneself and Preparing the Body. Haya. Good heavens. With a thud, Soo-young landed back on the ground. Soo-young marveled at his new body's potential. What's with these gifted genes? He pumped out 29 reps of dips with ease. Then, he effortlessly transitioned into 82 push-ups before finishing with a dragon flag. He analyzed his performance. Most of his muscle groups are somewhat natural, but the core and pulling strength are beyond average. Soo-young stared at his physique in disbelief. To think I can do 15 pull-ups with this belly fat. As expected, the narrator chimed in. The bloodline of Yi Seongge, Taejo, doesn't lie. Just then, a servant arrived. Your Highness, I've brought the things. Finally, the small barbells, dumbbells, are here. I shall pay the price right away. It's a relief that you like it, since it was our first time making them. Haha. Grand Prince Jinyang has finally lost it. To think he'd pay bags of rice for those cast iron blocks. Is there a way for us to figure out what those high in status think? Even martial families don't need that much iron. Don't tell me he is gathering soldiers. You, watch your words. We should just get our hands on their pennies. Let's quickly go. Soo-young, eager to get back to his gains, thinks to himself, I haven't been satisfied working out barehanded all this time. How long has it been since I lifted weights? His wife, however, is far from impressed. Even if he's royalty, he's going too far. Bangshil asks, are you just going to sit by and watch, Your Highness? But she's quickly shut down. Forget it, Bangshil. That's enough. One of the servants gossips. He even washed his body with oil. Bags of rice is a few years' worth of living costs for a farmer. To think he'd spend such a fortune on iron blocks. His wife continues to stew. He's been very much into hunting for quite some time, and treating you as if you didn't exist, she finishes, with a look of utter disdain. And he's now into weird things. As the servants continued to whisper about Suyang's strange behavior, his wife finally snapped. What sin did our highness commit in her past life that but she was immediately cut off. I told you that's enough. The servant could only respond with a meek, ma'am. Meanwhile, Suyang continued his quest for gains, completely oblivious to the drama unfolding in his household. He admired a small flower, probably thinking about its protein content. He approached another man, holding the flower out to him. The man looked at him with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Back in her room, Suyang's wife was clearly not having a good day. I'd like to sleep early today. I don't need to be attended to. I'd like to be alone. Back in her room, Suyang's wife settled into a warm bath, the water filled with rose petals. Her eyes landed on a bar of soap sitting on a nearby table. Is that the thing he calls soap? She picked it up, examining it closely. He washes his body with this thing? She tilted her head, considering. But still, should I give it a try? Curiosity winning, she rubbed the soap against her skin. Bubbles instantly surrounded her. Her eyes widened in surprise. Wait, this? As expected, one must lift weights to feel like one has worked out. Who's there? Oh, it was you, my wife. It was nice to be able to remove grime with that thing called soap. Did you try it out too, my wife? But the problem is that the smell of sesame oil is pungent. I'd be mistaken for an oilman's wife if I washed myself with that every day. How about I use pig fat or beef tallow? But both of them are equally expensive. It had become a luxury enjoyed only by Joseon nobles, let alone something that can be sold to the Ming Empire. I thought about how to solve it easily. I think the scent will improve if you mix it with euodia tree oil or camellia oil. What do you think? Oh, that's it. Those definitely smell better than sesame oil and are easy to get too. Youngjik grinned, clearly pleased with himself. Thank you, my wife. His wife simply replied, it's nothing. Meanwhile, in a poor village in the Gyecheon area, a man watched Suyang's approach in disbelief. To think the Grand Prince Jinyang would visit this shabby place. Suyang approached him, a knowing look on his face. I remember your face clearly. You joined last year's autumn hunt as a chaser, didn't you? Wasn't your entire body covered in scars trying to drive the deer out of the bush? I remember how hard people worked at that time, so I'd like to reward you, at least now. I was going to give you silver tokens, but it seems wrong now. I have decided to provide your family with half 2 WE of sesame oil, 2 mel of rice, eggs, chicken, and other items twice a month. You must make sure to use them for your family. Good heavens, how would we repay this kindness? You don't have to, but you must report your children's height and weight twice a month. Absolutely, Your Highness. Over the next 2 days, Suyang promised to provide food to 20 children and ordered the children's weight and height to be recorded. Half of them were provided with an appropriate diet focused on protein, and the other half were provided with a diet focused on carbs and fat. Afterwards, he planned to record the changes in the children's body shape and exercise ability and use them as evidence. Little you are talking about that useless stuff again. He presented his findings with the zeal of a man who'd just discovered the secret to eternal youth. Father, please take a look at these records. Such perfect theory. These records would certainly be of great help in improving King Sejong's eating habits. Meanwhile, the blacksmith worked tirelessly, sparks flying as he hammered away at the metal. Suyang watched him work. Will it be possible? The blacksmith squinted at the diagram. I cannot read letters, but I can recognize figures. 30 chuk, 20 chuk, 10 chuk. Tell in 1 chuk is 30.3 centimeters. 1 round piece of iron weighs 30 gun, but isn't that the weight of 3 cauldron lids? The prince confirmed his calculations. Tell in 1 gun is 375 grams, 13.2 ounces. You want to put an iron bar on it, right? The blacksmith confirmed it. That's right. It should be good enough to put around 4 of them at each side. Got it? Suyang's request left the blacksmith bewildered. Pardon? Then 8 of them. Isn't that a total of 240 gun? Suyang nodded, already planning for future gains. To be honest, it needs to be able to withstand a bit heavier weight. The blacksmith looked up, his face a mask of confusion. I'd like it to withstand more than 300 gun of weight. Suyang, not finished with his requests, held out another diagram. I'd like to order one more thing. He grinned, presenting his next invention. The length will be around 3 chuk. Roll up a steel plate and make it into a rod shape to make it lighter. Suyang mused, thinking of the possibilities. I'm doing this out of pure curiosity. I wonder if using the technology of this era, his eyes gleamed with excitement. I can create a rifle. The servant bowed deeply, clearly impressed by Suyang's eccentricities. His Majesty will be very delighted to see your virtuous heart. Suyang watched the servant leave, a thoughtful expression on his face. It seems Grand Prince Suyang's image was a complete idiot before I possessed his body, but it has changed for the better. hasn't it? Then, Su Yang smiled, supremely confident. Things will return to the right path. Didn't I pull myself together and put things back the way they were? Ha ha. He turned to Ma Il-yang. But Ma Il-yang, you, suddenly, Su Yang's eyes glowed with an unearthly light. Trainer eyes activated. He began to analyze Ma Il-yang's physique. You have quite the physique, don't you? Scanning. Amazing shoulders and triceps brachii. Sturdy lat muscles. Assertive forearm muscles. Ma Il-yang was taken aback. Pardon? I've been called strong bones since I was young, but Su Yang's mind was already racing. He just can't become a government official because he's the child of a concubine, but he has the perfect talent for bodybuilding. A devilish grin spread across Su Yang's face. I'd like to teach you to nurture your body as my first disciple. If you succeed, there won't be many people in Joseon whose body can compare to you. Ma Il-yang was stunned by the offer. A disciple? Your Highness, how could I repay this kindness? Su Yang simply chuckled. Haha, kindness, you say? Just believe in me. Ma Il-yang could not even imagine his future. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Ah, you're here, you. Yes. Even when you look like you've lost weight, on the contrary, your upper body has gotten bigger and your eyes look brighter. I'm even more curious about why you asked to meet me. It seems like my face color improved while making a new training method in place of hunting. Truthfully, the reason why I asked to meet you is because I want you to take a look at this, Your Highness. A new training method? And what's that? Su Yang presents the Crown Prince with a box, inside which rests a golden protein bar. Su Yang proudly presents his creation. It's called soap. Please try it out. The Crown Prince heads to the nearest water source to test out the new invention. He examines his hands, now sparkling clean. To think old dirt would come off so easily. What a truly magical object. But he pauses, thinking about the cost. The price of camellia oil is certainly high. Su Yang's wife overhears the conversation and chimes in to correct him. No, if only expensive oil had been used, it would have cost about 4 male of rice. But by mixing it with Evodia tree oil and others, the price only amounts to around 2 male of rice. The Crown Prince nods thoughtfully. I see. Would you lend me a brush for a moment? He grabs a brush and prepares to use the soap for a very different purpose. Right. This should be good enough. The Crown Prince had an idea. Grand Prince Jinyang has created an object called soap that can wash away old dirt. In order to prevent the books from getting dirty, all officials must wash their hands with soap in the morning and evening. He continued, the way I see it, soap may be expensive, but people with money will certainly buy it. But since the efficacy of this item is unknown, no one may want to buy it. His advisor looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Are you making every official in the government office try the soap? If they wash their hands once, won't they want to wash their body too? A chibi version of Youngjik appeared in the corner of the panel, a light bulb flashing above his head. Is it like the free trial promotional strategy used in the modern world? Once soap spreads widely, and a lot of people create soap for their own use, I plan to impose a tax on them. That way, another source of tax revenue will be generated for the government. The advisor was impressed. Simply using soap to generate tax revenue. What a truly adaptable idea. He smiled, as expected from the son of the great King Sejong. No, is it Munjong of the future? Meanwhile, construction continued on the new gym. Meanwhile, some shady characters were getting grilled about a certain order. Are you sure these items were ordered by Grand Prince Jin Yang? We're not lying at all, my lord. Of course you won't, because if you lie, you guys know better than anyone what will happen. Take care, my lord. The order was clear. Melt away the items that Grand Prince Jin Yang ordered at once. Pardon, it's just right before the decided date, though. The damage we suffer will be indescribable. The man was furious. Are you saying that mere money is more important than our lives? Hurry and do it, will you? The men denied any involvement. We never met Grand Prince Jin Yang. Whispers began to spread throughout the court. The second prince who couldn't become the crown prince spent his wealth to gather a large amount of iron and was also busy training his body all day. The name on everyone's lips was clear. Grand Prince Jin Yang. A sinister smile spread across one of the court officials' face. You're finally revealing that dark. Have you heard that story? When I washed my hands with a thing called soap, the ink disappeared in an instant. Do you think it washes away only the ink? Even the facial grease disappeared right away. It's truly an odd item. However, do you know who created soap? Obviously, it's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, isn't it? Hold on to your hat. It's none other than Grand Prince Jin Yang. What? But I thought he was only a troublemaker with a knack for miscellaneous matters. What an unbelievable story. Meanwhile, back in the gym, Su Yang pushed himself to the limit. 8, 9, 10 reps. 10 reps of bench press with 120 gun, or 45 kilograms. Soo-young mused that this progression made him feel like a bodybuilding deity who had descended to earth. One of his swole disciples watched in awe. "You increased the bench press weight again, Your Highness." Soo-young wiped the sweat from his brow. "How can I reduce the amount of effort I put in when training the body is an act of filial piety? Muscles are best. Muscles rock." He glanced over at his makeshift weights. "The current appearance of my weights reminds me of the rusty barbell in the army gym, but they are still quite usable. There were some issues in the making process, though." A blacksmith bowed apologetically. "The rest of the big barbells couldn't be completed due to urgent matters, Your Highness. I will return all the silver tokens you paid." Soo-young considered the blacksmith's words. "I heard he never misses deadlines. Was it difficult because of the new design?" He turned to another craftsman. "Now, it's your turn." The craftsman stammered nervously. The craftsman, face contorted in agony, cried out, "I think I'll be crushed by this weight at once." Soo-young, ever the supportive gym bro, encouraged him. "Didn't I tell you? Body keeps seeking new stimuli. You need to use both your upper one and lower body to perform a proper bench press. That's it. And again, you were right." Soo-young's wife watched with growing amazement. "This is a truly mysterious phenomenon. I know that he always had an agile body, but it's impressive that he is trying to increase his strength to this extent. In this state, he might rival General Wonbong." Soo-young overheard her, face beaming with pride. "Wonbong, you say?" The craftsman, still struggling under the weight, groaned. "Your Highness." Soo-young, lost in thought, mused. "They say that from a young age, he accumulated military prowess, gaining fame under His Excellency, Kim Jong-seo. Wouldn't it be nice to create the conducting oneself and preparing the body method exclusively for soldiers someday?" He looked down at the struggling craftsman. "I can win in terms of pure strength, but the moment he lifts a weapon, there'll be no chance for me at all." Meanwhile, a furious pounding echoed through Soo-young's residence, startling everyone. The door shook violently under the assault. Soo-young, annoyed by the interruption, demanded, "Who is it banging on Grand Prince Jin-young's door like this?" The doors burst open, revealing a group of officials, their faces grim. Their leader, a stern-faced man with a feathered hat, looked ready for a fight. The uninvited guests startled Soo-young's wife and servants. Soo-young's wife, caught off guard, asked with concern, "What's going on?" The official, seemingly unfazed by the chaos he caused, declared, "Don't you know this is the Grand Prince Jin-young's residence?" "Ma'am, ha!" Soo-young's wife stared back, a mix of shock and defiance in her eyes. "Knowing it well, and yet acting like this, you must have fallen into it too, Your Highness." "Startle," she gasped, caught off guard by the sheer audacity of the intrusion. Suddenly, one of Soo-young's swole guards intervened, effortlessly shoving the official aside. The official, sprawled on the ground, sputtered in disbelief. "How could someone of my physical strength, from the very office of the Inspector General, be pushed away so easily?" Soo-young stepped forward, his expression hardening. "Don't you dare open your dirty mouth carelessly." Before Soo-young could continue, more officials charged into the courtyard, swords drawn and ready for a fight. "Hey," the official, clearly regretting his life choices, pleaded. "Oh my, that's enough." Another official chimed in, trying to sound reasonable. "It's been a while since the hunting competition last year, Your Highness." Soo-young, flexing his newly acquired muscles, glared at the men. "What on earth is going on? Your Excellency, Yi Suk-chi. If you recklessly touch my people, I won't stay quiet." Yi Suk-chi, undeterred, pointed an accusing finger. "Your Highness, how shameless and unaware of your own sins you are. With just one bar you are holding, 20 sabers can be made." He gestured wildly at the rack of weights. "And you have 20 of those. What are you going to do with 400 military weapons? And is that all?" Meanwhile, the captured disciple was dragged away, looking worse for wear. Yi Suk-chi continued his tirade, laying out the facts. "Just 7 months ago, you were someone not interested in the subjects, and now you're actively providing them aid. Do you want to use them in an upheaval?" Soo-young, his biceps straining against his traditional garb, was reaching his limit. "What a sophistry. You can't consider that as evidence. You brought along soldiers to my house on mere suspicion, even if you are someone from the office of the Inspector General. This is a blatant abuse of power." He was absolutely seething. "Don't you dare bring an unsubstantiated claim." Yi Suk-chi just smiled, unconcerned. "It's a rumor-based denunciation. Did you forget? We have always worked this way. Don't worry, the truth will be revealed soon." Soo-young pressed him, his voice dangerously low. What if what you claim isn't the truth? Yi Suk-chi's smile widened, a predatory glint in his eyes. I'm afraid that's unlikely to be the case. Until the truth is revealed, the interrogation of those around your highness won't end. Su-young was speechless. He realized the gravity of the situation. Detention and interrogation, huh? Even if I say it's not true, they have no intention of stopping. A typical target investigation was underway. Su-young was in disbelief. I haven't done anything wrong since possessing Grand Prince Jinyoung, have I? And it's hard to know what happened between the real Grand Prince Jinyoung and Yi Suk-chi. Damn. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Su-young glanced down at the floor. What am I supposed to do with this? Just then, a voice called out to him. You, what is happening here? He turned to see his younger sister, her face etched with concern. Elder brother! Just then, a voice booms out, interrupting the tension. I heard negative rumors about you, so I came by in person. Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince eyes Su-young warily. Although I believed that you had figured out a method for training your body. Don't get too close. If that person dreams of an upheaval, who knows what he might do? Su-young looks back, confused. That person? The Crown Prince's advisor steps forward, his gaze sharp. Watch your words, Inspector General. He's not that person, but his younger brother. The Crown Prince turns his attention back to Su-young, gesturing towards the gym equipment. It's a common law for those who are unsatisfied with their relatives to use their wealth privately. You, try to convince me about these devices. Su-young's brow furrows as he responds, his voice firm. Even if one is family, the sin of going against it cannot be forgiven, and the same is true for someone who defames my sibling. The Crown Prince's threat hangs in the air. You too should risk your neck. The Crown Prince's threat hangs in the air. You too should risk your neck. With a resounding thud, Su-young's feet hit the ground. Su-young turns to the Crown Prince and his advisor. It's great that you are here. I needed to talk to you anyway. Su-young gestures to one of his attendants. Bring me the conducting oneself and preparing the body. Yes, master. Su-young explains his grand plan. The reason why I made and trained my body was to put it to use for something really important. He hands the book to the Crown Prince's advisor. First, please check my regimen. What is so important about it that you made a book? The advisor skims through the pages. So you have concluded that nurturing a good body shape is an act of filial piety. Well, that isn't wrong, but the Crown Prince eyed the gym equipment with suspicion. I don't understand why you need such huge devices. He continued, clearly not impressed. Why would you go through such an inconvenience just to make one regimen? Su-young turned to the Crown Prince, his expression serious. I think we should talk privately about it. As they walked, Su-young lowered his voice. You also know that our father's health is deteriorating with each passing day. I shouldn't say this, but I'm sure he has a disease. The Crown Prince scoffed. It's just his age. You are overthinking it. If you really have medical knowledge, tell me what his illness is. Su-young's advisor chimed in, equally concerned. Yes, your highness. You must have noticed that these days, his face looks feverish, and he sweats a lot, even when it isn't hot. I'm sorry to say this. Su-young's face darkened. I suspect he has high blood sugar. Su-young continued to explain his diagnosis. The cause of high blood sugar is excessive accumulation of yang qi. He elaborated. It's likely due to him consuming an excess of food beyond what is necessary. The Crown Prince listened intently as Su-young laid out the facts. He doesn't even indulge in physical activities, so there is no way to release the yang qi. What's more, the high body temperature has affected his eyes and worsened his eyesight. Is that why you have been out to help people? I heard you were making a record after distributing food to the children. Is that act also related to our father? Su-young confirmed his suspicions. Yes, I've concluded that a few bowls of rice and eggs are enough to make someone obese. What's going to happen to our father is quite obvious. That's why I am trying to make a record related to eating and working out, he added, and make our father see it himself. The Crown Prince, now understanding Su-young's motives, addressed the Inspector General. Inspector General, get your men to step back. It seems like Prince Jinyoung didn't have a bad intention. The Inspector General stood firm. We can't do that. The Inspector General was not backing down. Monitoring government administration, correcting the wrong, checking corruption, and arresting those involved is the mandate of the Office of Inspector General. Apologies, but I dare to remind His Majesty, the Crown Prince, that the King wouldn't want the Office of Inspector General to be weakened by power and unjust. He continued, undeterred. All the outstanding officials of the Office of Inspector General, ranging from senior rank 6 to junior rank 3, have gathered here. We also have a young officer who was recently inducted. Just because it was an order of the Prince, how can we simply back out without knowing any details? What would the young officers learn from this act? The chief officer stepped forward, his expression resolute. I am the chief officer of the Office of Inspector General. He pointed a stern finger. If you still want me to step back from here, the Inspector General declared, you would have to kill me. The Crown Prince's face hardened as the Inspector General lectured him. Your Highness, you shouldn't take this matter lightly just because he is your brother. You are going to be the next king. The Inspector General, clearly not one to back down, declares, muster up your resolve and show the world how strict the law of this nation is. Yi Suk-chi, the Inspector General, may not have gotten to that position by luck, but he's definitely making a meal out of this. This has become a trial to test the capability of the Grand Prince. The Crown Prince, observing the escalating situation, says, I don't know about other things, but I think you have to explain why you need so much iron and so many devices. Su-young, seeing no other way out, responds, since push has come to shove, yes, your highness, I will show you myself. He declares with unwavering resolve, I will prove it with my strength. Su-young explains his methods. Too much yang qi has accumulated in father's body and is now manifesting as the signs of aging. If we remove the excess qi through working out, he will get better, but we all know that he doesn't like moving. So what if we show him a strength he has never seen before? Don't you think it would motivate him? For example, showing the strength of Xiang Yu. If I can't convince them, it won't work for father either. So, I understand. Su-young, now with a clear goal, shouts out, listen, Prince Jin Yang was inventing a regimen for the people's health. Those irons are his inventions to help that. You mean he really uses those to train his body? Those lumps of iron that look heavier than most of the cauldron? Just then, an idea sparked in the Crown Prince's mind. I've got a great idea. The reason why he is being suspected is because we don't understand how all those are used. He continued, then, if he shows you how he trains himself with those, he can't be falsely accused anymore, right? What do you think? Anyone who would like to come forward? An official, face obscured by his hat, declared, let me challenge him. The man's eyes glinted with confidence. I have never lost to someone in strength. If he is found weaker than me, it'll prove that everything he said until now was a lie. Su-young cracked his knuckles. Stepping forward, the crowd murmured in anticipation, eyes glued to his bulging biceps. He flexed his arm, muscles straining against his white robes, as the officials looked on with a mix of apprehension and excitement. The challenger, gritting his teeth, struggled to bench press the weight. Su-young explained the exercise. This training is called bench press. He elaborated on its benefits. It's for training arm, and shoulder strength. The official, now lying on the bench, smirked. So in the end, all I have to do is to lift it with my strength, right? He taunted Su-young. You are talking too much, your highness. Are you worried that I might win? The official grunted with effort, his face contorting. He strained under the weight, struggling to lift the barbell. Sweat poured down his face as he pushed with all his might. It's heavier than it looks, but right now, the honor of the Office of Inspector General is in my arms. The official strained with everything he had, veins popping and muscles screaming. With a final, desperate heave, he managed to lift the weight. The onlookers were impressed, as expected of Xenia. Then, what about Prince Jinyang? The official's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He was starting to realize what he'd gotten himself into. Meanwhile, Su-young was already back at it, effortlessly pumping iron. The official watched in disbelief. You have been acting tough, but that's all you got. Su-young turned his gaze towards the official, his expression unreadable. The Crown Prince's words hung heavy in the air, a clear threat masked as concern. 8, 9. With a clap of his hands, Su-young was ready to drop some knowledge. That was a really great performance, Joel, your highness. This is absurd. The defeated official was beside himself. I, who is invincible in the Office of Inspector General, lost in a contest of strength. Su-young began to lecture the crowd on the finer points of fitness. In physical fitness training, the number of repetitions depends on the goal of the training, and I can lift up to 175 gun at once, which he helpfully translated. 105 kilograms. The crowd was shocked. What? The official scoffed, trying to regain some dignity. Nonsense. Even if you won the contest, you can't just say such nonsense. That's enough. Let's go. We are leaving for today, but that doesn't mean you are out of suspicion. I will keep doing my job with all my effort. Su-young watched them go. So, the Inspector General was going to keep his eyes on him. He narrowed his eyes, a spark of determination in them. I will do the same. Anyway, I'm out of the immediate danger. And now elder brother is aware of King Sejong's illness. The Crown Prince's advisor bowed respectfully. I will also take my leave. Okay, your highness. Take care. Elder brother said he is going to help me with the making of the conducting oneself and preparing the body. This is really making the best of a bad situation. Su-young sighed in relief. This could have ended up worse. I am glad it was resolved well. He turned to his wife, a gentle smile on his face. Sorry, it must have surprised you. I should have been careful and discussed this with you earlier. No, I'm ashamed for not realizing your good motive. He took a step, but his legs wobbled beneath him. I won't let this kind of a thing happen. My legs, like manga.io. Suddenly, Su-young pulled his wife into a tight embrace, his biceps practically crushing her. She yelped in surprise. Wait, dear! The royal servants were aghast at the public display of affection. You can't do this in the middle of the day. The crown prince's eyes narrowed with suspicion. How could you? Su-young's wife, cheeks flushed, stammered. Let's not do this here. We must go to the bedroom. Even the peanut gallery in the corner was shocked. What is this atmosphere? Don't tell me. This is probably... The scene cuts away, transitioning to a tranquil, peaceful village at sunset. Back in the palace, the Inspector General stood firm, unwavering in his resolve. I'm sorry about what happened. I will take full responsibility. Forget it. The Crown Prince, however, seemed unfazed by the whole ordeal. It's not like we didn't gain anything. What, among those devices, was an unusually thin and hollow item. It looked like a miniaturized and elongated chong-tong. I have observed that he is interested in weird objects, so I'm sure he has ulterior motives. What if he is improving Sei Chong-tong to develop a new form of artillery? A year ago, during the hunting contest, I clearly saw the true colors of that beast. That very grand prince Jin Yang is creating, conducting oneself, and preparing the body as an act of filial piety? Ludicrous. I will be watching you to uncover what you are hiding in that dark mind of yours. While Prince Jin Yang was going about his daily life as usual, after a few days, news came that the smithy had resumed the construction of the devices. 3 months after. What did you just say? I wasn't feeling well, so I went to see a physician, and he said I'm pregnant. I think I got pregnant that day. Pregnant? My kid is 3 years old. I don't have the time to work out. The official continued to rant about fitness. Trust me, bro. Your life will change if you exercise. Post-workout freshness is the ultimate nectar of life. It's all nonsense. I don't want to get nagged by a bastard who couldn't get married, even until the age of 40. Su-young was taken aback. What are you saying? Don't you know I am married? I even have 2 wives. Honey, dear Barbell, and Dumbbell, he reminisced. A few days ago, I had such a life, but now I'm a father? The woman beams, cradling her stomach with both hands. Su-young was stunned. Pregnant? Did you say pregnant? Dear. The official's eyes widened with excitement. We must inform His Majesty the King of such great news right away. The Crown Prince's advisor smiled serenely. It gives me immense pleasure to see you so happy, my dear. Let's go together and offer incense to deities. She declared, I have to be healthy in order to give birth to a healthy child. So I was also thinking about learning conducting oneself and preparing the body. We can start with simple posture to not wear you out. She instructs Su-young. Take in a slow and deep breathe. Stretching isn't enough for safe birth. He recalls the grim statistics. After giving birth, the Crown Princess passed away due to childbed fever. That is how common maternal fetal death is in this era. Postpartum infections, also known as puerperal fever, childbed fever, maternal sepsis, or maternal infection, are any bacterial infections of the female reproductive tract following childbirth or miscarriage. He brainstorms a solution. I think simply using alcohol for disinfection can help a lot. I guess I'll have to make that do. Just then, a servant arrives. Your Highness, we have a guest. He repeats the word. You said it's called sojugori. He examines the contraption. I had no idea a sojugori would have such a peculiar shape. Su-young explains the science behind his still. The design was developed by me. I want to obtain pure alcohol, so I am using this thin and elongated tube part to condense the alcohol vapors into dew. He barks out an order. Bring me all the soju inside the house. A servant nervously responds. Yes, sir. The servants scramble to obey. Now that the distillation is done, I have to check for the purity of the alcohol. He carefully sets up his experiment. There are 2 cups of the same weight. I have filled 1 cup with water up to 80% of the cup. Su-young explains his methodology. The relative density of alcohol is roughly 0.8. So if the alcohol that I filtered is heavier or lighter than the water in the other cup, it would mean that I failed. The scale teeters slightly. The scale balances perfectly. It was a success. It worked. Disinfectant. Production successful. A lot of time has passed since I came to the Joseon era. I often thought, What if I suddenly returned to the modern era while working out? But such a thing didn't happen. I even wondered what happened to the present where I originally lived. Although these questions remained in the back of my head. After my child was born, I was completely absorbed into my life in the Joseon era. That's how fast the time passed by. Meanwhile, back in the royal court, Prince Jinyang has made a great achievement recently. He has distributed soap among the civilian populace, enriching the royal treasury, and invented a disinfectant that helps with the wound. Thank you, Your Majesty. Suyang modestly replied, I still have a lot to learn. I don't know how to react to your compliment. The king waved his hand dismissively. You don't have to be so humble. He continued, I will give you 200 nyangs of silver as compensation for the cost incurred for making soap. Another court official chimed in. Not long ago, Prince Jinyang had his first child. This is truly a blessing to our royal family. What's more, the princess returned to her usual life within a week. As such, the effectiveness of the disinfectant has been proven. The king declared, from now on, the disinfectant will be used to treat all newborns and mothers. The royal court responded in unison. Your wish is our command. The king turned his gaze towards Suyang, a hint of admiration in his eyes. I thought you were just like my painful finger. But the king, impressed by Suyang's display of strength and dedication to health, acknowledges him. You have matured. But suddenly the scene shifts as an official cries out in alarm. Another official shouts, Your Majesty! It's March of the year 1438, and the king has collapsed. Panic erupts. Hurry! Call the physician. As the court scrambled to aid the fallen king, Suyang worried, taking a sip of water. Father's illness has worsened. Fortunately, he quickly recovered this time, but uneasiness remains. How is he doing now? Suyang continued to ponder the king's health. Thirst makes him drink a lot of water, and his eyesight has deteriorated to the point where he reads books by placing them close to his eyes. The official sighed. Even the decoction has had no positive effect. Suyang pressed his brother for details. Elder brother, has father ever commented on his symptoms? I mean, things like seeing a hazy mist or some insects floating around. He recalled his own modern medical knowledge. It's what my grandpa mentioned when he suffered from diabetes. The crown prince shook his head. No, he never mentioned such symptoms. He usually said, it's frustrating that I can't see things far away. In that case, the situation isn't serious yet. This symptom may be a temporary consequence of overwork. What a relief. Still, we can't breathe easy. Retinal degeneration or cataracts are incurable in this era, if nothing is done. As history says, a year later, the great King Sejong would lose his eyesight due to complications. Mother's birthday is this September, right? I will create an opportunity to change father's mind that day. The crown prince tilted his head. Curious. What on earth are you planning to do at her royal banquet? Suyang smirked, thinking of his gains-filled plan. In conducting oneself and preparing the body, there are 3 exercises that use the heaviest weight. Suyang laid out his ambitious plan. The key to saving the king lay in mastering the fundamentals, like the deadlift. Together, they're called the Big 3 exercise. At our royal mother's birthday banquet, I will perform with a total of 1,000 gun in the Big 3 exercises. 1,000 gun in the Big 3 exercises? Doesn't this weight sound ridiculous? The palace guards, who were ordered to try it, failed to lift even 600 gun in the Big 3. Up. How miserable, Your Highness. Right now, I'm only at 900 gun. Achieving 1,000 gun is challenging even with all my strength, but I will make sure to succeed for father's sake. If that's your wish, I will also do my best to help. The current conducting oneself and preparing the body lacks a lot academically. I will make it a book that father will be satisfied with. So you must also devote yourself to your studies. Huh? Devote myself to studies? Didn't you write conducting oneself and preparing the body out of filial piety? At least you should incorporate the content of all 13 classics. And as the author of Conducting Oneself and Preparing the Body, you also need to thoroughly understand them. Hold on. The only scriptures I inherited from the Grand Prince Suyang's memory are the 4 books and 5 classics. Is the difficulty suddenly increased to the 13 classics? But I'm doing it all for the great King Sejong. Suyang's face was a mask of determination. You can count on me, elder brother. When I achieve 1,000 gun in the Big 3 exercises, we will raise the topic of conducting oneself and preparing the body in front of father and make sure he experiences your method. For the sake of our father's well-being, cheers. Suyang steeled himself for the challenge ahead. Now, I have to take on something really crazy. Increasing weight in the Big 3 exercises by 100 gun in 6 months is already a questionable thing to do. But even if I succeed, this body, laden with fat, won't be a compelling argument for the great King Sejong. Suyang glanced at the mountains, a plan forming in his mind. I guess to flex my muscles in all their glory, I need to drop body fat by about 8 gun. And the the best way to burn calories in this era is, of course, hiking. He began his ascent, his loyal companion struggling to keep pace. I hope this body's boundless potential will come handy, because from now on, all I can do is special training. The days blurred into a montage of sweat and study. From early morning hiking to working on conducting oneself and preparing the body, I don't even have the strength to turn a page. Man, I'm going to die. Memorizing all this sounds absurd. The king's collapse has thrown the palace into chaos, but Suyang is focused on the real issue, his gains, the cause of this situation. Ha ha ha. Father's blood flows in your veins, doesn't it? I finished the 3 classics in just 2 weeks, so you, considering your remarkable talent, should do it in 1. He looms over you, a glint in his eye. Don't tell me. You have complaints, you. Meanwhile, the sun sets on another day of hard work. Back in the palace, the dinner menu is revealed. Napa cabbage, cucumbers, beef rump, rice oatmeal. Suyang stares at the less than optimal meal, his wife looking on nervously. Is this really acceptable for you? He sighs, knowing what he has to do. Oats are something eaten to unavoidably fill the stomach. I have to prove my filial piety through the conducting oneself and preparing the body at mother's birthday. He clenches his fist, thinking of his mother, how much she must be worried, seeing my extra flab. Suyang's eyes blaze with determination. I'll eat like this until my filial piety is proved. His wife, witnessing his dedication, feels a pang of guilt. I'm only ashamed for not understanding your great ambition, my dear. Fearing that the beef rump might be bland without seasoning, I salted it apparently. It was all for nothing. She calls out to the servants. Are you there, Bangshil? Take away the table that has been served for my dear now and bring a new one. Make sure never to add seasoning to the food my dear will eat in the future. Never. But the damage is done. Blur. Suyang stumbles outside, barely holding it together. Hugh. Despite the setback, Suyang is back at it, deadlifting with a vengeance. Undeterred by salty beef, Suyang decided to try some good old-fashioned rock climbing. Meanwhile, the crown prince was still plotting, poring over documents by candlelight. Back at the training grounds, Suyang and his men stood silhouetted against the sunset, their physiques more impressive than ever. His gains were undeniable, and time flew by quickly. Queen Sohaeon's birthday banquet. Suyang struck a pose, showing off. Look at the fast body of this humble me. The king watched Little Gu, showing off his horseback riding skills, and chuckled. Little Gu's horseback riding talent has reached a new level. How commendable. Zooming in through the king's eyes, we see Little Gu on horseback. The king watched with a smile. Meanwhile, the crown prince was still plotting. Your turn is the last. Even among the royalty, everyone thinks you're going to show off your body, like street performers. Elder brother, have you mentioned conducting oneself and preparing the body to anyone else? Suyang listened intently. When I told the crown princess in the morning that you carried 300 gun, she didn't believe it and even got angry. So, just make our plan work out. The crown prince continued. And then, father will surely show interest in conducting oneself and preparing the body. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. A voice echoes out. A thing I ask of you, you, the hooded figure, you, stands before a high-ranking official, his expression unreadable as he listens to the request. The royal banquet is in full swing. Next is Grand Prince Jinyang. Suyang steps forward, ready to show off his hard-earned gains. Royal Mother, I sincerely offer you my congratulations on your birthday. The fact that I exist in this world is all thanks to the divine kindness of His Majesty, the King, and Your Majesty the Queen. With this in mind, I have created conducting oneself and preparing the body, which means a healthy discipline for self-establishment and development of a fit body. You, that huge iron object behind you, what exactly are you trying to show? I have prepared something small, just to repay your kindness. This humble me is overwhelmed with myriad emotions. What I show you today is something bestowed upon me by both of you, my royal parents. I present to you this outstanding body, Queen Sohyeon's birthday, in the year 1438. The ceremony that altered the entire course of Joseon's history unfolds right here and now. The courtiers gawk, completely bewildered. I've never seen such a body in my life. Is this person the same Grand Prince Jinyang we know of? Suyang steps up to the bench press, a predatory glint in his eye. Well then, let's begin. The peanut gallery whispers in confusion. Begin what? What is he trying to do? Suyang lowers the gargantuan weight, his muscles straining against the load. He pushes with all his might. The onlookers are astonished by the sheer size of the weights. Those plates, aren't they even larger than when I struggled with them? Suyang lowers the weight, his muscles screaming in protest. Huap! He pushes the weight back up, completing the rep. The courtiers are losing their minds. Wait, what? Where does he draw his strength from? His strength is incredible. The weight clatters back onto the rack. Sweat glistens on Su Yang's chest as he sits up, invigorated. He explains the exercise. One of the important activities in conducting oneself and preparing the body is this exercise I call bench press. Through this movement, you can train your chest, shoulders, and arms. The Queen Mother clasped her hands together, still reeling from the display. I don't know what I just saw. An official nervously calculated the weight. How much does it all weigh? The iron bar is 40 gun, and the cylindrical plates combined are 240 gun. Altogether, it's 280 gun. The king's eyes widened in disbelief. 200? Su Yang, unfazed, moved on to the next exercise. Next is what I call squats. The weight clanged as he loaded up the bar. The weight clanged again. He positioned the barbell across his shoulders. It involves lifting a big barbell on the shoulders and using the power of the legs to sit down and stand up repeatedly. Of course, this technique trains not only the legs, but also the buttocks, waist, and lower abdomen. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. You! It's dangerous! Stop it right now! Ignoring the protests, Su Yang's eyes burned with determination. With 340 gaon, I will now perform the squats. The translator notes that this is 127.5 kilograms. With a mighty roar, Su Yang began his squats. He gritted his teeth and pushed through the pain. Su Yang's eyes burned with intensity as he focused on the weight. His muscles strained, every fiber screaming in protest. With a final surge of power, he locked out the squat. 340 gaon. Readers, do you even lift? The crowd erupted as he stood up. Physician Yang Hongsu, the king called out. Yes, your majesty, he stammered. One of the court officials was dumbfounded. Is that possible with a human body? This servant doesn't know either, but I speculate. It seems to be related to the so-called healthy discipline. The last activity is called the deadlift, and for it, the heaviest big barbell is used. You mean it isn't over yet? Even a heavier one? That's absurd even in words. Father, excuse me for speaking up. I'm concerned that Yu's waist may be injured. With your permission, I will take some measures for a moment. Su Yang, not wanting to see Yu's spine turned into dust, quickly ran to his side with a weightlifting belt. Su Yang quickly strapped the weightlifting belt around Yu's waist, hoping to prevent any spinal mishap. He stepped back, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he watched Yu prepare for the lift. Su Yang's muscles bulged as he prepared to witness this feat of strength. With a mighty roar, Yu hoisted the weight. This weight is 400 gaon. That's 150 kilograms. Su Yang, emboldened by the display, addressed his parents directly. Father, mother, since you bestowed on humble me a body capable of using such might, I will continue to properly nurture it and fulfill filial piety. Somewhere far away, a giant wheel turns, hinting at things to come. The court officials whispered amongst themselves, eyes wide with disbelief. The Grand Prince Jinyang must have lost his mind. 400 gun, daily struggling with that iron thing, he went beyond ordinary madness. Su Yang, though pleased with the result, knew the truth. If I hadn't lost weight, I could have handled even more than 400 gun, but this weight is overwhelmingly heavy for my current body. He glanced at the waistband supporting his lift. Although the waistband makes it a bit easier, this plan is still totally absurd. His goal flashed before his eyes, achieving 1,000 gun in the big 3 exercises in just 2 years. 375 kilograms in total. Well, it can't be helped. I have no choice but to use the sumo deadlift. Su Yang adjusted his stance, preparing for the Herculean task ahead. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. Su Yang's grip tightened around the bar, knuckles white. The weight strained against gravity, groaning under the pressure. It's going up. Is it really possible for that heavy mass of iron to be lifted solely with one person's strength? And with a final surge of power, the weight crashed back to the ground. Su Yang's hands, though victorious, dripped with the price of his ambition. The crowd was left in stunned silence. With the weight down, Su Yang stood tall, a monument of muscle against the Joseon skyline. The crowd was silent, unsure what to make of this display of strength. Su Yang's hands, however, were screaming in pain. Blood dripped from his torn palms. The queen, witnessing this madness, gasped, "Royal Mother!" The weight crashed to the ground with a resounding boom, shaking the very foundations of the palace. The force of the impact pulverized the stone floor. The court officials looked on in stunned disbelief. The queen's attendant looked like she was about to faint. The queen, utterly bewildered by the display of raw power, could only stammer, "My dear." Su Yang stood there, a mountain of muscle, the very embodiment of physical prowess. He turned to his mother, realizing she was inspecting wiping his torn hands. Royal Mother, the queen, holding his bloodied hands, began to speak. You've been using those irons daily for 2 years, so your hands are like this now. What do you mean by that talk of filial piety? But then, a surprising change of heart washed over her face. In all my life, I've never seen a greater manifestation of it than yours. Tears streamed down her face as she continued. Seeing you train your body to this extent makes my tears flow incessantly. Su-young, touched by his mother's unexpected reaction, responded softly, Mama. The queen's praise wasn't the only reaction. One of the onlookers was still reeling from the visual feast he had just witnessed. I know that those who have mastered martial arts may show visible muscles on their abdomen, but to have such distinct texture, look at how the muscles inside are moving. King Sejong, visibly impressed, chimed in. Indeed, you have personally proved the conducting oneself and preparing the body regimen. You've truly worked hard. But then, the king's expression turned serious. I have one thing I want to ask. What is the purpose of the healthy discipline you demonstrated on this occasion? Su-young, with a confident smirk, replied, To establish myself and perfectly prepare the body you both bestowed upon me. The king raised an eyebrow, a hint of concern in his voice. Perfectly prepare the body, huh? Is lifting 1,000 jun like you did today the standard? In that case, I'm afraid that conducting oneself and preparing the body might persecute those lacking strength. Su-young quickly reassured him. There's nothing like that. I started this discipline to get rid of the excess fat hanging around my abdomen. My strength only naturally increased during that process. He flexed his arm, veins popping. In just 3 months, my limbs moved smoothly and fatigue disappeared. King Sejong nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I know that you and the Crown Prince authored books on this. I will read it and distinguish between right and wrong. Let's discuss conducting oneself and preparing the body at the palace later. Su-young beamed, clearly pleased with the king's response. Your royal grace knows no bounds. The king continued. Besides, your royal title, the Grand Prince Jinyang, doesn't seem satisfactory. He gestured regally. Since you invented the healthy discipline and reached its peak, I suggest taking Su from Su-youngbu to name you. And with that, a new title was bestowed upon the swole prince, the Grand Prince Su-young. Under the silent gaze of the moon, the palace stood still, unaware of the seismic shift that had just occurred within its walls. The king picks up the book, clearly impressed. This book is truly extraordinary. He looks up at his son, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Even though you lend him a helping hand, since when did you read widely to become this knowledgeable? Su-young bows slightly, maintaining his innocent facade. This humble son of yours has also read this book and marveled many times. I simply compiled the regimen you've managed to create into these books. The king's eyes narrow as he flips through the pages. Unlike other books, there's a diagram he specifically put at the end of volume 1. Alright, today I'll check just this one. He begins to read. Changes in eating habits and body as seen through the growth records of children in Gaichen. Gathering and analyzing data when making policies is quite like me. The king continues to read, his brow furrowing in concentration. If you cook rice with 1 mal of grains, 17 liters, 6 kilograms, an adult can eat it for 10 days, while children can fill their stomachs for twice as long. On the other hand, overeating results in excess fat. A spoonful of sesame oil every day overflows children's bodies with strength. The king's eyes widen in horror as he finishes the passage. Meanwhile, a person with a full stomach gains over half a gun of excess fat in a month. Excess fat. Excess fat. The king had been swayed. But what did the crown prince think? How was it, elder brother? What did father say? Well, he decided to give the conducting oneself and preparing the body a try. Is that true, elder brother? Su-young grinned, gesturing to his makeshift gym. As you can see, I'm fully prepared, Su-young continued. Today is the first day, so I will only explain the posture. However, with national affairs overflowing at the moment, it was suggested to wait for an auspicious day before continuing further discussions. The crown prince looked utterly deflated. Huh? Su-young's face darkened. What auspicious day is he talking about when after a few months, his eyesight will deteriorate to the point of blindness? I'm tired today. Bring me a plate of grain syrup. He knew what he had to do. There is a saying, the hardest part of a fit lifestyle is getting started. If the great King Sejong won't come to me, I have no choice but to visit him myself. With that, Su-young stormed off. You, wait for me. He arrived at the palace. Your Highness, what is this? The guards tried to stop him. There are do's and don'ts in the palace. Please stand up. Su Yung was not having it. Force me out with all your physical strength if you can. The guards struggled, but Su Yung was immovable. Grand Prince, don't do this. His Highness will be arriving at the palace soon. Just then, a booming voice echoed through the palace grounds. What's the mess going on here? The king arrived, his face a mask of royal disapproval. He glared at Su Yung. Creating a disturbance in the royal palace in broad daylight? Have you forgotten your dignity? Su Yung wasn't deterred. Father, there is something that really needs to be discussed. The king sighed, already knowing where this was going. I'm certain it's about conducting oneself and preparing the body, isn't it? Besides, I've already read it, and I'm sure I express the will to experience it when I have time. I shed tears of gratitude for Father's immense generosity. However, Su Yung cut him off, undeterred. The right approach to conducting oneself and preparing the body is starting from today and doing it consistently. The king recoiled, sparks flying around him. Let's start exercising, he repeated, exasperated. I said I'm busy. The king narrowed his eyes. Tell me, Grand Prince Su Yung, did you write conducting oneself and preparing the body, suspecting that I had an illness? Su Yung stood his ground. I meddled because signs were appearing. It says in books that the most proper thing is to treat the illness in advance. The king immediately called upon the physician. Physician Yang Hongsu, what signs of illness do you see in me? Physician Yang Hongsu stammered. The only matter of concern is that your majesty the king perspires profusely and drinks a lot of water. Su Yung watched the exchange, knowing he had to push harder. It's obvious why the great King Sejong brought along the physician. Did you hear what he said? He says there are no special signs of illness. He thought to himself, he must have already read the annexure diagram in conducting dressing and preparing the body and have been seriously contemplating his illness. It's just that he hates exercising. Therefore, all we need is one final blow. Su Yung pressed on. Considering the symptoms, I guess that father's illness might be similar to high blood sugar, so I tried to put my body in a similar condition. One of the court officials was shocked by Su Yong's bold claim. What? Meanwhile, Su Yung stood tall, his muscular frame gleaming in the sunlight, a stark contrast to the frail scholars around him. The crown prince was taken aback. He stammered, huh? When? Declared, I've put my body into a condition similar to Sogul. The court official sputtered. What? Ignoring the outburst, Su Yung explained, Sogul is a disease where an excess of yang qi destroys the body. As we know, sugar is also used as a medicine to make up the yang qi. Eating too much grain syrup or taffy can cause temporary Sogul. As a result of experiencing Sogul this way, I often became extremely thirsty and drank up to a bucket of water. Moreover, my vision often went dark due to excessive fatigue, and I fell asleep on the spot. Su Yung turned to the king, his expression serious. These symptoms, are they the same as the ones you experienced, father? He thought to himself, of course, I was lying when I said I made myself fall into Sogul. I just recited the knowledge about diabetes from the modern world. To convince the great King Sejong, of course, I can lie this much. Unknown to him, he even got his brother deceived unintentionally. He thinks to himself, when did this bastard do that? 5 days. Very well. If I see no improvement in 5 days, I shall charge you with the crime of deceiving the king. Of course, father. At this rate, my whole insides will be twisted. Su Yung corrected the king's form. Father, you must not crouch your body. The crown prince watched in disbelief. That, he's saying that again. He'd nag at me if I got the position just a bit wrong. Please, straighten your body and strengthen your back. The king was starting to get fed up. How long do I have to keep doing this? Su Yung finally relented. Father, an hour has passed, so we can wrap up here. The king was overjoyed. Very well, that's the most delightful thing you've said. Su Yung crushed his hopes immediately. I was talking about the warm-up. The king groaned as he was forced to continue lifting. The king, though exhausted, was starting to see the light. Father, he grunted with effort. You must exhale when exerting your strength and inhale when relaxing. I get it. Su Yung continued to coach him through the workout. Doing 24 repetitions of that should be enough. Please press your back firmly against the bench. Please mind the width between the legs. Please don't lean your upper body forward. Blah, 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 blah. Just then, the royal meal arrived. Your Majesty, we will bring the royal meal. Oh, right. Hurry, bring it here. The spread was laid out before the king. He stared at the less than appetizing food. He picked at the rice with disgust. What is with this rice texture? Eating horse feed would be better than this. The king slammed his spoon down in disgust. Is anyone there? Bring the royal chef here at once. A servant rushed to his side. bowing deeply. Yes, your majesty. Is the royal chef here? The king was furious. Take these away at once and bring me my usual food. What is this nasty joke you're playing? He continued to rant about the new diet. Where did the meat in the soup go? And why are there only tofu and slices of radish? And the one piece of meat here has no fat at all. I can't even eat it. He shoved the tray away in anger. Just throw these for the horses to eat. How disgraceful. Just then, Su Yang entered the room, unfazed by his father's outburst. Does the food not fit to your taste, father? The king was shocked by his son's arrival. I specially curated this royal meal for you. Su Yang continued to sell the new diet to his father. To control sugar levels, both grain syrup and honey were removed. The perfect royal meal. Please believe in your son. You will not gain weight. Germinated brown rice keeps you feeling full for a long time, and tofu is a helpful substitute for meat. The king, however, was not convinced. But it's not delicious at all, is it? Su Yang was ready with a counter-argument. Father, forgive me for saying this, but didn't you agree to absolutely follow my words for the next 6 months? He even quoted Confucius. I learned from the Analects that a wise man regards promises as high as his life. Su Yang laid down the law. I'm even prepared to take all my family members and be exiled for the rest of my life in 6 months. But can you not keep your promise for even 6 months? The king sighed, defeated. Who does he resemble for being so strong-headed? Later that night, the king sat alone, writing furiously by candlelight. The king, exhausted, tries to focus on his calligraphy, but his hand tremors betray his fatigue. He barks an order. I moved the brush incorrectly, so have the paper manufactory send a new one. A courtier replies, at your command. The king laments his weak state. Having repeatedly done those lifts, I don't even have the power to hold the brush. Meanwhile, Su Yang continues to pump iron. The king wonders, it's been 2 weeks since I've been doing that thing he calls conducting oneself and preparing the body. But what is the meaning of all this? Back in his chambers, the king stares blankly at the scroll, lost in thought. He calls out, desperate. Is anyone there? Bring me some snot. Suddenly, a single bloodshot eye peers through the lattice of the door, watching him intently. The king recoiled, startled by the sudden interruption. A courtier peeked through the door. I apologize, your majesty. I wondered if something was up since you stopped between your words. The king waved him off. Forget it. You may leave. You, that bastard might even appear in my dreams now. The candle flickered, casting long shadows in the room. The king slumped back, defeated. I can't perform my political duties because of that brat's exercise. Had I not promised him, I would have stopped this long ago. Meanwhile, the moon hung high in the sky, a silent witness to the royal suffering. Elsewhere in the palace, 2 court ladies exchanged worried glances. The court ladies whispered, watching the king sleep soundly. This is a big deal. His Majesty usually tells the attendants to leave because he snores, doesn't he? Just 2 weeks ago, he couldn't breathe well and kept tossing and turning. The king slept peacefully, a rare sight indeed. Meanwhile, Su Yang and his swole guards were in the middle of an intense workout session. The royal bodybuilders beamed. Congratulations! The king continued to sleep, unaware of the gains being made in his name. The title card appeared, the result of 1 month of conducting oneself and preparing the body. Suddenly, a guard peeked through the door. Who's there? Meanwhile, the guard watched the king, noticing something strange. Is he asleep? The training dummy seemed to stare back with glowing red eyes. What's that now? The king mumbled in his sleep. Hee. How did my second son look like again? No. Did I even have a second son? Hee. He continued, still lost in his dream. Wait, are you saying that I'm married? When? Year 1434, you say? The king's dream turned into a nightmare. Isn't that the deadline for the armillary sphere? Production brat. He was clearly terrified of something. His Majesty, my Majesty. Once the self-striking water clock is done, he's going to kick me out, isn't he? No? The king's eyes snapped open, a manic grin spreading across his face. I knew it. Aren't you the subject of His Majesty the King? The king, still shaken from his nightmare, wondered, where did my life go wrong? He suddenly snapped to attention, bowing obsequiously. Your grace is immeasurable, your Majesty. Second Deputy Commander Zhang Yongshil, a true genius who went from a slave to being promoted very quickly to the position of a third-rank official. As a royal engineer who contributed significantly to the development of Joseon, Sejong the Great. Even in modern times, He's often mentioned as an excellent scientist, but somehow his image looks different from what I imagined. Are scientists like this? POV of a history major. I'd like you to make something for me. This is a royal order by His Majesty the King. Royal order, royal order, royal order. Royal? Did I say something wrong? Calm down. I haven't even gotten to the main point. Who wouldn't? I clearly saw how your highness looked at that time. You were truly amazing. This will make the talking fast then. His Majesty is learning, conducting oneself, and preparing the body. But the problem is, days are getting colder, and he can't go outside. We must prepare for the upcoming winter too. Since he says he can't go outside, I'd like to request you to create something that can make it feel like he's running in a field, even when in the room. Jang Youngshil explained, it's a device that I've never made in my life, so I need some time to understand it. I have a mountain of backlog work, so I may only be able to make it after a few years. Even if it's Jang Youngshil, it will be hard for him to reenact the treadmill of the modern day. Suyang sighed. I guess I'll have to find a better way if it's going to take that long, because His Majesty is suffering greatly from conducting oneself and preparing the body. Suyang pictured the king collapsed on the floor, thinking about the pain that His Majesty is going through. It may still be too early for him to use the steps device. The pain? Jang Youngshil tilted his head. Isn't the regimen of conducting oneself and preparing the body a method of making the body healthy? Don't get me started. The weights increase the higher the level. Suyang shuddered, remembering his own training. There were many times when I felt excruciating pain in my arms and legs, and my stomach turning upside down and vomiting. Even now, thinking about back then makes me shudder. Jang Youngshil gulped, sweat beading on his forehead. Wait, is this thing called conducting oneself and preparing the body that agonizing? I'd like to refuse it if it were up to me. Jang Youngshil shrugs, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. But ho, I have no choice but to get it done quickly because it's a royal command, don't I? He turns to Suyang with a determined look. I am going to draw the draft right away. Why don't you follow me? Suyang raises an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden change in pace. Huh? Didn't you just say it'd take a few years for you to start making it? Jang Youngshil explains the limitations of the materials. If we make it with a wooden board, like in the picture, it will break quickly. But if we make it with a steel board, it will be 10 times heavier. Unless it's someone as strong as you, it'll be difficult to even make it move. He presents his design. So this is the shape that I think. Suyang examines the drawing, a thoughtful expression on his face. As expected, Jang Youngshil confidently states, very well, it'll take around 1 month, won't it? Without fancy decorations, 10 days will be enough. Suyang is taken aback. It only takes 10 days? You said you had a mountain of work to do. Jang Youngshil, dripping with sweat, assures him, since a royal order is strict, I must work until my bones break. Just leave it to me. 10 days later, Suyang and the crown prince stand before a massive contraption. So this is that thing you call the steps device, the crown prince observes. He places a hand on the wood, testing its sturdiness. It's a relief to still be able to exercise inside the palace in the middle of winter, but I'm worried because father is the first one to use it. Suyang flexes, confident in his creation. You don't need to worry too much, brother. I've tested it in advance, and there's no problem with the device function at all. How long has it been? The crown prince sighs. It'd be nice if everyone was like you, but it hasn't been long since father started learning conducting oneself and preparing the body. It'd put my mind to rest if someone who usually does not train could try it in advance. Suyang grins, an idea forming. I happen to know someone perfect for that. The crown prince's eyes narrow suspiciously. Don't tell me. Are you talking about me? You should not make jokes like that. Jang Youngshil's face contorted in a mask of forced agreement. I don't know about anyone else, but I resemble father in the sense that I detest exercising. Time seemed to blur as Jang Youngshil continued his workout of doom, sweat pouring down his face. He cried out, is it enough now? It feels like 1 hour has passed since I'm using this. Suyang was unsympathetic. Only a quarter hour has passed. We still have another quarter left. Only that much time has passed. Jang Youngshil was then forced onto the bench press. Why do I have to do the bench press too? Suyang beamed, completely ignoring the man's suffering. To think someone with a good figure like yours isn't conducting oneself and preparing the body is such a pity. Just 3 more presses. Let's add 3 more! Jang Youngshil's face turned red with exertion and despair. Is this brat set on butchering me? 12 added with 3 makes 15. But how could you want me to add 3 more to that? Suyang loomed over Jang Youngshil, who was struggling with the bench press. Your muscles tell me you can do it 3 more times, brother. I'm going to send you to the teaching official and make him teach you how to count. The camera panned up to the palace roof as Jang Youngshil, utterly defeated, could only plead. Tell me honestly. Jang Youngshil, now doing squats with the barbell, questioned Su-young's motives. I did 12 repetitions of squats earlier, but you're planning to deceive me like during the bench press and keep increasing the number, aren't you? Su-young grinned, his eyes gleaming with maniacal fitness energy. My calculation method changes depending on how your muscles look, brother. If you maintain the right position, the number will never increase. There's no calculation method like that in this world. Suddenly, Jang Youngshil's form faltered. Brother, your knees gave out. Again, Su-young continued to berate him. Your back is tilted too far forward. Again, Jang Youngshil, tears streaming down his face, begged, you, please, go back to your kind self before. Su-young's face contorted into that of a demon. I can be an evil spirit for the sake of your body, brother. I'll take it that you'd be conducting oneself and preparing the body now. Jang Youngshil, still struggling with the squats, could only manage, what? Meanwhile, back at the palace, sweating and panting, King Sejong was running on the treadmill. There are 15 minutes left now. Su-young watched his father with pride. The great King Sejong was out of breath even just by running 15 minutes at first, but now, even 1 hour is easy for him. He continued, thinking of Jang Youngshil, brother too, who at first could only do 12 proper bench press reps. This family's talent is undoubtedly on a different level. Su-young knew that Jang Youngshil was essential to his plan. The second deputy commander played a considerable role. Su-young recalled his conversation with Jang Youngshil. It is already excellent that he could make the steps device with the technology of this era. I am asking this request, but he asked for a field study to find areas for improvement. Su-young thought about the man who would make his vision a reality. Jang Youngshil. He stood before the scientist, contemplating. I was wondering if his image was different compared to the image in history. He watched Jang Youngshil tinkering with the armillary sphere, but as expected from the best scientist of Joseon, Su-young observed Jang Youngshil's dedication. He's got an extraordinary sense of responsibility. Meanwhile, two concerned court officials whispered among themselves. Didn't His Majesty lose a lot of weight recently? One of them continued, his brow furrowed with worry. I'm worried if he's sick or something. Is that all? Meanwhile, one of the court officials was getting worried. He thought he was so tired of exercising with Grand Prince Su-young that he didn't put the political affairs on the back burner. Another official chimed in. It is His Majesty's nature to learn any new subject of study so that he feels satisfied. Grand Prince Su-young is making good use of that trait. The Crown Prince overheard their conversation. Everyone is speaking that way, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I didn't tell Your Highness in case you'd be worried, but His Majesty may have progressed to Sogol. To think his body has become so emaciated even before 3 months have passed. The Crown Prince tried to reassure him. Please don't say things like that. Not only you, but I also lost some extra fat since I started exercising. Father is just going through the same thing. But the official was not convinced. But isn't the symptom of Sogol also rapid loss of fat? That's, the other official agreed. As expected, I can't believe this. To think the regimen for the body's health actually harms health. We must put up a remonstrance, asking His Majesty to stop it at least today. Just then, a booming voice interrupted their plotting. What is all this fuss about? The two officials turned to see who was approaching. They gasped in unison. Your Majesty? Su-young's booming voice echoed through the courtyard. I'm asking, what is this fuss all about? Heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. Someone was approaching, and they weren't happy. The two men turned, surprised by the sudden arrival. They started to say something. The men turned in shock. They exclaimed, Your Majesty? The official looked absolutely serious. He was about to say something. The official demanded to know what all the fuss was about. He looked furious. The official in red announced that they would be leaving. The men turned and started to walk away. The official in red noticed Su-young. He called out to him, addressing him as you. They were saying that father's transformation was a sign of his health getting worse. He pointed out that, according to the royal clinic records, even though father was sweating a lot, the official was still worried. He wondered what would happen if it really was a symptom of Sogol, considering they were only halfway through the promised 6 months. Su-young looked up at the sky, a strange confidence in his eyes. He thought to himself that muscles do not betray, and his brother should wait and see. Turns out, is from rizcomic.com. Su-young looked up towards the sky. He thought about how fast time was going by, and his life in the 21st century was starting to feel like a dream. Two men were standing outside in the snow. One of them noticed Su-young and asked if he was His Highness, the Grand Prince. The two men stood there in silence, the snow falling softly around them. Su-young stared back at the man, waiting for him to say something else. The Inspector General spoke to someone who had entered the office before sunrise. He commented on their early arrival. The person in the office, likely likely His Majesty based on context, asked the Inspector General what brought him so early today. The Inspector General explained that His Majesty had been complaining of fatigue and had less time for political affairs. He said he came to lift His Majesty's burden, even if just a little bit. The Speaker told the Inspector General that he was working really hard. The Speaker asked if the Inspector General had any plans in conducting oneself and preparing the body. The Inspector General looked serious as he explained that he had important work to do. He added that as an official, he couldn't only be thinking about his own safety and didn't have time to put effort into the regimen. His Majesty replied that he wasn't as well versed as the Inspector General when it came to public service, but he argued that if the Inspector General just spent 2 hours exercising, he'd be able to devote himself even more to public service for the remaining 22 hours. The Inspector General pushed back, saying that it might be the opposite case. He said that 22 hours of public service might be ruined because of those 2 hours. The Inspector General responded that he was just wishing the best for His Majesty's health, too. The snow crunched underfoot as someone walked away. The meeting was over. His Majesty stood in the snow, looking up at the sky. He thought about the 6 months he'd promised. Someone reminded His Majesty that the time he promised would be over soon. The Office of Inspector General was an organization that investigated the wrongdoings of all high-ranking officials. They made sure to call out anyone who stepped out of line. The sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. Someone was walking with purpose. Impeachment could be based on nothing but rumors. High-ranking officials could be kicked out of their positions, even without any real proof. The Office of Inspector General followed only the principles and were feared by the other officials. Their power was absolute, and they were not afraid to use it. The official looked concerned. Tomorrow was finally the day of the military training. The official looked down, urging His Majesty to make a decision right away. The officials kneeled before His Majesty, begging him to reconsider. They were desperate to change his mind. His Majesty, still holding the dumbbells, asked what brought them in such a hurry. He seemed annoyed by the interruption. The Inspector General begged. The Inspector General explained that all disciplines take time, but the issue was different. He said that political duties were more important than anything, and exercising was just a light matter. The officials continued, saying that although His Majesty had never neglected his political duties, the king must always set an example for his officials and ministers. The Inspector General said that we are worried. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying their worries into the sky. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. His Majesty spoke sternly, pointing out that the Inspector General always stuck to his principles. He wondered aloud if the inspector was showing loyalty or challenging the king. A heavy silence fell over the courtyard, broken only by the rustling of leaves. Everyone waited with bated breath, wondering what His Majesty would say next. His Majesty continued, his voice rising with passion. He declared that the reason he learned about conducting oneself and preparing the body was to improve his body and set an example at military training, His Majesty declared. He looked absolutely serious. An official spoke up, saying that it was too dangerous. He explained that military training was a law created by the great King Taejo, clearly worried about the king's plans. The man warned that if His Majesty wasn't good at horseback riding, he could be in danger. He explained that even young people take a year to learn how to shoot an arrow from a running horse. King Sejong reassured him that he'd keep a royal guard soldier nearby to prevent accidents. He added that he wouldn't even move forward if his posture was unstable, so there was nothing to worry about. The man started to protest, stuttering nervously. King Sejong declared that if he set an example at the military training, the effectiveness of conducting oneself and preparing the body would be proven. King Sejong looked down at the others, hoping they'd all do at least half as well as he did. His expression was serious, a tight fist clenched, showing immense respect. His grace was immeasurable, the man thought. The banners marked the location, Chorwon County, Gangwon Province. Today was the day for military training. King Sejong, mounted on his horse, announced his intentions. He would personally inspect the line and then carry out the military training. The order was given to maintain perfect uniformity. All soldiers must move according to the suit. King Sejong demanded that they move in unison. The soldiers responded with a resounding. The man on horseback watched King Sejong with surprise. He commented to the other man that His Majesty had never moved so much before. He had participated in military training for more than 10 years, but he had never seen him like this. The men in the palanquin recalled the last military training. One of them said that His Majesty only gave orders from the palanquin back then, so this was very different. An order echoed through the area, signaling the start of the military training. The drums began to to beat, and the command to march forward was given. King Sejong rode on his horse and thought to himself that it was worth riding for 2 hours every day with that brat. He was finally seeing the results. King Sejong finally understood why Taejo, lying in the royal tombs, told him to enjoy horseback riding. He thought that after nurturing his body like this, it felt rewarding to step up into military training. Grand Prince Suyang watched King Sejong ride with newfound intensity. He said he never would have dreamed father riding the horse so intensely. The sound of something rustling in the bushes echoed through the forest. Something was coming closer. Grand Prince Suyang spotted a wild boar in the distance. He was shocked, wondering how he could be seeing something so far away. Grand Prince Suyang suddenly shouted for the bow and arrow, calling out, "The bow! Give me the bow and arrow!" Someone responded, "Yes, father." Someone addressed the Inspector General, asking if he wasn't participating in the hunt with His Majesty. The Inspector General replied that he had another prey, so they should go first. The Inspector General stared intently at Grand Prince Suyang, his face grim. He had no idea what Suyang was planning by hiding his wicked nature of the past, but he had never forgotten about Suyang's vicious nature, calling him the seed of trouble that would harm His Majesty. Someone rode through the hills, the wind blowing past them. In essence, military training was training to prepare for war, and anything could happen in war. The man stared off into the distance, a slight smile on his face. Anything could happen. The Inspector General's words hung in the air, dripping with venom. "Grand Prince Suyang, you're the seed of trouble that will harm His Majesty." Then, Suyang notched an arrow, his eyes locked on his target. He drew back the bowstring, aiming with deadly precision. "Got it. His Majesty has caught a wild boar. Congratulations, Your Majesty." The crowd was stunned. It is as if we're seeing the military training of the great King Taejo. The king's horse reared back, narrowly avoiding trampling the boar. He landed hard, his boots sinking into the dirt. The crown prince rushed forward, shouting, "Feed, father!" The Inspector General was right behind him, a look of panic on his face. Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you hurt somehow?" But the king just started laughing. Haha, the crown prince was bewildered. Haha, father, the king, dusting himself off, declared, "Never once have I ever hit the target with a bow, but I'm only realizing the fun of horseback riding and hunting now that I'm older." An official nervously replied, "Your Majesty, please take care of your body." The king chuckled. "Haha, I know." The Inspector General watched with narrowed eyes. "Your Majesty," he muttered suspiciously, his face contorted in silent rage. Meanwhile, the crown prince reached out to help his father. "Father, please stand up carefully," he said, offering a steady hand. The king, accepting his son's help, proclaimed, "I proved that conducting oneself and preparing the body is not a simple regimen." The king, having proven his point in the most strenuous way possible, declared, "Now that I've done what you all said was impossible, it's your turn to keep your promise now. You all must become experts in conducting oneself and preparing the body now." The officials, realizing they have no escape, responded, "We receive your command, Your Majesty." Later, a craftsman approached Suyang. "The first device out of the things you've asked is here." He gestured towards a strange contraption. "It is called lat pull down." Suyang cracked his knuckles. "You've really worked hard. Then shall we?" He gripped the bar, muscles bulging with anticipation. With a grunt, Suyang began his set. "Hoop, hoop, hoop. How long has it been since I last did a set of lat pull downs? What do you think, Your Highness?" Sorry. I was going to just test it out, but it happens to be a back day. This should greatly help train my back. I've learned a lot of things from Your Highness too. For example, like applying the method of using a moving pulley to another device." "What? Jang Youngshil is learning from me?" Come to think of it, the technology of moving pulleys wasn't widely used in this era, was it? I tried using the device, but it felt like my underarms would get torn apart. I shudder at the thought of the hardships His Majesty must endure while using this device. The second deputy commander grits his teeth, his face a mask of forced compliance. However, since it is a royal order, I have no other choice. Suyang's smile widens, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Are you really doing this because you have no other choice?" Suyang moves on, already thinking about the next torture device. The next device would be the leg curl. He assures the craftsman, leg curl is easy to make, so 1 month should be enough to create it. Suyang pats the second deputy commander on the shoulder. "You are going through a lot of trouble, second deputy commander. I'll tell His Majesty to let you take a vacation once the leg curl production is complete." The deputy commander refuses. No, he launches into a speech declaring, "I am greatly indebted for His Majesty's kindness in letting me hold a governmental post from being a lowly slave. How would I dare to enjoy the luxury?" The deputy commander, still reeling from the intensity of the training, can only think about how fulfilling it is to see His Highness doing his exercises and recovering his health. Meanwhile, the leg curl machine is complete, looking suspiciously like a chair used when playing drums. The deputy commander is looking forward to how much health it'll bring His Majesty with that device, trying to calm himself down. He needs to ask His Majesty to let Zhang Yongshil take a vacation. Just then, an official rushes up, gasping, "Your Highness the Grand Prince, how much longer are you going to keep His Majesty exercising? He's been exercising for 1 hour every day." Suyang turns to him, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "If you do not follow the path I'm taking, you will be breaking your promise. Are you going to treat a promise with me as a piece of cake?" The official is taken aback. "That is such an unfair thing to say, Your Majesty." Another official runs up, pleading, "Your Highness, please stop His Majesty, and not just keep watching." The official could only smile weakly, thinking, who would dare to stop His Majesty? Another official thinks to himself, there's no mistaking that he's taking revenge on the Office of Inspector General for barging into his abode. If not that, the Inspector General collapses to the ground, exhausted. His subordinates rush to his side. "My lord, are you all right?" The Inspector General, utterly defeated, wheezes, "I'm done for. You all should at least run and chase after His Majesty." His loyal or terrified subordinates respond, "We'll go with you, even if we have to carry you on our back. My shoes are ripped apart. Please save us." One of the officials can only think. I can only hear their moans, as if they're going to fall over at any moment. Ow. Suyang, riding high on his horse, surveys the scene with satisfaction. Desirable to see this of Yoseon. A week after the military training, we find ourselves at Inspector General Yi Suk-chi's house. "Do you really have to go?" The Inspector General is clearly not happy about something. "What is the meaning of it now?" he continues, lamenting his age and the state of the court. "Busybodies who don't even know what's going on are talking about demotion and exile as they please. I'm going to be 50 soon. It means it's hard for me to accept something new now." The Inspector General finally admits defeat. "I must admit it now, that His Majesty really became healthy due to conducting oneself and preparing the body." The camera focuses on a darkened face, eyes gleaming with an unknown intention. Grand Prince Suyang too. The Inspector General realized that Suyang had become a completely different person, even from his eyes, unlike back then. Although it is not a part of primary affairs of the government, recently, the movements of the Jurchen people have been unusual. He plans to go to Hamgyal province as their provincial governor and watch over them. Meanwhile, back at the palace, tell Grand Prince Suyang to be careful about the Ming Empire's Ministry of Rights visit. The Ministry of Rights is an institution in charge of imperial affairs. I've heard that during their last visit, eunuch Chang Sheng tried the soap and bought about 100 of them. Given the case, it is certain that those soaps have ended up in the hands of Wang Zhen. Rumors say that guy is raising a hungry ghost within his body. Someday, he will Was Grand Prince Suyang a time traveler? It's a question that's been on everyone's minds. Last mid-autumn, Harvest Festival holidays, the whole family gathered together to enjoy the traditional folk game of powerlifting. The grandfather was as happy as a child when his grandson lifted 20 kilograms more than last year. Conducting oneself and preparing the body took root in our country, starting from Grand Prince Suyang, the second son of King Sejong the Great. Traditional folk games weren't the only thing he developed. Grand Prince Suyang was also the first creator of soap and surgical spirit. Some even claim that he was a time traveler. According to Lee Doan Kwan, director of Joseon History Archives, conducting oneself and preparing the body that Grand Prince Suyang created seems similar to modern bodybuilding. During his youth, he was competent to the point that he seemed like a time traveler, but he became more negligent of his duty as days passed. Experts also criticize him for that. Had he spread conducting oneself and preparing the body even further, it wouldn't have been simply a traditional folk game. Instead, it would have spread to the entire world and replaced bodybuilding. To sum it up, he is just a meaningless figure who only added a folk game to the cultural heritage of our country. The Crown Prince eyed Suyang with concern. "What dream did you have that you're behaving prudently?" He noticed Suyang's pallor. "You look very pale too. You'll have to reduce reading books for a bit." "Yes, brother. That dream felt so real. There's no way I'd get caught for being a time traveler in the future." Suyang shook his head, a newfound sense of purpose in his eyes. "No, it certainly can happen. On top of that, if I don't work hard from now on, it's highly possible that I'll be criticized by future generations." The weight of responsibility seemed to crush him. "I'm about to die. under this pile of books. But then, a spark ignited within him. I'm going to make a new set of characters for our people starting tomorrow, he declared with renewed vigor. I can't say that you're excellent in simply but with the passion of conducting oneself and preparing the body. There's nothing you cannot do, is there? Let's gather our strength and make it. The Crown Prince smiled. You happens to know Sanskrit too, so it's a relief. We have a lot of books on phonetics, so it'll be of great help, aiding him in making proper sounds for the instruction of the people. I had a lot to prepare just for conducting oneself and preparing the body. Do you understand how I feel? The young prince now thinks that I'm someone who visits him only in the middle of the night. Your habit of sighing now resembles the second deputy commander, Zhang Yangshil. Su Yang sighs deeply, contemplating the future. What do you think about looking into disciples? Didn't you say that you needed the roles of a trainer and assistant trainer? I think Ma Il-yong is suitable for that role. Since he's the son of a concubine, he couldn't rise to the governmental position, but his abilities are outstanding. It'd be great if it were him, but it'd be better if there were people of various identities. Why do we need people of various identities? Aren't filial piety and talent much more critical in conducting oneself and preparing the body? No, we certainly need someone of high status. In order to perform conducting oneself and preparing the body at the East Palace, we must have a member of the royal family. A disciple that is a member of the royal family. I can only think of one person, but I don't know if he'd want to perform conducting oneself and preparing the body. Prince Siosan, the third son of the deposed Crown Prince Yang Yang. He stood silently, lost in thought. Grand Prince Yang Yang, who was the original crown prince during King Taejo's reign, committed several acts of corruption and infidelity while riding on the backs of the royal family. In the end, he was deposed, and the great King Sejong rose to the throne. I heard that Prince Seosan grew up doing scoundrel-like deeds. What brings you here to see me, brother? Prince Seosan, personal name Yi Hye, third son of Grand Prince Yang Yang, asked. Su Yang sized him up. He's more normal than I thought. Su Yang thought back to what he knew of the prince. I know the reason Prince Seosan went crazy was because his father, Grand Prince Yang Yang, insulted his concubine. Is he still doing fine because that hasn't happened yet? Su Yang decided to cut to the chase. Have you ever heard about conducting oneself and preparing the body? Seosan replied. Yes, I know it's a new discipline founded by you, brother. Even His Majesty recommended it to the office of Inspector General. Su Yang extended an offer. I'd like to take you in as my disciple and transfer the knowledge of conducting oneself and preparing the body. What do you say? Seosan bowed slightly. I would just like to thank you for your consideration, brother. Su Yang grinned. How refreshing. Mr. Ma, the man bowed. Yes, your highness. Su Yang turned back to Seosan, a glint in his eye. We shall begin after having you relax your body with a wooden bar. Su Yang's offer of swole enlightenment was met with resistance. Don't come any closer. The prince recoiled in disgust. My head is hurting already with the smell of sweat. How dare you try to touch me with your dirty self? The prince continued his rant. I'd love to learn conducting oneself and preparing the body, but I'm a member of the royal family too. Brother, how do you expect me to function with a lowly son of a concubine? Suddenly, a royal scolding rained down from above. What are you doing? Hurry and get down at once. The prince's legs gave out. I really can't do it this time. I can't feel my thighs anymore. Su Yang watched the prince struggle, unimpressed. You're making such a fuss. Isn't it easy for Mr. Ma to carry 60 gun and even more? The prince, face contorted in pain, could barely choke out. I was wrong. Please decrease the weight, he begged pathetically. Please, brother. Su Yang, however, was unmoved. As expected, the answer was right here. The prince collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, utterly defeated by the weight. An official watching the scene unfold couldn't help but speak up. Haven't you been mistreated all your life because you have the blood of a deposed crown prince? He continued, his voice laced with disapproval. How could you give him the same unfair treatment you experience regularly? The official berated the prince, questioning, when you know that such injustice would be compounded because Ma Il-yong is a concubine's son. Tears streamed down the prince's face as he confessed. It's because, without doing such things, I can't bear the injustice done to me, he continued, lamenting his position. What can I possibly achieve by learning this discipline when elder brother and second elder brother are already more excellent than me in it? I've never been involved in government affairs, let alone held a government post. He sobbed. I've lived my entire life under the watchful eyes of others, with people worrying that I, with an impure heart, would threaten the throne. I can't do anything, and I am always frustrated. I remain anxious no matter what I try to do, he whimpered. The official remained stern, replying, even so, as a member of the royal family, you ought not to behave like that. Don't you know how scary the wrath death of a royal family is to a commoner. Finally, the prince relented, tears still streaming down his face. Ma Il-young, I was wrong. I will behave well in the future. The prince seemed to be taking his words to heart. As Su-yang continued to plot his next move, Su-yang declared, learn the 3 basics of bench press, squats, and deadlift from Mr. Ma. Su-yang peered intently at the prince. Once you reach a combined weight of 650 jun, I'll consider putting you in charge of conducting oneself and preparing the body inside the palace. The prince was shocked. Me, conducting oneself and preparing the body in the palace? Hasn't His Majesty proved the effectiveness of conducting oneself and preparing the body himself? Su-yang began to lay out his vision. Someone who goes back and forth in the palace must master conducting oneself and preparing the body just like the 4 books and 5 classics. The person teaching, conducting oneself, and preparing the body will be called trainer. Su-yang continued, I need someone other than me who can perform the conducting oneself and preparing the body hall in the East Palace. What do you think it is, if not being the king's teacher? Su-yang finished his thought. If you rise to the position of the king's teacher, do you think the people around you can still point their fingers at you? The prince looked utterly defeated, sprawled on the floor after his workout. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Is there really hope for me? I'm embarrassed to say this, but I was so scared of the other's eyes that I haven't even learned the 13 classics. Su-yang and Mr. Ma stood side by side, a united front. Mr. Ma and I will help you, Su-yang continued, reassuring the prince. And His Majesty is creating a new set of characters, which will immensely help learning the scriptures. These new characters were called the proper sounds for the instruction of the people. Meanwhile, the newly buff royal guards bowed in unison, a testament to the effectiveness of Su-yang's training. King Sejong, ever the benevolent ruler, declared, our country's language is different from that of the Middle Kingdom, and many people cannot express their will. For this purpose, I am creating a set of 28 new characters out of compassion. He presented the new script with pride. This is a set of characters to teach the people correctly. With a flourish, he emphasized the importance of this new system, correctly engraving the voices of the people in itself. The king finished with a flourish, will widely benefit the world. Just then, the young prince came running in, calling out, Father. King Sejong smiled. Young prince, what brings you here? The prince beamed, holding up a cat. Father, now I can carry the cat too. Sejong chuckled. Ho ho, how amazing. The prince tilted his head, a child's innocent curiosity shining in his eyes. But father, why is Uncle Jung-ho always lying down whenever I see him? The other day, he was begging to have his life spared. Is he sick? Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Ma Il-young was completely spent. He wheezed. There is no gain without pain. Muscles get sore while growing. Oh, back with the king. The young prince looked up to Hye, impressed. Uncle Hai, you are amazing. Uncle Jung-ho is always lying down, but you're always sitting. Hye sighed, wiping sweat from his brow. It's nothing amazing. I'm starting later than the others, so I can't lie down even if I want to. Young prince, you should learn any discipline early. The prince's eyes widened, holding up a book. Then again, you're still 5, so it'll be too much for you to read any book. Are you talking about this? The young prince, Pai, holding up the book, asked, You brat, when did you learn how to read? Father gave me this book. Would you like to take a look too, uncle? Su-young's thoughts drifted. My son is already 5 years old. Is this even possible? My life was all about progressive overload. I mean barbells and dumbbells. Progressive overload is when you gradually increase the weight, frequency, or number of repetitions in your strength training routine. But my life from the modern era feels like a dream now. Back in the courtyard, Su-young's wife was doing dumbbell exercises. He thought, to think exercising will be my family's daily life. She smiled, wiping sweat from her forehead. This much is easy now. Su-young's eyes widened. Huh? He rushed toward her, shouting, My wife. Su-young rushed to his wife's side, concern etched on his face. My wife, are you all right? She leaned into him, explaining, Yes, I couldn't keep myself together. My head suddenly felt dizzy, and I failed to control my body. Her words were followed by a concerning admission. I feel nauseous too. Su-young's eyes widened. She feels nauseous? Nauseous? He quickly tried to diagnose the issue. This must be a temporary symptom caused by shortness of breath, which caused a reduction of the flow of air to the head. Don't tell me? Take a deep breath slowly. He steadied her, relieved. Fortunately, I was right beside her. Otherwise, she could have been injured seriously. Su-young's expression darkened. The more people exercise, the more people will get injured. He was clearly conflicted. What should I do? Su-young's eyes gleamed with an almost maniacal intensity. It wasn't 250 gyun, but 150 gun. He approached the man, a predatory glint in his eye. So you're Woo Hyun-gyu. Let's have a talk with me, will you? Su-young turned away, a thoughtful expression on his face. He began his diagnosis. This is more serious than I thought. It looks like frequent meals to nurture his injured back back caused him to gain weight, scanning shoulders that keep getting hunched due to a weak core, protruding belly, even with a skinny body. I heard he didn't stop riding horses even after injury because his weight was increasing. It may no longer be possible to do anything about it. Woo Hyun-gyu looked up at Soo-young, desperate. It seems to me that your condition has worsened since you continued to train, despite being injured. Is there a way to cure this? Soo-young smiled, a hint of challenge in his voice. There is, but I can't assure you that you will be cured completely. Would you trust and follow me? Soo-young demonstrated the workout routine. First, lunges, hoop, back stretching Mackenzie exercises. Diligently train your body this way. Woo Hyun-gyu looked skeptical. Yes, I understand. But does this really train the body? Isn't it simply moving the body? About that. Unfortunately, I need to tell you this in advance. Soo-young paused, choosing his words carefully. Even if you perform conducting oneself and preparing the body, you won't be able to lift heavy weights. Of course, it'll get better from now. But since you said it has been more than 1 year since you hurt your back, the bad news hit him hard. It seems like it'll be difficult to make a complete recovery. Woo Hyun-gyu's face fell. No way. Despair washed over him. Is there another way? Are you telling me to live this way without being able to act like a man? I'm ashamed to see my wife now. Woo Hyun-gyu's world had just crumbled, but then he heard a voice. A wife. My wife, are you all right? He rushed to her side, a wave of emotion washing over him. I couldn't keep myself together. Soo-young watched the scene unfold, then spoke. So I'd like to ask you, Woo-jong. Soo-young continued, laying out his plan. I'd like you to find ways to cure yourself based on conducting oneself and preparing the body. Woo Hyun-gyu was dumbfounded. Are you asking me to become a physician? I've never even read any medical books. Soo-young countered with logic. Even physicians don't know about muscles in detail. He elaborated on his reasoning. That's why many people like you receive wrong prescriptions. A rehabilitation physician must understand the relationship between muscles and skeleton. The royal physician was moved by Soo-young's dedication. I see. To think you'd be this deep thinking. I won't let anyone speak badly of His Highness now. Soo-young chuckled. Haha. I think everything will be fine as long as you keep your mouth shut. Meanwhile, the royal guards continued their intense training, lifting weights and performing calisthenics under Soo-young's watchful eye. Soo-young mused to himself. By the way, I'm slowly gathering disciples. Through the invention of Hangul, the concept of conducting oneself and preparing the body would spread rapidly, and at this rate, people would start exercising naked outdoors. He realized the need for appropriate workout attire. I must find a fabric that anyone can easily buy and wear, regardless of whether they are nobles or commoners. He examined a sample. Oh, you created this in a hurry, but it's not bad. It's a fabric that is easy to obtain, so even if it gets torn and dirty, it will be easy to wear again. One of the court ladies examined the fabric closely. Even so, isn't cotton mainly worn by commoners? Soo-young flexed, showing off the gains. There are other fabrics too, but why does it have to? What do you think, my wife? The queen was visibly shocked by the sight. Good heavens. What kind of clothing is it? It's my first time seeing this type of clothing. Soo-young explained his vision. This is an outfit exclusive for exercising, designed by me, although it's just a normal t-shirt in the modern era. No matter what, I chose cotton because it'll be easy to obtain, and it's the most comfortable for athletic activities. He paused, considering the implications. But nobles might not want to wear it because they are unfamiliar with the texture. But the queen's expression changed, a spark of understanding in her eyes. I was wrong. Judging by how you're moving, it looks like the perfect fabric for exercising, as expected. So that's what you think, my wife. Very well, then make some extra pieces using this pattern. A court lady bowed. Yes, your highness. Like that, cotton, which was often used by commoners, was used to make exercise suits. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, oh my, is this what conducting oneself and preparing the body is all about? The seeds of change were being sown, and not just in the palace. Elsewhere, at Jingwan Temple, under the dim light of a candle, a scholar was engrossed in his studies. Meijuk Heian, aren't you too absorbed in your studies? He stretched, joints popping. It's 11 p.m. now, so you should return now. I lost myself again in books. Is it midnight already? Seong Sam-mun, scholar of Hall of Worthies, Shin Suk-ju, junior scholar, asked. You've been focusing more on your studies recently. Why is that? He replied, what do you think? A relative of the royal family is setting an example. We can't lose either, can we? Implying Grand Prince Soo-young. He picked up the book. Is that the book of conducting oneself and preparing the body? I just read it briefly, but I like the content. By the way, what is Dan guy doing? Ouiji's courtesy name. It's something called push-ups in the book. Come to think of it, you disappeared at dawn and came back after bathing. By any chance, were you taking a run on the mountain path according to the book? I'd like to do that, but the path in Mount Bukhan is steep, so it's hard to run. In return, I did rope skipping for warming up the body and driving away distracting thoughts. I don't think it's such an amazing book. Other than how to build a body, it's just a compilation of what we already know. You should not take lightly the book His Highness the Crown Prince sent us. Ouiji, junior scholar of the Hall of Worthies. The two scholars stared intensely at each other, the tension palpable. Now, you're both very hot-blooded. Why don't we stop here for the day and discuss the book tomorrow afternoon? The scholars continued their debate about Su-Yang's new training methods. The sun streaming through the trees outside. One of them suggested, would Dan Guy, the one who read the book the most, speak first? Dan Guy began. The discipline called conducting oneself and preparing the body believes that it is not enough to just cherish the body given to us by our parents, so it focuses on making it stronger. Another scholar chimed in. I still haven't done it, but hearing about it from Dan Guy, there's something I'm doubting about. A scripture contains the words of a wise sage, but was Grand Prince Su-Yang that kind of person? Another agreed. I think so too. And there's something else. The basic way to show filial piety is to rise in the world and gain fame. So what is the purpose of building the body? The first scholar continued. According to the first volume of Conducting Oneself and Preparing the Body, it is said that minor illnesses would disappear, and one would not get tired easily, even in extreme heat and cold. But I'm doubtful if it's correct. He concluded, while I do not think focusing on cause and effect is a bad thing, what bothers me more than anything is that it is a discipline that uses expensive hardware. The scholars continued to debate the merits of Su-Yang's fitness revolution. One asked, it is said that the body can change correctly, but how many people have been transformed? Another scholar responded, don't you know it too? He revealed the shocking truth. It's His Majesty. The others were stunned. Don't tell me, are you guys? They panicked, vehemently denying any ill intent. Trying to disdain His Majesty? There's no way we would. One of them pointed out the obvious. He rapidly transformed ever since learning conducting oneself and preparing the body. The eunuchs say he's even more active than during his youth. He continued, not all theories of the book may be correct, but doesn't it definitely make the body stronger? He paused, considering the implications. If we immerse ourselves in a book all day and can still move normally the next day, won't it help with our studies too? One of the scholars was aghast. Are you implying that we should bring the hardware into Jingguan Temple? Su-Yang, ever the pragmatist, suggested alternatives. If the situation is not conducive, we can use stones or logs of small weight, 15 kilograms. Su-Yang shrugged, unimpressed by their lack of commitment. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. 8 days later, a log slammed onto the temple floor. Hey! One of the scholars collapsed, utterly spent. It's so hard that I can't take this anymore. What's so good about this? But it wasn't long before the scholars started dropping like flies. I can't take this any longer, one of them argued. We can read one more book within this time. Another scholar wiped his brow, utterly defeated. Su-Yang watched them go, unfazed. In the end, everyone is quitting, huh? He grabbed the pull-up bar, determined. I saw people changing due to conducting oneself and preparing the body, so I'm going to perform it diligently and make a healthy body out of myself. August 1441. Back inside, the king approached Wu Hyun-gyu with a smile. You've worked really hard. Su-Yang watched his subjects working hard. I thought creating a shoulder press device and seated row device would be difficult. He grinned, scribbling notes. It's all thanks to working day and night. If I add more weight here, what will happen? One of the workers, clearly regretting his life choices, muttered, isn't it natural for a subject who receives a stipend to obey the royal orders? Another added, panting. Men of the office of Inspector General were the ones working hard because they even provided resources to test the stability of the device. Just then, a familiar voice called out, You! I came here to see the completed devices. Brother! The workers scrambled to attention. Your Highness the Crown Prince. They bowed deeply, eager to report on their progress. We would like to make a report, Your Highness. We have proven the stability of the devices. The Crown Prince was practically begging. He implored the men to test out the new weightlifting device. Please get on the device and perform the exercise. But Su-Yang was having none of it. Would you let this go? I'm going to punish all of you. Should I have brother do the big 3 exercises while I'm at it? He pushed his brother harder. Brother, a bit more. Put in a bit more strength. Finally, the Crown Prince completed the lift. A system notification appeared. You've raised the level of conducting oneself and preparing the body. Congratulations on reaching 500 gun of the big 3 exercises. The Crown Prince, now benching 190 kilograms, felt a surge of pride. It feels different being acknowledged by you. My body is quickly getting better, so it'll take around 1 year to reach 700 gun. don't you think? Suyang smiled, laying down some hard truths. We don't know for sure. Everyone's muscles grow at different rates, but for me, I have diligently grown my muscles to lift 800 jun for the big 3 exercises. He glanced at the barbell, a T/L of 300 kilograms displayed above it. Ever since then, my muscles haven't grown further. Suyang continued his fitness diagnosis. I possess the body of Grand Prince Suyang with tremendous talent and have already gained experience in the modern era. On the other hand, although brother is a descendant of the talented King Taejo, he lacks experience and skills. He turned to his brother, flexing his arm. It would probably take 2 years at the shortest or 5 years at the longest for brother to reach 700 gun. He grinned. Don't you think my arm has grown thicker? Suddenly, Suyang's expression turned serious. But is it important if it takes 2 years or 5? He loomed over the crown prince, a mischievous glint in his eye. The most important thing may be somewhere else. Brother, would you like to do another set? He chuckled darkly. Above them, the sky was clear and empty. The palace was quiet, but inside, the queen wasn't feeling so well. Suyang rushed to her side. My wife, are you all right? She replied weakly. I made you worry. I've been having morning sickness for a while and can't even eat. Suyang frowned, realizing her dietary needs weren't being met. I apologize, but there's meat I haven't had in a while. You're talking about pork. Come to think of it, you've only been eating beef and chicken that are not oily due to conducting oneself and preparing the body. He balled his fist, determined. I can't just stay still. Just wait. My wife. With newfound purpose, Suyang sprinted out of the room. I'm going to get you some pork right away. Oh my. He arrived at the butcher shop, ready to make a demand. It will be used as meat for consumption, so show me the biggest one here. The butcher beamed, presenting his finest specimen. Absolutely, Your Highness. Here it is. Suyang's face fell. Stop joking around and show it to me. The butcher, feigning innocence, replied. Oh my. Your Highness, why would I play some joke with you? Doesn't its flesh look so firm, yet so puffy at the same time? Suyang was incredulous. Is there a better pig than this in the 8 provinces of Joseon? This is an adult pig? He stared in disbelief at the tiny piglet. This? Even without its cheeks, doesn't it look sturdy and chubby? I bet you will never be able to find a better pig than this in the 8 provinces of Joseon. This is a fully grown pig. This won't do. I need to feed my wife a bigger pig. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Kim Jong-seo had returned from battle. Your lowly subject, Kim Jong-seo, has defeated the northern barbarians and returned to the capital. Kim Jong-seo, courtesy name Kim Guk-jeong, a tiger from the early Joseon dynasty, who is good at both scholarly and military arts. The king greeted him warmly. It's been hard on you. It'll be winter soon, so even the barbarians won't be able to move around easily. Kim Jong-seo bowed deeply. It's all thanks to your immeasurable grace, Your Majesty. As the lanterns glowed in the night, Suyang found himself in the middle of a feast. Can I pour you a drink in His Majesty's stead? Suyang accepted the offer. Of course. His companion continued. I heard about your rumor, Your Highness. I think your presence can rival that of the greatest general in the world. Suyang chuckled, accepting the compliment. You flatter me. I didn't build muscles to shoot a bow or swing a sword. The man leaned in conspiratorially. Didn't you send a guy who was more trustworthy than a bow and a sword all the way to the north? A trustworthy guy? Suyang nodded sagely. I'm talking about the spirit, the man explained. I had my doubts when we suddenly received strong liquor from the capital, but they told us it was Your Highness' invention and that we should use it to wipe the wound with a clean cotton cloth. Thanks to it, the number of soldiers with festering wounds decreased. So that's why there was no rust in the distiller. I can't believe it's being used so well. However, the fact that you sent a spirit was not necessarily a good thing. Northern soldiers always drink to drive away the cold. There have been many times when they got in trouble for drinking spirit. Now that I think about it, you get alcohol if you mix spirit with water. In the first place, using soju as ingredients. How did you take care of it? We added motherwort, a bitter plant, to the spirit. After that, even if they tried to drink it secretly, they had no choice but to spit it out. Haha. Oh ho, Lee Wanbong. Take a cup too, huh? Wanbong, with his incredible strength, Wanbong also played an important role in subjugating the barbarians. No, I simply use my strength for His Majesty the King. Yi Chinggok, courtesy name Yi Wanbong, a famous general in the early Joseon dynasty who rose to fame under Kim Jong-seo. Now that 2 strong men have met, you two must have a lot to talk about. I have to go learn new writings from His Majesty. Trainer's eye activated. Scanning. Great overall muscle balance. Firm muscles. muscles. This is the first time since I came to Joseon that I have seen anyone whose physique can be compared to mine. This man was an incredible martial artist. As history tells it, when Suyang ascended to the throne and was in danger of a purge, he attempted to raise the military by gathering the Jurchens from Hamgyal province. But according to the history books, he was killed by his subordinate generals. In the end, the rebellion failed, but he is said to be the most powerful person in history in terms of strength. What's this? Did he not come here because he had something to say? Suyang thought to himself. This is so awkward. Well, I guess it's understandable, because if history goes the way it was, he would end up dying at my hands. The general stammered. The news of your mighty power spread all the way to the north, Your Highness. How embarrassing. He continued. I have a lot of questions about conducting oneself and preparing the body. Would it be all right if I visit your house later? Suyang smiled, realizing the general was trying to spare his feelings. Oh, competing for strength here would make a lot of people feel uncomfortable. Did he say that out of consideration for me? Of course. He reevaluated his opinion. This person may not be as bad as I thought. Meanwhile, two soldiers approached Suyang's residence. Is it His Highness the Grand Prince's house? They stared up at the massive prince in awe. Is he truly a human like us? Inside, the general examined the equipment. I've already read conducting oneself and preparing the body. Is that thing called a small dumbbell? That's right. He reached out cautiously. May I take a look at it? Suyang cautioned him. Since it's made of cast iron, please be careful as it is quite heavy. It definitely weighs a lot more than it looks. The general watched Suyang casually curl a dumbbell. I can barely do dumbbell rows with a 25 gun small dumbbell, yet he's doing dumbbell curls with it? Another soldier chimed in, having heard rumors of the prince's strength. I heard that Your Highness used 1,000 gun for the 3 major exercises. The general's competitive spirit flared. If I were to do the 3 major exercises, how much could I lift? Meanwhile, Suyang continued to push his own limits, grunting with each rep. The general watched in awe as Suyang lifted the massive weight. This definitely takes quite a bit of strength. I've been learning for 6 months, and I can't even dream of lifting that heavy yet. The iron slammed back down, the impact shaking the room. The soldier was impressed. You are incredible. For someone who is doing body training for the first time, you can already lift 690 gun in the 3 major exercises. In this day and age, it wouldn't be strange if someone called this divine power. What's wrong? Is there something you don't like about conducting oneself and preparing the body? No. Thanks to it, I learned a lot about how to train my body. Please be honest. Since I came up with this study on my own, I think it has some shortcomings. His Majesty the King said that Grand Prince Suyang invented a method to perfect the body, and it could be used in military art. However, you are thinking that it would be difficult to use the conducting oneself and preparing the body in the military, right? Suyang nodded, waiting for the general's honest opinion. When it comes to conducting oneself and preparing the body, the emphasis is on bulking up the muscles, but I don't think you need to be muscular to wield weapons. After all, you need a specific body type for using weapons. I've heard this a lot somewhere. Bodybuilding muscles are for decoration. That's some great insight. Please continue. Also, the book said to eat meat and get enough exercise. Would it be possible for average soldiers to eat meat daily? As military literature and academics have different paths, conducting oneself and preparing the body can only be applied to academics. It isn't practical. Suyang's face darkened, a dark aura emanating from him. So he's saying, I don't know anything about military literature. Grand Prince Suyang may not be a military man, but I, Choi Young-jik, was a former member of the Korean military and a reserve sergeant before I transmigrated. I first learned about bodybuilding in the military as well. Within 3 years, I will invent a new conducting oneself and preparing the body schedule for soldiers. Meanwhile, back at the palace, King Sejong sat on his throne, reading a letter. Just then, the crown prince entered. Is there something wrong, father? The king looked up. It is a letter from the Ming Empire that they want to purchase about 100 soap bars. That's great news. It's worth having grown alodia trees, the material used to make soap. He paused, his expression turning curious. But they also want to see Grand Prince Suyang, the one who created the soap. One of the court officials looked concerned. I don't understand why they would want to see him, considering Yu has no connection with the Ming Empire. From what I heard, it was an eunuch from the Ministry of Rights. The king smiled, pleased with how things were progressing. This has gone rather well. Among the royal members, Yu has a more open view than anyone else. His smile widened as he considered the possibilities. How about we send him to the Ming Empire as our envoy? The iron slammed back down, the impact shaking the room. Sweating and panting, the soldier wipes his brow, clearly impressed by Suyang's scenes. In just over a year, since you began studying conducting conducting oneself and preparing the body. You've already achieved the feat of lifting over a total of 500 juns in the 3 major exercises. It seems quite achievable for you to become an assistant trainer by next year. Really? In my opinion, I don't think I will even be able to catch up to His Highness the Crown Prince, let alone become an assistant trainer. Soo-young suddenly changes the topic. Brother, do you remember when I tried to take in a concubine before? I guess so. You wanted to bring in a concubine. However, you gave up, saying you wanted to focus on conducting oneself and preparing the body. Actually, I brought in a concubine again. People around me were apprehensive because I didn't have children. The Crown Prince looks shocked. What? I see. Soo-young continues. Yes, that's why I ended up taking the daughter from the Yoon family of Hamyang. In this era, people usually have children before age 20. It is a prevalent practice to have a concubine if you are childless, even after age 20. King Sejong the Great was also very concerned until Big Brother had his first child at 23. Is there a problem? About that. Soo-young leans in with a devious grin. Would you believe me if I told you that soon your father would attack your wife? So, he raises a finger, a glint in his eye. I read your fortune based on the Book of Changes. It is said that if you take a second wife, a man-made disaster will befall her. The Crown Prince looks back, concerned. A man-made disaster? Not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. Soo-young smirks, knowing he has his brother's attention. Do you know how to prevent a man-made disaster? Using your physical strength, of course. He flexed his bicep for emphasis. Oh, makes sense. Something like stopping a man-made disaster caused by a thief with your strength. But the method for a woman to develop her strength, there's one. Look carefully. This is the martial art that I will teach your concubine. Try grabbing my collar, brother. When you beat someone, don't you always try to grab them by the collar first? He adjusted his grip, ready to demonstrate the devastating power of his new martial art. The man grinned, completely unaware of the pain that was about to be unleashed. It's true that I've grabbed many people by the collar. I really didn't want to do this again, so let me apologize, brother. Soo-young's fist clenched, muscles bulging as he prepared to strike. You're grabbing it well. The martial art I created saw something like this. The world seemed to slow as the general's eyes widened in confusion. With a sickening thud, the general went down. The general lay groaning on the ground, completely defeated. What on earth just happened? You collapsed after I hit your joints. Since you just experienced the effectiveness of my martial arts in person, bring your concubine to the training field soon. As they are both women, my wife can teach her in my stead. The general agreed. Yes, brother, I understand. A few days later, the general's concubine was getting the royal beatdown. I'm going to die. Soo-young's wife continued the training. Okay, it's your turn to try, she instructed. You need to use more strength, Lady Yoon. Now it's your turn again, my dear. Then, Lady Yoon, Prince Seo-san's concubine, asked, did you have any trouble learning it? She answered, yes, thanks to you. I learned it without any problem. But why are you teaching me this? Soo-young's wife responded with a knowing smile. I'm sure it will be of great help someday. All right, since I've mastered it well, I will definitely use it when there is a thief. Time passed by, and it was now June 1442. Your Highness. Just then, a messenger burst into the room. Something terrible happened to His Highness the Grand Prince Yangyang. He continued, the day has finally come. It is said that he has been beaten by a family member. His left arm is broken, and his teeth are damaged. Soo-young tilted his head, wondering, Even though she learned only the elementary self-defense art, she still managed to injure that Grand Prince Yangyang. That seriously, what on earth happened? Meanwhile, Prince Seo-san was relaxing in his room. To think Prince Seo-san studies this hard. What a surprise. He called out, new child, are you there? Bring me some tea. A girl responded, yes, father. She entered the room with the tea. Father, your tea is hurt. Prince Seo-san erupted in fury. You wench. The teacup goes flying. You only know how to take care of your husband, while you no longer feel the urge to take care of this old man anymore. Do you? Did you bring the tea here after growing the tea leaves yourself? How much time has passed since I told you to bring it to me? He continued his tirade. You mannerless wench. The girl looked up, tears streaming down her face. Just then, the king appeared, a lecherous grin on his face. Seo-san has brought in quite a beautiful child. His taste in women is exactly like mine. Seo-san grabbed her roughly. Hyarg! The girl cried out. No, don't do it. She pleaded. Please let go of me, father. The king's lecherous intentions were cut short as Seo-san's nose exploded in a shower of blood. You bitch! The girl, surprisingly strong, had grabbed his arm and twisted it. Seo-san screamed, I told you not to come closer to me. When did I come close? Have you gone out of your mind? With a sickening crack, his arm snapped. He howled in agony. Save me! Meanwhile, back in the forge, the metal continued to heat up. The king, now in a wheelchair and with his arm in a sling, sat surrounded by court officials, the girl kneeling before him. The chief inquisitor stepped forward. Tell me what the Royal Investigation Bureau has discovered. Yes, your majesty. We have concluded that Grand Prince Yang was beaten by a concubine. He has suffered severe injuries. There's something I'd like to ask. How can concubine Yun beat Prince Yang, who knows martial arts? Hye and Yu have trained concubine Yun. Their techniques are meant to kill others. Even though I knew martial arts, I still ended up in this state. Had I been an ordinary person, I might have died. Please punish not just this wench, but also those who recklessly taught her those lethal techniques, your majesty. He always said I was his favorite nephew, but now I'm just a stranger, huh? Is that true? Tell us in detail what has happened so far, Grand Prince Suyang. Your lowly subordinate, Grand Prince Suyang, only taught her self-defense art. I understand. First of all, rather than being a technique to kill people, it seems that the method invented by Grand Prince Suyang is a way to protect one's body. What do you all think? Who is at fault? I, your lowly subordinate, Chief State Counselor Huang Hui, think that, considering Grand Prince Yang's usual behavior, he may have tried to rape concubine Yun and was beaten back. I, your lowly subordinate, Minister of Justice Yu Gye-mun, is of the opinion that, although Grand Prince Yang's sin is great, concubine Yun still harmed her father-in-law. This constitutes a crime of ethical violation. How troublesome. I am well aware of my brother's actions, but there are laws in the country. A person who commits a crime of ethical violation is punished as severely as treason. In other words, it's capital punishment. Concubine Yun kneeled before the king, awaiting her fate. The king sighed, finding the whole ordeal rather troublesome. Concubine Yun will be punished with 20 floggings, implemented immediately. The royal guard responded, Yes, your majesty. The scene cuts to concubine Yun, tied to a wooden cross, awaiting her punishment. The executioner, looking grim, raises his instrument of pain. The first lash lands. One. Tears streamed down concubine Yun's face as the flogging began. The executioner tapped the ground, readying himself for the next strike. But before he could continue, a voice boomed out. Ahem. Concubine Yun cried out again as the interruption startled her. Grand Prince Yang, arm still in a sling, had seen enough. Paused, you bastard! What are you doing? He raged. Can't you hit her properly? A bitch like that needs to have her legs broken so she can never look down on her father-in-law again. He shoved the executioner aside, out of the way. You useless bastard! He grabbed the stick himself, intent on delivering the punishment personally. I will do it myself. But before Yang could bring the stick down, a hand stopped him cold. That's enough, brother? Yang looked up in disbelief. What's going on? Ever since we were young, he has never been able to compete with me in strength. The chief inquisitor stammered. Your majesty, what's the meaning of this? Yang was furious. How can you do this to me and let the wench who harmed her father-in-law get off unscathed like this? Sejong silenced him with a glare. Why don't you shut up, brother? Sejong's voice was icy. Do you want to spend the rest of your life in exile? The stick fell from Yang's trembling hand. Yang lay defeated on the ground. Kyuk! Sejong's expression hardened as he addressed his brother. Our father, King Taejong, told me never to let you into the capital, but I took pity on you and allowed you to remain here. Even after you committed all kinds of evil deeds in Ikkeon City, I was the one who tried to dissuade the other subjects from sending you into further exile. This will be the last time I show mercy, brother. He turned to the guards. What are you doing? Quickly place Grand Prince Yang under house arrest. The guards responded. Yes, your majesty. Yang struggled against them. Let go of me, you bastards. Your majesty, you can't do this to me. Yi Do, King Sejong the Great's personal name. How can you do this to me? The chief inquisitor bowed. Your majesty, we will be continuing with the execution of the sentence. Sejong had heard enough. That's enough. You can untie her now. Prince Seosan bowed deeply, tears welling up in his eyes. Your majesty, your lowly subject, Prince Seosan, really doesn't know how to repay you for your immeasurable kindness. Sejong sighed, trying to defuse the situation. It's truly an unfortunate incident. I will prepare a new residence, so move there quickly. And he gave the concubine a gentle look. You must have been going through a lot, so don't worry about anything now, and just relax. Concubine Yun bowed, relieved. Thanks for your grace, your majesty. So, not long after the house arrest incident of Grand Prince Yang, my second child, my daughter, Ju-hyun, was born safely. One day, as things were as peaceful as usual, Suyang was informed, Your Highness, You have a guest. He says this is his first visit to this place. The visitor announced, "Greetings, Your Highness. I'm Ouija, pen name Dan Gi, a member of the Jinju Ha lineage." Su-young tilted his head, recognizing the face. "Didn't we encounter each other often on the way to the Hall of Worthies? I heard you were doing temple study. So what are you doing here?" Ouija grinned. "What's more, your physique has changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you." Ouija explained, "My body was weak when I first started my temple study. After sitting around reading books for a long time, my back would hurt so much to the point that I couldn't sit any longer. So I started doing the conducting oneself and preparing the body." He continued, "I felt like collapsing at first, but I got used to it after a while, so I wanted to come to say thank you." Su-young waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. It's not like I taught you anything." Ouija asked, "On that note, would it be alright if I join you in conducting oneself and preparing the body?" Su-young could only respond with a confused, "Huh?" Su-young tapped his chin, deep in thought. "I would have agreed in a heartbeat had it been somebody else, but Ha Ouija is one of the 6 martyred ministers. Ha Ouija is a man of great ability, so our country will suffer losses." Su-young voiced his concerns. "I'm just worried that such a talented man like you seems to be taking an arduous path." Ouija responded, "Pardon? There is no need to worry." He continued, "Compared to other friends, my talent is nothing special. Aren't the people you are comparing yourself to all geniuses?" Su-young looked him in the eye. "Do you truly want to become a trainer?" Ouija responded with a determined look. "Yes, I do." Ouija declared, "I have already told His Majesty the Lord that I am withdrawing from the Hall of Worthies." Meanwhile, back at the Gain's dojo, Su-young's fitness revolution continued to unfold, one pull-up bar at a time. A new disciple arrived, ready to embrace the path of iron. "I am the new disciple, Ha Jiwi. It's my pleasure to meet you, senior brothers." One of the senior disciples responded, trying to put on a brave face. "All right, although you have started your career as a government official, your experience in conducting oneself and preparing the body seems lacking, so come watch us and learn a lot." Ha Jiwi bowed respectfully. "Yes, please guide me." One of the swole disciples flexed his biceps, eager to show off. "It's embarrassing, but I'd like to show you what I've accomplished so far." He approached the pull-up bar, ready to demonstrate his mastery. "I'll start with pull-ups first." He paused, confused. "Huh? Pull-ups?" The senior disciple struggled on the bar. "Don't overdo it. It is difficult for those who are new to conducting oneself and preparing the body to do even one pull-up properly." He grunted with effort. "I have studied it for half a year, but I still can only do 3 or 4. Another disciple took over, exploding with reps. 5, 6, 7, 8. The first disciple, humbled, yelled, "Your arms aren't fully extended. It's the correct form that matters, not the numbers." The disciple continued pumping out reps. 10, 11. Su-young watched with a smile. Now that we have a new disciple, everyone seems to be fired up with passion. It will be a good stimulus for everyone. Meanwhile, Su-young and the crown prince took a stroll, admiring the vast landscape. Su-young grinned. "How spectacular. If we squeeze all those yuria trees, we can easily get about 20,000 June oil." Su-young grinned, already calculating the profits. "We will be able to receive a lot of silver if we make soaps with that and sell them to the Ming Empire. I plan to acquire something more precious than silver on this trip to the Ming Empire." The crown prince looked at him, confused. "Something more precious?" Su-young's smile widened, a glint in his eye. "Yes, it is," he declared. "Our country's future." King Sejong praised Su-young. "I heard that you cured the back of a man named Wu Zhong through conducting oneself and preparing the body not long ago. The fact that you were able to successfully treat Sogol, a condition that even stumped physicians, truly fills me with pride." Su-young bowed his head respectfully. "Your grace is immeasurable, Your Majesty." He was about to get rewarded for his efforts. The king continued, "The projection of conducting oneself and preparing the body is good, so I am going to give you a task. Before you depart to the Ming Empire as our envoy, is it possible for you to pay a visit to the chief state counselor, Huang Hui, who requested his resignation last month?" The king explained the situation. He said he was asking for his resignation because of his hunched back and dim eyes. "We can't do anything about it if it's reversible." The king finished his request. "But I'd like you to take a look at the chief state counselor regardless." Meanwhile, Su-young arrived at the chief state counselor's residence, where a servant spotted him and shouted, "Huh? Isn't this His Highness the Grand Prince? Hurry, come." Su-young arrived at the chief state counselor's residence, but something felt off. "Huh? The atmosphere is strange though." A frail voice spoke from inside. "I would like to apologize for having to lie down even when an esteemed guest like His Highness has come." The chief state counselor, Huang Hui, was 79 years old. "That's what he is saying," Huang Hui continued. "I would like to serve His Majesty as he orders, but ever since I reached the age of 70, my back started to hunch and limbs deteriorated, so I had no other choice. Su-young frowned, unsure how to proceed. That's what he is saying. His Majesty has ordered me to care for your body, but seeing that you are having such a hard time, I don't know what to do either. Su-young sighed internally. A royal order is a royal order, and you must know about your body the best. Huang Hui chuckled weakly. Then you won't be able to play Go comfortably, even with such a high-quality Go board. Su-young smiled slyly. It seems like a good idea to let Sir Mang-chung use this beautiful Go board. Su-young's expression suddenly shifted. He placed his hand on the Go board. The Go board is warm. Su-young realized. It's as if someone was just playing Go just a while ago. Huang Hui sighed. All I can say is that it's impossible to restore your body's aging with my power. Su-young smiled, ever the picture of health and vitality. However, I'd like to tell you about a way that helps in taking care of the body, rather than curing it. Huang Hui chuckled, a weak sound in the room. Oh, to think you'd put such efforts for this old man. I feel apologetic that my body isn't following. Huang Hui bowed slightly. Ho, I'm ashamed to meet His Majesty, but I'd use this exercise method to keep my body fit. That is what he is saying. Su-young maintained his polite smile. I too hope that the Chief State Counselor can recover his health. Su-young watched the sleeping Huang Hui for a moment longer. Su-young offered some final advice. It is a good idea to keep the room warm to protect the body, but anything too much will become poison. Su-young frowned slightly, noticing the unusual warmth. I was wondering why the room was so hot that even the Go board was warm. He glanced at the sleeping Huang Hui, noting the lingering signs of activity, as if someone was playing Go just up until a while ago. Su-young, ever the picture of politeness, turned to leave. Then, I shall be taking my leave. The Crown Prince reflected on the Chief State Counselor's condition. The Chief State Counselor isn't in a critical condition, but as he is already very old, it is difficult to cure him with conducting oneself and preparing the body. He sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity. It wouldn't have been this bad had we stepped in just 10 years earlier. How really unfortunate. The Crown Prince continued to mull over the situation. Had he started conducting oneself and preparing the body early, he could have participated in government affairs for another 10 years. Su-young frowned, thinking back. Chief State Counselor, I was thinking about a policy that could dramatically increase grain production. Years ago, Chief State Counselor Huang Hui, age 69. I should have discussed more things with him when he had the energy. He continued to lament the situation. How good would it have been if he had learned conducting oneself and preparing the body from a young age? Is this what they call better to cultivate the young 100 years early? Just then, the Crown Prince spoke up. But how did it go with your disciples? Su-young smiled, thinking of his trainees. I've gathered good disciples, and they're slowly showing their results. The Crown Prince continued. Not long ago, you met Kim Jong-seo of the northern area, right? It'd be good to think about a way to strengthen the soldiers of the north, too. Su-young replied, I understand, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince shifted the topic. How is the preparation for going to the Ming Empire as an envoy? Are you going to Henan after stopping by Beijing? Su-young confirmed. That's right. The Crown Prince listened intently. I heard that you plan to tour the Nanjing area and then take a boat back to Hangzhou. It seems like you have a goal of crossing half of Ming. Su-young confirmed. One of my goals is livestock. He then thought to himself that the pigs of this era are frankly mini pigs. Su-young continued. If I bring pigs from the Ming Empire, people will be able to consume protein, regardless of their status. In China, meat always means pork. The pigs of the Ming Empire are certainly a breed that's easy to raise and gain weight. He knew that it's not enough if he's just trying to look for livestock. He must have another goal. Su-young thought that, as per the king's perspective, he'd be away from his son for about 1 year, so he thought he'd be easy to convince. But was he mistaken? He continued, the Ming Empire has a vast land and a large number of people, so I'd like to grow countless grains and vegetables. With that, Su-young added, he'd like to stop by Nanjing to pick up some books as well. The king replied, books, you say? Nanjing is a capital that has been passed down for generations from the southern Song dynasty, so there are probably many rare books. Su-young asked him if he thought the chief eunuch of the Ministry of Rites who selected him would help him on his journey, and then answered his own question, I do. He explained that Wang Zhen is already someone who enjoys power to the extent that he is called father by the ministers. Su-young explained that if it is an offer is harmful to the country, he will reject it. But if it is beneficial, he will gladly assist in our journey. The king warned, I haven't met him before, but he is a man of evil reputation. Be careful. Su-young replied, Yes, your majesty. The king then inquired, right, come to think of it, my granddaughter Ju-hyun was born not too long ago, right? Have you talked with your family members? Su-young confirmed. Yes, of course. The waves lapped against the pier. Su-young turned to his wife and said, then I'll be back, my wife. Su-young's son tugged at his robes, calling out, Father, father. His wife looked stern. Even if it's a national affair, how could it take 1 year? How could you not even attend your daughter's doljabi? The others will hear, my wife. Su-young chuckled. His majesty is too harsh too. Oh ho, people are staring, aren't they? He reassured her. Don't worry about your family. I'm going to take care of them. Su-young smiled at his brothers. Thank you, brothers. I look forward to seeing you when I get back. One of them grinned. You brat. Are you planning to exploit me too, taking after the second deputy commander? Su-young laughed. Haha, of course not. One of Su-young's brothers mentioned. By the way, I heard you got your first vacation in 15 years. The man grinned, overjoyed. It is all thanks to His Highness for bringing the subject to His Majesty. Keke. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, one of Su-young's disciples showed off his gains. Father, look at this. This is too light for me now. The disciple beamed. Su-young hoisted the boy into the air. Right, you brat. Let's do some bench presses together. Once I come back. Su-young smiled, gazing towards the horizon. Su-young stood alongside the king, who was curious about his plans, from conducting oneself and preparing the body to new livestock, books, and even grains. I'm curious about what's going on in your head now. Su-young looked off into the distance. I only have a small wish. He envisioned the future of Joseon. I want to make this land, Joseon, where our people live, prosperous and strong. Su-young declared with fiery determination, so that no one can take it lightly, was on a ship, heading to the Ming Empire. Unfortunately, the cold wind was already taking its toll. How odd. Normally, the bigger your physique, the harder it is to catch a cold. I breathed in too much cold wind. The interpreter felt responsible for his condition. I am sorry for not being strong enough. The interpreter continued to apologize. For our interpreter to be coughing like this, I have no excuse, your highness. Su-young had other plans for the man. I think I should use this opportunity to make him exercise properly and become healthy. Shin Sukju Hall of Worthies, Deputy Assistant Scribe, Junior 6th rank. The ship sailed on. Su-young gazed out at the horizon, his mind already planning his next moves in the Ming Empire. Land ahoy. Finally, the ship had reached its destination. Su-young turned to his entourage. The soap isn't moldy or damaged, right? Hall of Worthies scholar Yi Gae, standing next to Pak Gang, assured him, we just checked, and they are all fine, your highness. The dry weather rather makes it better to use, your highness. Escort warrior Nam Bin stood nearby, ready to defend Su-young. Su-young was satisfied with their preparations. Good. Su-young, arriving in the Ming Empire, thought to himself, they say that the Ming Empire is the center of the world. He was determined to verify with his own eyes whether this was true or not. The envoy approached the towering walls of the imperial city. The group gazed up in awe at the massive gate before them. Su-young, comparing it to Hanyang, which was relocated less than 50 years ago, thought the gap was enormous, musing that he couldn't believe this was built by humans, and that it was like they were looking at the Baekdudagan mountain range, the height of which could not be measured. Nearby, eunuch Chang Sheng smirked, thinking to himself, these country bumpkins. Su-young's envoy inquired, when can we have an audience with His Majesty? Oh ho. The official replied, he is not someone with whom just anyone can have an audience. Only Grand Prince Su-young will receive an audience with His Majesty the Emperor. The official added, and about the date, he continued, it should take about 40 days. The envoy was shocked. 40 days? The official responded, that's right. By the way, are those the tributes you brought? Is there a problem? Another official chimed in, I tried using the soap some time ago, and it was quite effective. Su-young smiled, pleased with the reception of his product. Even though it's still lacking, I'm glad you like our product. He then added, since the existing soap was not fragrant enough, I've brought a specially improved product this time. The official wondered, improved product? Doesn't that mean you won't have enough? Su-young replied, we prepared 2,000 jun and brought some extra. Would you like to take a look? The official leaned in, inhaling deeply. The scent of flowers and ginseng is faintly present. Did you say you've brought 2,000 jun of this? The official smiled, taking the soap. It's great to see a not-so-well-off country set such a great example like this. Another official watched Su-young intently, thinking to himself, I heard that the second son of the Joseon king has the appearance of a brave general. The official looked at Su-young with admiration. Now that I see it, your wide-open shoulders and magnificent arms are just like Verhaka. Startled by the sudden praise, Su-young's aide could only respond, "Sir." The official continued, "What's it about that?" The aide, confused by the comparison, wondered, Does that make any sense? Meanwhile, Suyang kneeled before the emperor from the vassal country of Joseon. "This lowly one, Yi Yu, greets you, your majesty." Suyang kneeled before the Ming emperor, head bowed low. "The world is at peace thanks to your immeasurable grace, and everything is singing your praise. My mouth hurts just from saying my greetings." The Ming emperor, Yingzong, responded, "I heard that Yi Do, the king of Joseon, had several outstanding sons." Yingzong held out his hand, examining it closely. "The other day, when eunuch Chang Sheng brought me the soap, all of the dirt on my body disappeared. The fact that you were the one who created this surprised me even more." He continued, "It must have been hard to bring 2,000 jun of soap here. Let us discuss the future trade of soap in another place. Your grace is immeasurable." The officials behind Suyang exchanged uneasy glances. The emperor dismissed Suyang. "Then you may take your leave." Suyang bowed. "Yes, your majesty." He felt the strange atmosphere. Suyang was taken aback by the sudden hostility. "What's going on?" One of the men sneered, "Seeing those urine-stinking bastards hanging out with the parasitic Hoseon bumpkins. It truly makes me sick." Suyang was confused by the animosity. "What's with this hostility?" One of the men declared. "You are finally here." Another added, "We've been waiting for you." The lead official bowed deeply. "It's my great honor to meet you. Thanks to your kindness, I met His Majesty the Emperor in just 10 days. The official smiled, clearly pleased with himself. "It's truly our greatest blessing." "Does that mean you know who this person is?" Another official chimed in. "According to a rumor we received, there was a magnanimous gentleman from the Ministry of Rights, and the subjects referred to him as Elder." Wang Zhen peered from behind his fan, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "I have heard many stories that the second son of the king of Joseon possesses a strong build, but it looks like he was also one with great intelligence." One of the officials held up a bar of soap. "Thanks to the soap made in Joseon, I feel refreshed every day. In particular, I couldn't help but be impressed by the quality of the soap you brought this time." Suyang leaned forward, ready to negotiate. "Tell me the price you want. It depends on the ingredients." The price was steep. One soap bar containing ginseng is worth 10 bags of rice. Scented soaps are a little cheaper and cost 6 bags of rice per piece. Suyang calculated the cost. "That means it would be about 1 silver tael for 1 gun." "I see." He then asked, "In that case, how much does the manufacturing method cost?" One of the officials was shocked at the question. How shameless. Was acquiring 2,000 jun worth of soap not enough? Is he planning to steal the recipe as well? Suyang explained the ingredients. "The soaps are made using the kelp from Hamgil Island." Wang Zhen chuckled behind his fan. "To think you would tell me that easily. Isn't it Joseon's major export item?" Suyang maintained his composure. "As a member of a vassal country, I am just doing my best to keep my manners. Still, to think it would be kelp. After the sea ban, the yield is practically non-existent." Wang Zhen sighed. "Sea-ban policy, Ming's trade policy. It's a shame, but please keep making the soap bars in Joseon." Wang Zhen, holding his fan, asked if it was possible to increase the amount of soap and bring in as much scented soap as possible. Suyang asked how much he wanted. Wang Zhen responded with a demand for 10,000 gun. Suyang then requested that the new soaps maintain the same quality and to slowly increase the quantity as circumstances allowed. Wang Zhen needed to know who he was dealing with, so Suyang revealed that he was the Joseon king's second son, Yi Yu. Wang Zhen introduced himself as Wang Zhen, Ministry of Rights Chief Eunuch. Wang Zhen, the Ministry of Rights Chief Eunuch, made sure to introduce himself. "My name is Wang Zhen, Ministry of Rights Chief Eunuch Wang Zhen." Wang Zhen expressed his satisfaction with the deal. "I'm glad the deal concluded smoothly. Is there anything you want? I shall listen to anything you want." Suyang took the opportunity to make a request. "I apologize to say this, but I would like to travel around the Ming Empire, find products, and take them back to my country." Wang Zhen seemed taken aback by this request. "Huh? Products, you say?" He then suggested a much simpler solution. "But if you had just asked for money, I could give you 50,000 nyang silver at once, though." A nearby official gasped, flabbergasted. 50,000 nyang? Suyang remained calm, knowing the long-term value of his plan. "Calm down. Grain, seeds, and livestock will one day be worth more than getting money here." Suyang responded to Wang Zhen's offer. "Thank you for your kind words. Since you are bestowing your grace upon us, we in Joseon would do our best to send more soap." Wang Zhen seemed pleased. "That's a good idea too." Wang Zhen assured Suyang, "I will make your first trip to the Ming Empire as comfortable as a cruise." Suyang changed the subject. "By the way, I think I understand why the eunuchs were so absorbed in the fragrant soap." Wang Zhen looked at him, curious furious. What do you mean? Su-yang explained the difference between Joseon and Ming eunuchs. In Joseon, the phalli of the eunuchs are left, but in the Ming Empire, even their phalli are chopped off. These crazy motherfuckers. Su-yang grimaced. Testes. I mean, if you lose your male parts, it'll be difficult to build muscles. The reason for Wang Zhen's request became clearer. Are muscles the important point now? I heard that they can't stop urinating, so it's said that it leaks out as it pleases. The speaker continued, revealing the source of the issue. So their entire body reeks the stench of urine. The problem was worse than Su-yang imagined. Sachets and lotions are useless in the presence of an unpleasant odor. The eunuchs nearby seemed to agree, their faces screwed up in distaste. Su-yang realized the true purpose of Wang Zhen's request. So this was why they wanted to get a lot of soap. The next day, a horse-drawn carriage arrived. A man asked, "Are you the envoy of Joseon?" The man, who appeared to be the chief eunuch of the Ministry of Rites, said, "The chief eunuch of the Ministry of Rites asked me to take care so that there would be no disruption to the tour." He gestured towards the carriage. Such a dazzling carriage. Isn't this almost like the carriage the prince rides in? Another man looked nervous. Are we really allowed to receive this? The carriage that the prince will be riding in is twice as big as this one. Please do not worry. The carriage rolled along the dusty road. Inside the carriage, one of the men marveled at the speed. To think the carriage could run 150 li a day. How interesting. Another man, seated nearby, was less impressed. Would you close that window? Dust billowed into the carriage. This trail of dust is the same whether it's Joseon or Ming. Another man coughed, agreeing with the sentiment. Yi Gai's words are not wrong either. Su-yang reached over and slammed the window shut. The man continued, explaining the lack of paved roads. Because, excluding ancient Rome, proper paved roads did not appear until the 20th century. One of the men in the carriage looked up at Su-yang, sweat beading on his brow. Your Highness. Su-yang was doing seated push-ups between two benches as the man questioned his sanity. What are you doing when you have a perfectly intact chair? Su-yang paused for a moment, looking at the man. You miss my father and mother more when you come to a foreign country, don't you? Expressing filial piety with your body is what conducting oneself and preparing the body is. The man seemed to be at a loss for words. You must not neglect the body given by your parents, even for a moment. Yes. Suddenly, Su-yang's eyes widened. Come to think of it, you. He pointed an accusing finger. Your thick belly fat sticking out of the belt. Pardon? Su-yang berated the man, pointing out his flaws. You're still young, but you've already got 3 folds of chin fat, huh? Su-yang continued his tirade, listing the man's ailments. You were coughing a lot when we were on the sailing ship. Once we arrived at land, your knees started to hurt, and you couldn't even walk for a long time. You sweat and get out of breath, even with a bit of walking. Don't you think you need to improve your physique? The man collapsed under the weight of Su-yang's critique. Su-yang towered over the man, a glint in his eye. Now, I've prepared something for you. Su-yang smiled, thinking of the journey ahead. I heard we have to cover 1,500 li until our destination, Chang'an. Su-yang clenched his fist, a determined look on his face. The 12-day body-shaping miracle. If it's you and me, we can definitely do it. The man could only scream in despair. No. 12 days later, they arrived in Chang'an. The man, looking considerably healthier, expressed his gratitude. You've worked hard. I don't know how to repay your kindness. Su-yang waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing. I was just following the strict order of the chief eunuch. A figure in red robes approached. You are the envoys from Joseon, right? I received a message from the chief eunuch about your arrival. The governor general of Chang'an smiled warmly. You've come a long way, so let's begin with a meal. The governor general of Chang'an presented the meal. Enjoy your meal. The envoy examined the dishes with curiosity. I've never heard or seen these cuisines. Oh, the noodles look odd. The governor general explained the origin of the dish. It is called knife-sliced noodles. This dish was born during the reign of the Yuan dynasty. Another dish was presented. Next cuisine. The envoy picked up his chopsticks. It's boiled beef meat. Let's see. He chewed thoughtfully. The pork in the noodle dish is excellent, but the beef tastes terrible. Su-yang grimaced at the beef. It's like eating beef that died from malnutrition because the farmer didn't feed it properly. He shook his head, lamenting the poor preparation. To think they'd cook a precious meat this way. Tisk, tisk. Su-yang tried to lighten the mood. There must have been some kind of mistake. Haha. Instead, doesn't everyone agree that pork tastes good, eh? Of course. He declared his love for the other meat. If it's this kind of pork, I won't get tired of eating even if I eat it daily. Meanwhile, back in the Ming Empire's capital, Beijing, a message arrived. We have received a message from the Governor General of Chang'an. Wang Zhen spoke of the man who had escorted Su-yang, hoping he could put in a good word about him to the Son of Heaven. He wondered aloud, in any case, why are you taking care of those countrymen of a small nation? Wang Zhen reminisced. Back then, when I became a eunuch, I had just 1 silver nyang. He held up a small dish, remembering his past. But now, I've ascended to a position that can offer them even 50,000 nyang. Wang Zhen tossed the dish into the air, the coins inside jingling. The small dish landed on the roof, coming to rest among the branches. Wang Zhen looked forward to something. He smirked, musing about the true value of his offer. How much do 50,000 nyang worth to the second son of Joseon King? Stared at the massive pig. Is this really a pig? Done big, one of the men with Suyang observed. It is so big to the extent that it can rival a wild boar. It's clearly a pig because it doesn't have tusks. Another man chimed in. The pigs we raise can get as big as 200 gun in just a year. That's impressive. Another man suggested, please cut off a piece of this big guy so that we can recognize its quality. Suyang stated, even if we only bring in that pig, it seems there would still be enough to serve a nation. What are you still worrying about bringing in these good pigs? One of the men replied, we have to be careful about bringing in the pigs here into Joseon. We must look into other pigs and compare first. Suyang stressed the importance of carefully selecting the pigs they bring into Joseon. If we bring in all kinds of pigs without any hesitation, their blood will mix, and they will become a mixed-up mess. The group continued their journey. They arrived in Luoyang, a city in the Ming Empire. So Luoyang has as much crowd as Beijing, Suyang thought. Suyang observed the bustling crowds. In the capital, it's hard to find people engaging in such activities. As expected of the Ming Empire, he overheard snippets of conversation, but the way they speak is a bit strange. I heard someone saying something about Joseon, the savage country or something. Just what are they talking about? Suyang paused, overhearing something that piqued his interest. If you buy this in bulk, you can also have a body like Grand Prince Suyang. One of Suyang's men spotted something outrageous. Those bastards are selling off your name. He's saying that he's selling pills containing ginseng purchased from the Joseon prince. He says that if you eat just that, your body will become strong. Oh ho! Suyang was shocked. It's only been a month since we started our journey in the Ming Empire, but the rumor has spread to this place already? His subordinate cautioned him. Your Highness, it'll be troublesome if envoys cause any problems. Suyang scoffed. If I cause a problem here, won't it be the same as insulting father, right in his face? I'm just trying to show off real muscles. The man could only repeat himself. Exasperated. Your Highness! Nearby, a merchant hawked his wares. Now, eating one of these pills will boost your energy, and eating 100 of these pills will make you the strongest person in the world. This is the highest grade medicine made using ginseng, obtained from the Joseon prince who visited Beijing. The merchant gestured grandly. This friend right here ate 100 of them. The crowd was shocked. With 100? Huh? The crowd looked up at Suyang in awe. Wait, such a strong and big build. Is that really the body of a person? The merchant turned to Suyang, pills in hand. I don't know where you're from, but you'll become the strongest man in the world if you just take 50 pills of these. Suyang crossed his arms. I don't need any pills. Suyang stepped forward, towering over the pill peddler. I'm here to have a contest of strength with the strongest man in the world. The merchant chuckled nervously, clutching his chest. It seems like our esteemed customer won't need to take any pills. The man's face twisted in disbelief. You said that you got ginseng from the Joseon prince, right? How dare you when you don't even recognize me? The merchant sputtered, his eyes wide with panic. Who are you? Do I have to know you? Suyang's muscles rippled as he prepared to reveal himself. I am none other than, with a burst of fiery aura, Suyang declared. Grand Prince Suyang from Joseon. The merchant, utterly terrified, yelled, Youngest, deal with him. Oh, the youngest stepped forward, fists clenched, ready to face Suyang head on. The youngest struggles against Suyang's grip, face contorted in effort. Ku? He couldn't believe it. I have a bigger build than him, but why am I losing? Suyang's face looms closer. Because, with a mighty roar, Suyang slams the youngest into the ground. I have much more muscles than you. The youngest lies defeated, Suyang standing over him. Suyang smirks, assessing his victory. Suyang stands over the defeated youngest, suggesting he try 1,000 gun of big 3 exercises to become the strongest man in the world. To think the youngest lost. The onlookers realize they messed with the wrong person as they are sent flying. Suyang smirks. These are the real muscles of Joseon. Suyang flexes, showing off his gains to the crowd. One of the men, clearly impressed, asks, would you hand me some paper, pen, pen, and ink. One of the onlookers plans to carve a new Buddha statue in Longmen Grottos and thinks it will be majestic if he uses that body as a model. The man taking notes tells Suyang it's cold and asks him to stop. Suddenly, two men rush towards Suyang. "Ah, so here you were, Your Highness. Did you obtain anything?" Suyang replies, "I think it's too early to decide on the pig breed. What about you people, huh?" One of the men explains, "We found some old books, but they aren't in good condition, so we plan to send them back to the country first." Another man adds, "We got a lot of seeds, but we don't know how they will adapt to our country. You've all worked hard." Wait, Suyang looks at a book and asks, "Isn't this the new writings of Baekje?" One of the men happily declares, "You got your hands on a really satisfying item. You even got the inscription of Chu Suiliang." Suyang rolls his eyes, muttering, "Is that true? Make sure to show them to me. Is this the difference between an art god and a martial god? They're nerding out too much." Another man exclaims, "Oh, isn't this the book about the life of Han Xin, the general of the Zhou dynasty?" Someone else calls out, "Please show me too." The narration states, "The harvest of Luoyang was pretty good, and we moved to the next location. It's March 11th, 1443. The group arrives at Jinghang Waterway, Entreport Hongzhe Lake, where Suyang marvels at the size of a massive ship. Is this a ship or a city? The turtle ship is one of the world's largest ships, but this huge ship makes it look like a little child. One of the men explains, "This must be the only ship in this world like this. It was used when Emperor Yongle created a large-scale expedition with the eunuch Zheng He as the commander." Suyang nods, commenting, "If we visit Nanjing, we really need to go to the shipyard that built this ship." He reflects, "Come to think of it, it has been 3 months since we arrived at the Ming Empire by ship. Has that much time passed already?" Suyang sighs, homesickness washing over him. "It makes me miss my family in Tosan." Meanwhile, back in Joseon, the crown prince reports to the king about the newly researched Huapo, a small fire gourd. "Yes, your majesty," he confirms. The king wonders if they are wasting their time. "Doesn't such a small Huapo just serve to scare off the enemies? I wonder if we're wasting our time." The crown prince explains the advantage of the new weapon. "No, in return for being small, it is made long and can be moved while firing." He continues, "So if each soldier carries a Huapo, he can fire at the enemy freely." However, the crown prince informs the king of a report from the northern area. There was a report from the northern area that a countryman who shot with a Seichongtong woke up fine. The report also said that he killed the person who shot him. The crown prince clarifies the details of the report. That's because the countryman was dressed in leather and a small arrow was used against him. Had he been shot hard using a wax-coated pill, his leather clothes would have been pierced and he would have died. Suyang, still in Ming, ponders the gifts he received. "Therefore, I tried to find a breakthrough in the counterweight sticks that you gave us." He stares intently at the counterweight stick, his mind racing with possibilities. Suyang raises the counterweight stick, a glint of inspiration in his eye. He took a sip of his drink, lost in thought. He was enjoying a long-awaited vacation, but he still couldn't stop thinking about His Majesty. He muttered to himself, "Tell me, what should I do to satisfy His Majesty?" A servant overheard Suyang's soliloquy and wondered if he was losing his mind. What? Is he self-talking? Suddenly, a strange mannequin appeared, offering a drink. "Your jokes are going too far. Ha 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 ha." Suyang grabbed a bottle. "Here, let's stop talking. You should drink a glass too." Suyang looked up, surprised by the sudden arrival. "Huh? Aren't you Second Deputy Commander Zhang? What brings you here?" The Second Deputy Commander Zhang brushed off the formality. "There's no need to address me formally. Would you grill me one herring? Ho ho, it'll come out in no time." He presented the grilled herring. "Here it is. Let's see." The Second Deputy Commander Zhang took a bite, his face twisting in displeasure. "It seems like this herring has gone bad. It tastes weird. It seems like it's because the herring was salted late. In return, I'll bring you seasoned vegetables." Suyang's eyes narrowed, focusing on the man's words. "Wait, it went bad because it was salted late?" Second Deputy Commander Zhang then held up a bottle. "This is called alcohol. If you clean the wound with alcohol, it will heal easily. But if you leave it for 2 days, you will suffer for several days even if you clean it with alcohol." Suyang considered the information, a new idea forming in his mind. How old is this herring? It was left under a boat for roughly 2 days and then made into this dish. He envisioned the process. Then, if you cut open the stomach of the live fish and immediately salt it, wouldn't it last for half a month? With a burst of energy, Suyang turned his attention to the sea. He shouted his orders. "Bring up the net using the crane." The crane began to lift the massive net, water cascading down. Suyang directed the crew with renewed vigor. "The people on the back keep rowing. Those in front, open up the fish's stomach and salt it immediately." "Yes." Suyang points to the lat pull-down machine. "We will be using the moving pulley that I learned while making the lat pull-down here. The fish are piled high. One of the fishermen asks, if we salt it quickly like this, will it really last for half a month? Soo-young confidently answers, yes. One of the fishermen is amazed by the sheer volume of the catch. This is the first time in 30 years of my life as a fisherman that I have harvested this many fish. The fisherman continues, just 100 fish are enough to make us fully loaded, but this is well over 1,000 fish. Another fisherman realizes the implications of this bounty. As the harvest of fish has increased, the storage facilities for fish have also increased. If it's done properly, rather than dried fish, the 8 provinces of Joseon can enjoy raw fish. Soo-young realized that they needed a strong fishing boat that could venture out to the far sea here. He knew what he had to do next. I need to send a letter to His Highness. Suddenly, a voice boomed. A royal order. The royal order was delivered to Soo-young's disciple, Ma Il-young. Grand Prince Soo-young's disciple, Ma Il-young, carry out this order. Ma Il-young reads the order aloud. I'm planning to make a big haul for conducting oneself and preparing the body soon. Ma Il-young continues, reading the royal order, his eyes widening in disbelief. Therefore, as the first disciple of Grand Prince Soo-young, gather 20 children of powerful and rich families who were eliminated during the examination of country magistrates. He pauses, shocked. 20. Ma Il-young had a royal order to fulfill, to gather 20 children of powerful and rich families and teach them how to conduct oneself and prepare the body. 1 month later, Ma Il-young reminisced. It was good times when I exercised together with His Highness. When will I gather 20 people? He turned to one of his students. Do you understand the hard work brother went through to teach you? The student replied, yes, but the disciple's eyes light up every time Prince Seosan teaches them. Ma Il-young was frustrated. But when I carry the book and teach them, they don't even meet my eyes. Shockingly, no one gave any attention to him. Ma Il-young pondered. It is said that those who do not pass the annual exam by next year will be sent to Hamgil province. They still haven't got themselves together. The courtier seemed shocked at the news. To Hamgil province? Yes? Ma Il-young's face fell. Soo-young looked at the courtier. Really? So, all the disciples went to Hamgil province. Ma Il-young looked concerned. Hamsil province, you say? Isn't it cold there? Just imagining it makes me shiver. Your Highness. Soo-young, ever the enthusiast, grabbed a dumbbell. Let's warm up together. Ma Il-young's face crumpled in dismay. Soo-young declared, I can't bear to see disciples living with the countrymen. Then, a thought bubble appeared. As expected, for someone who lacks learning, the scene shifted to a shot of weights. Wouldn't weightlifting be the answer? A distant scream echoed. Soo-young, struggling with a barbell, demanded, what have you learned all this time? Are you still unable to answer the question? Sweat dripped from his brow as he stared intensely. This won't do. Soo-young, arms crossed, demands, add 1 more plate. The disciple, struggling with the weight, shouts, I know. Soo-young observes the disciple's struggle. Judging by how you're saying the correct things every time I add the plate, it seems like I must add more. Another plate is added to the barbell. The disciple grits his teeth, barely holding the weight. Get yourself together. We can't lose in weightlifting. I can't. Sweat pours from the disciple's face as he strains. I can't be the only one to suffer, Soo-young declares. I shall let those coming after me answer with weightlifting too. This way, the answer provided by weightlifting began to spread throughout the 8 provinces of Joseon. Meanwhile, Soo-young's travels take him to Nanjing in the Ming Empire. Lunar calendar 4th month, Nanjing, Ming Empire. Isn't Beijing the capital of Ming? On the contrary, Nanjing looks more like the capital, he muses. He continues his observations, noticing the agricultural practices. I mean, it's only the 4th month of the lunar calendar, but there are already cucumbers here. They should grow rice while they grow these cucumbers. How could they? The answer, it seems, is economics. It must be because it's possible to make more money by farming vegetables other than rice, he realizes. Soo-young reflects on the differences between Ming and his own kingdom. Joseon's farming is rice farming because survival is its first and foremost priority, he thinks. He knows that Joseon's agricultural focus is rooted in its tumultuous past. Joseon was a country founded on a kingdom devastated by invasions by the Red Turbans, rebellion, and Japanese pirates, he remembers. Soo-young continues his work in the fields, knowing that Joseon had no choice but to pursue state-led food production. However, Soo-young declares, we must move forward like this from now on. Everyone, follow me, he announces to his group. We'd like to have a feast with this, so take care of it and bring us the food. The group stares in stunned silence. The 2 men look at each other, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Suddenly, a dish is presented. This is a fried carp that is still alive and kicking. If you touch its head, it will flap around, so please be careful. The feast continued with a roasted whole piglet, deboned and stir-fried for easy eating. Roasted whole piglet. It has been deboned and stir-fried, so you can eat as much as you like. Next up was a sea turtle soup. We had a great sea turtle, so we made some soup out of it. The men looked on, stunned by the sheer volume of food. Suyang savored the flavors. Hiya, so this is the taste of the Ming Empire. There were a lot of interesting ingredients. Suyang then asked the people of Joseon if they were experiencing the true flavor of the mainland. Is this the true flavor of the mainland? Did you see that, people of Joseon? With the feast concluded, Suyang prepared to move on. Now that we all are full. With the feast concluded, Suyang prepared to move on, stating, now that we all are full. Suyang announces, there's someone I'd like you to meet. The scene shifts to the Nanjing shipyard. Suyang approaches a man with a muscular build. Are you here? I came to ask something. The man eyes Suyang up and down. A new porter. With that physique, you could probably move an entire keel. Suyang replies, I am Grand Prince Suyang, a member of the envoy from Joseon. The man responds, oh, I see. Suyang waves off the almost faux pas, then asks, I heard you designed the ship for court eunuch Zheng He's expedition. The muscular man beams. I did. The sight of that massive ship setting sail was truly impressive. He introduces himself as shipbuilder Fang Jiju. Fang Jiju continues, we built a 2000 Rio 1 specifically designed to escort the flagship. I didn't know then that it would be my last achievement. There were no more expeditions, and the flagships I built one by one also reached the end of their lifespan. He sighs. After that, I made a living by building simple merchant ships. Miserable. Fang Jiju's face scrunches up in frustration. Isn't building massive ships a natural matter, of course, for a man? Suyang leans in, intrigued. Have you ever built other types of ships? I learned a lot by living and being obsessed with them. Fang Jiju boasts, I had a hand in the Fuchuan Fujian province's ship, the Guangchuan Guangdong province's ship, and naturally, I am familiar with the Niaochuan Zhejiang province's ship in the vicinity. Oh, ahem. Suyang looks thoughtful. You seem to like shipbuilding. Do you have any plans to build a new ship again? It's a pity to let your skills go to waste. Fang Jiju's eyebrows furrow. You're suggesting moving to Joseon and building ships there, aren't you? The shipbuilder scoffs. I appreciate the offer, but the life of a true man is about building a large ship to conquer the ocean. Fang Jiju's voice rises in disbelief. How can I go to Joseon to build a smaller ship? Suyang sighs, knowing that some things are universal. Engineers never change wherever you go. Suyang presented Fang Jiju with a draft, saying, well, would you take a look at this draft? Isn't this just a small fishing boat with only one sail and oars for rowing? He pointed to a specific part of the Fang Jiju with a draft, saying, well, would you take a look at this draft? Isn't this just a small fishing boat with only one sail and oars for rowing? He pointed to a specific part of the design. But what is it here? Windlass. Suyang explained the device's purpose. This ship catches 4 times more fish than a same-sized fishing boat. The drawing showed a pulley system in action. Indeed, to pull up the net with the windlass, you only need one mast. Fang Jiju looked thoughtful. While you may not know how to build a ship, you sure know how to create devices. Suyang smiled, hoping to sway the engineer. If a small boat surpasses a large ship, that would also be the pride of an engineer, right? Please think it through until we head to Joseon. Suyang left Fang Jiju with an invitation. And if you feel like working on it with us, visit our lodgings in 10 days. Meanwhile, Suyang's party arrived at a farm on the outskirts of Nanjing. Suyang examined the produce with a discerning eye. These Napa cabbages are truly unique. They're large, packed, and taste good. Just having these Napa cabbages will last us throughout the winter. He held one up, marveling at its size. It's like the great-great-grandfather of the Napa cabbage we eat in the modern era. Suyang turned to address the owner. Well, all right. Hey, owner. The owner scurried over, a bit flustered by the sudden attention. Select the best seeds. Make sure they're worth the money. Oh my, nobles from Joseon have come. Just a moment, please. Suyang inquired about the pig's growth period. The owner replied, years, you ask? I grew it for a little over 1. He explained that the exceptionally large pigs weighed over 240 jun. Suyang was surprised to learn that even after being raised for over 2 years, Joseon pigs only weighed around 70 jun, and that was considered the highest rank in terms of size. He asked, can you sell us 100 piglets? The owner seemed hesitant. 100? That sounds difficult. Suyang smiled, assuring him that he could add as much as needed. This pig's breed is Yimeng Black Pig, sir. The owner agreed to provide them with an 8:2 golden ratio of females to males by the next day. Joseon, what a beautiful country. Okay, do your best for me. Suyang gazed at the horizon, realizing that their journey to the Ming Empire was coming to an end. Unfortunately, the silver coins borrowed from Chief Eunuch Wang Zhen of the Ministry Ministry of Rights had run out. Even though exporting soap could easily cover the costs, dealing with someone whose thoughts were unknown was still worrisome. However, Soo-young steeled his resolve. To make Joseon prosperous, it was a mountain they had to overcome. He narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Just then, a voice called out to him. Your Highness, someone named Fang Jeju is looking for you. Has it been that long already? Soo-young looked off into the distance, musing. It seems talents are gathering in Joseon. He turned to his companions. Did you all pack the baggage well? There are over 400 books. Please handle them carefully. The men bowed deeply. Understood, Your Highness. Soo-young stared at the massive stacks of books. Since there are more belongings than people, the journey from Beijing back to Joseon might be tough. One of the men agreed. That's true. Soo-young was optimistic. Still, the wind is good, so 6 days should be enough time to reach Shandong. I'm curious as to what will happen in Hanyang. One of his men looked thoughtful. How will they perceive the gifts we brought? Soo-young smirked. Don't worry. The Hall of Worthies will be crowded. Back in Joseon, a voice called out. Your Majesty! Back in Joseon, a court official rushed in, interrupting whatever Soo-young was doing. Your Majesty! Something big has happened. He continued to explain the situation. It is said that there's a huge uproar at Muakajai. Soo-young was not pleased to be disturbed. I was about to break the deadlift record, but you bothered me. If this deal isn't important, be ready for punishment. Now, tell me. The official seemed unsure of how to proceed, but tried to phrase it as positive news. Those who had finished their diplomatic mission have returned. That's truly welcome news. That's truly welcome news. He stammered, finally getting to the point. No, Your Majesty. It's because pigs have escaped, and the whole area is in chaos. Soo-young was annoyed by the interruption. Damn you. Don't make a fuss. It must be piglets brought from Ming. A court official reported. You see, the big one is said to weigh 120 jun. Another official reacted in disbelief. 45 kilograms. What? Chaos erupted as someone shouted. Catch them! One of the soldiers struggled to contain one of the pigs. Is this a pig or a wild boar? Why is it so strong? Nay, a horse. Another soldier, clearly struggling to control his horse, shouted. Catch! Catch them! You're a military officer. Why are you on a horse? Nay, I hate him. I'm scared. Oink. It doesn't listen because of the pig. A pig, seemingly offended, yelled. Ugly human! That's my husband! Honey! The pig, furious at being captured, was about to charge. The pig is about to charge in! Let go, human! The soldier screamed as the pig lunged forward. Eek it! T. But then, another soldier grabbed the pig. Here you go, rascals! Oink! Soo-young watched the chaos unfold, a wry smile on his face. Although it's been a year since I left Joseon, if this continues, what will become of my dignity? The Yimeng black pig piglets, finally settling down, began to snort contentedly. But 2 of the piglets, with furrowed brows and narrowed eyes, seemed less than thrilled with their accommodations. Soo-young, observing the pigs, chuckled. Oh ho, look at these wreckers. Their fiery temper, and even their build, resembles a wild boar's. One of the disgruntled piglets turned its gaze towards Soo-young. Hey! Soo-young approached the pen, a bundle of straw in his hand. You guys have been through a lot, coming all the way to the distant land of Joseon. He held out the straw, a warm smile on his face, hoping to appease the grumpy pigs. The Yimeng black piglets, finally settling down, began to snort contentedly. Soo-young chuckled, observing the pigs. Ho. I guess the hunger in your belly wasn't ordinary. Soo-young, pleased with their appetite, grinned. Given their size and vigor, it seems I don't have to worry about the future. One of the piglets thought to himself. Oink, oink. It seems we can trust that human. Oink, oink. That human. Something's different about him. Soo-young, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, declared. Present the fattest pig among them for the celebration. Soo-young walked away, flanked by an attendant. Considering that many books were lost during the Goryeo dynasty, I have brought some of them. Most likely, the majority of them are about farming and commerce, so the public works and taxation ministries are going to be busy. The attendant bowed his head respectfully. You've worked really hard. Is there anything you wish for? Soo-young replied, I do. I've learned a lot during this visit to the Ming Empire. Soo-young, ever the visionary, knew that the key to a stronger Joseon lay not just in military might, but also in the bounty of the land. If Ming's agricultural methods are applied to Joseon, he continued his train of thought, envisioning fields overflowing with crops. Our dietary life will surely undergo a change. It can help address nutritional imbalance. He shifted his focus to another crucial element for Joseon's advancement. Next is the talent. Soo-young addressed the assembled craftsmen, singling out one by name. Fang Jeju, was it? The craftsman, visibly nervous, replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Soo-young acknowledged the sacrifices made by those who had left their homes to serve him. Leaving the Ming Empire, and coming to the distant land of Joseon. You all must have endured a lot. I will ensure that separate places are prepared for each of you." The craftsman, deeply moved, exclaimed, "Your royal grace knows no bounds, your majesty." Suyang knew that skilled artisans were invaluable assets to his kingdom. An enthusiastic craftsman is sure to be useful. The newly trained men expressed their gratitude to Suyang, acknowledging the difficulty of the training they've endured. "It's our pleasure to have an audience with you, Grand Prince Suyang. MHM, it seems everyone here has gone through hardship to keep up with the training." Suyang turns his attention to Ma Jungho, praising his efforts. "And Ma Jungho, you've done a great job as well." Ma Jungho modestly replies that teaching is different from learning, hinting at some difficulties he's been facing. "Ah, it's nothing. Being in a teaching position vastly differs from being a learner. I've had reports of that as well." Ma Jungho explains that he hasn't been distinguishing between the children based on their social class or whether they are from common or servant families. There's nothing about distinguishing a child of a concubine from the common or servant class in conducting oneself and preparing the body. It's just a study thoroughly focused on filial piety. Suyang's expression hardens slightly as he asks if Ma Jungho, a concubine's child, has been disrespected. "Even so, did they disrespect Mr. Ma, who is a concubine's child? I think I know how to handle it." Suyang declares that he will teach them in a new way. "All right, from here on, I'll teach you in a new way." Suyang decided to introduce a new training method. It's called CrossFit. I've been told that people are bored with repetitive movements. He held up a kettlebell, ready to demonstrate. "So, we'll perform various exercises to clear away our idle thoughts. Watch closely and follow suit." Suyang then demonstrated a series of movements. "This is called burpee, which I invented during my stay in Ming." The soldiers looked relieved at the prospect of a new routine. "Whoa, it doesn't involve carrying heavy weights, right? Count me in. I'll do it 100 times. Hopeful expectations were finally free from that boring barbell. Suyang grinned, pleased with their enthusiasm. "Haha, that's the spirit. Then, try to copy me." Suyang began the demonstration. First is 20 reps of burpee. Second, 20 jumps over a waist-height log stack box jump. Suyang continued to push the soldiers, demonstrating the next exercise. Third is 20 swings with a 20 Jun weight kettlebell swing. That's about 7.5 kilograms. He moved on to the final exercise. And finally, 20 squats without weights. Do this twice, take a break, and then repeat it twice. One of the soldiers asked hopefully, "Will today's training really be over with this?" Suyang grinned ominously. Of course, it approaches with the force like a storm after the silence. The soldier blinked in confusion. "Excuse me? What storm?" Suddenly, a screech echoed through the training grounds. The soldiers collapsed, utterly defeated. I can't do it anymore." One of the soldiers gagged, bile rising in his throat. "Oopchu!" The soldier looked ready to lose his lunch. I'm going to vomit." Suyang looked concerned, but only for a moment. "Oh no, vomit." He grinned sadistically. "Then vomit and continue. I did the same. Humans don't die as easily as you think." The soldiers continued to suffer. One of them finally snapped. "You're so mean." Suyang continued to push his soldiers to their absolute limits. "It's been more than 6 months since you started conducting oneself and preparing the body, yet your learning still seems lacking." Suyang towered over the soldier, who was struggling under the weight of his training. "Now, open the book and focus on your studies. When the strength in your limbs disappears, so will your distractions." The soldier, barely able to hold the book, was clearly suffering. "How can I read a book in this state?" Suyang was unmoved. "It's a must." The soldier was dumbfounded. Both Ma Jungho and Prince Seosan have dedicated themselves to their studies in this way and achieved great success. It doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, stacks of books sat on shelves, waiting to be read. Suyang held up a copy of calligraphy. "Elder brother, is this a copy of the famous calligrapher Chu Suiliang?" The shot then panned to a stack of books. Suyang presented the books to the others. "Here, you can also find copies of Yan Zhenqing's Qinli Stele and Ouyang Shun's inscription on the sweet spring in the Jucheng Palace. This detailed and bold calligraphy must be thoroughly mastered." Grand Prince Anpyong, third son of Sejong, spoke up. "Next time, it would be nice if Yi Yong departed as envoy instead of you." Suyang smiled. "Certainly, elder brother. I also want to visit Khufu, where the descendants of Confucius live." Suyang continued, noting his father's approval. "Actually, father seemed pleased with the outcome of this diplomatic mission and asked me what I thought about going as the next envoy." Suyang, holding a calligraphy book, tilts his head, a puzzled expression on his face. "What's wrong, elder brothers?" One of the brothers asks, "Yong, have you seen the transformation in Deputy Assistant Scribe Shin Suk-ju's physique? weak. Considering the hardships a diplomatic mission brings, your frail body worries me. The other brother chimes in. You need physical strength to travel to distant foreign countries. Suyang's brothers look down at him with concern. It's just that my touch is meticulous, making it difficult for me to lift those lumps of iron. One of the brothers replies, Yi Yong will never know how delicate a dumbbell is. What do you think, you? Suyang looks up, a determined glint in his eyes. Although my muscular strength has more than doubled, my skill in calligraphy remains unchanged. Suyang's brother is taken aback by his sudden interest in calligraphy. Wait, you originally had no interest in calligraphy, did you? But his brother refuses. Suyang introduces his latest invention, a weapon for the common soldier. This thing is my newly created firearm, the kind even an ordinary soldier can use. He demonstrates the weapon, aiming it toward the sky. The weapon fires with a burst of smoke and light. Suyang explains the firearm's capabilities. Its power pierces armor up close and leather from a distance. The firepower is enormous. The firearm demonstration leaves the officials wondering, in your opinion, what improvements does it need? A masked figure appears, ready to give his input. If you ask me, meanwhile, in the Ming Empire, a man asks, so, is the spy we sent to Joseon performing the mission without any issues? Yes, that's right. He continues, noting Suyang's knack for innovation. The Prince of Joseon has a talent for developing various items, like soap. He leans forward, offering an incentive for information. If he creates something unavailable in the Ming Empire, inform me through a letter. Describe it in writing, and you'll get 5 silver niang. He concludes with a promise of even greater rewards. The more detailed the drawing, the higher the price will soar. Suyang reclines, holding out a silver coin for emphasis. Whether it's Ming or Joseon, is there anything as valuable as silver coins? He explains that to penetrate the leather, the range shouldn't exceed 100 bow. He elaborates on the firearm's design, mentioning that at first, it was supposed to be lifted on the shoulder or propped up under the chin, but when he made it that way, it became unbearable for a human to endure the recoil. Therefore, Suyang devised a shooting method where you wedge this firearm between your side and arm. One of the soldiers notes that it's very similar to the Seongja Chongtong from the Goryeo dynasty, and that a revolutionary item has appeared. The man in the orange-trimmed uniform states that the way he sees it, this weapon might be vital during a siege or defending the city. Suyang tilts his head, questioning why they are discussing siege or defense when it is designed to be carried by foot soldiers. Suyang points out the firearm's limitations in close quarters combat, stating that's because it cannot aim in situations where enemy troops are attacking. I will demonstrate by firing it myself. The weapon fires with a loud bang, scattering a flock of birds. The soldier peers through the hole in the target. Did it make its way through both the iron plate and wooden board? That's a lot of power. Suyang notes the need for improvements, saying, since the bullets are missing the target, the accuracy needs improvement. Also, the aiming method is somewhat inconvenient. Suyang strokes his chin thoughtfully. I agree. Ordinary soldiers may dislocate their shoulders after the first shot. I should try reducing the size, even if it means sacrificing the power. The soldier in the blue-trimmed uniform asks, and regarding the inconvenience with the aiming method you mentioned, is there any alternative? Suyang was about to suggest a solution when a rustling sound came from nearby. The soldier with the scar on his eyebrow asked, was it just me, or was there a rustling sound? Suyang waved it off. It's nothing. You asked about a solution to this firearm's aiming method, right? Just then, a voice called out, hello, is Pak Gang here? A soldier replied, yes, your highness. Suyang turned to Pak Gang. Weren't you the one who drew the blueprint of the Ming Empire's crossbow and disassembled the actual ones several times? Do you think you can recreate the crossbow's structure? Suyang was on a roll. Of course. As a matter of fact, I've also been improving the previous design. Let me show me right away. Suyang gestured enthusiastically. Elder brother, I'll shoot the crossbow myself to showcase the issue with this firearm. He took aim, his expression serious. The crossbow fired with a snap. The arrow struck the target dead center. Suyang turned back to the group. As one would have guessed, Suyang explained that high accuracy requires the eye and huapo to be in a straight line. He then described another challenge. 2 hands are not enough, and losing the aim when the huapo is held with one hand and lit with the other. Another man agreed, stating that it may not be apparent if the enemy is passive, but when both sides are in motion, everyone will face difficulties handling such a weapon. Suyang had an idea. In that case, combining the frame of the crossbow and huapo would solve the problem. Suyang then ordered Pak Gang to stop what he was doing and make this first. Pak Gang was surprised, but agreed. Suyang noted that with each shot, ordinary soldiers lose strength and may get injured on their faces. Suyang considered the design. How about extending the wooden board to the back and attaching it to the shoulder? It might burn the head. so change the place so that the smoke comes out to the side. And what do you think of attaching a dagger to the end as a precaution? Not bad. It would be even better if a huapo could be used as a short spear. 3 months later, on March 2nd, 1444, today was the day the crown prince and you would present the new huapo. The military officials had been gathered inside the royal palace. They seemed to have prepared very thoroughly. One of the men worried that although the crown prince and you didn't do anything lightly, huapos had been prone to malfunctions. Prepare for the firing of an infantry cannon, Suyang shouted. Suyang instructed the soldiers to fill the firearm with gunpowder. The soldier loaded the gunpowder, but the huapo backfired in his face. Suyang ignored the mishap and ordered the next soldier to insert the pellet into the muzzle. The military officials watched the demonstration with concern. What's going on? That huapo is making so much noise. One of the military officials scoffed at the display. As expected, it can't be helped for those without any battle experience. Tisk tisk, Suyang shouted. Fire! Suyang shouted. Fire! The huapo discharged. The military officials erupted in laughter. The pellet flew through the air. A soldier shouted, check the target. Yes, sir. The target was hit. One shot hit. The military official was surprised that such a noisy item could result in a precise shot, but he wondered where they would use such a thing. He questioned the effectiveness of the weapon. Only one, huh? Pardon? What was that again? The official explained. I said, that hand cannon can only make one hit at a time. If the enemy is at a distance, it will need to shoot 10 times just to barely hit the target. Suyang ordered them to prepare for the firing of a cloud hand cannon. The soldiers readied the cannon, ready to fire. That hand cannon appears unsuitable for the average person to use. It's large, so the pellet must be of a special kind. The order was given. Fire. 2 shots hit. Suyang considered the results. At least this cloud hand cannon is useful. Even so, it takes an eternity to reload. While a huapo fires 1 shot, a skilled archer can charge 3 arrows, don't you think? Suyang smirked. It's still good for hiding, shooting once, and fleeing. You can preload the gunpowder and use it whenever needed. Just then, someone called out to him. Crown Prince. The Crown Prince spoke, unimpressed. The first one, the infantry hand cannon you displayed, was difficult to consider as a firearm, and the second, the cloud hand cannon, is much slower than a bow. The Crown Prince looked down at Suyang and asked, how would you make use of those? Suyang responded, the infantry hand cannon is not a replacement for the bow. It takes 10 years of practice to raise a skilled archer. The Crown Prince looked skeptical. However, those we've prepared for this demonstration have only trained for a mere half a month. Half a month. Are you really saying they acquired this skill in such a short period? Suyang confirmed. Yes, Your Majesty. Half a month is barely enough to learn how to hold a bow. The Crown Prince seemed even more dubious. And to hit the target properly, it takes at least 6 months of practice. Suyang smiled, knowing he had him. Then, Your Majesty, since I've shown you the marksmen who have only trained for 15 days, Suyang declared. From now on, he continued, allow me to have the skilled marksmen demonstrate their skills. He pressed his point. Then, Your Majesty, since I've shown you the marksmen who have only trained for 15 days, from now on, Suyang declared, allow me to have the skilled marksmen demonstrate their skills. The newly trained soldiers raised their firearms, ready to show off their skills. Get ready, Suyang gave the order. Fire. The bullets hit the target's dead center. Suyang's demonstration yielded impressive results. 19 out of 60 shots hit the center. The prince explained that the marksman now had a 30% chance of hitting a target 60 bow away, and that the speed of reloading had also increased. The emperor was floored. How surprising. That was definitely not something that could be learned in a short period. Suyang continued to lay it on thick, boasting that even an ordinary infantryman who had only trained for 2 months could demonstrate the same strength as an archer who had practiced for several years. Suyang then gestured towards a small cannon. Lastly, let me show you the 2-inch cannon. Are you ready? You, standing proudly by the cannon, responded, Yes, Your Highness. The emperor eyed the small cannon with skepticism. Eh? What's that? Isn't that a huapo? That can't be considered a chongtong, given its size. Suyang addressed the emperor. What kind of pellets does it use? It uses slugs, Your Majesty. We will show you what kind of power it has right away. The 2-inch cannon fired a devastating shot. The blast echoed through the courtyard. The onlookers gasped at the sheer force. The emperor's eyes widened in amazement. Incredible. With your Sejongtong, and 2-inch cannon, let alone the barbarians. Even the northern Yuan people who used to trample on Goryeo will be crushed instantly. Su Yang smiled, basking in the emperor's praise. It's my honor, your majesty. He thought back to the man who helped him. You helped me a lot. Meanwhile, back at the Ming Empire, Wang Zhen's residence, one man asked another, who was seated and writing. He even developed those firearms, huh? Should I ask the spy to send us a copy of the blueprints? The seated man considered the idea. No, it will be difficult to reproduce it exactly if it's drawn by an outsider. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. It's best if we can get our hands on them ourselves. Regarding the hand cannon and the cannon that you and the crown prince created, one man explains that there's a problem when they try to mass produce it, prompting the other to ask if there's a problem, your majesty. The emperor reveals, we received a letter from the Ming Empire. He continues, reading from the letter. Inside the letter, it is said that they heard about the objects made in Joseon and requested that they be sent as tributes since the emperor is very interested in them. Su Yang realizes, I think the objects that they talked about are likely the Seichongtong and the 2-inch cannon. He wonders how they found out about them, then considers that since the letter only says objects, it's possible that they are referring to something else, not the firearms. Su Yang considered the emperor's request. It's possible. However, he knew that if they sent something else, and the Ming discovered their new firearms' existence and made a big deal about it, the situation could escalate. They would think they were hiding them on purpose. Su Yang realized, to think they called them objects, even though they already knew about their existence. He deduced that no one but Wang Zhen could think of a plan like this. In that case, please send 2,000 pieces as tribute. The other man was taken aback. 2,000. That's too many. Sending 500 per year seems more appropriate, though. Su Yang was firm. No, please send 2,000. Meanwhile, inside the Ming Dynasty Forbidden Palace, the emperor considered the tribute. Oh ho, 2,000 pieces. An advisor spoke up. It is said that the third prince of Joseon will personally bring 500 pieces himself within this year. There's no way a small country on the border can go against the Great Ming. Another official inquired, but may I ask why you wrote objects in the letter? The first advisor replied, if Joseon sends another object, it means they must have another plan. He continued, if that happens, we can pressure them to receive more tribute. The emperor mused, well, since Yi Do, the king of Joseon, is a smart person, that wouldn't happen. The emperor smirked, thinking about how to squeeze more tribute from Joseon. Had they said it'd be hard to pay tribute, I would have used that as an excuse to obtain something even greater. Something even greater. His eyes narrowed with greed. We can have the second prince of Joseon as hostage. The scene shifted to a burning village, a symbol of the emperor's ruthlessness. Or if they don't listen to us, we can make them understand with force. The sound of wood chopping echoed through the village. Meanwhile, back in Joseon, one of Su Yang's men approached him. Hey, Young-hae, did you see the announcement a while ago? What did it say? I couldn't read it properly because it was written in proper sounds, or whatever it is. News spread among the common folk. I heard that on February 5th next year, the government will recruit a new unit called the Military Training Command. One man looked concerned. Military Training Command? That sounds sketchy. If things go wrong, won't they send us to the far north? Another man hammered wood nearby. Since they are recruiting in the capital, won't the training also be done there? Rumor has it that the person who founded this command was Grand Prince Su Yang. The first man pondered. If they are recruiting in the capital, they must be looking for cavalrymen. He looked down at his own 2 feet. Since I don't even have a horse, something like that is impossible for me. But then, a glimmer of hope. The announcement didn't even mention anything about horseback riding. It even said that a bow and arrow aren't needed. The common folk buzzed with excitement at the prospect of joining the Military Training Command. One man's reaction was disbelief. Are you serious? The announcement continued, promising that all one needed was an identity tag, a strong body, and a strong will, regardless of their current status. Furthermore, those who completed the training, along with their families, could become commoners. A lord spoke sternly to a man groveling in the snow. I am sending you to the capital out of generosity, but you know what will happen if you run away, right? Your mother and father will be punished in your place. The man kowtowed deeply, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, my lord. One man, burdened by his past, trudged through the snow, praying for his family's safety. I will pray every day that my parents are safe while I am visiting Hanyang. That's how hundreds of young people from all 8 provinces across the country, regardless of their social status, believing that as long as they had a strong body, they could become a military officer, made their way to the capital, where Grand Prince Su Yang. That's how, regardless of social status, hundreds of young people from all 8 provinces across the country, believing that as long as they had a strong body, they could become a military officer, made their way to the capital, where Grand Prince Su Yang awaited. On February 5th, 1446, Suyang surveyed the scene at Nodulnaru, now Noryangjin. He muttered, 1,052 people, huh? Suyang crossed his arms, unimpressed. That's much lower than I was expecting. It can't be helped. He knew that these people didn't even know exactly what their military training command was. Suyang addressed the crowd, thinking, considering what benefits the members of the military training command will receive, it's truly a shame. The Minister of War hid behind Suyang, prompting the prince to ask, by the way, why do you keep hiding behind me? The Minister of War trembled. Can you speak in my stead, Your Highness? But aren't you the Minister of War who will command the army? The minister stammered, tears welling up in his eyes. I can't do it. I have only been carrying out administrative tasks in the first place, so please calm down. His Majesty must have appointed you knowing you would do well. Suyang cleared his throat, ready to address the crowd. Now then, since everyone has gathered here, Suyang took a deep breath and boomed. We all sincerely welcome you all who have endured the cold winter to make it to this place. Suyang addressed the crowd, introducing himself. I am Grand Prince Suyang, who is in charge of the military training command, under the command of His Majesty, the King. He explained that joining the ranks wouldn't be a simple matter, because the military training command will use completely different training methods and weapons than the existing units in the capital. Unfortunately, not everyone can receive it. Suyang continued, setting the stage for the trials ahead. Only those who pass the test will be able to join the military training command. In return, the first test will be easy. The first test is, he revealed the first challenge with a smirk. Running, Suyang continued, his voice booming across the training grounds. Since you all made your way to the capital, your legs must be strong, right? A soldier's life and death depends on his lower body, and that is even more the case for members of the military training command. He finished his speech with a declaration. Without a strong lower body, you are not worthy to be called a man. Suyang announced, I will guide you to the test site, so follow me. He gestured forward, declaring, from now on, you have to run from here to the training center in the rear. Suyang continued, your destination is Tancheon. Everyone, get ready. With a commanding presence, Suyang yelled, now then, the quick march starts now. Think that the enemies are encamped before you, and run. Yes, sir. The recruits surged forward as Suyang warned, if you are tired, move out of the way. Otherwise, you will be stepped on. The grueling pace immediately took its toll. People failed the first test. People remain. The text at the bottom of the image read. Suyang began to explain the next stage of the trials. You may have heard of conducting oneself and preparing the body. This is an exercise method I created, and it is a way to be filial to your parents by managing your body effectively. He continued, the second test is to verify your filial piety with this conducting oneself and preparing the body. He laid out the standards for the test. The standard is that you must perform inclined bench presses with a total weight equal to 80 of your body weight. Suyang continued listing the requirements. Front squats with a weight equal to your body weight. He finished with the last exercise. And deadlift with a weight equal to 120 of your body weight. Suyang pointed to a nervous recruit. Well, let's start with you first. The recruit responded, yes, Your Highness. Suyang encouraged the recruit. It doesn't matter if you fall, so give it your best shot. The recruit responded, yes, sir. The recruit struggled with the weight, every muscle fiber straining. The recruit's form faltered, and the weight crashed down. Suyang reassured everyone that no one would be seriously injured, with the second-generation disciples and royal guard instructors present, and asked if the recruit was all right. After the second test, 182 people failed, and 221 trainees remained. As a result, 221 trainees with proven capabilities were selected and began moving to Namhansan, where their training ground was located. The trainees continued their journey to the training ground, torches illuminating the path through the darkening woods. One of the recruits shivered, his teeth chattering. My legs are still shaking. It's getting dark. If we stay out in the mountains like this, we will probably freeze to death. He turned to his companion, seeking reassurance. What do you think, Brother Hong? Hong scoffed. The tests were too easy. He crossed his arms confidently. I would have passed even if they increased the weight. I think the test at the next location will also be easy. Finally, the trainees arrived at Namhansan Fortress, their new training ground. One of the recruits, however, seemed more concerned about the soap. Is it okay for us to use something as precious as the soap bar? The recruit was floored. The other recruits celebrated at the thought of daily hygiene. Suyang dismissed them for the night. I will personally conduct an interview tomorrow morning, so just wash up and rest for today. The recruits responded with a resounding, yes, Your Highness. Suyang watched them go, knowing that these guys will go through 7 months of training before becoming a junior, third-rank officer. Su-young's attendant informed him that the next candidate was ready. Your Highness, I will tell the next person to come in. Su-young responded. All right, let him in. Su-young grimaced, the interview process dragging on. The interview is almost over. There are only 2 left from the Hong family. Su-young learned that the first of the Hong family was named Hong-san. The first one must be Hong-san. He was a slave in Gangwon-do and came here to upgrade his lowest class. The young man explained his motivations. Why did you apply for the military training command? Hong-san answered, Our Lord said that if I became a military officer, my parents would also acquire a higher status, so I applied. Su-young considered the applicant. He is short and weighs too little, and Hong-san continued, I thought it was my duty as a child to free my parents from slavery, so I worked hard in training to practice filial piety, and Su-young mused to himself, oh, the training so far must have been quite arduous for him. Su-young considered that the military training command's training would be tough. However, if someone with such a strong will, like Hong-san, participated, Su-young thought about how much Hong-san would change. The young man bowed deeply. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Su-young nodded. I understand you may leave now. Su-young turned the page in his book, ready for the next candidate. Let's look at the next person. Su-young read the file. Hong Yun-seong, nicknamed Yong-hae, born in 1425. Year of the Snake? Su-young's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the name. Wait a moment. That human butcher Hong Yun-seong? The next applicant stated, I am from Hoin District, Chungcheong Province. I have a healthy body, but because my family wasn't well off, I couldn't learn horseback riding. The next applicant stepped forward, stating, I applied because I want to be successful. Su-young considered the man before him. They say people can't be changed, so can I change the 22-year-old Hong Yun-seong? Do you know what you are doing here? I was told to become the infantry leader and take care of them. Su-young replied, those who lead people should know how to handle their men without using harsh tactics. It's not about beating and suppressing people to make them listen. He challenged Hong Yun-seong. Can you lead your subordinates like that? Hong Yun-seong paused for a moment. He stated with conviction, if they can't use harsh tactics, why do soldiers exist in the first place? Hong Yun-seong stood firm, arguing, if they can't use harsh tactics, why do soldiers exist in the first place? Su-young paused, considering his words. Su-young responded with a slight smile. I hope you find that answer by the time you finish the training. With that, Su-young dismissed him. You may leave now. The door slid shut. Su-young was confident that even the stubborn Great King Sejong changed, so Hong Yun-seong, who is even younger than him, will definitely change. Meanwhile, the training at the military training command was underway. Left turn, march, left, left, a loud voice barked. Stop chit-chatting. 2 soldiers watched the training. One of them asked, what an interesting way of training. What do you think, Brother Hong? Hong-san replied, it is a training of adaptation to make the team perfect. There is nothing more important than loyally carrying out orders on the battlefield. The scene faded to black, with a question hanging in the air. Isn't this the place where people who were just alive turn into lumps of meat? Su-young declared that from now on, all command systems used in the military would use the proper sounds. He emphasized that those who would lead the soldiers must also master the proper sounds. The trainees listened carefully to Su-young's instructions. Hong-san watched with a stern expression. Su-young asked if they knew how to use it after reading, adding that he was still learning the proper sounds, but was in no rush. Hong-san thought he was going to reconsider about him if he showed his rough temper again, but he's still following without any problems for now. Source. One of the trainees observed, if we keep going like this, that guy will be the leader of the first military training command. A jangi piece clattered against the board as one of the trainees exclaimed, damn, I lost. Another trainee asked, son, where are you going? It's your chance to play. Hong-san, looking slightly sheepish, replied, sorry, but I have never played jangi before, so I'm going to take a walk and cool my head. One of the men scoffed, take a walk, my ass. It's already hard as it is. We should take a break now. When else can we take a break otherwise? Hong-san chuckled nervously. This is taking a break for me, so I'm really fine. Please enjoy your game. Haha. Hong-san walked away from the jangi game, lost in thought. He paused, considering something. He told someone, this is the only valuable thing I have. The man was instructed to sell this and add it up to what you have. Hong-san continued, and don't come back here anymore. Don't worry about us either. Hong-san walked off, leaving the man behind. Suddenly, someone noticed something. That, peeking into the tent, he thought, come to think of it, this tent is the only tent with lights on until late. What is this place? Inside, Su-yang was working out with weights. Is that? The peeping man quickly apologized. If you're out of curiosity, just return. Excuse my rudeness, my lord. Su-yang continued. By the way, I've used other things during the exercise. Su-yang questioned the use of the large clubs, 3 times the size of a rolling pin. The 8th senior grade assistant training officer, Ma Il-young, asked which government post Su-yang held. Su-yang asked assistant training officer Ma where he used the club he was carrying. Ma Il-young grinned, asking if he was curious. Ma Il-young offered to let him hold it. Then he'd gladly let him know. Pardon? This is called a meal. Ma Il-young explained that this was a method of increasing grip strength and dexterity in wielding weapons by slowly turning the wooden stick. One of the trainees struggled with the oversized club, questioning how one could exercise by slowly turning this thing. The trainee let out a groan. He wondered aloud who created this thing, saying he'd really love to see his face. Su-yang appeared, overhearing the comment. Who do you think? Of course, it's His Highness Grand Prince Su-yang. He wondered if someone was talking about him. Su-yang explained that the exercise would differ according to the weapons they all chose, but since they didn't know which one to choose, they'd have to try out everything. Pardon. One of the trainees, clearly regretting his life choices, declared, I'm going to go with the round shield, so I won't need to wield that meal, right? A hulking soldier presented him with a massive plate. Then, you'll have to use this huge plate that weighs 64 gun. The trainee, upon learning that it weighed 24 kilograms, burst into tears. I apologize. I'm uneducated, so I can't use the shield either. He turned to flee. Su-yang asked him, where are you going? Su-yang grinned, his eyes gleaming with sadistic glee. Now that you're here, you should try experiencing it in advance. The trainee broke down, tears streaming down his face as he realized the sheer scale of his mistake. 1 hour later, Su-yang dismissed the trainees. Now then, I'll see you tomorrow. One of the trainees leaned against a tree, his face pale with exhaustion. Phew, how will I endure this now? He glanced nervously around, sweat dripping from his brow. A figure approached him from the shadows. Yonghae, where have you been? The trainee was confronted by a figure in the darkness. I thought the trainees were prohibited from going outside the military training command. I was bored of training with weak people, so I just came to exercise for a bit. He stared in shock. Your arm. The trainee noticed the blood. Isn't it that blood? Did you get hurt while exercising? The figure turned away, silent. He spoke, glancing back at the trainee. It seems like you're the only one who saw me going outside. He issued a warning. Pretend you didn't see me today. I don't know the reason, but it seems like Grand Prince Su-yang is carefully keeping an eye on me. The mysterious figure warned the trainee to keep quiet about their encounter and return inside. Just know that and go back inside. He turned, a disturbing smile playing on his lips. And don't worry, this blood isn't mine. Meanwhile, back at the military training command, Su-yang prepared to demonstrate his achievements. He addressed the king. I could come all the way to this position due to father and mother's grace. Su-yang continued, his voice ringing with confidence. Now, I'd like to show you my achievements so far. 2 chibi figures watch on, one radiating confidence and the other burning with competitive spirit. Good luck. Su-yang gripped the barbell, his knuckles white as he prepared to lift. With a triumphant grin, Su-yang completed the bench press. Phew, it's a success. Su-yang beamed, confident that no one could say his arm could only hold paper, pencil, or ink. He had worked hard in practicing conducting oneself and preparing the body, bench pressing 140 June, or 84 kilograms. Su-yang then announced that he would like to challenge deadlift. The weights crashed to the ground. Su-yang succeeded in his deadlift. The weights clattered against the frame. The king and his advisor looked on as Su-yang totaled his squat, bench press, and deadlift. With 180 gun, it made a total of 500 gun. Su-yang beamed. You may have started late, but you're quick in learning, so I'm very satisfied. Thanks to both brothers, I could make a trip to the Ming Empire with a healthy body. King Sejong replied, but you can't be satisfied yet. The king continued, you still have a long way to go, so you must never stop moving forward. Now, he can no longer be satisfied with goon of Big 3 exercise. Then again, even the great King Sejong can handle that much weight now. Sejong added, right, while we're at it, I'd like to see you's further achievements in conducting oneself and preparing the body. Su-yang's face fell slightly. I heard that you recently raised your level of conducting oneself and preparing the body by a lot. I'm screwed. I've been busy with the military training command. He trailed off. Su-yang finished. So I've only done it 6 times a week. Su-yang continued to train, his back muscles rippling with each movement. Meanwhile, King Sejong watched with a smile. It's always greatly rewarding, no matter when I see that body. Suyang steeled himself. I'm always working hard with filial piety in mind. Then I shall begin squatting with 440 gun of weight, 264 kilograms. Suyang began his squat, the weight pressing down on him. He strained under the load. Suyang pushed through the pain, determined to complete the squat with 440 gun. Suyang followed his squats with a successful 330 gun bench press. He stared at his body, musing. It started off daringly, but this body is very strange, relatively dissatisfied to think this is really a weight a human can lift. He examined his hands, flexing his fingers. Normally, I can't lift this much weight. How truly amazing. King Sejong watched him, a hint of worry in his eyes. As expected, even if it's you, it's natural to be scared of that much weight. You may take a quick break. Suyang scoffed. No, father. I've taken enough breath, huh? He prepared himself for the final lift. So, for the last one, I shall perform deadlifts. As Suyang prepared for the final lift, the royal guards watched with a mixture of awe and fear. The onlookers could only stare as Suyang began to lift. With a mighty heave, Suyang completed the deadlift. 430 gun deadlift succeeded. King Sejong beamed with pride. How proud am I of you. The Crown Prince is on 700 gun, and Grand Prince Anpyeong on 500 gun. To think you can lift what they lift combined. How can this not be a blessing? He instructed Yang. Before Yu goes to Beijing, draw his body on an 8-panel folding screen. He continued, place the folding screen in the exercise hall to serve as an example for those who are working on conducting oneself and preparing the body. One of the trainees looked up, confused. Pardon? Drop. Suyang stared at the poster of himself. Now a fitness celebrity. Don't tell me. Won't the gym be swarmed with this from now on? King Sejong stood proudly, but Suyang was mortified. Father, leaving my body for generations to see is embarrassing. No, since you lifted 1,200 gun weight, isn't that a feat that will forever be remembered in history? Suyang's face soured at the thought. We shall be calling 1,200 gun of Big 3 exercises as the Suyang Gun. Suyang Gun. Suyang's mind raced, questioning his influence. I'm not changing Joseon in a weird direction, am I? Meanwhile, at the military training command headquarters, new orders were being issued. Starting today, we will divide the military into different types and begin training tailored to each weapon. The speaker emphasized a crucial point. Keep in mind that the marksman is the one who handles the new firearm developed by the Crown Prince. Suyang instructed his trainees. Then, stand on the branch of your choice. The trainees responded with a resounding, yes. Back at headquarters, a man reported to Suyang, Your Highness, the number of military trainees desired has been organized. The numbers were broken down as follows: 41 shieldmen, 51 spearmen, and 63 long swordsmen. The report continued, and, lastly, 66 marksmen. Suyang noted with a thoughtful expression, there are not a lot of marksmen. I guess it's because people are still used to cold weapons. Suyang was still worried about designating proper training for the trainees. He inquired about the shields that the shieldmen would be using and received confirmation. Suyang observed that the shields seemed sturdy enough to withstand even an attack from a mountain tiger. Before yelling, You there! Suyang demanded to know what they were doing and ordered them to get to their positions and get ready. The trainees apologized. Suyang asked if everyone was ready. He announced that the first training exercise involved turning the shield in all directions. One of the trainees looked at the shield in disbelief, noting that it was already heavy enough just to carry. Suyang commanded them to stop talking and quickly follow his moves, and the trainees responded affirmatively. He explained that while the shields might be heavy now, they had no other choice, adding that the primary reason the shield was made big and blunt was to increase the defense range, and the secondary objective was to block the enemy's march. Meanwhile, a figure in a mask mused that they didn't know where the cannons that would be sent to Ming might be used for. RizComic.com. The masked figure continued that they should prepare in advance. Back with Suyang, he declared that only those with the greatest strength would be able to become a shield man. Suyang explained that it was because, in order to avoid being penetrated by a hand cannon at an effective range of 100 feet, the weight must naturally be increased. Two of the trainees watched Hong San, impressed. They commented that he was really getting better as time passed, wondering where he got such strength. One of the trainees told Hong San he could stop now. Sweating, the trainee asked if Hong San remembered how many times he turned it. Hong San looked back, confused. Hong San, still sweaty from his workout, spotted someone. That guy? The two trainees strained under the weight of the logs they carried, but 1.5 months was enough time to change people. It is hard as hell, but the meals are really good. If you eat that much for lunch, don't you feel bloated? One trainee asked, a rice ball halfway to his mouth. Another trainee smirked. I don't think I'd be as bloated as you. Shieldmen eat with their shields on their backs, even during meal times. Well, I always ate horse or cow meat. The meals are one thing, but I have only discovered that pork is this delicious since coming here, the first trainee replied, taking another bite. The trainee savored the pork. I agree with you. To think I'd be eating pork instead of beef. When else would we enjoy such luxury? Another trainee, hearing this, decided to get more. In that sense, I'll be getting more food for myself. Wait, already? He grinned, already heading back for seconds. Yes, maybe because of the difficult training, I end up eating endlessly. I'll be back soon. Then again, he's at his peak growth. Suddenly, Su Yang's voice boomed out. You finally look like a soldier. As you may have already experienced during the admission, a soldier's life is all about their lower body. Su Yang informed them. Socks and new shoes will be provided additionally, so get used to it. We will be going on a march in 2 days. One of the trainees looked up quizzically. What kind of march do you mean? Su Yang grinned. We're going to walk the mountain path from morning until evening for 100 li, 40 kilometers. One of the trainees muttered. Of course, whatever it is, I won't starve. So, rain began to pour down on the trainees. They trudged along the mountain path. One of the trainees grumbled. If it were up to me, I'd really love to just run down and go home. His companion replied, you'll meet a mountain tiger and die if you do so. Su Yang announced, let's take a short break. Replenish your stamina here. The trainees cheered. Su Yang had already run out of taffy. Here, take a sip of water at least. Everyone, eat a grain of salt when you drink water, he added. Su Yang continued, and those who ran out of water should not worry either. You'll be provided with water once we arrive at the next hill. One of the trainees smiled. At least, it's worth fighting when we have someone like that as our superior. His companion agreed. You're right. The rain continued to pour. Now, let's begin the match again. Get in a row, Su Yang shouted. There was around 1 month left for the military training command. The rain continued to soak the trainees as they trudged along. Hong Yun-sung was an extraordinary man from the beginning, but Hong San, that guy may have looked weak, but when did he grow that fast? Not only those two, the others, who were all over the place at first, changed too. Su Yang smirked, pleased with the progress. He thought to himself, I want to quickly show these strong figures to father. It was September of 1445 in Beijing of the Ming Empire. A man on a throne welcomed, welcome, third prince of Joseon, Yi Yang. The man continued, to think the third prince would come after the second. I understand how passionate Joseon's education is. I heard you have a knack for calligraphy. He asked, would you write a phrase for me? A phrase. He examined the calligraphy. Right. I'm satisfied with this calligraphy. He then stated, I'd like to talk about your tribute next. The man on the throne questioned, you called it hand cannon, but I'm curious why you did not use it in the fight with the wild men Jurchen people. As a civilized country, we are embracing a cultured country, so we can't use it as we please. He continued, just as it is a child's duty to show respect to their parents, won't it be appropriate for us as a civilized nation to do the right thing? Another man interjected, then, did you send us a weapon that is yet to be proven, without even using it in real battles? Su Yang responded confidently, but it pierces through armors, so it is extremely excellent. Moreover, the soldier will become proficient in it after 1 month of training, so the Ming Empire will have nothing to fear in the world. The man on the throne stroked his beard. Seeing how confident you are, I'm curious about its power. He then stated, let me see it for myself. A soldier aimed the hand cannon with precision. 3 out of 8 shots hit their mark. The king watched intently. Since it penetrated the armor at the chest and abdomen and became lodged inside, anyone would have died instantly. He examined the results closely. As it consumes less gunpowder than our cannons and can shoot faster, we can say that it is an excellent weapon. Another man beamed with delight. I thought there was no sibling better than the older brother, but they're right here after all. To think Joseon would make a better firearm than the great Ming, their brother. The king's advisor spoke up. Would you pay 1,000 hand cannons every year as a tribute? We need to drive out the ferocious Tetters. How could we dare to do that? A man in fine robes pleaded. We came here prepared to present 2,000 hand cannons as tribute. Please consider our sincerity. Meanwhile, at Joseon Military Training Command headquarters, a trainee was sent flying by a brutal punch. His comrade looked on in shock as the trainee fell to the ground. The shocked trainee's face was a mask of terror. The trainee who delivered the blow wiped blood from his mouth, looking displeased. It was September 1445. Su Yang was dismissed from his position due to abusive behavior. Su Yang's legacy was already being carved in stone, literally. The Luoyang attraction, Longmen Grottos, stood as a testament to art and history, and Gyeon, an early Joseon dynasty painter, was clearly impressed. What a sight. There are stone caves and thousands of Buddha statues along the cliff, he remarked. Grand Prince Anpyeong pointed towards a new addition. Grand Prince Anpyeong, there is a newly carved stone Buddha over there. He examined the statue closely. Maybe because it is new, it seems slightly different from other stone Buddhas. It seems like a bold attempt to express another aspect of the four heavenly kings. Anpyeong gestured further into the grottos. As you go further back, there are more stone Buddhas like this. He squinted, noticing a peculiar detail. But why do their faces resemble that of Grand Prince Su Yang? As the group admired the stone Buddhas, one man turned to his companion, asking, "Hey, do you know who carved these stone Buddhas?" The scene cuts to a flashback, revealing the reason behind the question. 2 years ago, there were con men who sold fake drugs to people. The flashback intensifies, with a brutal display of justice. Please refer to chapter 25. The narrator explains the divine intervention. It's said that Virudaka, who could not bear to witness such a scene, came directly from heaven and punished them. The explanation continues, clarifying the deity's significance. One of the four heavenly kings, and a major deity in Buddhism, the style of the stone Buddha slightly changed afterward. Back in the present, one of the onlookers mused, "Ho, isn't this story about Grand Prince Su Yang? He will definitely find this interesting." Su Yang's face contorted in fury, veins bulging. "Take those words back immediately. How can my brother's muscles be full of fat like this?" A nervous attendant tried to calm him down. "People will gossip, Your Highness. Please lower your voice." Su Yang was not to be reasoned with, staring at the offending statue. "How am I supposed to stay still now? What kind of muscles are that, flabby?" His rage was palpable. "To think they would dare to insult my brother's muscles. There's no way I can go back like this." The attendant looked concerned. "Is postponing your return schedule necessary, Your Highness?" Su Yang replied, "Of course. Instead of a monk robe, I will make it so that the upper body is exposed." He surveyed the cliff face. "This place looks good enough. The height of the cliff is well over 20 bo. My brother is not only physically fit, but he also has outstanding intelligence, so I will carve him as Manjusri." A few months later, Su Yang surveyed his work. Phew. The rough sketch has finally been completed. Compared to the other stone cliffs, this cliff emits a dark energy, so it feels like a dark dragon is ascending to heaven. That's how the Mine Empire gained a new Buddha statue called Muscle Bodhisattva, and the statue became a new attraction in Luoyang that inspired numerous sculptors. September 9th, 1445, Yang Festival, Military Training Command Graduation Day. "Attention, all forces, at ease, attention." King Sejong appeared, looking healthier than ever. "Salute to His Majesty the King." The troops roared in unison. "Salute!" King Sejong addressed the troops. "Seeing you guys move in unison, I can understand how hard you must have worked. You will set an example for all future officers, and the story of your effort will be passed on to future generations." The troops responded with a unified cry. "In order to repay your immeasurable kindness, we will fight until our last breath, Your Majesty." King Sejong turned to the Crown Prince. "You should check how much they have mastered the art of war, Crown Prince." The Crown Prince bowed his head. "Yes, Father." The Crown Prince gave the order. "All forces, square formation, go." The soldiers moved into position. The Crown Prince continued. "All forces, gather in the lines of 4 by type." Someone whittled down some wood with a knife. Logs rolled forward. The soldiers braced themselves. "Shield forces, prepare for impact." The logs slammed into the shields. An officer yelled, "Now, push and come out." The logs scattered. Su Yang continued to drill the soldiers. "Next, spearmen." He called out the next group. "Next, longswordsmen." His gaze was intense. He stomped his foot, signaling the next part of the exercise. The spearmen thrust forward. Su Yang barked out orders. "Marksmen, 2-rank formation, 2 ranks formation." Su Yang ordered the soldiers to prepare. 5 fire carts, shooting formation. He explained the weapon's origin. "Brother made this weapon specially for the soldiers of the Military Training Command. Should I call it Joseon's version of multiple barrel firearms?" He gave the order to unleash the volley. "Fire!" The fire carts erupted in a massive explosion. The king clapped his hands together, impressed. "Splendid. That was incredible." The king beamed with pride. "I don't think there will be any foreign enemies that will dare dare to attack our country from now on. The first military review of the military training command that day was a great success. By order of King Yang, the townspeople from the towns had their statuses upgraded, and Hong San was given a new name, Jung Byomsu. A man held up a document, seemingly in disbelief. Did they really complete all of these? Another man in a blue robe responded. It is said that His Majesty the King personally confirmed this. The king sat on his throne, looking over the report. If everything in this letter is correct, they are truly talented people. Normal soldiers won't even be able to compare to them. However, a voice echoed in the room. They must all be greenhorns with no combat experience. Yes, my lord. No matter how strong and agile those soldiers are in training, some of them might still run away during a real war. The man mused over the mountain range. They have never trained in the middle of winter, right? They might have climbed the mountain quite a lot, but there is no way they'd know how cold the mountains can be during the winters. He lowered his gaze, lost in thought. The military training command must have been created to stand at the forefront of the war. Another voice broke the silence. Then shouldn't we get ourselves some experience as well? Another man warned. Mount Bakdobong is dangerous in winter. Not only is it high, but it is also full of hungry tigers. The first man responded, I think we can send about 30 people. Not all of them. Since they have sufficiently trained their bodies, what they need right now is real experience. He continued, but I'll dispatch a local soldier with them so they won't get lost and freeze to death. The man spoke with concern, his back to the viewer. If a soldier were to lose his life, how would we be able to face His Majesty? The speaker grimaced. Then that's all the military training command amounts to. He glared into the distance, his expression hardening. We can't entrust the northern region to such soldiers. It was November 1st at the Hamhung provincial office. A man shouted, Attention! Greet the general commander! The soldiers saluted as Suyang applied the modern army's greeting method to the military training command and made them say, Salute. Suyang addressed the troops. Welcome to the northern area. I'm aware that you all went through a rough training. He continued. However, Hamhung is a harsh land filled with fierce cold and groups of bandits. One of the men spoke up, scars crisscrossing his face. I fought with 3 horse thieves and lost one of my ears. The stab wound on my back is still numb. Suyang looked over his troops, a glint in his eye. I'm curious if you all will be able to endure it too in the end. Of course, the most important thing is to overcome the cold of the north. He paused, a dramatic flourish building. Then, I shall give you your first mission. A majestic mountain range filled the view. From now on, climb to the summit of Bakdalbong and leave your mark there. Suyang addressed the assembled soldiers. Select 30 men with nimble bodies and get moving. I shall assign 2 guides. He continued, his expression stern. The time limit will be 8 days. Suyang concluded with a challenge. Prove to me the abilities of the military training command. The local soldier, looking terrified, volunteers. Who will be the guide? It's me. One of the soldiers holds up a map. Now that we're going to move together, let's make a plan. Are you really going to do it? We'll be in big trouble if something goes wrong. The local guide looks up at the soldiers. Is there a law saying that bandits must not barge in during winter? Soldiers must carry out orders given to them. One of the soldiers replies, That's true, but the view shifts to the mountain range. All this time, you would have spent a day on the mountain near the capital city at most, but this place will really be different. The soldier holding the map expresses his concern. It's common for even seasoned hunters to cut off their fingers and toes there. Have you prepared a solution to that? A hand reaches out to grab a bag, presumably containing the solution. Suyang's face darkens. Are you going to just keep babbling about? You can join if you want to go. Otherwise, forget it. One of the soldiers speaks up. One of the instructors who taught us in Mount Namhan was from Kapsan. We learned a lot of hiking thanks to him, so it'll be of help to us. The soldier's face tightens. There is no time to waste. Those who have packed their equipment should go first. The soldiers murmur amongst themselves as they watch the group head out. He's tall and has a good physique. But what? One person leads 15? Another soldier scoffs at the departing group. I don't know about the general commander. How funny. Do those guys even know how to fight? Shall we have a bet on how many toes they'll lose off in total? I'll bet on 20. As the group set off, one of the soldiers eyed the hand cannon strapped to Suyang's back. By the way, what's that iron bar? Another soldier noticed the load he was carrying. Shields and even weapons. Aren't you carrying too much weight? Suyang smiled confidently. Don't worry too much about me. The local soldier adjusted his earmuffs, looking uncomfortable. Rather than that, aren't your earmuffs too tight? It'll be better to loosen it up a bit. He loosened them slightly. No wonder my head hurts. Thank you. The camera focuses on the chains attached to the boots, meant to provide traction on the ice. These chains aren't much help when walking on the ice road either. Suyang frowned. clearly regretting the decision to wear them. What kind of person suggested wearing this? Suddenly, a soldier falls to the ground, clutching his leg in pain, and the others rush to his aid. Suyang's expression hardens, his fist clenching at his side. He silences any further questions with a stern declaration. Grand Prince Suyang, don't ask any further. As dusk settles, Suyang surveys the area. We shall camp in this place. Everyone, grab a site and set up the tent. The soldiers quickly set up camp, their movements efficient and practiced. One of the soldiers marvels at their progress, a crackling campfire illuminating his face. Just how much training did you do that everyone is adapting so quickly in this winter mountain? Grand Prince Suyang originally wanted to train us in a winter mountain, but we couldn't because we had no time. He explains the reason for their preparedness. In return, we went through 2 mountain-based training sessions. The stew is ready, and one of the soldiers peers into the pot, curious. I think it's done now. What did you put in? Is it like steamed rice? The cook offers him a bowl. It's an assorted stew that we eat in the military training camp. It's not that delicious, but it'll give you energy. Thank you. He takes a tentative sip, his expression thoughtful. He chews slowly, savoring the unexpected flavors. It tastes unique, and the fruit scent is unique. How did you make this? After roasting the pig, it is dried well and ground. Then I added dried and chopped cherries, seaweed, and apples. Just then, a soldier approaches Suyang. Officer Hong-san, we've installed the tents. Suyang replies, oh, already? Suyang nods in satisfaction. Very well. 6 people for night watch should be enough. Suyang barks out orders. Stand by in groups of 2 at a time on 3 sides, and be sure to carry a whistle. Understood. The night deepens. A soldier sits by the bonfire. Suyang approaches him. Is the bonfire all right? It's not your turn yet, is it? The soldier smiles, looking up at Suyang. That's true, but I'd like to talk with you. Won't it be a good idea if you can speak more kindly to the other soldiers? Suyang looks back at the fire, his expression hardening. We may be comrades, but I'm the one who leads them. Humans will seize any given opportunity. Suyang's face is stern as he confronts the soldier. If you're dissatisfied that I'm the same junior 3rd rank officer as you, you should have told me directly. Junior 3rd rank officer leader of a 15-people squad. The soldier's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow. What are you talking about? Never once did I have that kind of thought. Suyang's expression hardens, his gaze piercing. Haven't I always been a thorn in your eyes? Suyang continues his accusations, his voice low and dangerous. That's why you secretly went to Grand Prince Suyang to talk about leaving the camp. Do you sleep comfortably talking behind your comrade? The soldier stumbles back, his face a mask of panic. Stop. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. It's time to rotate the night watch shift. Suyang warns. Be careful, son. He continues darkly. I may be the one to stab you in the back with a knife next time. The group of soldiers finally reaches the summit of the mountain. Suyang surveys the view. To think we reached the summit already. I've climbed a lot of mountains, but I've never climbed up to a summit this comfortably. One of the soldiers notices something. Is there a problem? He points to the sky. Dark clouds are coming from the northwest area. Suddenly, the eye of a tiger peers out from between the trees. Suyang shouts, descend quickly. Make a torch. Even if you have to tear down the tent. It's dangerous to be isolated in the mountains like this. Just then, a soldier yells, Officer Younghae, behind you! Younghae's eyes widen as he turns. He raises his sword to defend himself, but it's too late. The tiger's claws tear through the air, leaving a trail of blood. The tiger's claw slices across the soldier's arm, drawing blood. Too shallow. The soldier grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. The tiger's paw slams into the soldier's shield. The force of the blow sends the soldier stumbling backward. The other soldiers look on in horror. The soldier loses his footing and plummets off the cliff. Someone shouted. Officer orders the soldiers to perform the 8th posture of PT gymnastics, preparing them for 31 repetitions of the lying leg twist. The soldiers look up at Suyang, aghast. The 31? Suyang glares down at the men. Don't start from the final count, you lazy slouches. He demands they get their muscles moving. The soldiers begin the exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4. Suyang watches them closely. Maintain your posture. Until your posture is correct, the repetition won't count. The soldiers struggle to complete the 8th posture, their legs trembling. My legs! Suyang watches them with a stern expression. 16! The soldiers continue to count as they push through the pain. 22, 28. Finally, the last repetition. 31. The soldiers collapse, exhausted. Silence falls over the training ground. The men stare up at Suyang, who seems to have miscounted. Oops! Suyang's voice booms across the training ground. Did I hear someone say the final count? He smiles, his eyes gleaming with sadistic glee glee. How many repetitions must you perform before yelling the final count? The soldiers, already on the verge of collapse, stare back in stunned silence. Suyang's face contorts in fury. No response, huh? I asked. How many repetitions? The soldiers scream in unison. Uark, 62! Suyang's voice echoes with authority. The 8th posture of PT gymnastics, lying leg twist, 62 repetitions, begin. Yonghae plummets, screaming. He lands hard in the snow, his helmet clattering beside him. He mumbles, we're alive. He continues to mumble, 16 times. Rope, climbing, I'm sure. I can. A voice calls out. Hey, Yonghae, wake up. The speaker peers down at him through a scope. Hey, are you awake now? Yonghae is still dazed from the fall. He asks, where is this place? It's in the middle of the cliff. Thanks to branches and snow, we survived. Can you move? Yonghae struggles to sit up, regaining his senses. My body feels fine. How much time has passed? Well, I just hope this delay wasn't too long. Suyang turns to leave, saying, then let's get going. He pauses, noticing something. Suyang stares at Hong San's leg. Hong San, your injury. Despite his injury, Hong San continues onward. Yonghae grips his makeshift crutch, his hand bloody. This won't do, he thinks. Yonghae insists that Hong San proceed without him. It's necessary to return to the military headquarters within 8 days for the path to a government post to be opened. You go ahead. I'll rest for a while and follow. Hong San stares at Yonghae, unconvinced. He points out the obvious. The tiger is still nearby, yet you plan to rest and follow, huh? Yonghae smiles weakly, trying to reassure him. I'm fine, really. You may go first. Hong San glances back at the injured Yonghae, deciding that with that injury, he's just a burden anyway. He turns and replies, then do as you please. As you say, I'll go ahead. Hong San continues on his path through the snow-covered forest. He thinks to himself, I did the right thing, sending Yonghae first. Hong San pauses, noticing footprints in the snow. Those footprints were quite recent. My decision to wait was right, but suddenly, a tiger emerges from the trees, stalking him. To think we would meet like this beast having starved all winter will chase Yonghae the moment it takes my life. Hong San knows there's no turning back now. He aims his rifle, realizing that his shot will barely make the tiger flinch. The tiger's face is marred by a wound, possibly obscuring its vision, and Hong San sees this as his only chance. He thinks, come closer. A headshot is my only way to survive. The tiger lunges. Its massive paws crash down through the snow. The tiger's fangs close around Hong San. Indeed, it was impractical to deal with it all alone from the very beginning. Suyang finishes the tiger off. He looks down at Hong San, whose face is marred with blood. Hey, don't get me wrong. I didn't come back because of you. He explains his true motivation. Any dropouts will raise doubts about the competence of the military training command. That's all. Suyang looks down at Hong San, a thoughtful expression on his face. I see. Hong San looks up in confusion. And do you still hate His Highness? What? Suddenly, a voice booms out from the darkness. Where have you been? I thought the trainees were prohibited from going outside the military training command. The speaker pauses, searching for the right words. Like, the man's eyes widen as he takes in the scene. Hong San, and is that Hong Yun-song covered in blood? The man's accusation rings out. We must expel Hong Yun-song now. He leaves the camp at will, pretends to be a military officer, and fights with the subjects. Suyang is told that his behavior will only tarnish the military training command's reputation. Meanwhile, Hong Yun-song is still feeling the effects of his earlier fight. Suyang looks off to the side. One of the men questions Suyang's actions. Did you really have to do it, Your Highness? Your act shocked everyone at the military training command. Suyang explains his reasoning. With this, the voices blaming Hong Yun-song will likely diminish for the time being. This may also serve as an opportunity for him to come to his senses, and I didn't want to draw public attention here either. The man suggests that a verbal punishment would have been sufficient. It would have been better if you only gave him a verbal punishment, don't you think? Suyang's companion warns him that Hong Yun-song has a strong sense of pride, and this might have the opposite effect. He adds that other instructors won't go to that extent either. Suyang believes that living in the military training command, Hong Yun-seong will definitely come to an understanding, even if it's hard to change someone's personality in just 7 months. One of the men suddenly questions what Suyang is talking about. Hong Yun-seong, covered in blood, states that he doesn't remember when that conversation happened, and that he has shaken off those feelings long ago. Hong Yun-song smirks. Far off in the distance, a group of people call out for Hae. Officer Hong San and Officer Young Hae, a man in a straw hat, looks up in shock. Officers! He shouts. He barks out orders. Pack your stuff without delay. If the ordinary soldiers encounter heavy snow, they'll all be goners. Hurry up! Suyang explains the urgency of their situation. Considering the height of Bakdalbong, the snow must already be piled up to the waist. Even if we depart now, he grits his teeth. Their vain deaths will be entirely my responsibility. I can't just sit idly by like this. He wastes no time. Suyang mounts his horse, determined to rescue the soldiers. Quickly gather those among the horsemen who are agile and accustomed to living in the mountains. We must be able to return here, carrying 30 people. Suyang's booming voice echoes, demanding they open the gates. The gates swing open, revealing Suyang on horseback, ready to ride out into the harsh winter landscape. The soldiers stare in disbelief at the sight of Suyang. Huh? The men are shocked to see their prince. You? The soldiers immediately snap to attention, offering a crisp salute as Suyang rides through the gate. One soldier, still reeling from the shock of Suyang's sudden appearance, wonders aloud, "How did you?" One of the soldiers reports, "We left traces and flags as you instructed." He pauses, glancing down at something behind him, and the soldier continues, explaining the delay. "During our descent from the summit, a mountain tiger was lurking around. We had no choice but to capture it." He bows slightly, apologizing. "That led to a slight delay in our schedule, for which we apologize." Suyang stares at the massive tiger carcass. "Huh, you really caught a mountain tiger." Suyang acknowledges the difficulty of such a feat. Even with 30 soldiers, it wouldn't have been easy. One of the men objects to Suyang's praise. "Excuse me, this tiger was captured by officers Hong San and Hong Yun Song, just the two of them." The officer explains further. "We were lucky because the tiger wasn't in good condition. Officer Hong San made it possible by pushing the beast back with a shield." Another soldier expresses his disbelief. "Are you saying it was really just you two who caught it?" The man continues, marveling at their accomplishment. Even given the mountain tiger's condition, aren't they still only two rookies? Truly crazy talents. That day, for their feat of capturing a tiger, Yi Jing-ok elevated them to commander rank. It was an exceptional case where soldiers from the military training command were rapidly promoted. Someone scoffs at the idea of them tracking the tiger for days. "Don't make me laugh. Did you really roam around Bokdalbong for 3 days, as if making yourselves at home? I'd rather believe in flying pigs." One of the men scoffs, accusing them of deception. "It seems what you're skilled at is deceiving others. Dealing with a mountain tiger? Just the two of you?" He continues to mock their accomplishment. "I could also bring back a beast that starved to death all winter, claiming it was hunted." Hong San's face is shadowed as he identifies himself. "I'm Hong San, trained with a round shield at the military training command." The one-eyed man shivers, noticing the change in atmosphere. "It's good that everyone has been lively since the morning. What? Are my feet getting cold now? Why is he causing a commotion with that lowered voice?" Suyang ignores the doubters and announces his intentions. "I'll start the training now. Don't worry, it won't be difficult." Another man continues to accuse Hong San of lying. "Be honest. You returned after killing time at the guard post, didn't you? And that mountain tiger was caught without any effort, right?" One of the men continues to question Hong San's story. "That's what I'm saying. What's so special about the military training command to catch a mountain tiger so easily? I think we're right, judging by his face." Suddenly, Suyang grabs the man's wrist. The man is caught off guard. "What are you doing?" Suyang flexes, revealing the deep wound on his abdomen. "I got wounded while catching the beast. Do you still want to tease me? Despite being trained to the extreme, it injured me like this." Suyang stares intensely. "Had it been any deeper, my innards would have popped out." The hecklers visibly recoil, realizing they've gone too far. Suyang continued his story, adding, "Well, of course, that beast also paid a hefty price. I took his eye." "What?" The men stared in disbelief as Suyang described his battle with the tiger. "And on the way down, I chewed on his eyeball as a snack." "Eyeball?" Suyang grinned, showing off his gains. "Believe me, that was a real delicacy in the world. Too bad you guys don't know its taste." The man with the eye patch reeked in disgust. "You're crazy." Suyang was done with the talking. "All right, enough talking. Go bring your sticks." The man with the eye patch questioned, "Hey, will you beat us up to make us listen to you?" Suyang smirked. "Well, are you curious to know?" Suyang declared that he would show them just how weak they were. "From now on, I'll show you directly how weak you all are. Come forward one by one and hit my round shield." He sweetened the deal, promising a reward for anyone who could make him budge. "If I drop the shield or fall backward, I'll give each one of you 5 mal of rice." The man with the eye patch and his companion looked at each other, considering the offer. The man gripped his stick tightly, deciding that free rice was too good to pass up. "All right, I don't see a reason to refuse free rice." He charged forward, swinging his weapon with a yell. "I'm going to eat well, dear officer." The stick connected with the shield, resulting in a cloud of dust and a cartoonish figure flying through the air. A few hours later, the two men lay groaning on the ground, wooden clubs scattered around them. Hong San grinned, still holding the shield. "We apologize. We didn't know Officer Hong was so strong. Are you ready to go along with my training now?" The eye patch wearing man looked up in dismay. "You mean right now? On our first day? Let's drink a cup of hot." Suyang interrupted him, announcing the next exercise, the 8th posture of PT gymnastics. The screen flashed with the name of the new exercise. Prepare for the lying leg twist. The cold attitude toward newbies suffered a complete setback against the military training command's teaching method. Meanwhile, in the capital of Hanyang, Grand Prince Anpyeong, who went to the Ming dynasty, returned, thanks to Joseon, offering the infantry hand cannon. A significant reduction in the annual tribute to 2,000 horses was achieved during this visit. How amazing! Yi Yong was walking down the street when he heard someone call out to him, "Hey, is that you, Yi Yong? Elder brother." Yi Yong's elder brother approached him. "Your shape seems better than before. Was it a nice trip?" Yi Yong smiled. "It was, elder brother. I had discussions with the descendants of Confucius about the study of conducting oneself and preparing the body." His brother replied, "Oh, really?" Yi Yong explained that their thoughts had been influenced in terms of respecting parents. He then offered a gift. Yi Yong's elder brother examined the gift. "Isn't this a depiction of Longmen Grottoes?" Yi Yong confirmed it was, and that it represented his elder brother. He told him to stop by Luoyang if he ever revisited the Ming Empire, because he made a new one. Yi Yong recalled how those bastards had filled his beautiful muscles with fat, and he still felt super angry just thinking about that moment. How could he remain indifferent when it came to his duty as a younger sibling? Yi Yong's elder brother sighed. He expressed his gratitude, saying that Yi Yong was the only one who thought of his muscles. He promised he would definitely stop by Luoyang. Suddenly, an urgent message arrived. "Sir, someone has arrived at the royal palace." Su-young, mid-workout, paused, a dumbbell in each hand. "Who's paid a visit?" He looked surprised. One of the men looked at Su-young, concern etched on his face. "Didn't His Majesty the King say he would go to a hot spring with His Highness the Crown Prince?" "That's correct." The man wondered why someone was here. A small child stood nearby, looking distraught. "Has His Excellency the grandson come here?" and was asked about his trip to Ming. "Okay, so you're curious about my trip to Ming?" "Yes." The child asked if ships cross mountains in Ming, but Su-young corrected him. "Is it true that ships cross mountains in Ming?" "No, they don't cross the mountains, but follow the river between them." The child's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "How was something like this made? I'm really curious." Su-young explained the origins of the Grand Canal. The initial Grand Canal was originally created by Emperor Yang of Sui. The child listened intently as Su-young continued. To confluence the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, he exploited his subjects cruelly. Su-young finished his explanation, painting a grim picture of the canal's construction, to the point where a lot of people broke their limbs just to avoid forced drudgery. "Your Excellency the grandson, scholar of the Hall of Worthies, Li Ha-jip, announced, 'It's time for the evening study, so please hurry and get ready.'" Su-young stood before the child and the scholar. The scholar's face was tense, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. The child looked devastated. "Oh dear." Su-young grinned, thinking, "Did you say the evening study? I wonder if I could teach him a little." The scholar relented. "All right, just for an hour." He sighed in relief. "Sure. Thanks." Su-young declared he would be right back with something. As the child called out, Uncle," the scholar sighed, reminding the child to mind his dignity. Su-young returned, holding a badminton racket and shuttlecock. "So, this is called badminton." The child on the court looked up at Su-young, who explained, "Do you know that His Highness the Crown Prince practices conducting oneself and preparing the body to refine both body and mind?" He added, "Yes." The child responded, "Conducting oneself and preparing the body should be done after celebrating one's coming of age ceremony when the bones have become firm. It's not right for young children to exert too much force, so I developed a new exercise." Su-young grinned, ready to demonstrate his new form of learning. "It's also a form of learning, right?" Su-young put all his weight behind the swing. The shuttlecock rockets towards its target. The child's eyes widened as the shuttlecock pierced through the paper window. The child cried out, "I don't think I can do this, Uncle." Su-young grimaced, realizing his error. Oops, he thought to himself that after practicing the test version of badminton with Mr. Ma, he had put too much strength into his swing. Su-young cleared his throat, trying to recover from his previous blunder. "Just look at your clumsy uncle. Let's try again." He wound up for another shot. "Here we go." The shuttlecock flew towards the child. Su-young watched with a smile. The child watched the shuttlecock soar. So cool. Even though it seems like attached feathers won't let it fly away, this thing is quite fast. Nearby, the man in the black hat watched with a stern expression. Su-young continued teaching badminton to the child, but the man in the black hat sighed. "What kind of teaching are you replacing the evening study with?" He looked thoughtful. After returning from the hot springs, elder brother will surely want to verify the progress in Honghui learning. Although I understand the mind of this scholar, who must produce actual results, yet, Su-young responded to the man, holding up his badminton racket, learning through the body. is also learning. If one builds their body with badminton, it will be helpful for future conducting oneself and preparing the body. The man in the black hat gave Soo-young a sidelong glance. What is it, if not learning? After a moment, he seemed to concede. Yes, I understand. Soo-young turned back to the child. Hong-wee, try to mimic my movements. The child nodded enthusiastically. Yes, uncle. Soo-young smiled, explaining that skipping the basics is like trying to understand advanced scripture without elementary learning. The child peeked out from behind the wall, and the king asked if the young prince would like to try it as well. The child responded, asking if his father was serious. The shuttlecock flew through the air. The young prince took a swing. Soo-young also took a swing. The king announced the scores, revealing that the grandson scored 9 points and Prince Doan scored 11. The attendant suggested, Your Excellency, the grandson, how about we stop for today and go inside? The young prince's face appeared, suggesting Soo-young try badminton himself, but the attendant refused. Why don't you try badminton yourself? Absolutely not. I'm here just to serve His Excellency the grandson. Oh, come on. Just once, the young prince insisted, grabbing Soo-young's arm. The attendant was shocked. What are you doing? The attendant scolded Soo-young, his face contorted with disapproval. Your Highness the Grand Prince, even you shouldn't exceed your authority. His Highness the Crown Prince will also be greatly disappointed that the grandson skipped the evening study. After a while, Your Excellency the grandson, Soo-young called out, a touch of sweat glistening on his brow. Please move your feet more diligently, all right? The young prince suggested it was time to return to the palace. Soo-young agreed, noting the young prince's exhaustion. I think now's the time to go back to the palace. That's right. He seems exhausted, so it's better to continue tomorrow. My dear young prince, go have your dinner. Soo-young suggested that his wife should also try exercising with badminton, stating it's good for everyone, including women, but conceded it was getting late and they should have dinner. After a while, Soo-young declared he'd hit the line, claiming a point for himself and stating he saw it clearly. Soo-young, with a touch of awkwardness, told his wife that they may now go have dinner. However, the question remained, did the popularity of badminton end there? Meanwhile, it was mentioned that the young prince often visited his uncle's place. His companion pointed out that missing so much of the evening study meant he must have known his father would scold him severely. Suddenly, the young prince appeared, demanding more badminton. Father, it's evening study time. I haven't tested all the learning yet. Hurry up and hit. Another prince watched from afar, growing envious of the attention Soo-young was receiving. You, damn you! When you develop a new exercise, you naturally should present it to me, your elder brother, first, out of our brotherly bond. It seemed that badminton was taking over the royal court. Has badminton become the only authorized drug in Joseon? And just like that, with the gentry at the center of the trend, badminton spread even among the common subjects, and thus, Joseon acquired a new traditional game. Back at the palace, the king was ready to put the cannons to good use. He addressed his minister. Excellent. I will ask Kwang Ye from the Ministry of War. How many infantry hand cannons have been produced so far? Kwang Ye bowed low. We have received 3,000 pieces of those from Joseon, while the current mold production amounts to 8,000 units. The king stroked his beard, considering the report. How are the molded infantry hand cannons? The performance is similar, but being much heavier, they cause fatigue in ordinary soldiers more quickly. He grinned, a solution already forming in his mind. If weight is an issue, let the sturdy soldiers carry them. The king nodded, pleased with his own genius. Ah, that's right. When subjugating the northern Yuan, use the infantry hand cannons. The king declared, I'll follow the imperial order to produce far more of them. What? Kwang Ye looked up, startled. Your Majesty, did you say subjugate? The king confirmed, I did. His face hardened with resolve. I will take this opportunity to wipe out those infinitely arrogant northern Yuan bastards. Meanwhile, Soo-young's influence was being felt in unexpected places, starting with the military supplies department. The king addressed the department head. So, after several failures, you finally managed to improve the infantry hand cannon? The official bowed deeply. Yes, Your Majesty. He continued, it's all thanks to His Highness the Grand Prince. Without his inventions, I wouldn't have been able to make it. Soo-young looked surprised. My inventions? The official elaborated. Do you remember when the axis in the steps device I was using recently bent and had to be remade? He marveled at Soo-young's impact. With that kind of strength, Soo-young had an idea. I thought, why not peel the barrel as well? He demonstrated his idea with a burst of strength. Just like this, the apprentice inside the barrel peeling device was sent flying. Sparks flew as the blade spun, carving away the metal. Soo-young asked, what do you think? This is the way to make infantry hand can. Nons. In a short time. He explained the original method. At first, the apprentices rotated the blade to create a narrow hole using the strength of their forearms. However, no matter how hard they tried, the strength of their arms was limited, causing the blades to often go off course. Suyang elaborated, "That's absolutely right. Continuously repeating the same motion is bound to gradually weaken the strength, isn't it? So, in compensation for leaving 1 hour earlier, we had them use the steps device." One of the officials looked skeptical. Were they swayed into exercising by the offer of leaving work early? Suyang's man confirmed that they were. Then, everyone was eager to use the steps device. Another official questioned, "Are you not using the methods of wrapping soft iron or two mutual wrapping that I taught you before?" Suyang's man explained the problem. "Yes, they couldn't withstand 100 shots and kept breaking, so we resorted to the narrow hole method." His Highness the Grand Prince Gumseong came. He came up with many ideas. Grand Prince Gumseong? That fellow is clever, but Suyang continued, "Just judging by the military supplies department alone, we'll easily produce 2,000 infantry hand cannons annually. Does that mean infantry hand cannons, made by rolling up steel plates, will soon disappear?" He confirmed, "That's the plan." He elaborated on the cannon designs. While the cloud hand cannon offers superior range and power, it requires grooves to be carved. On the other hand, it's a precious item that must inevitably be made by rolling a steel plate. Suyang explained further, "Since the infantry hand cannon has a low unit price and a good production rate, once the craftsmen become skilled, we intend to spread this narrow hole method." The king tilted his head, listening intently. "I see. But father, is there a reason you're paying so much attention to firearms like this?" The king listened intently to Suyang's explanation of firearm production. Earlier this year, an imperial rescript was issued from Ming. One of the men questioned, "Is it not the Jurchen people, but the Northern Yuan?" The king confirmed, "Those who call themselves Great Yuan? Yes. It is said that they have resolved to punish those who increasingly belittle the Great Ming." Another man asked, "Did they even demand reinforcements from our country for their military campaign?" The king replied, "Correct." The king's advisor explained that the Ming dynasty had ordered 20,000 mounted soldiers and 80,000 regular ones to be stationed in Uiju and strike the Northern Yuan from the rear. Suyang observed that if 200,000 soldiers were stationed in Uiju, the country would be emptied out, since the term regular soldiers referred to a number excluding supporters. The king announced his decision to gather individuals knowledgeable about the frontier to exchange opinions, inviting Suyang to join them. Suyang accepted his father's invitation. He thought that the timing wasn't good. Another advisor exclaimed that 500,000 was clearly an exaggeration, questioning how even the Ming Empire could supply that many people. One of the advisors argued that ordering them to send 20,000 mounted soldiers was unreasonable because even though they replaced tributary infantry hand cannons, there was a deficiency in war horses. He continued that sending 80,000 regular troops as infantry would require mobilizing all the soldiers except for those in the Samnam area. The king seemed weary due to the turbulent state of affairs. He declared that he was appointing Right Minister Kim Jong-seo as the Frontier Affairs Minister. Right Minister Kim Jong-seo listened intently to the king's announcement. Kim Jong-seo responded that since the king had entrusted him with such an important role, he would work his fingers to the bone to fulfill it. With Kim Jong-seo appointed as the Frontier Affairs Minister, one of the advisors asks, "How does the Frontier Affairs Minister view the situation in the north?" The king receives an update. Recently, Yoyan, Muchang, and Uye have abolished the ruler, causing unrest in the surrounding areas. The advisor continues, "Looking at Yi Jing-ok's disciplinary action the other day, I heard there were no issues at that frontier." The report continues, "Hamgyal province is just in good condition. The 4 counties area has fiercer barbarians, and half of them are thieves." The report singles out a specific threat. Especially unusual is the force of the barbarians from Li Manju's gang around the Pajeo River. Close up on the face of one of the barbarians, a sinister smile twisting his lips. The king considers the request from Ming. "It's impossible for us to reject all of Ming's demands. So, how many troops can we send?" One of the advisors responds to the king's query. Altogether, about 60,000 regular troops and supporters. However, dispatching such a large force poses the risk of the northern border collapsing. Suyang grimaces at the thought. If the north collapses now, it'll suck. The barbarians' joint forces can reach up to 100,000. The advisor continues to paint a grim picture. If we send troops and they exploit the opportunity to invade Uiju, suddenly, a crow caws in the night. The crow carries a bloodied message in its beak. The advisor's words hung heavy in the air. Pyongyang will turn into a wilderness. In that case, Suyang stepped forward. "Your Majesty, your humble son has an idea. The king listened intently as Su Yang began to speak. The Ming Empire, Forbidden Palace. Uncivilized Joseon suffered many losses from the Northern Yuan during the Goryeo dynasty. Su Yang continued, since the Ming Empire has declared that they will no longer tolerate the Northern Yuan and intend to punish them, we will put all our efforts into supporting you. Su Yang's proposal hung in the air, and the king, adorned in golden robes, inquired, the number of troops they can send is 60,000. But how does the Ministry of War view this? The advisor, with his stern expression, replied, from Joseon's perspective, it is considered a full effort. The king pressed on. We can't nitpick the numbers. Keep reading. The advisor responded, yes, your majesty. Due to the activity of the barbarians, including Li Manju, there are precarious places. The advisor continued, therefore, we must suppress them and secure the rear to accompany the great emperor's personal expedition. The king, looking up, questioned, Li Manju? The advisor confirmed, he's the Jurchen chieftain who recently received the position. The king, from his throne, asked, who? The advisor smiled faintly. Is it that Jurchen guy we sent off with some government post before? The chieftain of the Uryankai tribe, right? He affirmed, that's right, your majesty. He was given the position of vice commissioner-in-chief. The king, reclining on his throne, was not pleased. He received an official position bestowed upon him, yet trades in robbery. Pitiful bastard. Tell them to get rid of him right away. A servant stepped forward, eager to offer his opinion. Please allow this servant, Kwang Ye, to speak up to the emperor. Kwang Ye, dressed in formal robes, explained the situation. Although it's a formality, that person received the position from Ming. The king listened intently as Kwang Ye continued. If you have him subdued by Joseon, other Jurchen people may rise against Ming. Another advisor looked concerned, worried about the potential consequences. I'm worried it could lead to an internal confrontation. Wang Zhen stepped in to counter the argument. Your servant, Wang Zhen, apologizes for speaking up, but the Ministry of War is overly concerned. If other Jurchen people resist, Ming can simply claim ignorance. And one more thing, there's a reason to allow Joseon's subjugation. The king's advisor waited patiently, head bowed. The king turned his gaze to the advisor. What is it? The advisor explained that their support in the war against the Northern Yuan depends on the request to subjugate Manju. It would not only provide the opportunity to tidy up the troublesome north, but also to test the military training command soldiers and the newly developed infantry hand cannons in actual combat. The king's advisor explained that they could test the utility of the infantry hand cannons in actual combat by pitting Joseon against Li Manju. It was about engaging in battle with the Northern Yuan people beforehand without their direct involvement. The king considered the advisor's words, while Su Yang's face was shown in the reflection. Even after the Yongle emperor subjugated the Northern Yuan, complete expulsion of nomads was impossible. Thus, the Yongle emperor eventually permitted tributary trade with the Northern Yuan, and later, this form of trade came to be called horse markets. Ming bought up horses to diminish the Northern Yuan's power, while the latter reluctantly complied with horse markets due to the scarcity of daily necessities. And strange things began to happen at these horse markets. One man asked, didn't you buy a horse worse than this one for 40 silver nyang last year? The other replied, don't be ridiculous. Where did you ever get 40 silver nyang for a single horse? Someone offered, I have some wool left these days, so would you be kind enough to turn a blind eye to this? Su Yang's face contorted in fury, his voice booming. Who do you, Tatar bastard, take me for? Daring to offer me a bribe. The man's face twisted in confusion. What? What's with this noxious attitude today, after you used to gladly accept it? His eyes widened in disbelief. The soldiers surrounding Su Yang raised their weapons. What are you doing? Don't move recklessly, or else we'll blow your head off. The man in the gray robe looked back at the soldiers nervously. It's madness. If SN Taishi finds out about this, he'll be furious. Su Yang remained unfazed by the threats. It can't be helped. You have to pay for the pots we brought, don't you? The man in the gray robe sputtered. I can't afford to live by giving away so much like this. The prices have gone up, don't you see? He gestured at the pots. The same goes for the price of iron, so we also have no choice. And think about what you scum have done. Meanwhile, Oirat's chief statesman Arlok spoke with an acquaintance. I just heard from an acquainted military officer. Oirat's chief statesman Arlok. They say Joseon is taking a lot of iron as trade goods. The man with the scar scoffed. A small country like Joseon wouldn't take enough to affect the market price. He paused, considering the implications. We need to check what's going on. Elsewhere, at the Northern Yuan Sen Taishi's abode, a man lamented, I'm ashamed to face you. The man in the black hat declared, the Ming Empire unilaterally violated the customs of the horse market and persecuted us. Someone asked, because of Joseon? The ruler slammed his fist on the armrest in anger. The ruler of the Northern Yuan Sen Taishi shouted. What kind of nonsense is it to use the excuse of Joseon, the successor of Goryeo, which was sucking up to us from below? A man with a shaved head pleaded. Please calm down, Taishi. He relented. All right, I suppose we should send an envoy to Joseon. The man in the black hat continued his train of thought. In case they kill or force out our messenger, it will seem like a scheme with Ming, he continued. But hospitable treatment, on the contrary, will be a sign of their estranged relationship. A few days later, in Hanyang, Joseon, an envoy from the Northern Yuan declared, Our Orient Northern Yuan is the successor of the former Great Yuan, and Joseon has also established itself as the successor of Goryeo. He continued reading from the scroll. Since our former countries made a marital pact, why not make a new brotherly one? Someone muttered in disbelief. What? Su Young's face blusted in disbelief at the envoy's words. A new brotherly pact? It hadn't even been a century since the Yuan dynasty was driven out of the Korean peninsula. Every year, hundreds of princesses were taken away, and thousands of subjects were enslaved. Forced conscription led to countless deaths in distant foreign lands. Was turning the entire country into such a slave-like state what they meant by brotherly? The court officials exchanged uneasy glances, wondering just how far this brotherly love would extend. The envoy explained that the Ming Empire had been reducing trade and attempting to cut back on essential iron items, leaving their subjects to starve and eat light meals from leather pots. In short, they wanted to establish a new trade route with Joseon. The man with the gray beard seethed with rage. I should tear his dirty mouth apart right now. My 4 daughters were dragged away by those bastards and became lonely souls. He wanted to beat that trash to death and calm his resentment. Su Yang urged him to stay composed, reminding him that recklessly killing the envoy would only bring trouble. The king, from his throne, considered the situation. His Majesty likely has the envoy would only bring trouble. The envoy would only bring trouble. The king, from his throne, considered the situation. His Majesty likely has his own considerations as well, so let's just see. The king declared, let them have 1,000 rolls of cotton and 50 iron pots. The gray-bearded man was aghast. Don't do it, your Majesty. Please don't give those wicked Tatars anything. The envoy smiled slyly. Your Majesty, to think Joseon is presenting us with such valuable gifts, Taishi will be pleased. The envoy's smug expression seemed to confirm Su Yang's suspicions. Su Yang addressed the king. Your Majesty, could it be that the reason you gave gifts to those people is as your humble son guesses? The king confirmed his suspicions. If I hadn't, they would have easily discovered our cooperation with Ming. Su Yang realized the implications. They came to probe us, then. Su Yang grimaced, knowing the reprieve was temporary. We bought some time, but soon they'll get to the bottom of it anyway. Su Yang knew that to prevent future problems, they needed to deal with Li Manju swiftly. Before it happens, we must expedite the subjugation of Li Manju. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to north of Joseon, Kangye. A soldier remarks, it's been 13 years, a truly long time no see, hasn't it? I'm also old now. The man he is speaking to is Minister of the Military Affairs, Kim Hyo-seong, who replies, hopefully, this will be my last time going out into the field. The soldier continues, I heard that Wonbong added common soldiers from the so-called Military Training Command. Magistrate of the Privy Council, Yi Jing-seok, responds, when dealing with barbarians, we rely on the cavalry, right? It's beyond the strength of the infantry. The soldier remarks that mounted troops are best in less rough terrain. He adds that those passing through the 4 counties might appear like beggars. Map. The man in the helmet thinks it's unusual to finish one campaign and immediately embark on another. The other soldier calls someone a naughty noble. Someone asks why he is making that face, since it's been a while since he has seen his younger brother, and if they are still not getting along. He replies that he just has no affection for a narrow-minded brat. The man on horseback is introduced as Wonbong, who even after traveling a long distance and defeating bandits, still exudes strong military power. The battle plans are being finalized. The decision is made. We'll move troops on the first day of the 6th month in the lunar calendar. The man with the beard speaks with conviction. Despite the slaughter of thousands of barbarians, should Li Manju escape alive, it will only fuel his morale, enticing more barbarians. Su Yang proposes a strategy. In that case, why not split our forces into right and left and surround them simultaneously? The right troops temporarily stay in Shenyang and send the vanguard north first. The man on the right adds, the left ones march northward from Kangye and strike east of where Li Manju is staying. We need to set a date for the encirclement from both sides. Our coordination is crucial. The bearded man explains, as we heard from the barbarian chieftain who decided to cooperate in this maneuver, Li Manju's gang has already crossed the Pajeo River and is hiding deep to the east of Kaiyuan. The bearded man emphasizes the importance of a swift victory. If we can't subjugate them at once, they'll hide even deeper. He continues, concerned about the logistics of the operation. Eventually, it may be impossible to find them. I'm fine with the right troops, but the left, can they travel 600 li on mountain roads? Su Yang steps forward with a proposition. I have a request. Please remove 400 infantrymen and 600 supporters from the left troops. The man with the top knot questions Su Yang's request. What's that for? We need enough supporters to be able to fight in war. I have separately selected reliable individuals. Su Yang assures him of their capabilities. They have already experienced and checked high-altitude regions many times. The man with the top knot still seems unsure. Can they really meet the date? There's no doubt. But Su Yang's thoughts raced ahead. If we arrive first, he wondered further. Can we take immediate action? The man with the top knot peered intently, weighing the risks and benefits of Su Yang's proposal. Central Flank Commander Kim Hyo-seong leads a force of 8,000 men, along with 3,600 auxiliaries. Meanwhile, Right Flank Commander Yi Jing-seok commands a cavalry unit with a strength of 5,000 men and 2,500 auxiliaries. And finally, Left Flank Commander Yi Jing-ok leads an infantry unit consisting of 4,000 men and 1,400 auxiliaries. On June 1st of the lunar calendar, 3 armies set out to subjugate Li Manju. It's reported that Joseon's soldiers have set out from Uiju. One of the men asks, set out? Does that mean they've crossed the river? The other confirms, that's correct. The man in the fur-lined coat reports, we heard the news 4 days ago, so by now, they've probably advanced quite a bit. The scarred man grits his teeth, listening intently. The report continues. One cavalry unit is heading towards Shenyang. Another is departing from Uiju, while the soldiers are marching northward from Joseon's Kangye area. The news hits like a punch to the gut. What? The scarred man's expression darkens. Despite how many times we've killed and plundered those Joseon bastards, shoot, never before have they moved a unit on such a large scale. He seems to be deep in thought. The man in the yellow tunic hears some terrible news. It seems the Ming dynasty has abandoned us. He is met with a shocked response. Pardon? The man listening to the report is clearly shaken. Then shouldn't we flee immediately? The man in the yellow tunic explodes in anger. And what face will we have left by doing so? If word gets out that we fled from a small fry like Joseon, even our already unsubstantial position will be lost. He regains his composure, a sinister plan forming in his mind. Even if we flee, we must fake holding out for a short while. Before the Joseon army finds me, I need to absorb the scattered Jurchen people. He believes that he can turn things around. After that, even one success in battle, he is confident that he can regain his power. Only one successful halt of the Chosun army can build up my military power. The man panics, his voice rising in desperation. So what should we do? Staying like this will only lead to us being surrounded. His superior barks back, gesturing towards the landscape. You moron, what do you see before you? From Kangye to here, it's all rugged mountain valleys. The subordinate is quickly reassured. Sending troops that way? We don't need to worry about those infantry idiots. He marvels at his chief's insight. That's our chief. The chief continues his strategy session. Now, our concern shouldn't be the freaks climbing the mountains from Kangye, but the cavalry unit. Yes, chief. Meanwhile, the Joseon soldiers march onward. One of the soldiers, sporting an eye patch, expresses his frustration. Li Manju, that son of a bitch, has us trekking through these mountains for 8 days straight. I'll cut him into 256 pieces. The soldier with the eye patch declares, 256? He grins maniacally. The arithmetic you taught me last time was fascinating. I'll split him in half 8 times. His companion smiles, seemingly pleased by this display of dedication. Seeing your dedication to arithmetic makes me happy. The eye patch-wearing soldier continues his train of thought, but rather than splitting that bastard into 256 pieces, his expression twists into a horrifying grimace. I'd prefer to grind him in a millstone and taste his blood. He's a pure devil. Suddenly, a shout rings out, cutting through the air. It's an enemy raid. A desperate cry rings out as mounted barbarians charge down from the northern ridge. 300 mounted barbarians are charging down from the northern ridge. Take cover. Prepare for the battle. Everyone. Hidden amongst the tall grass, Joseon soldiers lay in wait. The soldier with the eye patch smirks, confident in their strategy. They will never know how many of us are here, conveniently coming down the ridge. making themselves perfect targets. Su Yang shouts an order. Don't kill them all. We need captives. The order is given, and the soldiers respond in unison. Fire at will. The hidden hand cannons unleash a volley of fire, catching the charging barbarians completely by surprise. These Joseon dicks had hand cannons hidden, scatter, and roll back. The mounted barbarians continue their charge, unaware of the danger that awaits them. One of the Joseon soldiers shouts, Fools, our hand cannons can annihilate you from 300 bow away. We've come to our mortal enemy, Lee Manju, so if you guide us, there won't be any charges. The barbarian leader scoffs. What a load of bullshit. Chop off the heads of everyone in the Joseon army. Another barbarian rider laughs. Haha, hand cannons that have a range of 300 bow. Don't make me laugh my socks off. The first barbarian leader starts to shout, I'll chop off all of your hate. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. What's this? The barbarian leader's mind races, utterly floored by the sheer audacity of Su Yang's plan. Insane. He quickly changes his tune. I will guide you loyally. The scarred barbarian grins, relieved to be spared. It worked out well. We have no reason to rob those who are not the mortal enemy, Lee Manju. He lays out the options. So, traveling along the main road takes 3 days, while it's 4 for the mountainous route. Exactly. However, since the mortal enemy Lee Manju is also vigilant, marching along the main road would immediately exist you. Su Yang considers the information. Swift soldiers can traverse the mountainous route within 2 days. Gather the fast-footed ones. The barbarian warns him. That path isn't easy though. We only take it when pressed for time ourselves. Su Yang is confident in his battle plan. Even so, to the incomparably brave Joseon troops, it's going to be child's play. Haha, he urges his men forward. Good. Just 2 more days along the mountainous route, and we'll reach Lee Manju's base. Speed up! The soldiers respond with a resounding cheer. As boss commands, they're all Joseon people. Meanwhile, on Yi Jing-seok's right flank, the journey is proving treacherous. The horses struggle through the muddy terrain. One of the soldiers laments their situation. Another horse has broken its leg. As expected, the army mustn't be moved during this period. Su Yang considers the difficult terrain. There's no need to rush excessively. Even trying to escape, wouldn't Lee Manju similarly flounder in the mire? He clicks his tongue, noting the muddy conditions. The situation at the left flank may not be any better than ours. Then why go through unnecessary hardships, brother? Su Yang's expression hardens. He scoffs at the situation. That's not stupid perseverance. It's pure foolishness. 2 days later, the scene shifts to the southern mountains, Shifang. Su Yang addresses his troops. You've all followed me very well. Isn't it tough? I'm dying. The soldiers look around, clearly confused. Su Yang addresses the troops. Since the schedule has been prolonged, I'll provide each of you with 5 mail of rice. Don't worry. One of the soldiers expresses his gratitude. One soldier asks, but what should we do now? His companion responds, first, wait until the right flank arrives. One of the soldiers panics. The guard isn't usually strict, so those bastards might not notice us for a while. We have a big problem. The soldier shouts, the barbarian we brought along as a guide has gone missing. Suddenly, the barbarian grins, revealing his treachery. What? You fell for my perfect acting, didn't you? The treacherous guide has clearly rushed to Lee Manju, making it too dangerous to stay still. Su Yang realizes they have no other choice. He draws his sword. Su Yang commands his troops to get ready to attack, and grimly declares, so, we have no other choice. He draws his sword, the polished steel glinting in the sunlight. Sword in hand, Su Yang commands, everyone, prepare to attack. The army moves out, traversing the snowy mountain terrain. The scarred commander barks orders. Feed the horses until they're full, and pack your stuff, so you're ready to leave at a moment's notice. Another soldier confirms. It's a pity, but the sorghum and barley have to be dumped. He receives an affirmative response. Yes, Chief. Chief, those Joseon assholes are on the mountain. Hey, you scared me. Another man, with a shaved head and wearing a fur-lined coat, demands, what are you talking about? How could their cavalry bastards get up to that high summit? Well, the scarred man repeats the information. It's Joseon bastards. What? Meanwhile, Su Yang's army advances through the snowy mountain pass. The soldiers march forward, their faces grim and determined. The scarred man is shocked to see the approaching Joseon army. How the hell? He shouts orders to his men. Shit! Mount your horses, y'all! Yes! The scarred man observes the approaching army. They must be tired after the climb. Move! But their formation seems a bit unusual. He wonders about their strategy. Why have they put an extra line of soldiers behind? He speculates. They are probably archers. Joseon bows are weak against rain, and it seems the glue has softened during their march. He realizes the danger a moment too late. moment. So, they're standing in the back as a reser. The cannons roared, and the barbarian troops were blown away. That's oof. The scarred man surveyed the scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Gosh, were those not bows, but real hand cannons? His face contorted in a mixture of shock and frustration. A Joseon soldier reloaded his cannon with practiced efficiency. Again, load the cannons. Load. The order to fire echoed across the battlefield. Now! The scarred man knew they were in deep trouble if they didn't act fast. It takes time to reload their cannons. If we don't charge now, those damn cannons will fire again. The barbarian guide's betrayal had led them right into a trap. The bastards are approaching! Infantry hand cannoneers! Forward! Suyang's commander roared the order. Fire! The cannons unleashed a devastating volley of fire. The barbarian cavalry charged headlong into the line of fire. The result was a scene of utter carnage. The scarred man watched the scene unfold, his face a mask of disbelief. No way! The enemy commander urged his troops not to panic, declaring that the distance had narrowed significantly. He ordered them to grab anything that could block the hand cannons, whether shields or wooden boards, and close in on those bastards. The barbarian cavalry began to charge. Chief, are we really charging? I sent some troops to the west just a bit earlier. The commander grinned, confident in his strategy. When returning, they'll break through that damn formation from the flank. As expected, you've thought of everything. He knew their unit was all infantry, and one cavalryman could take on 10 infantry. He commanded them to wipe them all out, sending the horses ahead together, as the ones on horseback would be hit by the hand cannons. Suyang recognized the barbarian commander's error and seized the moment. Bad move, asshole. Infantry hand cannoneers, stick tightly to the formation and prepare for volley fire. The first row of cannoneers raised their weapons in unison. First row, volley. The volley tore through the charging barbarian cavalry, leaving a trail of blood and chaos in its wake. The second row stepped forward, ready to unleash another devastating barrage. Second row, volley! Despite the heavy losses, the remaining barbarian soldiers pressed on, shields raised against the continuing fire. Hang in there! Now, they're before us! The hand cannoneers braced themselves, preparing for close quarters combat. From here on, it's our battlefield. The barbarian soldier charged forward, screaming, "Go to hell!" But a spear found its mark, piercing through his armor. The spear thrust forward with deadly force. The barbarian warrior cried out as the spear pierced through him. Two Joseon soldiers high-fived each other, celebrating their victory. Great job. One man down. Let's do this next time too. The foot of a soldier stepped onto the snow-covered ground. What is? Suddenly, a soldier spotted the incoming threat. Over there, the officer shouted. The barbarian cavalry has been flanking us. Infantry, hand cannoneers. Yes. One soldier questioned the plan. Wait, they are supposed to fire at the other bastards, right? I'll take care of them. A mounted barbarian mocked the Joseon forces. Ha ha! Blocking a dashing horse with just one shield! He charged forward, confident in his attack. Stop me if you can. The Joseon soldier braced for impact, his steely gaze unwavering. The charging barbarian horseman crashes into the Joseon shield wall. The mounted barbarian is thrown from his horse. Shit, damn you. The barbarian leader is furious. How dare you, Joseon bastards, deceive. The barbarian falls, defeated. He lies bleeding out on the snow-covered ground. An officer gives the order. Soldiers carrying cloud hand cannons, leave the horses and aim for the men. Infantry hand cannoneers, you may fire at will. The Joseon soldiers surveyed the battlefield. By the way, where's that damn Lee Man-ju? He didn't escape, did he? Another soldier, his face grim, responded. Hey, you've seen his face. Is Lee Man-ju here? No, he isn't. A master of fleeing like him must have already gotten out of here. The horses, exhausted, struggled to move through the rough terrain. Have these sickly horses lost their strength so soon? We have no choice but to walk from here on. One of the men shouted at an approaching tribesman. Chief, what about the tribesman? The chief snapped back. Assess the situation with your eyes before speaking, you moron. Suyang listened intently. Suyang declared, generally, it's the leader of foot soldiers who must take responsibility for the consequences of their actions. The bald tribesman, his face contorted with fury, roared, "You bastard!" But Suyang was unmoved. Don't beg for your life, Suyang continued, his voice steady and resolute. Or if you are going to do it for your soldiers who are dying. The soldiers urged each other forward through the carnage. Move, move, one of the armored soldiers exclaimed. At this rate, we may be ambushed again. If the left flank gets to Lee Man-ju first, my dignity will be nowhere near fine. From behind the trees, a voice questioned, "Is that even possible?" The soldiers on horseback turned to face the newcomer. "Who the hell are you?" Suyang's face appeared, a look of slight surprise on his face. Oh, the soldier recognized him. Aren't you the right flank commander? The soldiers eyed the newcomers warily. You guys, are you from the Joseon army? From the left flank, to be exact. We're messengers on our way to the right flank. The armored soldier's eyes narrowed. Messengers, he stammered, realizing who they were. This is really... The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. Really, Lee Man-ju. Just then, the real Lee Man-ju appeared, wiping his hands. What happened here? Have you arrived, elder brother? My apologies for not greeting you earlier. I was washing up. Lee Man-ju smirked, revealing his strategy. Thanks to Lee Man-ju sending troops to handle the right flank, the left flank got its chance. Su-yang questioned the soldier, his tone laced with disbelief. So, while I wasted time dealing with at most 200 people, the infantry alone finished off Lee Man-ju. The soldier stood firm, unfazed by Su-yang's skepticism. Your contribution is truly remarkable. Where are the horses those bastards were using? The scene shifts to the aftermath of the battle, showing the fallen horses amidst the carnage. Since the left flank doesn't have cavalry, riding them is a pain in the bottom. Thus, we concentrated fire to kill them from the first seconds of the battle. The soldier's expression turned gleeful as he spoke of the spoils of war. For the surviving horses, yum! 2 soldiers are now feasting on horse meat around a campfire. The drink sucks, but damn, this meat got me hooked. Where else would we taste such precious horse meat? The armored soldier's face contorted with a sinister glee. Some were allocated as rations, with the rest given to the cooperative barbarians. Well, as a monk general, you can do as you please. What about the Jurchen captives? The soldier explained that most of the captives had been handed over to the hamlets that helped guide them, which caused Su-yang to exclaim, "What?" Su-yang's face contorted in rage as he roared. "Isn't 100 captives enough? Listen, do you even realize the value of them and their horses?" Another soldier, also in armor, approached. "Is there a problem, elder brother?" The camera zooms in on the armored soldier's teeth, clenched in what seems to be suppressed anger. Su-yang responded, trying to control his temper. "No, not at all. How could there be?" The armored soldier, through gritted teeth, said, "It's only natural to distribute the merits under the monk general's single utterance. Thank heavens, I have a younger sibling with much to learn from." Even then, the right flank commander, Yi Jing-suk, displayed tact, admirable and praiseworthy. July, the Lee Man-ju subjugation army returns. The left and right flanks swiftly advanced, executing their mortal enemy, Lee Man-ju, while the central flank, through the conquest of the barbarians across the region, spread the valor of the Joseon army far and wide. The king declared, "I confer the noble title of the Yonsangin and bestow 80 rolls of silk upon Minister of Military Affairs, Kim Hyo-seong." The minister responded, "Your royal grace is as vast as rivers and seas. I don't know where to hide my extreme delight." The king continued, "Yi Jing-suk, magistrate of the Privy Council, led and annihilated Lee Man-ju's forces, which was also a great contribution. In this regard, Yi Jing-suk will be promoted to second minister of the Privy Council, senior second rank." Finally, the king announced General Commander Yi Jing-uk traversed high mountains and rugged terrain, thereby striking Lee Man-ju from behind and making the greatest contribution. The king declared that Yi Jing-uk's promotion will elevate him to the first junior rank Grand Chancellor, and he himself will soon assume a new position. One of the ministers responds with awe, "Your royal grace knows no bounds." Su-yang looks on, impassive. The minister continues to shower the king with praise. Su-yang watches the scene unfold, a slight smile playing on his lips. Outside the palace walls, the snow-capped mountains stand tall in the distance. The speaker reflects on the military training command soldier's journey into Namhansan, recalling his initial concerns about their ability to handle fierce battles. When the military training command soldiers ventured into Namhansan, I was concerned about how they would handle fierce battles. However, now they have built up enough strength to be considered a powerful army. Su-yang turns to the speaker, who addresses him respectfully. "Your Highness, the Grand Prince." The man explains that he's heard Su-yang contributed to the training of ordinary soldiers in the military training command. "I've heard that you contributed to the training of ordinary soldiers in the military training command. So, there's something I'd like to appeal." He pauses, gathering his courage. The man continues, suggesting that the armored soldier's inability to earn merits stems from a lack of proper training. "It struck me that the reason our armored soldiers couldn't earn merits is due to a lack of proper training." Su-yang's face contorts into a look of annoyance. "No, this preamble." Su-yang's eyes narrow as he realizes what the man is implying. "Surely you're not telling me to train them too." The man explains how the cavalry is suffering, and the armored soldiers may soon be cut off from treatment. He makes a desperate request to Su-yang. Su-yang replies that he understands. Since the tributary amount of warhorses offered to the Ming has decreased, more people may become armored soldiers. He muses that cavalry units have made their names in history, citing the dragoons, hussars, and chasseurs used in Europe. Su Yang considers making a cavalry pistol or another suitable weapon. Meanwhile, in the Ming Dynasty Forbidden Palace, someone orders the disposal of a body, and another responds in agreement. Back in the Ming Dynasty, someone comments that Joseon has indeed accomplished something impressively challenging. Another responds, they surely have. An official report has also come up regarding the utility of infantry hand cannons. The report states, when deadly shot by them, even the brave barbarian cavalry was startled and scattered. 5 can severely injure one if they aim and shoot at the enemy from a distance 60 biso. The first man adds that the distance is about 100 meters, and the loud sound of infantry hand cannons startles the horses, which was an unexpected effect. He concludes that even if Tatar riders come in hordes, they can use the weapon. The second man reiterates that an official report has also come up regarding the utility of infantry hand cannons, and that they can make them resort to aggression first. The first man finishes by saying that even if they don't react to their provocative acts, starvation will cause internal discord, and that is the opportunity they will grab to begin the conquest. Back in the Ming Dynasty, Yu Qian, a servant, makes a request to the emperor. Since infantry hand cannons have proven to be effective weapons in Joseon, ordinary soldiers should be proficiently trained before the conquest. The emperor, sitting on his throne, considers the proposal. However, if even one soldier of Ming is taken captive, they might turn the infantry hand cannons against us. Don't you think? Another official interjects, agreeing with the emperor. No, your majesty. The words of the vice minister of war are indeed correct. In order to acclimate to the roar of hand cannons, all ordinary soldiers must fire 10 shots. The emperor wonders, what? 10 shots? Is it really enough? He suspects a conspiracy. That damn eunuch wouldn't possibly plan to conserve gunpowder and misappropriate the remaining expenses. Meanwhile, in northern Yuan, at Karakoram, Asen Taishi's residence, someone declares, those Joseon bastards are going to die with their heads pounded into horse dung. They fooled me. Back in northern Yuan, Asen Taishi is furious, pointing at the man before him. And you, do you have yours for decoration? What was my word? The subordinate shrinks back, terrified. Didn't I instruct you to go to Joseon, meet the king, and sound him out? He stammers. Yes, you did. Asen Taishi continues his rant. Yet you just returned, so obsessed with some pots and cotton. The man replies, but during my visit, they didn't seem particularly close with Ming at all. Another man with a shaved head attempts to calm him down. Please calm down, Taishi. Asen Taishi sighs. He might die. What do you mean, Buyan? He draws his sword, the blade glinting ominously. When did I ever accidentally kill anyone? Asen Taishi turns to Arlok, promising to postpone his punishment based on his performance in the war. He warns Arlok that one more mistake will result in his blood staining the ground before the Joseon bastards, declaring he'll wash away his guilt with their blood. Asen Taishi comments that the king of Joseon seems to have some brains in his head. He notes that they've sided with the Ming and subdued Li Manju, realizing that they are now the target. He vows not to leave those filthy bastards alone and orders everyone to get ready. Asen Taishi announces his intention to see the Khan. He declares that they must join forces with the Golden Horde of Kublai. Asen Taishi's envoy has arrived at the Golden Horde, seeking an audience with the Khan. He asks if the Khan has received any other news. The Khan, lounging with his concubines, replies that he has received none at all. One of the Khan's men stands nearby, ready to deliver a report. The Khan says he'd like to see them wiping out those Ming bastards. The envoy replies that if the world operated solely on thoughts, the Ming emperor would have been torn apart 1,000 times. He adds that they don't even know the true nature of the metal rods the Ming bastards have been consistently using against them. The Khan pauses, mid-bite, and asks what he means by metal rods. The envoy confirms that the Khan doesn't know, explaining that they've been using strange weapons for several years. The envoy from Asen Taishi orders Arlok to draw what he witnessed. Arlok quickly sketches the weapon. The Khan asks if the soldiers carrying these weapons have a matchlock, or rather, straw rope, to ignite the fire. One of his men confirms that they do, explaining that it's extended and attached to the iron on top of the weapon. He states that this must be the answer. The Khan slams his hand on the table, realizing that this must be a firearm. He recalls that this weapon was used to massacre the dregs of the Jin dynasty, the Jurchen tribe, and conquer every nation. The Khan is astonished by the weapon Arlok sketched, stating he's never heard of a portable hand cannon before, and that, according to the elders, a small iron bead exceeds a crossbow in terms of power. Power aside, he continues, those refined hand cannons fire with an explosive sound. He recalls that during the conquest of the Song dynasty, it was said to be as loud as thunder, frightening the horses to the point where they fell sideways. One of his men asks how such a small hand cannon could produce that sound. The Khan thinks aloud that while one person's voice may be weak, when thousands gather to shout, it shakes the plains, and asks what would happen to the horses if thousands of hand cannons were fired in unison. He tells them to imagine thunder striking right beside you. The Khan scoffs, suggesting, what about waiting for gale force winds or rainy weather? He continues, you must know why those bastards don't come to attack first. On windy or rainy days, they're determined to stay inside the fortress. One of his men proposes a solution. If the explosive sound startles the horses, couldn't we simply plug their ears? Then they wouldn't focus on commands and might get even more nervous. Su-young suddenly shouts, that damn explosive sound. I feel like I'm going to explode first. She looks around, confused by the sudden outburst. Huh? Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts nearby, sending her flying backward. Su-young suddenly shouts, hey, bonehead, don't you know that putting wet charcoal in the brazier leads to an explosion? The Khan's eyes widen in surprise. Su-young realizes something. Right. Why didn't I think of that? He recalls the history books. The soldiers of Kublai Khan, intending to punish the Tron family, burst bamboo to drive away the surrounding mountain animals. The Khan looks puzzled. Bamboo? Is there a tree that explodes when put on fire? Su-young nods. That's what I'm talking about. The Khan's face contorts with a sudden realization. He barks an order. Arlok, do whatever it takes to find bamboo at the next horse market. Arlok bows deeply. Your order is a law. The Khan turns to Su-young. Then, is it just a matter of attacking the Ming? Su-young shakes his head. No, Khan. While I face the Ming, please deal with Hyoseon. The narrator states, the number of active armored soldiers in the whole Hanyang area reaches 3,000. Of those soldiers, 1,000 serve 10 days a month and are called on duty, while 2,000 off duty don't, instead performing household chores or engaging in various businesses to make money. Su-young surveys the pitiful gathering of soldiers. Is this really all? Even after gathering all the armored soldiers of the entire capital city, it seems there are just around 400 people. The official next to him shrinks under his gaze. Despite not convening all of them, a significant number left with excuses. Given the state of the armored soldiers, I'm concerned how the hell the country functions. The official bows deeply. I'm very sorry the armored soldiers have shown themselves in such a form. Another voice calls out in shock. Your Highness, the Grand Prince? The soldier stammers in disbelief. Pardon? Do you mean me? Just a moment, Your Highness, the Grand Prince. I'm not ready yet. The soldier shakily draws his weapon. He examines the blade with a critical eye. How ancient is this relic? Is it from the Three Kingdoms period? Have you brought your family heirloom? Based on my investigation, the blade must be at least 1.5 chuk long. Su-young is clearly unimpressed. Where did you get this knife from? That's... The soldier squirms under his gaze. Actually, an elongated kitchen knife from home. A kitchen knife, gosh. He explains his predicament. I was pressed by the sudden general convening. The soldier grips his makeshift weapon, trembling. My ass. The general's face contorts in rage. Are you kidding me? Which bastard told you to bring these toys? His eyes burn with fury. I absolutely cannot tolerate this situation. I'll shave off the allowance of those who lack munitions and equipment. The general continues, his voice booming with intensity. Additionally, in agreement with Grand Prince Su-young, here I will rejuvenate your severely rotten minds and bodies. Those unable to keep up don't even hope to avoid quartering. One of the soldiers looks up aghast. To that extent? The next day, the troops assemble at the white sand beach of the Yanghua Key. The military minister, riding alongside Su-young, eyed the approaching figures with suspicion. Military minister, who are those barbarians? The military minister explained the situation. North tribes that were hostile to Li Manju have come to express their gratitude. His Majesty, the king, instructed us to show them our strength. Su-young watched the soldiers with a critical eye, unimpressed by their form. What can be gained by observing the training of inadequate armored soldiers? Is this the right way to hold a sword? It's been a while, so I'm not sure either. The military minister reassured him. Please don't worry. After all, some untrained barbarians like them can be easily slaughtered. The approaching group was led by a bald man with a piercing gaze. They would find even basic training highly threatening. Uriankai faction brigade commander, Kung-san of the Odoli tribe. Kung-san exchanged a knowing glance with the man beside him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I knew that the king of Joseon would offer generous hospitality and gifts, but even showing the training of cavalry. Don't worry. Unless Joseon loses its mind, is there any possibility they would invade us dwelling on the Liudong? Kung-san, still mounted, couldn't hide his irritation. It's just a brag to warn us against plundering recklessly. Talking to those bastards makes my blood boil. Another man, riding alongside, commented on the display. By the way, the general who looks like a chief seems quite convincing. He pointed to the general. King Yi Seong-ge, who founded Joseon, was known to be the greatest archer and a remarkable general himself. But doesn't that person resemble him? Soo-young listened, his expression unreadable. Perhaps. Well, let's wait and see. Then we'll know. Announced that Grand Prince Im Young would personally demonstrate the level they all must achieve in the future. Im Young, the fourth son of King Sejong and Queen Sohyun, grinned. I won't bring my horseback riding talent. He addressed the soldiers, mounted on their horses. Let's start with something easy. If you can't repeat even this, you're not qualified to be mounted armored soldiers. He prepared to show them how it was done. Now everyone, watch closely. With a shout of, Heya! Im Young drew his bow and notched an arrow. He urged his horse forward, clearing a low wooden fence with a cry of, Hup! With practiced ease, Im Young drew back his bowstring, aiming at the target. The arrows flew, finding their mark with deadly precision. The arrows slammed into the target. Im Young addressed the soldiers, confident in his display. All right, everyone should be able to follow, right? That's the most accurate demonstration. How's that easy? He cleared his throat, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Forget about any allowance if you fail even at this. The order was given. Then, proceed in order. However, one of the soldiers faceplants into the sand. He groans. Gosh, another soldier is knocked off his horse. Soo-young looks on in disbelief. How could they be worse than me in my childhood? This won't do, will it? Soo-young shouts. Now, attention! Soo-young addresses his troops, pointing out their weakness. At this moment, you may think yourselves weak. You were once tough. But isn't this the result of neglecting your training? He clenches his fist. Look, Soo-young flexes his back muscles, which seem to glow with inner power. Look at this body. The soldiers can only stare in stunned silence. Soo-young continues his motivational speech. Even with just half of its potential realized, you'll be unbeatable by anyone in the world. Elder brother, you should maintain your dignity in a place like this. The soldiers, now inspired by Soo-young's physique, cheer him on. Woohoo! That's right. There's nothing impossible for the body of His Highness, the Grand Prince Soo-young. One of the soldiers declares that he'll give the training his all, adding that next to Soo-young's body, the fellows from the military training command look as thin as straws. Another soldier agrees, stating that they're not a big deal. He pauses, thinking to himself. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, a fire crackles. Around the fire, a group of men discuss Soo-young. One of them says, the one who showed the demonstration on horseback has a rare talent, even for our tribe. If such a person, who reportedly is a son of the king of Joseon, becomes a general, it would be frightening. Another one agrees, adding, yeah, that body was really grand and magnificent. One of the men around the fire observes, this is serious, and I wouldn't be surprised if he could easily even pull the bow used by Yi Seong-ge. The fire crackles as they consider the implications. He continues, do you remember Gabiolcho? The man elaborates, those ferocious guys led by Yi Seong-ge. Many chieftains, including Mengtamu, became his blood brothers or subordinates and acted together. He furrows his brow. If soldiers like those in Gabiolcho arise in Joseon soon, they may once again exert their strength against us. There was clearly an intention behind showing us the training, too. Just then, one of the men notices someone approaching. Excuse me, we have a guest. The guest announces, I've come by order of the Khan, Keshig of the Northern Yuan Khan's bodyguard. The Uriankai brigade commander replies, to think that the Khan needs something from the lowly me. It's an honor. The Kashig scoffs. Brigade commander of the Uriankai is calling himself lowly? That's a good one. Anyway, the reason I'm here is, he declares, because we're soon going to strike Joseon. The bald commander is taken aback. Wait, I don't get it. By siding with the Ming dynasty, they betrayed their faith. But to teach them a lesson, we must first raise an army. The mustached man states, there are 40,000 soldiers. That's enough. Just add 5,000 of your troops. The Keshig of the Northern Yuan Khan's bodyguard continues. And since you have connections with Joseon, report everything happening there. Their army, any changes in the regime, and even defensive preparations along the way. Everything. The bald commander agrees. I will follow the Khan's order. Joseon sent 20,000 troops to subdue Limanju. He continues. However, due to a lack of internal stability, they didn't achieve proper results. The mustached man is confused, but the bald commander corrects himself. That's right. Joseon had many stragglers because of the rush. He adds, we guided those we saw, which is why the king of Joseon invited us. The Keshig asks, how did Joseon capture Lee Manju with such an army? The bald commander explains, caught by a fever at the worst time, he couldn't even escape. Lee Manju toughed it out for 4 days in that condition. Quite a tenacious guy. A fever in the summer? Such dreadful luck. The bald commander scoffs at the suggestion of sending 5,000 troops. And as for the 5,000 troops you mentioned, it's impossible in our current situation. What? The mustached man retorts, suggesting an alternative. You could easily muster that number by bringing into the fold surrounding tribes. The bald commander admits that is not an option. You are not wrong, but there are issues related to my uncle. The mustached man presses. You mean Funka? As I heard, he died recently. And couldn't you even absorb subordinates under his command? Meng Temu's younger brother looks ashamed. I'm ashamed of myself. Believe me, I would like to rush at them right away, but mustached man decides to change the assignment. Then I'll assign you the task of assisting and supplying our troops. Instead, don't even dream of receiving any trophies. The bald commander is clearly displeased with the current turn of events. How humiliating for a warrior. The bald commander's younger brother, feeling ashamed, decides to reveal all. Since I've decided to reveal everything, the Khan should also let us know the details. The younger brother asks a pointed question. Isn't this war a diversion? The mustached man grins, revealing his teeth. What a bright guy you are. He reveals the grand strategy. The 40,000 troops under Taishi's command and the 40,000 led by the Khan will launch simultaneous strikes on Joseon and Ming. The mustached man turns away, confident in their victory. You can look forward to it. He rises, his face contorted with rage. Those bastards are trying to oppress us again. The bald commander's eyes widen with urgency. Prepare the horses. We need to go to Joseon immediately. Inside the palace, another man speaks. Kishig from the northern Yuan paid us a visit not long ago. He continues, relaying the dire news. He's going to conquer Joseon and is forcing us to help. According to him, they also plan to invade the Ming dynasty at the same time. The bald commander glares intensely. Tatars told you about this, meaning you must have agreed to cooperate as well. I bowed my head to the northern Yuan to survive, so please forgive me, the man says. He continues, relaying the ultimatum, and refusal to comply, they said, would lead to Joseon's complete extinction, similar to the western Shias. He warned that if the barbarians were to come under the northern Yuan's command, it would lead to a massive uprising. He continued, saying that even the Ming general would find it challenging to quell the high-spirited northern Yuan. The man explained that the reason for sharing this information was because he wanted them to engage in battle with the northern Yuan for his protection, asking them to understand that he must lead his kin just as the king of Joseon governs the country. The man with the beard declared that it was settled, stating they would discuss the details later, and ordered him to go back and feign compliance with the northern Yuan's compulsion. Then he requested Crown Prince, Grand Prince Suyang, and Frontier Affairs Minister Kim Jong-seo to enter. The man in the red robes stated that if the northern Yuan had involved the barbarians, it wouldn't be an easy war to end, questioning if it meant they'd figured out a way to defeat Ming. He continued, saying that while it might not be a sweeping victory, they must have prepared to deal a serious blow, perhaps even devising a method to counter the infantry hand cannons, and that they may also be planning to raid during a rainstorm. But relying on the weather was not a wise action for a general. He declared that since early times, a strong army had been an unchanging element to prevent all disturbances. The man in the red robes then addressed Grand Prince Suyang, ordering him to prioritize training the twin frontier armored soldiers, and then ordered the Frontier Affairs Minister Kim Jong-seo to come forward. The man in the red robes ordered the ordinary soldiers participating in the expedition to head towards Shenyang. The army traversed the harsh desert landscape. The man on horseback addressed the assembled soldiers, telling them to listen up and that they all must have gathered there bearing a grudge against the Ming dynasty. He continued, declaring that he, too, wanted to tear the Ming emperor to death. He reminded them of how much the Ming had persecuted them, and that they had forgotten their ancestors' feats, seeing them as nothing more than servants riding horses in the grasslands. The winds of war were gathering speed. One of the men wondered what the northern Yuan was planning with all that bamboo, questioning if they were trying to cook rice in it instead of using pots. He speculated that it could be preparation for a siege, explaining that bamboo filled with charcoal and oil could easily burn down a guard post if set on fire. Chief Eunuch Wang Zhen respectfully greeted the emperor, informing him that the preparations to sow chaos in the northern Yuan, as desired by the emperor, had been completed. He added that he would come forward himself, and that all government officials of or above the rank of ministers were to participate. The man wondered if Joseon would come out to defend the Shenyang region, or if they were worried about his potential defeat. He declared that Joseon was doing this for their own survival, as it would be infinitely difficult to drive them out if they bypassed Shenyang and entered Joseon. He scoffed, believing such thoughts would vanish in the presence of his royal dignity. He wished he could summon King Yi Do of Joseon to personally lead the army. He had a good idea. With the emperor's favor, the second son of Yi Do had visited their country recently and gained much knowledge. He suggested that while the eldest son must inherit the throne, the second-born could participate in the war. Yi Qian apologized to the emperor, explaining that he might be a royalty from an uncivilized country, but it was still not logical to compel him to participate in another country's war. The emperor slammed his fist on the table, declaring that even if the will of heaven aligned with his, he determined what was logical. He ordered his servant to quickly write down his words, stating that Joseon had received Ming's letter of credence, and that Grand Prince Suyang, representing the uncivilized country, would participate in his campaign to witness his royal dignity. The emperor was sending him with such a ridiculous pretext. Yi Qian apologized to the emperor, stating that it was greatly out of line with etiquette, and that he was only concerned about whether there was a horse that could bear his weight. The emperor assured him that he wouldn't actually be on the battlefield, so he should stay quietly inside the military curtain, adding that he shouldn't worry too much, as he would devote himself to avoiding mistakes. The emperor gripped Yi Qian's hands tightly, telling him to make sure to come back alive. At Namhansan Fortress headquarters of the Military Training Command, the general was climbing the net. Suyang continued to climb the net, showing off his strength to the soldiers. He remarked on the excellent device, noting that it had everything ordinary soldiers could do. An official informed him that they were set to deploy in a week. The official admitted he couldn't believe that His Highness, the Grand Prince, would personally appear at the battlefront, adding that he would prefer to stay quietly behind the military curtain. Suyang told him that the battlefield was not as funny as he may think, and told him not to beat around the bush. Suddenly, a muscular man stepped forward, declaring that he wanted to cross swords with His Highness, the Grand Prince. Suyang looked visibly surprised at the sudden challenge. The crowd began to murmur. They noted that even if the general looked 50 years old, he was a remarkable general who had been chopping the thoroughly skillful barbarian chieftains. The crowd speculated that perhaps the general would go easy on him, because otherwise, how could they even exchange 10 blows? They said to His Highness the Grand Prince that the state of affairs was getting crazy. The muscular man stepped forward, acknowledging that in this crazy world, anything could happen. He declared that he would go at His Highness the Grand Prince with all his might and main. Suyang looked shocked and questioned why he would go at him with might and main. He didn't wait for the general to make the first move. He charged forward, wooden training sword raised. The sound of wood on wood echoed as Suyang's training sword met the general's. The fight intensified as the two traded blows, neither giving an inch. Suyang pressed his attack, bringing his sword down with overwhelming force. Suyang took a decisive step forward. He raised his wooden sword high above his head, preparing to strike. The wooden swords collided with a resounding crack. An observer marveled that the general was kind enough to match the level of His Highness, Grand Prince Suyang, wondering who else could handle such strength. The force of the collision sent the wooden sword flying out of his hands. The wooden sword landed with a thud at the feet of the assembled crowd. The man in the black robes looked on in utter disbelief. Martial arts prowess is the foundation. The man in the red robes admitted that he had been worried because Suyang had been devoted to conducting himself and preparing his body while neglecting the sword for so long. He declared that his concern had been unfounded. The man in black robes cautioned Suyang that even the most skilled commander could not single-handedly defeat an entire army. Therefore, he urged him to stay away from the battlefield as much as possible, explaining that even Yi Jing-uk wouldn't dare harm a member of the royal family, despite his immense strength. Suyang realized that the original owner of the body he now possessed must have been extraordinarily skilled in martial arts to react so quickly. The man in black robes insisted that Suyang was talented and vital to the country, far more so than himself. At almost 50 years old, the muscular man with the practice sword apologized to the Grand Prince, explaining that if he were injured during their sparring match, it would be unlikely for him to be dragged into war. He added that he spared no effort and determination to land a breaking blow. Suyang smiled, realizing that the man might be made of sterner stuff than he originally thought. Meanwhile, on July 14th at Yanheku, Ming's military base, General Wu Kejong had already died and Datong had fallen. The man with the white beard asked what had happened, incredulous that they were attacked unarmed or if they had any infantry hand cannons. He then demanded to know the enemy's situation. The man in the red helmet explained that while the enemy's military forces were said to reach about 40,000, the actual number on the front lines was only half that. He suggested luring and striking the enemy, pointing out that they couldn't even match half their numbers. He added that those who fled from Datong were exhausted and demoralized and assured them not to worry. Just then, a shout rang out. The enemy was attacking. The soldiers were ordered to prepare spears and infantry hand cannons. However, one of the soldiers was confused, wondering if they had put gunpowder in the cannons. He suggested the other try first, and he would follow. The commanding officer bellowed at his troops, demanding that they get their cannons ready at once. The soldiers on horseback were ordered to shoot arrows, to force the enemy to fire their hand cannons. A hail of arrows rained down upon them. They shouted a warning to avoid the incoming fire. The order to fire the hand cannons was given. One soldier questioned if that was how much gunpowder they were supposed to use, but he was told there was no time to measure and to just fire. The soldier cried out in pain. He called out to Buyan. He wondered if the order to fire the grand cannons meant they were supposed to use these toys, asking if Buyan was okay. He realized it was a lead pellet that had gotten stuck in the leather armor and stopped. The soldiers noticed that their enemies were not stopping their dash, and they needed to act quickly. They shouted for gunpowder to be poured into the ignition hole, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, one of the soldiers looked at the hand cannon in his hands, confused. The hand cannon exploded, leaving the soldier injured. Another hand cannon went off as well. The order was given to withdraw the infantry hand cannoneers to the rear, as the casualties were already too high. The enemy was charging. The man with braided hair commanded his soldiers not to spare any sword, but to trample and kill their enemies. He demanded that they calm down and questioned what the rear archers were doing. The man with braided hair pointed and declared that one of the enemy soldiers was the leader. The bearded man ordered his troops to capture him. The man in golden armor noted that the vanguard unit had arrived at Datong, but it had been over 2 weeks without a single messenger. He wondered if his dignity alone had compelled the enemy to retreat. He declared that there were signs that the enemy had temporarily stayed 20 li ahead and demanded why they hadn't met him at the drop of a hat, given they knew he was coming. One of the men began to speak, but before he could, the scene shifted to a sky filled with birds. 2 men stood atop poles, overlooking a landscape bathed in a fiery red glow. He declared that it was now on the horizon, but the person who had to become a governmental eunuch for just 1 silver nyang was nowhere to be found. He commanded them to watch, and behold the powerful figure standing on the battlefield. He acknowledged that the heavens may have made him the son of a poor man. He asked if he had not risen to the highest position among most men. He vowed that through this war, he would ascend to a spot higher than even the emperor. He declared that he would stand higher than the heavens themselves. The man with white hair, adorned in a black hat, rode alongside a soldier in full armor. He announced that he had something to ask the eunuch of the Ministry of Rights. The armored man, Duke of Yingjiangfu, questioned the eunuch about a previous statement. He recalled saying that 1 cannoneer could easily match 5 archers. The eunuch explained that out of 5 archers shooting arrows, only 1 shot would injure a person. However, if a hand cannon hit its target, it could pierce through armor right away, making it equivalent to 5 archers. The Duke of Yingjiangfu questioned what kind of calculation that was. The man in the red robes, sporting a black hat, dismissed the previous topic. He declared that they should move to where the emperor resided. Suddenly, a soldier tied to a post urged his majesty to retreat quickly. The ground was littered with corpses and soft horse droppings, indicating the Tedders had been there less than half a day ago. He questioned the order to retreat, especially for the royal family. He argued that Yu County was supposed to be the rear. He commanded everyone to retreat to the Juyang Pass to stop the enemy's invasion, then march again. Nevertheless, the already exhausted soldiers had no way to retreat quickly, and so began the military withdrawal, slower than the long-distance march. The man with the beard scoffed at the laggards. He figured that if they spent 15 days getting there, it would probably take about that long to go back. According to the captives, they had 120,000 soldiers. If they intended to eliminate them all, it should be okay to kill 8,000 a day, right? He then suggested capturing the emperor and forcing him to open Beijing's gates for them, deciding that wasn't bad either. He commanded that the tribal chiefs be told to repeat nightly raids to exhaust those bastards. The man with braided hair ordered his soldiers to aim at the Ming bastards' hand cannons. Arrows rained down, striking their targets with deadly force. A Ming soldier was struck, the force of the arrow sending battle marks splattering. The Ming soldier shouted for his comrades to fire back with a volley of fire. A horse reared up, neighing loudly as the man struggled to control it. He calmed the horse, noting that it was becoming desensitized to the sound of explosions. He added that they had sent bamboo to the Khan as well, so their horses could respond in the same way. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, declaring that their boasted hand cannons posed no threat and demanded they throw down their weapons and flee. One of the attendants declared that he was done with the situation. The soldiers were all dead, and they were commanding the attendants to carry spears and swords, so he was going to seize the chance to escape rather than die there. Another voice agreed, saying that bringing those dirty creatures who were neither men nor women was a bad sign. They reported that at Tumu Fortress, their army had been halved, and their losses were about 4,000 dead. They believed this was their last stand, so they were resisting fiercely. They planned to launch a full attack starting tomorrow, believing it must be over here. The man on horseback observed that many soldiers had been dying from hand cannons, likely because only the troops safeguarding the Ming emperor were left. He realized that this situation wouldn't last much longer either. Desperate, the man offered 100 silver nyangs to whoever could bring him water. When someone questioned if money could conjure water from thin air, the noble snapped at him for speaking to him in such a manner. Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed that the enemies were fleeing from the path leading to the Juyong Pass, and he was certain that reinforcements had arrived. The man in the golden helmet insisted that he was still there, and that the enemy's retreat was a trap, asserting that reinforcements couldn't have arrived so soon. Another man chimed in, claiming that it was clearly the palace guards pushing back the enemy, and that the emperor should hasten to the Juyong Pass for safety. The man in the golden helmet interjected, telling him that he shouldn't go, as it was obviously a trap set by the Tatars, and demanded that he shut up. The man with long gray hair sneered, asking how a rotten scholar dared to speak about military matters, and threatened to rip out his tongue if he spoke another word of nonsense. The man with the red beard agreed with the eunuch of the Ministry of Rights, urging everyone to retreat to the Juyong Pass without delay. The Juyong Pass was only 10 more li away. The men were urged to push on. The soldiers spotted the enemy's detached corps. One of them warned that going any further would be dangerous. He screamed at the man on horseback to move ahead and shield the emperor from arrows, cursing Wang Zhen for ruining everything. He was furious, lamenting that they could have held out for a few more days until the reinforcements from the Juyong Pass broke the encirclement. He called them a bunch of useless nuisances. The man threw several silver ingots to the ground, promising that it should be enough. He insisted that they safely escort him and the emperor to the Juyong Pass, and he would reward them handsomely. But then, a man with a beard cursed Fan Zhang, realizing that no amount of money could save his life. The man with silver hair, bloodied and battered, insisted that he had only followed the emperor's will, demanding that the man on the ground shut up, calling him castrated scum. With a clenched fist, a man brought forward what he called their beloved soup. He looked up to the heavens, begging the gods to consider his loyalty. The soap connected with its target, splattering battle marks across the room. The man on the left called the other a demon in a human body, remarking on how hideous his face looked without makeup. A man, covered in battle marks, demanded that someone take back what they had given him. He told them to cover the cost of traveling to the underworld, calling them a starving demon, sucking the Ming's battle marks. The scene shifted to August 23rd, 1449, where Wang Zhen, the eunuch of the Ministry of Rights of the Ming dynasty, died near the Tumu Fortress. The flames of war were now The scene opened in Shenyang on August 24th. A man in armor demanded an explanation, asking who had given that order. He explained that Beijing was in chaos, and the Vice Minister of War was hastily gathering forces and preparing defenses. The armored man revealed that the emperor had sent an urgent message, stating that although they had broken the Tatars' momentum, many soldiers were injured and required regular ones from Liaodong. Su Yang pressed the regional commander, sensing he was being deceived. He asked if the man was hiding something, reminding him that Joseon was a loyal vassal state. The commander laughed nervously, asking what he would have to hide. Su Yang leaned in, his expression serious. He asked if there was some terrible event, the revelation of which would cause even the Liaodong soldiers to flee. He swore upon his status as a grand prince to keep it confidential if the commander spoke honestly. The armored soldier finally relented, revealing the devastating news. He reported that 200,000 soldiers, led by the emperor himself, were trampled and shattered by Tetters. He added that all officials above the minister rank were massacred. The soldier grimly revealed that His Majesty had been captured by the enemy. The armored soldier explained that 100,000 soldiers from Central and South China were already advancing northward to defend Beijing, so they simply had to protect the city until they arrived. He warned that it would be a grave problem if the enemy shared the tactics that broke down the emperor's army. The man with the helmet leaned forward, demanding to know if they could defend the Shenyang region or not. He reminded them that it would take about 10 days for the news to reach the Liaodong region. He added that if they couldn't drive the enemy out before then, even the friendly Jurchens would turn against them. The man with a mustache insisted that their ordinary soldiers must step up to sweep away the Tetters. He exclaimed that they were ferocious enemies who had crushed the emperor's army and asked if they were really going to wage a full-scale war against them. One of the men argued that staying in Shenyang would only ensure their survival, while the entire northern part fell into chaos. He pointed out that historically, during the Tumu crisis, the Liaodong army remained in place, and Joseon did not suffer direct damage. But Su Yang wondered how things could have turned out worse than in history, especially since they had provided the Ming soldiers with hand cannons. The Liaodong regional commander, Gao Yi, seemed dissatisfied, and who could blame him? The extermination of a 200,000-strong army was incomprehensible. The sound of gunfire echoed. A man approached, asking to see the cannon. He identified it as a hand cannon, and then asked if the holder was a prince of Joseon. The man with the cannon confirmed that it was a hand cannon, and asked what the matter was. Su Yang examined the hand cannon, noting the size, weight, and even the different muzzle. He wondered if there was usually such a difference in cannons, and why this one was so clean. He asked if they had even trained with it. He learned that it was their first time training with real gunpowder, and that they said it was too expensive. Su Yang was shocked. Su Yang realized that even the teaching of powder weapons concepts in the military training command didn't always prevent accidents from happening. He wondered if they really threw untrained soldiers into the war with these randomly produced hand cannons. Su Yang, holding the hand cannon, stated that the northern Yuan had not yet experienced their true power. Meanwhile, at Tyson Khan's camp northeast of Kaiyuan City in Liaodong, a man with a beard was informed that the Western army had smashed the vanguard and was attacking Ming's main forces. He commented that Joseon was much weaker than Ming, so their 30,000 troops would be enough. He considered it was worth a try, then inquired about the talk of the Liaodong forces withdrawing, and that they were supposedly leaving only a minimal number of troops behind. The man with blonde hair and braids grinned, holding a scroll. He declared that his elder brother had undoubtedly achieved a sweeping victory, and that he was Asen Taishi's younger brother, Maona Hai. At Taisun Khan's camp, a soldier burst into the tent, shouting that Joseon's troops were advancing north out of the city. The man with braided hair was shocked to hear that the Liaodong army had retreated and abandoned the city, leaving the fortress to head into the open field. He was asked what he thought of the situation. He grinned as he thought about the fine horse he had received from his clever brother, ready to run riot on the battlefield. The man with braided hair was confident that victory would be effortless. However, he didn't expect the Joseon troops to be camped on a hill. He observed that the Joseon soldiers were forming their lines with the sunlight taken into account, meaning those bastards had some battle experience. He recalled that it didn't take long for his elder brother to bring down even the Ming vanguard. He thought that after crushing the Ming, they'd be enemies again. The man with braided hair believed the Ming would be crushed, but he also knew that after that, they would be enemies again. He added that they had never fought together before, so it was better to divide their roles. He stated that he understood and asked the Khan to charge, promising that his soldiers would step forward and open fire. A bald man with a top knot prepared to fire an arrow. A soldier arrived, announcing that he had brought the bow and arrows for His Highness, the Grand Prince. Su Yang thanked him. Su Yang was asked if he could really shoot those arrows. He responded that it was just a matter of overflowing strength. He drew back the bow, aiming at the distant Ming army. The Ming soldiers raised their shields just in time, bracing for the attack. "Shield yourselves," they shouted. The man with the beard, observing the shield wall, was impressed by their swift movements, but he thought it was nothing special. He declared they could advance without much worry. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he stammered, wondering what he was seeing. An arrow pierced through the soldier's armor, causing him to cry out in pain as he collapsed from the devastating blow. The Ming soldiers realized even their cannons couldn't deal significant damage, and they were in big trouble. The casualties among their soldiers were severe, with commanders ranking centurion or above dead. Controlling even small squads was becoming increasingly difficult. They decided to pull back for now, fearing the entire formation could collapse. The Ming commander reasoned that since the Joseon soldiers shot arrows well, they must be good with cannons too. He ordered the troops to divide in half and prepare for unmounted archery. The Ming soldiers raised their bows and released their arrows, hoping to turn the tide. The Ming soldiers continued to fire their hand cannons, but the results were devastating for their own troops. The Joseon soldiers urged each other to hold the line, warning that any retreat would cause their entire army to crumble. Another soldier shouted for everyone to remain calm and continue fighting. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, making it difficult for the Ming soldiers to aim accurately. The commander saw an opportunity and ordered his troops to strike now, then immediately commanded a full retreat. The Khan's Iron Riders were now moving forward, ready to engage the enemy. The commander declared that when Joseon fired twice, that would be the moment to charge straight into their lines. Suddenly, the sky rained fire arrows. One of the soldiers cried out, but the commander insisted that fire arrows just made a lot of noise. The fire arrows exploded on impact. The soldiers raised their shields for protection, but one of them cried out in pain, his arm burning. The soldier realized the fire arrows were filled with gunpowder. One of the soldiers declared that the enemy relied too much on cannons. He added that hand-to-hand combat was where they would break up the enemy's line and ordered them to charge. The soldiers noticed that the enemy had switched to stormtroops with longswords. They were ordered to step forward into formation. The soldiers were instructed that after volley firing, they should fall back to the rear trench on a signal. The soldiers stared at the approaching enemy, estimating that around 5,000 Iron Riders were charging towards them, divided into two groups, front and rear. One of the soldiers expressed his concern that their cavalry should be dealing with the incoming threat, as infantry would be trampled to death. Another soldier declared that he trusted in the Grand Prince, and there must be a reason for digging the trap, adding that if the Grand Prince lacked confidence in victory, he wouldn't have led their forces. As the enemy drew closer, the order was given to the cannoneers to volley fire. The armored soldiers spurred their horses onward, ignoring the fallen. The soldier yelled that they would tear the Joseon soldiers to shreds, but his expression suddenly turned to shock. The horses and riders began to sink into the muddy ground. The soldiers frantically commanded their troops to halt, realizing they were stuck in the mud and unable to advance on the Joseon forces. The Joseon forces unleashed a volley of cannon fire. The soldier on horseback was shocked, finding the situation impossible. He commanded his troops not to panic, reminding them that splitting into two groups was their plan for this situation. He ordered them to bring things like grain or hay bales, anything suitable to lay on the soil to cover the mud and maintain speed. The soldier glared, declaring that if they dared to play petty tricks, he would crush their skull with his horse's hooves. A soldier reported that the enemies were spreading hay and grain on the mud to cross. He warned that the cavalry in charge formation would reach them in a day. The general ordered his men to send out their cavalry as well to strike the enemy's flanks. He also ordered them to prepare to fire within the position. The general roared, ordering everyone to get ready for hand-to-hand combat. The soldiers pressed on, their legs burning as they scaled the cliff face. The soldiers braced themselves, shields raised in anticipation of the coming impact. The enemy cavalry crashed into their lines, sending men flying with savage force. Despite the brutal assault, the general encouraged his troops, urging them to hold their ground. One of the soldiers yelled, accusing them of hiding behind their shields and using cannons. The mounted soldier roared, declaring that it was now their turn. The soldier winced in pain. The battle raged on with a ferocious intensity. The soldier gritted his teeth, determined to endure. Endure! We have to! One of the soldiers spoke with urgency, explaining that they had to endure until those bastards were lured in far enough. Meanwhile, another soldier prepared to strike with his spear. An arrow pierced through the officer's head. Someone desperately called out to the fallen officer, urging him to wake up. They anxiously asked how he was. The desperate soldier continued to try and rouse the officer, shouting his name and begging him to come around. A soldier groaned, struggling to stay conscious amidst the chaos of battle. He screamed in defiance as he charged forward, determined to avenge his fallen comrade. The sword gleamed ominously, ready to strike. With a fierce battle cry, the soldier lunged, his sword aimed at the enemy. A soldier urged Jung Byung-soo to get up, insisting that there was no way he could have lost his senses. Jung Byung-soo insisted that he hadn't lost his senses and had only been startled for a moment. He ordered them to quickly prepare for battle. The soldiers knew that they needed to kill the intruders to survive. The order to fire within the position could come at any time, so the soldiers were ordered to defend the fortifications and trenches with their lives and to not let the formation break. A soldier urged His Highness, Grand Prince Suyang, to stay back, warning him that he might get hit by a stray arrow. Suyang asked how he could stay back when his soldiers were dying and demanded that they give him the arrows. Suyang declared that he would personally make things hot for those bastards. One of the soldiers exclaimed that he was sick of those Joseon jerks, saying that they had gotten cocky just because a few shallow tricks had worked. He angrily ordered them to kill them all. A soldier cried out in disbelief, realizing that someone on the hill was throwing spears. One of the soldiers noticed that 3 cavalrymen were charging up the hill. He pointed out that the attire of the lead rider indicated that he was a high-ranking general, declaring that whoever took his head would achieve the greatest merit that day. Suddenly, the soldiers realized that what they thought was a spear was actually an arrow. Suyang, riding toward them, drew his bow and aimed. One of the soldiers recognized him and shouted his name. The arrow struck true, and the soldier fell from his horse, impaled. The soldiers' faces were a mixture of fear and determination. One of the soldiers shouted that there was fire within their position. He urged everyone to take shelter in the trenches. The cannon was primed and ready to fire. The cannons roared to life, unleashing a devastating barrage. The order to fire echoed across the battlefield. The man in the helmet stared in disbelief. He stammered that this was impossible. The order to fire echoed, and the cannons roared to life again, unleashing another devastating barrage. The man in the helmet was struck by the cannon fire. The order to cease fire was given, and the soldiers began to reorganize their formation amidst the fallen. The soldiers announced that the remaining enemies would be dealt with by His Highness, the Grand Prince, and cautioned everyone to be careful. Amidst the chaos, one soldier remained, surveying the devastation, his face contorted with rage. He vowed to take at least one enemy with him. Suyang drew his bow, his eyes fixed on the fleeing enemy. He told the man to go to hell. His face contorted with rage. He screamed that the enemy would be the one to die. Suyang released the arrow, aiming for the fleeing figure. The arrow flew true, striking the enemy rider. He looked up in disbelief as the arrow closed in. The arrow found its mark, piercing the enemy rider's head. The soldier in red armor collapsed. Another soldier prepared to fire. The soldiers erupted in cheers, proclaiming that His Highness, Grand Prince Suyang, had taken down the enemy commander. The man with the beard declared that the enemy commander was dead and that they just needed to clear out the remnants, cursing under his breath. The man with the beard in red armor pointed out that they were mixed in with the Joseon cavalry, so the cannons couldn't be fired at will. He ordered them to at least suppress the cavalry before they reorganized. One of the soldiers screamed, drawing his sword. The man with the beard realized the situation was dire and ordered a retreat. Another soldier on horseback warned that if they showed their backs to the Joseon army, the Jurchen barbarians would look down on them. The man with the beard in red armor yelled at his soldiers, calling them fools. He insisted that they needed to retreat before the infantry approached, asking what they thought would happen if they were hit by cannons while crossing the river. Seeing their enemies fleeing, a soldier lit the rocket arrows and prepared to fire. The rocket arrows exploded, sending soldiers flying through the air. The man with the beard yelled that the Joseon bastards were firing cannons again, saying they had all gone mad. He insisted that they needed to get out of there quickly, asking about the detached corps with Kungsun of the Jurchen tribe. One of the soldiers acknowledged that thanks to the Grand Prince's plan, they had minimized their losses. He added that it had been dangerous when the enemy commander survived and went after him, questioning if the commander's horse had gone crazy. Someone yelled at the Grand Prince to keep away from the charging horse. The horse neighed loudly. Suyang braced for impact. Suyang realized the horse was enraged by its owner's death, and it was much stronger than an average horse. The horse neighed loudly as it charged. Someone yelled, warning the Grand Prince. The horse's kick landed with a sickening thud. Suyang staggered, but he refused to yield. He acknowledged that the horse was a tough brute, but he absolutely could not lose. He channeled all his energy, focusing on pumping his muscles to throw the beast off. Suyang's grip tightened, his muscles bulging with the effort. With a mighty yell, Suyang hurled the massive massive horse into the air. A soldier cried out that it was too dangerous for His Highness, but Suyang was determined to see it through. Suyang, on top of the horse, yelled at the animal, asking if it was going to keep puffing air. He reminded the horse that its owner was dead. He demanded that the horse surrender. Two soldiers watched the scene with disbelief, wondering if he was trying to break the horse's neck with his bare hands. Suyang continued to berate the horse. He warned the animal to listen, or it would live its whole life in the stable like a stallion, just eating fodder. He then told the horse that he was a gelding, and that most war horses had their balls removed. Suyang's eyes welled up with tears as he declared how cruel it was. He gave the horse an ultimatum: die there or serve him. The horse seemed to respond to Suyang's intensity. A soldier marveled that Suyang had tamed the violent horse. Suyang declared that from then on, its name was Sore Grief, asking if it understood. Suyang apologized for carelessly laying his hands on the spoils. The screen displayed the results of the battle. The Northern Yuan army had started with 30,000 men and now had about 20,000 dead. The Joseon army, on the other hand, had started with 28,000 men, with 1,400 dead, 700 seriously injured, and 4,000 lightly injured. It was an overwhelmingly decisive victory. As the battle neared its end, the Northern Yuan army began to retreat. The bald man on horseback declared they also had to decide their course, warning that ignoring the situation would cause the Northern Yuan, or Joseon, to turn on them after the war. He stated that now was the time to chase Tyson Khan, asking for opinions, and adding that if the detached corps couldn't behead him, they needed to step in. Another man began to speak, addressing him as Your Excellency. The man in the orange robe grinned, announcing that he had a good idea. He explained that according to history, Tyson Khan was killed by Essen. The bearded man on horseback looked enraged. The smiling man wondered aloud, but what if the man in the orange robe wondered if Tyson Khan's end would come from someone else's hand? Meanwhile, soldiers raced through the forest on horseback. The man in the helmet asked if these were the only soldiers who got away. Realizing that those who hadn't joined them by now were probably dead, he noticed that his horse was tired and losing speed. The soldiers explained that as soon as they retreated, the Jurchen scum turned into thieves and charged at them. The man in the golden helmet seethed, declaring that those Jin leftovers knew no honor and that the Iron Riders were doomed to massacre, with Maona Hai becoming a piece of meat. Something felt off to the man, wondering if Asen Taishi deliberately sent them false information, or perhaps those Joseon bastards just fought well. He decided that they were to quickly join forces with Asen and strike the Ming, and handling Joseon next wouldn't be too late. The Khan was informed that the Jurchen scum stole horses and fled, and he angrily asked if they were just saying that now. The man in the orange armor stated that Asen, not being of the Golden Horde, would not be recognized, and thus they had to use the Khan. A soldier in orange armor reported to the general. The soldier announced that the detached corps had driven Tyson Khan into the forest, adding that they had finally made it. One of the soldiers suggested that His Highness the Grand Prince demonstrate his strength when capturing the Khan, but the other soldier seemed unsure. The man in the orange armor reported that the barbarians recognized Suyang, calling out the name of Grand King Taizhou. They even recognized the bow he was using. Suyang dismissed the comparison, saying that he was just big and didn't match him in any way. The soldier insisted that His Highness was underestimating himself, and the important thing was that they saw him as a valiant general. The soldier imagined His Highness subduing Tyson Khan in barehanded combat. One of the soldiers declared that the rest would all surrender, making it easier to insist on favorable terms for their country. They would pave the way with all their strength. The soldier urged the Khan to find a way to survive, explaining that they weren't firing cannons in the forest, but as soon as they got out, they'd be covered with fire. The order was given to prepare for the final battle, but something was off. The Joseon bastards were acting strange. The Khan demanded that the disgrace of the Golden Horde show themselves. He wanted to see the face of the one who dared to covet their country with such careless ambitions, claiming to be descendants of the mighty Yeke Mongiol Ulus, yet acting so pitifully. One of the soldiers questioned how they dared to mouth off about the Yek Mongiol Ulus, calling them the Dross of Goryeo. He urged the Khan to muster all their strength and charge, declaring that they must take that bastard's head. The man with black hair revealed that he was the descendant of Grand King Taizhou, the one who shot dead the Northern Yuan commander Maona Hai and the second prince of Joseon, Grand Prince Suyang. The enemy soldiers demanded that Suyang show himself, giving him an hour to come out and fight like a man. Their voices echoed across the battlefield, taunting the Grand Prince. One One of the men scoffed at Su Yang's silence, wondering if he was even a man or just someone who would quietly listen to the insults. Another soldier declared that they wouldn't even need weapons, suggesting they fight barehanded. One of the enemy soldiers declared that he enjoyed buch and would like to try a modified version because he was sick of the current situation where they had to fight and die. The man with braided hair demanded that the second prince of Joseon, Grand Prince Su Yang, reveal himself. He then asked what Su Yang would give them if they beat him. The man declared that if he was recognized as a true man and part of the Golden Horde, Su Yang would return 1 horse per person. He added that Su Yang would also ensure their safe escape to the Guangshun Pass. The man with the helmet questioned if they could trust Su Yang, since no true man of Joseon had ever been as spineless as him, so how could he lie? He demanded that Su Yang come out himself, or they would obliterate every one of his men. One of the men wondered if Su Yang would come out. Given the situation, he thought that keeping the troops intact and returning would be a success, and so he would accept. One of the men asked how Su Yang had come up with that wrestling. Su Yang explained that he had developed it with Mr. Ma as a pastime while inventing conducting oneself and preparing the body. The man with the helmet explained that buch or sirium ends when one is on the ground, so there's room for tricks, but this was purely a contest of strength. The soldiers watched from horseback. He smirked, finally seeing the face of the ringleader. Su Yang stood ready. He revealed that he had been waiting. Su Yang declared that he would end this war. The man lunged forward, ready to strike. He slammed his opponent to the ground. He questioned if that was what they called using strength. The man strained, his face contorted with effort. He let out a battle cry. With a mighty yell, the man with black hair prepared to unleash his devastating move. He announced that he was about to perform the storm throw. He slammed Tyson into the ground with incredible force. He demanded that Tyson get up and show him his strength, asking if he wanted to be dragged to Joseon like that. The Khan begged someone to fold that lump in half, groaning in pain. Su Yang declared that this was a chokeslam. The Khan grunted as he hit the ground hard. Su Yang demanded that the Khan get up, sneering as he asked if all his strength was just about collapsing. The Khan writhed in pain, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, a fist clenched tight, ready to strike. The Khan looked up at Su Yang, who was standing over him. He accused Su Yang of breaking the rules by daring to use his fists, calling him a petty coward. Su Yang's face contorted in rage. He declared that the Khan deserved to die. Su Yang declared that next was the giant swing, leaving the soldiers looking shocked and terrified. The Khan, battered and exhausted, could barely speak. He questioned if Su Yang was up for more struggle, thinking to himself what the hell this brat was. Su Yang stood over him, flexing his massive muscles. The Khan admitted defeat, and the Joseon soldiers cheered. Su Yang declared that his body had won, all thanks to the meticulous care bestowed upon him by his father, proving his filial piety once again. He then announced that he would now perform the Black Dragon's pose to celebrate the triumph. The soldiers exclaimed that from the front or the back, he truly was the Black Dragon himself, chanting Grand Prince Su Yang's name. The commander-in-chief reported that together with Kungsan, they had conquered the enemy remnants, to which he was told, "Well done." Su Yang told the captive that they would let him go as long as he accepted the agreement and recited the Gisa agreement. The terms were laid out. First, he had to acknowledge Joseon's victory and pay a ransom of 5 horses per captive. Second, if future trade with Joseon was established, he had to actively embrace it. Third, he had to send a letter about any attempts to invade Joseon by force. Fourth, at the next 2 Yeke Kurilta, he was to treat Joseon representatives on par with Goryeo King Sim. However, the representative didn't need to be of royal battle marks and could be a civil servant of the first junior rank or higher. Su Yang questioned if they were insane and asked if they didn't like the terms. The captive man admitted that the first and second terms were fine since they had lost the battle. However, he questioned being treated on par with King Sim at the Yeke Kurilta. The captive man pointed out that King Sim was a Goryeo man with a proper title. He asked if Su Yang hadn't once called Joseon the successor of Goryeo and their brother nation, and suggested they treat the Joseon representative like a Kamuk chieftain. The captive man asked if Su Yang expected him to approve of the next Khan election while he was still breathing, and revealed that Su Yang had no idea what was happening in Beijing right now. The captive man wondered why Asen would kill the Ming emperor, and stated that if he didn't, he could never have his eye on his place. The scene shifted to a burning city. He continued, explaining that Asen had defeated the Ming's 200,000 strong Great Army, taken the emperor hostage, and was breaking through the passes, attacking Beijing. The captive man was told that had he not been taken captive, he would have likely heard the news around that time that day. He looked shocked and muttered Asen's name exclaim in disbelief. The first man stated that if the battle had started just 3 days later, the Jurchens would all be on his side. The second man looked surprised as he heard that Aiton's failure was also inevitable. The man in armor stated that he gave Ming too much time, and by now, they've probably been reinforced with hundreds of thousands from the Nanjing region. He wondered why he would propose these terms, then asked if he had thrown and slammed the captive man so much that his brain had stopped working. The captive man, tied up and helpless, was told that right now, Asen must be wishing for his death. The man with the beard decided to add one more clause, stating that he could send troops to assist him in dealing with the Oirat at any time. The other man agreed to add it. The captive man asked when he was going to release him. The man with black hair, Grand Prince Suyang, replied that it would be after 15 days. The captive man was shocked and said that they needed to find a way to counter Asen right now. The man with black hair declared that the situation was up to them, questioning why the captive was complaining when they were sparing his life and backing his country. The captive man, tied up and visibly frustrated, shouted that the other man was a bastard, stating that news of Tyson's death must reach Asen by September 14th. The man with black hair looked towards the sky, wondering what would happen if Tyson, presumed dead, returned on September 30th. He reasoned that Asen would think he had negotiated with Joseon, and regardless of his Golden Horde bloodline, Asen wouldn't let that slide. The man with black hair stated that things may seem calm for now, but that wouldn't last. The date was September 17th, 1449. On the battlefield, a man with a shaved head and goatee yelled that everyone was too exhausted. The scale of the battle was immense, with the ground littered with the fallen. Despite the staggering losses inflicted upon the Ming forces, their ranks seemed endless, their soldiers constantly being replenished. The man in the battered armor declared that they would never breach the Forbidden City. Nearby, a warrior reported that Taishi was reporting in. A messenger announced that 100,000 more troops had arrived from the south. The man with long hair exclaimed that they had brought more men than arrows, confirming what they had heard at the Zijing Pass. The man with the winged helmet declared that they had 80 million subjects against their scant 100,000, with 1 in 5 men being a soldier. He asked if they were ready to face an 8 million strong army. The man with black hair grimaced, realizing that they were replenishing faster than they could kill them. A message arrived from the Khoit tribe stating that they would withdraw because of heavy losses, which caused the man to exclaim in disbelief. The man with black hair and a goatee remarked that those bastards were getting more skilled at handling cannons, to a level they couldn't ignore. The man with long brown hair and a goatee declared that even using the emperor as their last resort was proving useless. The soldier looked up, confused, and asked about the emperor. The man with the goatee clarified that he was referring to Yingzong Emperor's younger brother, Jingtai Emperor. The man with black hair and a goatee realized that they had already enthroned a new emperor, solving the problem with a major replacement. The man with the shaved head heard troubling rumors going around and asked what they were. The man with the beard and long hair declared that the Joseon army, victorious in the Liaodong region, was said to have finally killed the Khan, and with this momentum, they were going to march on Karakoram, the capital of the Mongol Empire. One of the men grabbed the other's shoulder and urged him to avenge the Khan and defend the Karakoram first. He argued that if they declared revenge for the Khan, all the tribes would unite, and not even Ming could withstand an invasion by an army of 300,000. At the Ming capital, one of the soldiers rushed to report to the chief eunuch with urgent news. He added that although the soldiers had taken quite a toll, they could still support the 20,000 regular ones left in Liaodong. The man in the red helmet then asked if the Joseon commander was the first junior rank official, Kim Jong-seo, and the other confirmed that he was. The man in the red helmet informed him that the enemy was preparing to retreat. Joseon had truly achieved something great. It was November 4th, 1449, in Hanyang, and the streets were packed. The people marveled at the cavalry's horses, noting that some of them were the fine steeds the enemy had ridden. One man wondered if they had captured over 10,000 of them. Back in the palace, the king smiled serenely as he heard that his people had prayed day and night for his safety. The king announced that Central Flank Commander Kim Hyo-seong would be promoted to the first junior rank Right Minister. Right Flank Commander Yi Jing-ok would keep his current position, as his merits and faults balanced out. Tyson Khan was officially missed. Yi Jing-uk, who took the blame, was a truly loyal man. For subduing the enemy leader and gaining the Jurchen's cooperation in the area, the king declared he would grant Grand Prince Suyang 1,000 gyul sikyup. Suyang responded that his royal grace knew no bounds, and that he owed everything to the body bestowed upon him by His Majesty the King. The king replied that he did great. King Sejong, in high spirits, exclaimed, "My boy." Meanwhile, the crown prince was pushing himself to the limit in the training yard. The trainer watched him with concern, telling the crown prince that he seemed to be pushing himself too much, and to please take it easy. The crown prince strained against the weight, saying that since his younger brother had subdued the enemy king, they would now pay attention to the king's body. The crown prince continued pushing himself, lifting weights that were more than most military officers could handle. He wondered if he should be lifting 1,000 gun by now, and how long it had been since he lifted 900. The trainer told His Highness the Crown Prince that he was more than enough, and there was no need to comfort him. The Crown Prince strained to say that he would assist him. The man in red armor stood amidst a field of red. He looked around, disoriented. He wondered where he was. Suddenly, a brutal attack slammed into him. He found himself surrounded by bodies, the scene painted in crimson. The man in red armor looked at his hand, unsure of what was happening. He wondered what was going on as he muttered, "What is this?" Suddenly, he was face to face with a battered man, his face covered in battle marks. The brutal man grabbed the wrist of the man in red armor, declaring that he should feel his pain. The man in red armor's eyes widened, a bead of sweat running down his face. Amidst a chaotic backdrop, someone cried out for their lord, asking if he was all right. Two individuals looked at each other with concern etched on their faces. Suyang, still catching his breath, muttered, "My lady." Suyang admitted that it was no wonder he was feeling shaken. After witnessing such brutal scenes of people being torn apart and heads exploding from his arrows, the woman in attendance suggested that the medicine wasn't working well, and perhaps they should build a new house. She added that frequent consumption of medicine could harm the body. Since it appeared to be a mental illness, she suggested offering prayers might help. Someone asked Suyang if he had coughed. At any rate, there was an order for him to return to the palace immediately. Suyang asked if his father had called for him, announcing his arrival. The man explained that through this winter mission, they planned to send a letter of advice to the new emperor of Ming. He wanted to know what the other man thought about it. The king of Joseon had concerns about matters at the border. Due to the chaos caused by the dogs, both countries had suffered greatly. He explained that the influence of the Ming Empire was easily seen by the Tatar, Iriankai, and the Jurchen. He requested that the Ming firmly establish their position in the Liaodong area and drive out the Dogze. He suggested that if they stationed 100,000 regular soldiers in Liaodong at all times, they wouldn't dare to invade Liaodong. Joseon pledged to eradicate the Dogze to uphold the great achievements of Ming. Suyang approached his father, the king, and announced that he had something to inform him. He explained that while it seemed they were bowing to Ming, there was a hidden meaning. He summarized that the losses in Liaodong were due to a lack of population, so the intent was to increase military strength by relocating people to Liaodong. Suyang added that if 2 million people were forcibly relocated to Liaodong, it would only be a loss for Ming. Liaodong was a barren land overrun by the Dogze. The best they could do in Liaodong was raise millet and horses. Ming would have to continue to expend resources to feed them. The man in the red and gold robes agreed with Suyang's assessment. If 1 million people migrated, they would have to provide at least 4 million seoka of grain annually. He pointed out that 4 million seoka was an enormous amount, equivalent to Joseon's entire annual budget. Furthermore, stationing such a large force in Liaodong was like aiming a knife at the throat of the northern Yuan, who would constantly launch invasions. Suyang concluded that Ming could not gain anything from Liaodong, and if they suffered such losses, they would certainly try to shift the burden onto Joseon. The man in the red and gold robes agreed with Suyang's assessment and insisted that if Ming exerted effort, Joseon would also have to do the same. He stated that Yu's words made sense and that he understood his opinion. The man in the red and gold robes paused, then revealed he had something to tell them in advance. He looked down, admitting that now that he was over 50, he was old and weary and could no longer govern the country. He declared that on March 30th of the following year, he would pass the throne to the crown prince. The man in the red and gold robes acknowledged that Suyang's help had been significant. Suyang responded that he had only fulfilled his filial duty and revealed that he had a favor to ask of him. He requested that for a year, Buddhist services be held in the temples of all 8 provinces, deep in the mountains and valleys, for the fallen soldiers. Suyang emphasized that this was a very important matter and suggested that his uncle, Grand Prince Hyeoryong, who was deeply pious, should accompany him. The man in the red and gold robes acknowledged that Soo-young's help had been significant, and Soo-young responded that he had only fulfilled his filial duty. He revealed that he also had a favor to ask of him, hoping it would help calm his restless mind after the battlefield. The men expressed that they were deeply grateful to His Majesty. The palace stood tall and imposing. The man on the golden throne considered the situation. Joseon was now demanding to be paid for their fighting. The man in the red robes wondered if they were asking for help because they couldn't handle becoming enemies with the northern Yuan. He thought King Yi-do of Joseon must think this was an inevitable proposal. The man on the throne sighed, thinking about sending people to station 100,000 regular soldiers in Liaodong. He considered sending 2 million people, but knew that would incur significant losses. The cost of the relocation was an issue. He knew they would have to extend the Great Wall to where the people were relocating in Liaodong, and their national treasury was already running low due to the war. He asked them all for their input. The man on the golden throne considered the situation in Liaodong. He wondered if Joseon could handle the Jurchen, who survived by plundering. He knew that the late King Yi Songye had handled them well, but now they continued to fight. He realized that their intention was to solidify Liaodong and shift all the responsibilities, giving King Yi-do of Joseon all the land, 80 ari east of Tieling. The kneeling man in red robes looked up, shocked by the proposal. "Your Majesty," he exclaimed. The man on the throne explained that upon dealing with numerous northern tribes, including the Jurchen, they would eventually be exhausted. The man on the golden throne ordered that a reply be prepared to send to Joseon. Thus, a new wind began to blow again. On March 1st, 1450, a grand ceremony was held. The fourth king of the Joseon dynasty, Munjong, ascended to the throne. While everyone was celebrating, there was one person who wasn't happy. The elderly man, Hwang Hui, was barely able to stand. He lamented that despite the change of kings, he, at the age of 80, was still not allowed to resign. He wondered if he should ask the retired king once again for permission. The next day, Hwang Hui requested retirement from King Sejong, who had become the retired king, but his request was denied once again. Deep in the forest, a man wearing a traditional hat seemed to be observing something. The man muttered that the king was using him as a counterweight and that he had a wicked heart. Soo-young asked if it wasn't good to make the body strong, which caused the other man to call him an insolent brat. He retorted that if he kept getting stronger, he'd claim he could deflect blades with his abs, which Soo-young thought was a bit excessive. The man in the traditional hat claimed there was something similar to deflecting blades with abs. He explained that some people train their abs by hitting their bellies with a rolling pin. The scene shifted. The other man retorted that saying something like hitting with a rolling pin out of nowhere made it seem like his mental illness was cured. He recalled spending enjoyable times visiting famous temples with Grand Prince Hyeoryong. Soo-young revealed that he had donated new millstones to the temples. Since temples made a lot of tofu, they used millstones quite a bit. He had used the old millstones to make dumbbells, which turned out quite decent. And since these were light, high repetitions were the answer. He continued, if the Buddha statues looked too clumsy, Grand Prince Hyeoryong would ask you what he thought of the Buddha statue. Soo-young was furious, noticing a crack in the Buddha statue. He couldn't stand it any longer and demanded that someone be called to make a new one. He declared that they would call someone to make a luxurious Buddha statue, and he would be the model for the 4 heavenly kings statue, no exceptions. He thought to himself that it was very good. Soo-young was pleased that the 4 heavenly kings statue should be like this. Feeling at ease, he noted that it wasn't just a 4 heavenly kings statue, but a muscular, imposing 4 heavenly kings statue. Time passed, and it was soon the month of April. Soo-young received a letter stating that his older brother was sick, which surprised Joseon. He pointed out that Soo-young's older brother was also his great uncle, and he couldn't understand how such a healthy person could become ill. The man looked grave. He explained that the older brother had damaged his 2 front teeth, which had deeply saddened him. Since then, he had only been drinking, causing his health to deteriorate. Joseon agreed that teeth were one of the 5 senses, so it was understandable that he was deeply saddened. He added that he was nearing 60 and feared what would happen if his teeth were to go bad, then declared he could read faces quite well. They set off at a run. The man in black and red robes questioned why Soo-young was doing this when there was perfectly fine advice to follow, pointing out that he had only taught Grand Prince Hyeoryong simple exercises and bodyweight training. Later, the man on the left declared that the talk of face reading had made him curious to see his own fortune and asked if Suyang knew someone who could do it. He suggested they go to Gongnyungza temple instead of Woljongza temple, as he knew a very skilled person. The man in the straw hat had learned from Hamheo and monk Jacho. The man in the black hat asked how it went with the fortune teller, wondering if he was as skilled as rumored. The man in the lilac robe was excited, declaring that the rumors were true. He insisted that the man in the black hat should go see him as well, as he was incredibly skilled. He added that this was the first time he'd seen Grand Prince Yoryong so excited. Someone peeked through a wooden door and asked if anyone was there. A man in a brown robe sat in front of a golden statue. He said it was truly an honor to have such a distinguished guest, but he wasn't supposed to come at this time. Suyang wondered if it would have been better if he had come about 15 years later, because by then, the fortune teller wouldn't have the luxury to see fortunes. He continued, saying that in actual history, Saho Suyang visited Mount Ode around 1465, about 15 years later. At that time, he was already suffering from leprosy or a severe skin disease, and he wondered if the man knew something. Suyang remarked that the fortune teller took jest as a jest, which was a talent in itself. He mentioned that the fortune teller had seen his uncle's fortune and asked if he could read his now. The fortune teller responded that he wasn't sure if he should say. Suyang urged him to continue, saying that fortune reading was connected to one's life. The fortune teller revealed that Suyang would become king. The fortune teller continued, ominously stating that Suyang would bring battle marks upon his nephew and friends. Suyang, visibly angered, demanded to know what he had just said. The fortune teller added that having a guest might change everything, leaving Suyang to wonder if he was saying that he was possessed by a ghost. The fortune teller stated that destiny wasn't something that could be easily altered. Suyang stood defiantly amidst the chaos, the flames reflecting in his determined eyes. The fortune teller ominously warned that no matter how much a guest tried to guide fate down a different path, it would be difficult to avoid a bloodbath. Suyang repeated the fortune teller's words, asking if he was saying there would be a bloodbath. The fortune teller confirmed it with a simple yes. Suyang stared intently at the fortune teller and asked if he could handle it. Suyang resolved that he must handle the coming challenges. He thought about how he had changed many things with his own two hands. He declared that he would face whatever came next and change those things as well, wouldn't he? The fortune teller seemed to relax, remarking that there was no need to worry with the power of such a distinguished person. The man in the red and gold robes stared intensely. Suyang knew that he must do everything in his power to change the future. He thought of all the things he had changed with his own two hands. He knew that he would surely create a new future, different from before. He clenched his fist, ready to face whatever came next. Yang walked down the path, his physique dwarfing the men in front of him. One of them asked if he came from the north. The man's eyes widened, recognizing him. He realized that this person was Grand Prince Suyang. The bald man kneeled before Suyang, stating that it was an honor to meet him and asking what would become of him if he kneeled here. The man thought that Suyang was like a divine general, a warrior of the heavens. Suyang stood in the courtyard, the elderly man beside him, looking up in awe. The bald man commented on Suyang's remarkable physique, then asked if he was one of the disciples. He clarified that those who had properly learned the immortal body training exceeded 2,000, and that there were also so-called Taoists, but they wouldn't call them disciples. The man clasped his hands together, thinking that if he could learn under someone like Suyang, and if those individuals passed on their teachings to others, he imagined that soon all Koreans would begin to grow stronger. The bald man looked up at Suyang, declaring that in the north, strength was the only answer. He added that even if it was too late for him, his son must not have any regrets. He asked Suyang if he would consider taking his son as a disciple, offering to make his sacred preparation that autumn and report to his majesty, who he was sure would approve. The bald man was overjoyed at the prospect of his son becoming a disciple of the king's brother, thanking Suyang profusely. Suyang thought to himself that the chief might not be worth teaching, but his children certainly were. He revealed that he had already discussed this matter with his elder brother. He wondered if they would be able to understand the martial body training, since they didn't even know how to read or study Confucian classics. Suyang reasoned that even if they didn't teach the Juchen chief, if they took in his children and taught them, their tribe's successor would, in essence, become one of their own. Suyang explained that he wouldn't let the opportunity slide, not after a 10-year-old spent 7 years learning Hangul, classical Chinese, and the 4 books and 5 classics, followed by years mastering the martial body training. He intended to encourage them to take the imperial exam. He added that his elder brothers would create a foreigner's imperial exam specifically for the barbarians, so they could have the body of a Jurchen, but the mind of a Korean. The bald man asked if he could ask something, mentioning the rumor that Suyang had defeated the Taisun Khan in the north. Suyang confirmed that he had crushed him. Su-young vividly described how he threw him over his shoulder and smashed him down. Then he grabbed his neck and slammed him into the ground again. He finished by saying that he grabbed his leg and hurled him. The bald man with the goatee asked if he could try something for once. Suddenly, a voice cried out, telling him to wait. Su-young vividly demonstrated how he would lift him up before slamming him down so hard that his back would surely break. He continued, saying he would grab his neck and slam him onto the ground, but the bald man quickly apologized, saying that he believed him. Su-young stated that the Jurchen revered strength, so Nicerin was perfect. He added that he would return and prepare to pay tribute that winter, telling them to travel safely. After that, the frontier chiefs of Liaodong came seeking him, but their suspicion crumbled before his muscles. He demonstrated his power by tearing apart armor with his bare hands. The men watching were astonished. They exclaimed that they, too, would pay tribute and asked him to take good care of their sons. Su-young called for Hukwu, saying he needed to train his waist. He declared that training with his body with such a colossal warhorse was a must. The Jurchen people revered strength, and Su-young had it in spades. They exclaimed that they, too, would pay tribute, even asking him to take good care of their sons, promising that even their sons could achieve half of what he had. Thus, over 30,000 Jurchen people came to pay tribute to Joseon. Back in the palace, King Munjong was impressed by Su-young's physique. He told him that seeing his robust physique put him at ease, asking if his sacred preparation went well. Su-young responded that he had faithfully carried out His Majesty's orders. However, he had closely reviewed the records of the battles fought in their northern borders and realized there were still many deficiencies in their army. Su-young humbly advised His Majesty not to interfere with matters regarding the northern border and the tributary troops. King Munjong responded that he knew, stating that they fought exceptionally well, so he had no intention of intervening. Su-young stated that the problem was the musketeers, questioning if any of the non-military officers knew how to use them, adding that firearms were meant for soldiers. One official vehemently disagreed. The officials explained that muskets were to be used alongside cannons, but no one knew how to do that. They pointed out the 7 steps required just to prepare them for use, asking if he could teach them easily. Su-young declared that they would separate the musketeers into a new unit, the Bureau of Firearms, stating that he had a good feeling about this. Su-young asked how many members the Bureau of Firearms would have, thinking about 500. He saw the potential, as the firearms enthusiast, King Munjong, was awakening. King Munjong humbly suggested setting a larger goal. He explained that with the compensation received from Ming in the national treasury, expanding from 500 to 1,000 might be reasonable. The king agreed that it was right to increase it. He added that the stallions, promised by the driven, had also adapted, so the number of military horses would surely increase. The official then asked if his total for the 3 lifts was really 850 gun, pointing out that just 2 years ago, it was 700 jun. Su-young was pleased to hear that listening to him had inspired the king to change his diet and work harder. He told him that he may simply call him Hyung instead of addressing him formally, although he knew that wouldn't be proper etiquette. King Munjong countered that if Su-young wished to be called Your Majesty, he would first need to lift 1,350 gun, or even 1,500, and then he could do so. He pointed out that the sum of his 3 minor lifts was 1,350 jun. The king laughed, calling Su-young a monstrous younger brother. But with so many Jurchen people coming, he wondered if they would have enough teachers. Among those fit to teach the Jurchen heirs, King Munjong recommended someone from Gangseohyun. He described him as a man of deep knowledge, with no greed and no official posts. In Gangseohyun, a messenger stood before a man with a long white beard, sitting at his desk. He told the man, who he addressed as teacher, that His Majesty had issued an edict. He urged him to read it, even if he was reluctant. The messenger's arrival was about to bring change, but elsewhere, children exclaimed in wonder. A muscular man carried them effortlessly on a bamboo pole. He told them that once they were done washing up, he would play a high throwing game with them. A woman told everyone to settle down, noting that their hair was in a queue hairstyle and asking if they could wear a braid. She exclaimed in delight, saying their faces were glowing. The children were eager to play throwing games, calling out to the muscular man. He reminded them that they needed to put on clothes first, and not to cry if they got scared. He prepared to launch one of the children skyward. With a mighty heave, he sent the child soaring through the air. The men held the sheet taut as the child began to fall back to earth. Su-young laughed as he sent the child skyward. He declared that this was how he would crush someone like Taisun Khan. One of the men wondered if Su-young was even human. He realized that with this method, he could serve both his father and mother at the same time, doubling his filial piety. A young boy looked up at Su-young, wondering when he would ever become like like him. Suyang told them that they would begin their training at 16, once their bones were fully set, and until then, they should listen carefully to their instructors. The students agreed. One of the men wondered what he was eating, complaining that it was bland and dense. Suyang told him to eat a lot of the meat, as it was essential to building a frail body like his. He then ordered them to go on a simple 10-li run. Suyang looked up, startled by the sudden commotion. He was disappointed that he had just gotten into his reading. An older man watched the Jurchen children, impressed by their skill. He exclaimed, "Oh my, this Jurchen kid is quite skilled." He wondered if this method could really improve learning. An uniform was thrust forward. He was instructed to put it on and follow, as they would test him on what he had learned that day. The man in blue robes looked nervous. He protested that they had only studied for one shikken twice that day, wondering how he was supposed to memorize all of it. He was warned that if he made mistakes, it would affect his progress in martial body training. He questioned what that even meant, and was told that martial body training started with 3-part training: chest, abs, and triceps, then back and biceps. He was informed that since it was his first time, he would lift 40 gun for 3 sets, focusing on shoulders and lower body. He was told that was if he didn't make any mistakes. What? The men continued to walk, leaving him behind. One of the men read aloud, stating that Zilu asked about governing, and Confucius said that he would definitely correct his name, calling a gentleman someone who, wait, the man realized that they had memorized all of that. The more shocking thing was that he remembered it too. A man called out to the king, Huang Hui, now nearing 90 years old, begged for pardon for his grave sin against the former king. King Munjong told him to stand up, saying he was worried about his health. Huang Hui explained that when the king was still the crown prince, he had presented his illegitimate son, Huang Jinho, to the palace and asked if he recalled. The king responded that it had been 11 years ago. The gold that King Yi Do received from the man on the golden throne was being moved. A man in red robes towered over Huang Zhongseng, calling him a sinner. He demanded to know where the rest of the gold had gone. Huang Zhongseng appeared utterly shocked, looked completely stunned. He stammered, demanding to know what was going on. The man in pink robes pointed an accusing finger. He shouted that the sinner had stolen golden goblets and treasures from the eastern palace. The man in pink robes leaned forward, his face red with anger. He demanded that Huang Zhongseng admit to the crime. Huang Zhongseng's eyes darted around nervously. He denied the accusation, claiming he hadn't acted alone. Huang Zhongseng turned to another man in the room, his face a mixture of fear and desperation. He said, "Brother, you too." Huang Zhongseng, still on his knees, pointed to someone else. He insisted that he only received what his younger brother had given him. He looked completely lost and confused. The accuser took a step forward, his robes rustling against the floor. He was ready to deliver his final judgment. The accuser's face was red with fury as he shouted that Huang Zhongseng wasn't even a Huang. He revealed that Huang Zhongseng was the child of some man named Zhou. The accuser pointed a finger, his voice dripping with disdain. He claimed he only took pity on Huang Zhongseng and raised him out of the goodness of his heart. The name Zhou Zhongseng echoed in the air, hanging over the palace. The implications of this revelation were heavy and undeniable. The man in the red robes stared down at Huang Zhongseng. He recalled seeing him at the Eastern Palace and believed he had been executed for his crimes. Then he asked if it was true that Huang Zhongseng was the illegitimate son of Huang Hui. Huang Zhongseng, still kneeling, admitted that he was. The man in red robes turned to the other officials. He pointed out that this was the crime of deceiving the king. There was no way Huang Zhongseng could avoid punishment. The system flashed a warning about deception, deceiving the king. The man in red robes stared intently, his expression unreadable. The tension in the room was so thick you could cut it with a knife. A few days earlier, at the National Confucius Palace, Grand Prince Suyang had paid him a visit. He remembered Suyang asking him something important. Grand Prince Suyang was in the middle of a brutal workout when he turned to the man in red robes. He asked him which law he thought was the most unjust in the kingdom. Grand Prince Suyang listened as the man spoke about loyalty. He said that even orchids in flower pots grow toward the sunlight, and that the loyalty of illegitimate children is no different from that of legitimate children. The man continued, mentioning that below his younger sibling was someone named Ma Il-yong. He didn't explain who that was, though. The man smiled as he spoke of Ma Il-yong's talent, but he added that Ma Il-yong was an illegitimate son. The man went on, saying that the orchid is a fine metaphor for a man of noble character. However, human greed knows no bounds. The man told Suyang that if both illegitimate and legitimate children attain office, the complaints of the legitimate ones will increase. He seemed worried about the potential fallout. The man with the beard looked down, a slight smile on his face. "Don't worry," he said, his voice calm and steady. The words seemed to hang in the air, heavy with meaning. Elder statesman Huang Hui would be the catalyst, it was decided. Indeed, the man in the ornate robes looked up, his expression one of reverence. "Your foresight, father," he murmured, clearly impressed. The older man looked down, his face etched with concern. "It was King Taizong who established these laws to maintain order in the nation," he explained, his voice heavy with the weight of history. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he spoke, his voice cracking with emotion. "Yet this old man is now near death," he cried. "I confess my lies, so please abolish the discrimination against illegitimate children." King Sejong sat on his throne, his expression unreadable. He simply said, "Very well." Huang Jungseng's face twisted in anger as the words hit him. He had been stripped of his office, his power gone in an instant. Then the order came. Huang Jungseng was to go to the Sugangung Palace and seek forgiveness from the former king. He was stunned. King Sejong looked down at Huang Jungseng. "Because you have members of the modern palace," the king said, "I will not punish you." Huang Jungseng could barely believe his ears. The king's mercy was immeasurable. One of the men watching spoke up, questioning the king's decision to treat the crime of deceiving the king so lightly. "Is this truly right?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. King Sejong sat there, looking thoughtful. He wondered out loud, asking how illegitimate children were born in the first place. One of the men in the blue robes spoke up, explaining that these children came from lowly backgrounds, as if that explained everything. King Sejong continued to probe, asking if those of lowly status could even refuse their master's demands. The two men in blue robes looked uncomfortable, like they knew where this was going, but didn't want to say it out loud. King Sejong stood up, his voice full of conviction. "As a father, can you refuse to let your illegitimate son achieve success?" he asked, challenging the very foundation of their society. He declared that if illegitimate children were capable, they should also be able to rise to success. King Sejong shifted his posture, about to propose something new. The court officials looked up, waiting to hear what the king was about to suggest. King Sejong declared that for an illegitimate child to take the civil service exam, they would need to spend 3 years fighting the cold in the northern regions. They would also have to put in extra effort to educate the barbarians. Those born of concubines would have to do 5 years more. The court officials exchanged glances, realizing the implications of the new rules. One muttered that it should be enough to make even legitimate children complain. King Sejong then added that he was going to open a new path. He proposed that they must learn filial piety through martial body training, and that he would soon publish the Martial Body Training Manual. King Sejong smiled, announcing that it would be added to the civil service exam. Passing the preliminary round would open the way to official posts. The court official looked at the others, bringing up a sensitive topic. He asked if they should address the discrimination against illegitimate children while they were already discussing it. The official explained that the current law stated that if a slave had a child, the child inherited the mother's status. It was just how things were. The official then asked if they shouldn't change the law so that the child inherited the father's status instead. He waited to see how the others would react. The official considered the implications. If they abolished the Seoyoljeom Gobup law, the official continued, thinking about abolishing the Nobijongbuk law as well. He was really trying to shake things up. The official smiled, thinking about how his actions would get rid of 2 of Joseon's unfair laws. It was a good feeling. Back at the Sugangung Palace, the wheels of power kept turning. There was no time to rest. Huang Hui had tried to resign from his position, handing the letter to King Sejong, but the king stopped him. King Sejong looked at Huang Hui with a stern expression. He told him that he was essential for writing the new law book. So, Huang Hui's resignation was not accepted. The king needed him. After the morning assembly, a special announcement echoed through the halls. Everyone waited to hear what it was. A man stepped forward, a smile on his face. He suggested they take the announcement to the Hall of Cultivating Talents. One of the men winced as he walked, clearly in pain. He muttered that his feet hurt from walking so fast, and that he should probably switch to straw shoes. The group made their way through the palace grounds, heading towards their destination. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the open space. As they approached, a man called out, announcing the arrival of the Grand Prince and the Minister of Finance. He demanded that everyone pay their respects. The prince looked at the group, his eyes landing on a man who was clearly struggling. "You've been coughing, haven't you?" he said, his tone laced with a strange admiration. "I admire your hard work." The prince didn't stop there. He gestured towards another man in the group. "Even that friend over there seems dazed. he pointed out, his eyes gleaming with a strange satisfaction. The man stared back, his face a mask of disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The prince's smile widened as he watched the man struggle. "Sissy-up, stay strong," he said, though it sounded more like a taunt than encouragement. He seemed to relish in their pain. Even after leaving the Hall of Cultivating Talent, the man couldn't catch a break. "Even after leaving the Hall of Cultivating Talent, I still have to complete the martial body training, Sess," he thought, his mind reeling in disbelief. It was too much. A man stood on a platform, his face red with fury. He bellowed, "Bring in the sinners!" The guards wasted no time. They dragged the accused through the courtyard, the rough ropes biting into their skin. The men fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "Spare us," one cried. "It wasn't us. We've been wronged." The man on the platform leaned forward, his voice booming with anger. "Are you the ones who sullied the training corps exam?" he demanded. The accused men looked up, their faces etched with panic. "No," one of them stammered. "It's a misunderstanding." The man in red robes, his voice echoing through the courtyard, shouted, "Call in the witnesses." His command hung in the air, heavy with anticipation. Huang Zhengseng looked absolutely shocked. "Witnesses?" he stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. "Who?" Su Yang stood tall, his gaze fixed and unyielding. He looked like he was ready for a fight, his muscles bulging even under his. The man on the platform pointed at one of the accused, his face red with fury. "Former scholar of Yumjuk County, report in detail about everything that has happened so far. You scoundrel," he yelled. The man looked up, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be thinking hard about what he was going to say. Turns out, it all started some time ago. An agent of the Choi family, who were local gentry in Yumjuk, had come to visit. The man in pink robes approached a muscular man who was stretching with weights. "Are you a disciple of Grand Prince Suyang?" he asked. The muscular man looked up, sweat glistening on his brow. "Yes, I am. What's the matter?" The man in pink robes leaned in, lowering his voice. "You have a knack for physical movements, so could you teach a servant?" The man with the headband looked absolutely floored. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "A servant? Are you serious?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. The man with the hat just smiled back. Turns out, it was the servant of the Choi family, named Chongguk. He looked pretty pleased with himself, but the man pointing knew better. It was only later that they learned that the man wasn't the servant Chongguk at all. He was about to drop a bombshell. The man pointing continued. He revealed that the so-called servant was actually a farmer from the neighboring area. The tied-up men looked stunned. The man with the headband's eyes widened. "No, Your Majesty, I have no connection to the former scholar," he shouted, clearly trying to distance himself from the situation. He looked absolutely terrified. The man in red robes glared, his face contorted with suspicion. "No connection, you say?" he challenged, clearly not buying a word of it. The man in red robes presented his evidence. The tenant farmer, he claimed, was neither physically capable nor diligent. He hadn't even been able to finish his assigned exercises. The tenant farmer struggled with the exercises, sweat dripping down his face. His form was sloppy, and he looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. Whenever he got the chance, the tenant farmer would just nap and waste time. He clearly wasn't taking his training seriously at all. The man in red robes looked at the crowd, a mixture of disbelief and anger on his face. "And yet," he asked, his voice rising, "this person placed first in the regional exam? That's insane." The question hung in the air. Did any of this even make sense? It was getting ridiculous. The tenant farmer, bound and sweating, tried to defend himself. "I placed first only because others were lacking." The man in red robes exploded. "Silence! How dare you lie so brazenly? At the military training camp, masters require a curriculum in the training process. You're the only one who failed purely because of lack of physical ability." The man in red robes pointed a finger, his voice dripping with scorn. "The only one conspiring with the gentry and falsely claim that the tenant farmer is a servant?" The tenant farmer and his companions fell to their knees, their faces etched with terror. "Your Majesty, please spare me." The man in red robes was absolutely furious. He screamed, "How dare you disgrace the military training headquarters?" The man in red robes wasn't about to let this go. He vowed, "I won't let this go lightly." 1 month later, the Water River Palace looked serene. The chaos from the trial was far away. Su Yang sat with some officials at the table. He said, "Everyone thinks I raised the salaries for the household registry survey because of that incident." Su Yang smiled, holding up his cup. "But actually, it's groundwork to prevent misconduct through the Nobuyongbuk law." Su Yang paused mid-meal, looking completely caught off guard. He wondered what he had just heard. Su Yang smiled, clearly pleased with himself. He thought to himself that if even you didn't know his plan, he must have done a good job concealing it. Su Yang began to explain the history. He went back to the reign of King Taejong, when the Nobuyongbuk law was first put in place. Back then, female servants would have children with any free man. They then tried to send their children to other households, which nearly depleted the government-owned slaves. Those who sought to increase the numbers of slaves used their servants to assault free women. It caused unimaginable chaos. The men below begged the king to step in with his wisdom. They were desperate for him to make a decision. Eventually, King Taejong had no choice but to enforce the Nobijongmabub law. It was a law ensuring a child's status as a slave was determined by the mother's status. But if this happens, what then? Someone poured a drink into a cup. It was a quiet moment, a brief pause in the tension. The man holding the drink said that if there's a census register for slaves, any abuses could be identified and punished severely. He looked confident as he spoke. Grand Prince Suyang held his cup, his expression serious. He wanted to know what they planned to do with those who broke the new law. A voice answered with a single word: exile. The men sat in silence, the weight of the decision hanging heavy in the air. Grand Prince Suyang continued, explaining that they'd be punished by relocating their homes to the northern regions. He added that the lands they left behind would be worked on by illegitimate children to assist them. He said once things were stable, they would implement the Hopei system that King Taejong was unable to enact. The Hopei system was a way to regulate and keep track of the movements and identities of the citizens. It was a system of identification used during the Joseon dynasty, and it would be implemented. Grand Prince Suyang looked absolutely stunned, his eyes wide. He hadn't expected things to go this far. Grand Prince Suyang looked around, a strange expression on his face. He was seriously wondering just how intelligent these people actually were. He smirked a little to himself. It was impossible to predict what the others would do, but he knew his own strengths. After all, he was naturally suited for weightlifting and building muscle. A subordinate leaned in, his face close to the window. He announced to Grand Prince Suyang that they had arrived. Grand Prince Suyang planned to dedicate himself to educating disciples. The carriage stopped in front of the cultivation hall. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Someone was shouting to catch a person who was trying to escape. They yelled at the others not to let him get away. Dust and sand flew everywhere as the ground shook. Grand Prince Suyang looked up, completely caught off guard by what he was seeing. Grand Prince Suyang's eyes widened. He was absolutely stunned. What is this? He thought. Turns out, it was a little kid riding a horse without a saddle. He was laughing like it was the most fun thing in the world. Someone shouted, "Please, spare me!" The kid was doing so well without a saddle, which was pretty impressive actually. The kid grinned from ear to ear. He was having the time of his life, completely carefree. The horse suddenly reared up on its hind legs, kicking up a cloud of dust. The man who'd been standing nearby went flying backwards, landing hard on the ground. Before he could even sit up, someone was already on top of him, throwing a punch straight into his face. He gasped as he felt the force of the blow. Then came the knee, smashing into his eye socket. Pain exploded behind his eyes, and he couldn't help but cry out. He tried to fight back, but strong hands grabbed him, squeezing the air from his lungs. He felt like his ribs were about to snap. As the beating continued, he could barely see through the blood in his eyes. In the distance, he could still hear the kid laughing as he rode the horse. The horse thrashed wildly, its hooves kicking up dust as it fought against the restraint. It was a beast of pure muscle and fury. The man on the horse remained firmly in the saddle, looking down at the guy he'd just knocked off. He seemed totally unfazed. The order came down like thunder. "Dismount! Immediately!" The man who gave the order was absolutely furious, his face red with rage. Someone took off running, desperate to get away from whatever was about to happen. He didn't even look back. Tears streamed down the man's face as he cried out, "Your Highness!" He was clearly terrified of what was coming. The rider looked down at the man he'd knocked off the horse, his expression unreadable. He demanded, "What has happened here?" The man explained, his voice strained, that recently the children had expressed a desire to learn physical training. He looked worried. Turns out they'd rebelled, throwing their books to the ground. They were sick of studying, apparently. And suddenly, a few of them stole horses and ran away. The man looked helpless as he watched them go. The horses trampled the fields, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The crops were ruined. The damage was done. An accident had occurred, leaving a man injured on the ground. He looked like he was in a lot of pain. The man holding the child looked absolutely furious. He shouted that it was impossible to reform them. He really seemed to have lost his patience. The kid being held up was defiant, though. He demanded that he be taught physical training, yelling that books were boring and useless. The man looked down at the kid, lecturing him about how his bones weren't even fully developed yet, so he shouldn't be doing physical training. The kid wasn't listening, though. He kept begging to be taught, spinning around like a top. He insisted he was faster than the others. The man holding the child looked like he was about to lose it. He declared that they couldn't be reformed. He sighed heavily, wondering what to do with these kids, but the child didn't care. He kept begging to be taught. The heavy wooden doors of the building loomed before them. The air was thick with anticipation as they prepared to enter. Suddenly, a voice boomed from inside the building, the sound echoing through the wood. A desperate voice cried out, begging to be released, admitting he was wrong. The man frowned, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He muttered that the future talents seemed to be under a lot of stress, and they needed something to lift their spirits. One of the men turned to him, asking if he had a solution. Another chimed in, asking if he remembered something called Nasurin. The man simply smiled serenely, offering a single word of advice: patience. With muscles bulging, the man positioned himself to shield someone from harm. He declared it was for their protection. Another man was sent flying through the air, clearly defeated. The man who had won grinned, reveling in the moment, declaring he was crushing them. The crowd murmured, wondering if this was the same technique that had humbled even the mighty General Han. The legend of the technique hung heavy in the air. The narrator explained that Nasurin was originally nothing more than a way to show off a strong body and muscles. It was a boast made physical. He went on to say that it was a kind of traditional acrobatic performance. The masked man watched with an intense focus. The man in the yellow robes looked suspiciously at the other man, his expression doubtful. He asked if the whole thing was a setup, a performance. The man in the red robes grinned widely, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He said that it might be a good way to boost the children's morale, and beckoned them to come closer. The three men leaned in close, their heads nearly touching. The sound of their robes rustling filled the air as they huddled together. The two men's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape. They were clearly shocked by whatever they were seeing. Meanwhile, the Chuseok festival was in full swing at Baedadong. An announcement rang out, declaring that His Majesty, the retired king, and Prince Hyoryong had arrived. The man looked around at the setup, his eyes scanning every detail. He commented that it seemed like the event was well prepared. The man turned his attention to the young boys, a curious glint in his eyes. He asked them, since they were descendants of the Jurchens, how their learning had been going so far. The boys glanced at each other nervously, fidgeting under the attention. One of them finally spoke up, his voice hesitant, as he said that it was interesting. The man chuckled softly, patting one of the boys' heads in a comforting gesture. He said that it didn't seem like it had been going well, but that it was natural, since everyone felt that way at that age. The talk around the Chuseok festival was that Suyang would be showing Nisurin later that day. The town square was buzzing with anticipation, all eyes drawn to the makeshift fighting ring. A voice echoed through the crowd, encouraging everyone to enjoy the show. Two men stood together, discussing the upcoming event. One of them said that Nisurin was supposed to be some kind of play or performance. The man carefully poured a drink, his expression clouded with concern. He wondered aloud if his elder brother would be attending. The man continued to pour the drink, a worried look on his face. He mentioned that he had heard Prince Yangyang hadn't been feeling well recently. He lowered the cup, thinking it would be good for Prince Yangyang to practice some self-discipline as well. Maybe that would help him feel better. From high above, the layout of the building was clear. People bustled around inside, unaware of the spectacle about to unfold. The man pouring the drink froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. What in the world is that? He gasped. The other man stared in equal shock. A Maitreya? Buddha? Gunjie? On a raised platform, a man sat calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He seemed to be enjoying the moment. The man suddenly stood up, his voice booming across the square. People of the world, I am the Buddha! Gunjie looked down at the children gathered before him. How many of you have been waiting for me, the Maitreya? He asked. He paused dramatically. Indeed, the theme of this Nasurin. The man looked down at the group of children. He declared with certainty that this was the downfall of Gunjie. He admitted that he'd gotten hooked on the drama King Taijo at one point. The man's face was shown in extreme detail. He stared intently, his expression unreadable. The man was sprawled on the couch, glued to the TV. He mentioned that he'd watched the drama twice and was now fully knowledgeable about it. He then confessed that he had even planted extras here and there, whatever that meant. The man wearing the hat looked around at the kids. He seemed to be judging them, sizing them up. Suddenly, a voice echoed out, demanding to know who had coughed. The speaker had a metal eye patch, The overseer turned his head slightly, looking around at the children. He seemed annoyed by the interruption. A voice boomed out, accusing someone of having a mind full of evil spirits. The attacker swung a spiked club at the overseer, ready to strike him down. The overseer screamed, begging for his life to be spared. The overseer looked absolutely furious, his face red with rage. He demanded to know who dared to interrupt his clairvoyance with a cough. The man holding the children stepped forward, his voice booming with anger. He warned the overseer that he would not lay a hand on the children. The overseer turned back towards the man, his expression hardening. He ordered him to stop at once, his voice laced with authority. Two soldiers in armor stepped forward, their faces filled with outrage. They declared that they could no longer watch his tyranny, questioning how someone like him dared to call himself Maitreya. Two floating heads appeared, looking utterly embarrassed by the scene unfolding. One admitted that this was so embarrassing, and the other agreed. The children all stared up, their eyes wide with surprise. One of them shouted for everyone to look. A voice boomed out, declaring that what was about to happen was the true mark of the Maitreya. Suddenly, a massive bicep flexed, bulging with power. The crowd was stunned as Gunye shouted, "Haya!" The chest muscles rippled, catching the light. Gunye shouted that this was compassion. The voice declared that this was overflowing grace, leaving everyone confused. Gunye struck another pose, his muscles bulging. He was really trying to impress everyone. The children stared up at Gunye, their eyes shining like stars. They were completely mesmerized by his strength. Armor pieces lay scattered on the ground, ripped apart. The force of the impact must have been insane. One of the men scoffed, declaring that they weren't pushovers. They seemed pretty confident, even after what happened. Two old men were watching, one of them laughing quietly. They seemed to be enjoying the show. The man in the red robes cleared his throat, looking at the group. He asked if one of them was Park Kyung-hui, the famous judge. A man with a long white beard stepped forward, looking a little embarrassed. He confirmed that he was, in fact, Park Kyung-hui, all the way from Surabaya, here to judge the fight. Gunye grinned, looking at Park Kyung-hui. He declared that he would leave the fight to the judge, then stepped back. A heavy wooden mallet was raised high, ready to strike. The air crackled with anticipation. Gunji got into a fighting stance, muscles tense and ready. He was a coiled spring, waiting to be unleashed. Gunji tensed every muscle, ready to unleash a brutal strike. He was about to show Park Kyung-hui just how serious he was. Gunji shouted at Park Kyung-hui to come and defeat him with his so-called clairvoyance. He looked absolutely confident. Gunje lunged forward, his muscles straining. He was about to deliver a crushing blow. Gunje pinned Park Kyung-hui to the ground, laughing. He declared that Park Kyung-hui was so weak that he didn't even need clairvoyance for this. Gunje raised his fist, ready to strike. He sneered that he would teach Park Kyung-hui a spell to escape suffering. Gunje crashed hard against the wooden floor, the air knocked out of him. He was completely helpless. A powerful chant echoed through the arena, filling the air with its ancient sound. It was a mantra of immense power. Park Kyung-hui slammed Gungi down with incredible force, driving him even deeper into the ground. The impact sent splinters flying. Two of the kids watching the fight started yelling, their voices filled with worry. They begged their master not to lose. Park Kyung-hui stood tall over the defeated Gunge, his chest heaving. Gunje was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. A powerful chant filled the air, resonating with an ancient energy. It was Gunge, speaking a mantra of immense power. Gunje's muscles bulged, straining against his clothes as he focused his energy. He looked absolutely furious. With a sudden burst of strength, Gunje struck Park Kyung-hui with a powerful blow. Park Kyung-hui groaned, clearly hurt by the attack. Two of the kids watching the fight started yelling, their voices filled with desperation. They begged their master not to lose, urging him to win. Gunje roared, his voice echoing through the arena. He declared that he could never lose. The man slammed his opponent onto the blanket with full force. He remembered the instructor saying, "During practice, we did it on blankets." The man's face contorted in pain as he was slammed into the ground. He thought, it hurts a lot more when you get slammed into the floor. The man sat on the edge of the arena, looking down at his defeated opponent. The air was still, the only sound the wind whistling through the trees. Gunji stood tall, his muscles bulging as he glared down. He shouted that his tyranny ended here. Gunji's eyes burned with rage as he looked down at his opponent. Every muscle in his body was tense, ready to strike. The Chuseok festival was about to begin, and the judges were seated. The mood was calm, but a storm was definitely brewing. Park Kyung-hui shouted for Yuya. The challenge had been issued. was sent flying through the air from the force of the punch. He shouted for his opponent to wait a second. Gunjae landed hard on the ground, looking up at Park Kyung-hui in shock. He couldn't believe how much power Park Kyung-hui had. A voice echoed through the arena, realizing that something had gone wrong. The speaker said that this wasn't in the script. Maitreya watched with a sinister smile. He seemed to be enjoying the unexpected turn of events. Park Kyung-hui didn't hesitate and delivered another punch. The force of the blow echoed through the arena as Gunjae crashed to the ground. Gunjae managed to block the punch, but the force was still intense. That hurt like hell, even though I blocked it, Gunjae said. Back in the stands, Yuya looked worried as he heard his name called out. Something was clearly not going according to plan. The men watched the fight with growing concern. They realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Did we defeat him? That line is off limits, one of them said. The two men grappled with each other, muscles straining with effort. The air was thick with tension as they fought for dominance. Locked in a tight hold, one of the fighters looked down at his opponent. "You're too naive," he said, a hint of pity in his voice. The force of the impact was like an explosion. The power behind it was immense. This Maitreya was something else. He arched his back, showing off his muscles. Even with just the strength of his back, it's more than enough. General Wang watched as the man prepared his next move. He yelled, "General Wang, I'll weaken Gunjae's strength." The two fighters were locked in a struggle. One of them shouted, "Please take him down." The man came crashing down on Gunjae with a kick. "Take this, Gunjae, lumbar erector muscle. So tasty, so eatable, Ming," he yelled. Gunjae crashed to the ground, the force of the kick sending a shockwave through his body. He groaned in pain, struggling to regain his composure after that savage blow. The man in the red robe looked absolutely shocked. He yelled, "This is foul play! Park Kyung-hui, what on earth are you doing?" The man in the black hat looked even more surprised. He stammered, "It made contact. Substitution approved." From above, the arena looked like a tiny stage, surrounded by rows of silent observers. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Two kids jumped up and down, cheering wildly. "Master, please punish him. Win! Win!" they shouted, standing tall and looking like he was ready to fight. The muscular man with the top knot announced himself. It was Dark Army General Nungsan. A voice echoed in his head, calm and collected. It said, "For now, let's buy some time." Gunjae, face contorted with rage, pointed a finger. He screamed, "You traitor! You joined hands with Wang Jian and betrayed me!" A thought flashed through his mind. He needed to recover his strength. He was in no shape to fight. The muscular man yelled back, dismissing Gunjae's accusations. "Calling me a traitor would be a waste of breath, you beast. Get lost." Behind him, someone shouted, "Well done." The man in the hat stared intently, lost in thought. You could tell something big was about to go down. One of the fighters yelled, egging the other on. "Come at me," he shouted, grinning like a maniac. The attacker crashed down on his opponent. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the arena. Pinning his opponent to the ground, the man smirked. "Let's wrap this up now," he said, making it clear who was in charge. He didn't waste any time. He raised his leg and brought it down hard, ending the fight with a brutal kick. Gunjae roared, his face red with effort. He was putting everything he had into this next move. Park Kyung-hui didn't even flinch. He launched himself into the air, spinning like a top. His kick was aimed right at Gunjae's head. The two warriors crashed to the ground, landing hard. Both of them were out cold, not moving an inch. Park Kyung-hui slowly got back on his feet, flexing his muscles. "Gunjae has been defeated. His tyranny is over," he announced to the crowd. The crowd went wild, cheering at the top of their lungs. They had been waiting a long time for this moment, and the end of Gunjae's reign. Gunjae glared at Park Kyung-hui, his face twisted with rage. "You demonic scum," he spat, his voice full of hatred. Gunjae struggled to maintain his grip, yelling, "I am Maitreya, Gunjae strained against Park Kyung-hui's hold, shouting, "The one and only Maitreya in this world." An attendant rushed forward, clearly worried. "My lord, please calm down," he begged, his voice shaking. The grip tightened, knuckles turning white. The crowd held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Gunjae exploded in fury, his voice booming across the arena. "Silence! What kind of tone is that to use with Maitreya?" Gunjae's eyes were wild, his gaze intense and unsettling. He was clearly losing it. A strange sense of destiny seemed to hang in the air. The prophecy was clear. According to the script, Gunjae must rise in tyranny. Gunjae's face was a mask of grim determination. His eyes narrowed and focused. He was ready for what was to come. The end was already written. Gunji was destined to rise, but he was also destined to fall, and then be defeated. The two warriors grappled, muscles straining with the effort. Each man fought for dominance, their bodies locked in a test of pure strength. Park Kyung-hui looked down at his opponent, his expression grim. He declared, "It's over, Gunja." The older man in the audience looked shocked by the turn of events. He asked, "Did you watch carefully?" One of the men in the room nodded in agreement. "Yes," he exclaimed. Nichiren revolves around heroic tales. The men continued to discuss the nature of Nichiren. It was about showing off one's body and competing in skill. The man looked down at the student with a disappointed expression. He said that today's theme was the final moments of Gunge, but it was clear the student hadn't studied up on it. The boy looked up, confused. He asked if Gunji was that crazy monk he'd heard about. The voice continued, explaining that if he actually learned from the studies he hated so much, he'd actually enjoy Nichiren even more. The boy looked down at the book with distaste. He complained that he hated studying, though. The voice responded, pointing out that his masters, too, had fully mastered the 4 books and 3 classics. The man in front smiled, telling the other that they could start the martial body training afterward. The man behind him grinned in anticipation, clearly excited about the prospect. The student replied immediately, saying that even so, he wanted to learn quickly. He seemed impatient to get started. The man at the desk looked up, asking how much he needed to study. He was clearly trying to figure out how much work he was in for. The instructor smiled, explaining that they needed to study until they were 16. He added that they could begin the martial body training 5 years from now. The instructor asked if they would all study diligently. A chorus of voices responded with a resounding, "Yes!" The man kneeled low, bowing his head in apology. He said he was deeply sorry for causing them any concern. The man with the beard admitted he'd been on edge the whole time. He added that it must have been embarrassing for Shimidesa, who had come with them. The man with the beard bowed again, saying, "Amitabha." He explained that he'd apologized right after it was over, and supposed he'd have to make a big donation later to make up for it. The man looked up, asking where the other had read about the insane monk Gunye. He seemed curious about the source of the information. The question hung in the air. Had the history of Goryo not been written down yet? It was a critical question. The man paused, looking a bit unsure of himself. He started to say something, but seemed to be searching for the right words. Turns out, the warehouse had been filled with copies of the Chronicles of the 3 Kingdoms. It was a lot of books. The man stood there, surrounded by stacks of the Chronicles. He looked like he was guarding them. The man confessed that he'd mixed the Chronicles of the 3 Kingdoms with folk tales. He seemed a bit nervous about admitting it. He continued, explaining that while entertainment was good, stories that went against the official history of Goryo could be a problem. He was worried about the consequences. The man's face tightened with disapproval. He insisted that the portrayal of Gunye was highly exaggerated and that it wasn't accurate at all. The man immediately realized he'd struck a nerve. He quickly apologized, admitting that the other guy clearly didn't like what he had to say. The first man quickly agreed, trying to smooth things over. He pointed out that there were plenty of other good stories they could tell instead. Su Yang forced a smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. He touched his face, trying to hide his discomfort. The next morning, the air was crisp as everyone gathered for the assembly. The sun shone brightly on the palace roofs. The scroll detailed the events, stating that Prince Suyang had held a Beidang festival during Chuseok. It was a big deal, a way to show his power and generosity. The scroll went on to say that by putting forth the bandit Gunje, who claimed to be Maitreya, Prince Suyang was making a big mistake. It was like he was trying to start a riot or something. The guy in the robes looked up from the scroll, his face serious. He asked if Gunje had really performed Naosrin, like he couldn't believe someone would actually do that. Then, one of the officials spoke up, calling out Prince Suyang's name. You could feel the tension in the room as everyone waited to see what would happen next. The voice boomed, ordering Prince Suyang to step forward. He looked absolutely furious, but he had no choice but to obey. The little crying face popped up again, this time looking even more upset. It sobbed, "This time it's elder brother." The authority figure, sitting high on his throne, leaned forward. He was demanding to know what had happened during the last Chuseok at the Hall of Cultivating Talent. Shin Sul-young spoke, his voice filled with regret. He admitted that he had acted recklessly out of ignorance and arrogance, committing a foolish deed, but that if something wrong had been done, then punishment must follow. Out on the streets, things were getting stranger. Children with blindfolds and sticks were starting to gather. They were mimicking the thief Gunje, chanting, "Om Mani Padme Hum." It was like a weird game to them. them, but it was starting to spread. Back in the hall, Shin Soo-young finished his statement. He said that the children went around shouting about killing evil spirits, and that he was deeply sorry for all of it. Shin Soo-young looked up, a hint of desperation in his eyes. He was wondering what could even be done about something that was already in the past. The authority figure, sitting on his throne, spoke with a booming voice. He said that what Shin Soo-young had done was not even recorded in Goryeo history, so instead of punishment, he was ordered to revise the Goryeo history. Shin Soo-young listened intently, his expression unreadable. He knew that Goryeo history had been revised once, during King Taejong's reign, and twice, by the retired king. Another man spoke up, his voice somber. He added that on the third attempt, the work was left unfinished, hanging over them like a curse. The voice commanded them to gather those who were willing and start anew. It was a daunting task, but there was no way around it. The two men looked at each other, completely stunned. The news had hit them hard, and they didn't know how to react. The man in purple robes turned his head, his expression unreadable. He stared intently at the other man, lost in thought. The man in purple robes continued to watch, his gaze unwavering. He seemed to be trying to figure something out, but it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The man's brow furrowed, a sense of unease washing over him. What is this? He wondered. Why does this feel so ominous? Suddenly, papers started flying everywhere, scattering across the library floor. The ominous feeling only intensified, as if something terrible was about to happen. Soo-young stared at the massive stacks of documents, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this all of Goryeo history? He asked, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Another man looked over at the mountain of documents, his brow furrowed in concern. Are there other prior compilers? He wondered, clearly worried about the task ahead. One of the men pointed to the others, explaining the situation. Kwon Ram is busy writing other books. Kim Ujong, the Goryeo history manuscript, consists of 139 volumes. Who knows how many years it will take? Soo-young stroked his chin, lost in thought as he considered the implications of the situation. The weight of history seemed to press down on him, making him feel uneasy. Soo-young looked down at the ancient texts, a sly grin spreading across his face. For someone who majored in history, this is a convenient situation, he mused, seeing a chance to put his knowledge to good use. The man beamed, holding up the documents with a confident grin. At most, it will take 2 years. At minimum, it can be done in 1, he declared. The two men stared at him, completely surprised by what they heard. What? One of them asked, clearly not expecting such a quick turnaround. The system displayed a diagram, breaking down the revision process. It explained that the manuscripts weren't incomplete, but were already being reviewed for revision, with only the secondary sources needing verification. The man instructed them to arrange the manuscripts in order first. He added that the writing and compiling could be done later. Soo-young's hand touched his shoulder, a look of concern on his face. But it seems you are entirely neglecting physical training while focusing only on reading, he warned. The man on the left scratched his neck nervously. Well, that has been the case. Soo-young grinned, flexing his massive biceps. Don't worry, am I not here to assist? The man trembled as he stood outside the building. He knew what was coming. Let's start lightly with some meditation posture exercises, he heard. Meanwhile, far away on the East Sea, a ship cut through the waves. The wind howled through the sails as it headed toward its destination. On board, a man strained against the ropes, pulling with all his might. Ooh-wee! He groaned, his muscles burning from the effort. The man on the ship looked around, clearly annoyed. I was enjoying the warmth of the southern provinces. Why are we being sent when the 5th Division could go? The other man responded calmly, trying to defuse the situation. We can't send those who have just completed training to the northern front, can we? Another man chimed in, puffing out his chest with pride. Back in our day, we fought in Mokjong White Mountain, and even caught mountain lords. The first man patted the veteran on the shoulder, trying to calm him down. Sounds like an exaggeration. Please endure for a little while longer. It's faster than walking to the Tumen River. The ships continued to sail across the water, heading towards their destination. It wouldn't be long now before they arrived. We had finally arrived at northern Horyong. The place looked pretty peaceful, actually. The man in the pink robes unrolled the scroll and started reading. Aguchi, the tribal leader of Gyeongjui, for your loyalty, you are hereby appointed to the rank of 6th rank military training officer, and you shall defend Horyong and follow the orders of His Majesty. Aguchi looked a little nervous, like he wasn't quite sure what to say. He stammered, The man in the pink robes seemed pleased with Aguchi's response. He repeated, I will honor His Majesty's command. Aguchi repeated himself, this time with more conviction. I will honor His Majesty's command. The man in the pink robes gestured towards the wagons, making their way down the road. He reminded Iguchi, "His Majesty has bestowed this upon you, so use it wisely." The wagons were packed to the brim, and Iguchi started listing off the supplies. 9 in total. Grains, pots, even cattle. Is that correct? One of the men looked concerned, asking, "Don't we need to farm?" The other man put a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, "I will send more supplies again in 2 months." The man speaking gave a word of advice. "Organize everything step by step carefully." Iguchi looked surprised by the amount of support they were receiving. He couldn't help but wonder, they're providing this much support? One of the men looked at the list and asked, 300 iron pots? Can you even count? The other man looked absolutely furious. He shouted back, "Do you think I don't know how to count?" The man with the paper corrected him. "It's not 300. It says 400 here." He held up one of the pots, marveling at how well made it was. "The quality is so good. It looks like it could last 10 years without breaking." The man continued to examine the pot, noting the superior craftsmanship. The ones given by the Ming fell apart after just 2 years. One of the men exclaimed that there were 40 bundles of arrowheads. The other man corrected him, saying there were actually 50. One of the men picked up a brick-shaped object, looking at it with curiosity. He wondered aloud if it was edible. He brought the strange brick to his lips, ready to taste it. He immediately spat it out, making a face. "What is this taste?" he asked, wondering if it was medicinal. One of the men stepped forward, looking around at the group. "Is there someone in charge here?" he asked. "We are here to build a house. I am Iguchi, the 6th rank military training officer." The 2 men stood there, looking in the same direction. They were waiting to see what would happen next. Iguchi couldn't believe it. "What?" he wondered. "They gave me an official position, but is it a low one?" The man approached Iguchi, greeting him as the training officer. Iguchi replied that they needed more manpower to build the house, so he requested a few laborers. The other man assured him not to worry. They had plenty of people. Iguchi turned to another man. "Hey," he said, "gather up some strong workers." Iguchi pointed towards the trees. "Help with cutting and carrying the wood," he ordered. "There are good trees over there." Iguchi stared ahead, a thoughtful look on his face. He was starting to think this wasn't just some fake title they gave him. A few weeks later, Iguchi arrived at the construction site. He looked around, checking on the progress. "Is everything going well?" he asked. One of the workers looked at Iguchi with a smile. "The wood has dried and is sturdy," he replied. "We're building it solidly, so don't worry." Suddenly, the worker screamed in terror. The worker pointed up in horror. "Mountain Lord!" he yelled, as a giant tiger paw crashed down. The worker screamed, pointing up at the enormous tiger. The Mountain Lord had arrived, and he looked absolutely massive. The worker pointed in terror at the enormous tiger. "It's the Mountain Lord," he yelled. The other workers scattered, shouting, "Why has the Mountain Lord come all the way here?" Someone noticed the arrows sticking out of the Mountain Lord's fur. "It's been shot by an arrow?" he shouted. The men realized the Mountain Lord had been running from someone. "It seems it was attacked and chased down here," one of them said. "Quickly, get to safety." Iguchi, the 6th rank military training officer, watched the chaos unfold. He looked a little surprised. One of the workers grinned, flexing his arms. "Well," he said, "today must be the day we eat Mountain Lord meat." The feeder tore into the meat like a wild animal, teeth bared, drool dripped from his mouth as he devoured the chunk of flesh. The 6th rank military training officer held up a piece of roasted meat, smiling. "The Mountain Lord, Sir Military Training Officer, do you have any spare seokgum?" he asked. The robed man threw his hands up, looking apologetic. "We've already used up all the seokgum we brought," he announced. The questioner looked completely lost. "Seokgum?" he asked, tilting his head. The washer scrubbed vigorously at their hair, sending bubbles flying everywhere. They seemed completely oblivious to the chaos happening nearby. The robed man watched as the others washed themselves in the river. "Eating it, you say?" he asked. "It seems Manhwa forgot to explain this to you. Seokgum is an item used for washing the body." The robed man continued. "One piece of this is worth 3 mal of rice." The Sir Military Training Officer looked completely shocked. "What?" he asked. The Sir Military Training Officer held up the seokgum, grinning. "Sir Military Training Officer, you should try it as well. It's excellent," he said. A few days later, the Sir Military Training Officer wiped his brow, panting. "Whew, sweating so much again today," he said, out of breath. The Sir Military Training Officer figured he should probably wash up. He was covered in sweat after all. He stepped into the river, ready to cool off. But then he noticed the water was changing color, like something was mixing into it. Manhwa was already in the river, smiling like an idiot. "Ah, so refreshing," he said, sounding like he was having the time of his life. The system chimed in with a weird message. It was like the stream water had been through some serious stuff. Manhwa and the Sir Military Training Officer were scrubbing themselves with the seokgum, sending bubbles everywhere. They looked like they didn't have a care in the world. 2 months went by. Then, the man in pink robes announced to everyone, "There's a letter from the Hall of cultivating talent. The man in pink robes held up the letter. "Since you can't read, let me read it for you," he said, before reading the letter aloud. "Mother, Father, I'm doing well." The words hit home. A man and woman, listening to the letter, started to tear up, clearly missing their family. The letter continued, "Since I'm not yet 16 years old, I haven't started learning martial body training." Far from the letter's writer, two people were playing badminton. It was a simple game, but it was a good way to pass the time. He reflected on his training, thinking, "I either hit the feather or watch my teacher's internal meditation." The badminton player had tensed his body, preparing for the next move. He looked like he was putting all his energy into it. Nearby, his teacher focused intently, his muscles bulging. He looked ready to explode with energy. The student watched his teacher, thinking, "Someday, I hope to become like my teachers." The two men clashed, their bodies slamming together with a loud thud. The children watching cheered wildly, enjoying the display of strength. The two boys bumped fists, screaming in excitement. They were clearly celebrating a win, savoring the moment. The man looked up, admiring the sheer power of Grand Prince Suyang. He wanted to become just like him. The supplies from Gwangsonggon on Administrative District were late as hell, one of the men complained. He held a letter in his hands, remarking on how precious it was that someone was writing letters. Someone mentioned Jungwon, Administrative District. The name hung in the air. The man's eyes widened slightly, his expression shifting to concern. Something had just clicked in his mind. "I overheard that Gyeongwon Administrative District was a place you could reach by traveling along a mountain path. It was good information to have, in case we needed to go there. Turns out, on horseback, it would take 3 days to get there. That was good to know, since time was of the essence. I also heard that recently, the usage of sukkum had been increasing. I wondered why that was." The man in pink robes spoke up, explaining that they couldn't just wait for supplies to come from Joseon. He asked if it was possible for them to exchange supplies there as well. The man in pink robes agreed, but warned them not to cause any disturbances. He didn't want any trouble. "We finally made it to Gyeongwon Administrative District. The market was full of people trying to buy and sell all sorts of things. They were shouting, trying to get people to come take a look and telling them that they could bargain. Two men were checking out a pelt, but it was in bad shape. One of them pointed out that it had way too many arrow marks on it. Another man was trying to sell a different pelt. He said it was half price and the leopard skin was 3/5. It sounded like he was trying to make a deal. The man grimaced, complaining that whether it was the Joseon people or the Ming people, they all knew how to rip them off. He muttered something about 750 seok. Turns out, seok was a traditional Korean way to measure grains or rice. It was a common unit of measurement back then. The man proposed a price of 750 seok, even including deer antlers. The man in the purple robes argued that the Ming dynasty only paid about 150 seok. The man in the blue robes insisted that no one would offer a better price. The man in the purple robes threatened to find someone else. The man in the blue robes quickly tried to stop him. The man in the blue robes smiled, finally agreeing to the deal. Either way, the money would just be used to buy sokam and iron goods. The man in the purple robes grinned, a sinister look on his face. He offered to sell his goods at double the price, his eyes gleaming with greed. The man in the blue robes gestured impatiently. He demanded the other man bring the goods over immediately. The books were placed on the table. He looked at them closely, wondering what they were. The man in the purple robes held up a stack of papers. He explained that these could be taken to the government office and exchanged for rice, or used to buy other goods at nearby shops. The papers were handed over. The man receiving them said that he understood, but this place was so unstable, you see. The 6th rank military training officer stared down at the stack of papers in his hands. He couldn't believe they were using these scraps of paper as currency. The 6th rank military training officer looked up from the papers. There were a lot of soldiers around. The 6th rank military training officer turned to a soldier standing nearby. He asked why there were so many soldiers around. The question hung in the air, unanswered. Were the soldiers there to protect them, or were they planning to wipe them out if something happened? Another man walked up to the 6th rank military training officer. He suggested that maybe the soldiers were there for both reasons. The man shared a disturbing rumor. He said that a settlement of 300 households had been completely wiped out recently. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The man was sent flying through the air, hitting the ground hard. The smell of alcohol filled the air. Two men were trying to hold down a drunk who was slurring that he didn't break the sword and that it was made like that originally. The drunk man clutched his head, looking completely out of it. He mumbled, asking for help. Meanwhile, on one side of Iguchi's village, the landscape was peaceful. The trees were green, and the river flowed calmly. The hooves kicked up dirt as the creature missed its target. He shouted in frustration that he missed it. The hunter pointed after the fleeing deer, yelling at the others to hurry and chase after them. The deer were already leaping away, further out of reach. One of the men sat down, refusing to chase after the deer. He complained that he couldn't do it, telling the others to go catch them quickly, annoyed that they even followed him. The hunter turned and told the lazy man to go back to his tribe. He was clearly furious at being slowed down. The man explained that he had to check the place he saw during the hunt a few days ago. He seemed determined to go there, despite the failed hunt. The 6th rank military training officer squinted, his brow furrowed in confusion. Something about this place was bothering him. He walked further down the mountain path, a strange feeling washing over him. Somehow, the terrain felt familiar, as if he'd walked this way before. The 6th rank military training officer stopped in his tracks, his boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. He muttered that this was it. The 6th rank military training officer's eyes widened, a jolt of recognition shooting through him. He realized that there was no doubt about it. The 6th rank military training officer stared at the spot, his mind racing. This was where something important had happened. The 6th rank military training officer sat there, the truth hitting him like a ton of bricks. He muttered that this was where their Ulyanghap used to live. This was the place. The 6th rank military training officer turned to the man and asked if Ulyanghap was his hometown. He waited, watching the man's reaction carefully. The man in the white robes confirmed that it was, but now, he explained, it was under the control of Ulyankap's forces. He added that this was before he was even born. The 6th rank military training officer paused, thinking for a moment. He remarked that he believed a distant relative named Monteomu used to live there. He asked if the man was aware of what happened to Monteomu. The man in the white robes explained that just because Monteomu was friendly with Joseon, the Ulyankap scumbags raided and killed him. He seemed angry as he spoke. The man with the beard looked up, his hands raised slightly as if in supplication. His face was etched with worry, the weight of the past heavy on his shoulders. The man in the blue robes pointed out that the man with the top knot was a relative of Monteomu. He watched the man's face, waiting for a reaction. The man in the blue robes continued, adding that the man with the top knot also had close ties with Joseon. He pressed the point, asking if that meant they could be targeted too. One of the soldiers looked up at the cliff above, his voice laced with fear. He pointed out that their enemies were right above them, ready to strike. The camera panned out, showing the vast expanse of the Gyeongwon administrative district. It looked peaceful from above, but they knew danger lurked. He held the teacup tightly, his knuckles white. He knew they were in danger. He simply said, "That's right." Gyeongbonbu Regional Commander Im Mong-jeon explained that the land once belonged to Monteomi, the leader of the Jeonju Left Guard. He looked serious, knowing the history was important. The man with the top knot argued that if they moved even a little towards the north, the Ulyankap scumbags would definitely come after them. He gestured wildly, clearly terrified. The man with the top knot looked desperate. He asked, voice cracking, if Joseon was even going to protect them. Gyeongbonbu Regional Commander Im Maeng-jeon looked at him sternly. He asked if the man had forgotten what His Majesty had said when they entered the court. The man in the hat stated their duty clearly. They were to subjugate the Haseo Jurchens and the wild Jurchens in the north, no matter the cost. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of steel and fury. One of the men shouted that they might be able to defeat Ulyankap in this fight. Another man looked up, his face etched with worry. He warned that even if they won, the enemy would unite under the excuse of revenge. High on a hill, a group of men looked down at the battlefield. One of them stated grimly that there were 3,000 of the enemy. No, 6,000. Elsewhere, a man stood in a room lined with books. He declared that the country had deliberately stationed them in Horyong. The man's words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. A voice echoed in disbelief, demanding to know what he had just said. The bald man's eyes widened, and he looked absolutely terrified. He realized the depth of the situation he was in. The man in the hat leaned forward, speaking with a low voice. He told the bald man that Monteomu's son had not avenged his father, but as his relative, he could be the one to do it. The man in the hat continued, saying that their country wouldn't directly get involved, but they would provide legitimate protection. The man in the red robes thought to himself, so that was why they granted him an official position, and showed favor to his tribe all this time. The man in the hat placed his finger on his chin, looking up. He wondered just how many steps ahead the king of Joseon was thinking. The man in the robes explained that the king had ordered the movement of 1,000 soldiers from the military training command. They were going up against the army of Daijong Han, which was no small thing. And not just any soldiers, but the first group to graduate from the military training command. Joseon's finest were on their way to the front lines. Was all of this enough? The question hung in the air, unanswered. The man stammered, "No, He seemed unsure of himself, but then he straightened his shoulders and said with conviction, "Pledging allegiance to Joseon was the best decision of my life." The soldiers were preparing for war, but life went on as usual back at the Joseon Hall of Worthies. Debates and discussions continued within those walls. One of the scholars looked over the documents with a frown. He asked suspiciously, "Are you really going to compile it this way?" He continued, arguing that even though King Cheongnyeol was obsessed with women and didn't care about the country, he still built Sungkyunkwan, which was the base of Confucianism. The scholar didn't think they could just ignore that. Another scholar held up a hand, ready to argue back. But the thing is, a third scholar, sitting with a book, seemed distracted. One of the others told him, "Can you really focus like this? Don't worry." The scholar stood there for a moment, thinking about what to say next. He was clearly trying to figure out the best way to make his point. The scholar looked at the document again, a frown forming on his face. He pointed at the writing and said, "More than that, isn't Myochiang being emphasized too much?" Another scholar chimed in, explaining that Myochiang was a Buddhist monk who had shaken up the ruling class of Goryeo and led the movement to relocate the capital. He added, "It's probably because he was a Buddhist." The first scholar's eyes widened as he processed the information. He realized something important had to be done. He slammed his hand on the table, startling the others. "It must be corrected," he shouted, his voice full of conviction. The voice was demanding a complete overhaul, not just of the text, but of the very way they carried themselves. It was a correction from top to toe, inside and out. The scholar in the red robes looked absolutely floored, his eyes wide with surprise. He shouted, "Yuya!" clearly caught off guard by something. The voice dripped with disdain, questioning the other person's ability to even grasp the meaning of the book. It was a harsh challenge to their intellect. The discussion ended as abruptly as it began, with a hand slamming down on the book. The sound echoed through the room, leaving no room for argument. The man in purple robes sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. "Well, I can read it well," he admitted, then added, "It was my mistake to make you focus only on reading books." The man in purple robes smiled, mentioning that assigning Monteomu's relative to Hoeryong was quite the move. He seemed pleased with the decision, as if it was a clever chess play. Grand Prince Suyang looked down, but his lips curved into a smile. He said that it was nothing compared to the strategies of his father, King Sejong. Turns out, even the seeds that Suyang brought had taken root. The grain harvest was increasing, which was good news for everyone. Someone mentioned that iron production had also increased significantly. It seemed like things were improving across the board. The number of warhorses had also risen in the northern frontier. It was a sign that Joseon was getting stronger. The man in purple robes laughed, saying that at this rate, he should change his posthumous title from Moonjong to Mujong. He seemed to find the idea genuinely funny. But then, the man in purple robes turned serious, pointing out that in Gyeongsang-do, the distribution of iron wasn't keeping up with production. It seemed like a serious problem. Meanwhile, the Minister of Public Works had recently discussed road expansion. It seemed like there were plans to improve the infrastructure. Grand Prince Suyang smiled, saying that he knew exactly who proposed that idea. He seemed to have someone specific in mind. Suyang added that right now, that person should be inspecting the weights and measures in Gyeongsang. It sounded like he was assigning a task or checking up on someone. Grand Prince Suyang smirked, snapping his fingers as if he had everything planned out. He seemed confident that his scheme would work. Meanwhile, miles away, the scene shifted to Gyeongsang. It was a bustling town, full of life and activity. From above, the village looked peaceful, with its small houses and winding streams. You could almost forget the political schemes happening elsewhere. An official, looking absolutely furious, demanded, "Why aren't you using the standard measures designated by the state?" But the local shot back that Gyeongsang had its own customs, and he wasn't about to change them. The local official's face was red with anger as he yelled, "Stop meddling in our affairs!" He wasn't backing down. The man in the orange robes frowned, clearly annoyed. Others couldn't even last a few days before giving up and returning. But this guy, he muttered, wondering why someone was so persistent. The man in the brown robe stepped forward, trying to reason with him. "You'll only suffer losses if you continue this way," he warned, hoping to get through to him. Suddenly, a man with a spiked ball came charging forward, looking absolutely furious. "You insolent fool!" he roared, ready to attack. The man screamed, ordering someone to leave. "Get lost from Gyeongsang at once," he yelled. not about to back down. The man's eyes narrowed, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. "Show him what hardship really is," he said, clearly looking forward to the pain. The man's eye narrowed slightly, a silent sign that he understood the situation. He didn't need to say anything else. He drew back his fist, preparing to strike with full force. The veins in his arm bulged with tension. The punch landed squarely on the attacker, sending him flying backwards through the air. His spiked ball went spinning away. He watched as the attacker went flying, his expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his hat. The fight wasn't over yet, but he had definitely gained the upper hand. The attacker landed on the ground with a thud, his eyes wide with confusion. He couldn't believe he'd been taken down so easily. Huh? As he plunged into the water, the man remembered something. When I traveled with Grand Prince Suyang to the Ming Empire, he thought, the cold water shocking him back to reality. He remembered studying martial body training and observing their commerce. I personally observed there, he thought, his voice trailing off. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in shock. "You must change your approach." "What?" he stammered, clearly taken aback by something. The other man held out a book. "It's a travel record from the Ming Empire," he explained, offering it forward. He looked off to the side, his expression thoughtful. He was clearly considering what he had just seen and heard. The man stared off into the distance, his face bruised. He was clearly thinking hard about what he'd just learned, trying to figure out his next move. Floating in the rushing water, the other man looked up, completely bewildered. "What in the world is muscle loss?" he yelled back. "You muscle." The village was quiet this morning, nestled among the trees. The thatched roofs of the houses made the place look like a field of golden mushrooms. At least something went right, I guess. I heard them say that they had managed to get one thing aligned correctly, which was a relief. The scribe sat at his desk, carefully writing in his book. He seemed calm and focused, as if nothing could distract him from his task. Grand Prince Suyang once said that reports should be written according to the 6 guiding principles to make them easier to understand. So let's follow that. That's what he always said anyway. One of the men, reaching for a book on the shelf, asked if the other was heading to the capital this time. The other man, who was sitting at the desk, said that he was. The man at the desk smiled, thinking about his upcoming trip. He was excited to finally see Grand Prince Suyang again. He was also hoping to get a chance to ask him if his self-studying had been effective. The other man looked over at him and said that he was really diligent. He seemed genuinely impressed by the other man's dedication. The man at the desk added that it would be great if Grand Prince Suyang could visit Gyeongsang and spread martial body training. He really believed in the benefits of the training. Sweat dripped down the man's face, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He looked absolutely exhausted. The Gyeongwon administrative district bustled with activity. Soldiers stood at attention, their presence a clear sign of the times. Hong Yun-seong greeted the man with a respectful bow. "It's an honor to meet you for the first time. Greetings to 6th rank military training officer Aguchi. I am Hong Yun-seong. Nice to meet you." Hong Yun-seong couldn't help but think that Aguchi was different from the other military trainees he had met so far. There was something about him that set him apart. Aguchi's gaze was piercing, intense. You could see the raw determination burning in his eyes. His gaze and aura, it was like that of a wild wolf, untamed, dangerous, and ready to strike. Grand Prince Suyang's face was like stone, his brow furrowed in thought. There was a grimness in his eyes, a hint of the burdens he carried. Hong Yun-seong explained the situation. The winds were strong, so they had to wait in Wongan for a few days before they could arrive. He gestured for them to sit. "Let's sit down, and you can fill me in on what's been happening." A steaming tea set was laid out, the delicate cups filled with fragrant liquid. Hong Yun-seong asked, "How have things been?" Aguchi reported on their progress. "We have subjugated 3 wild Jurchen villages. One village was almost completely wiped out." Hong Yun-seong leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. "Did they not gather together?" He paused. "Since we only targeted small groups, they haven't yet." The men sat around the table, their faces grim. One of them spoke, his voice low. "We haven't ventured too far in yet. We should conduct reconnaissance first." The speaker paused, his expression hardening. "There is a problem," he stated, the weight of his words hanging in the air. The man elaborated, his voice laced with concern. "We don't have skilled horse riders among us." Another man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I see. Riding a horse and firing a matchlock gun at the same time wouldn't be possible." The man smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Don't worry. His Majesty has bestowed upon us a special device called a 1,000-league mirror." Inside the box was a strange device. They were told they would be giving these to the scouting unit. The instructions were simple. Look through it and see something far away. The men sat around the table, the 1,000-league mirror resting in the center. One of them picked it up, ready to test its capabilities. He put the device to his eye, adjusting it carefully. The man peered through the lens, trying to focus on something in the distance. Suddenly, he saw it. A bird perched on a branch, so close it felt like he could reach out and touch it. The man's eyes widened in shock. "What is this?" he exclaimed. "The 1,000-league mirror enlarges distant objects, making them appear closer." The man gestured towards the map on the table, the faces of the others illuminated by the dim light. He explained that the map was compiled from the testimonies of Iguchi and other tribal chiefs, a vital tool for their upcoming campaign. He pointed to a specific area on the map, his finger tracing the outline of the mountains. He warned that the deep mountains would make them easy to spot if they moved recklessly, so it would be best to move along the northeastern region where the tribes they had already beaten were located. The presenter continued, pointing to the mountain passes on the map. He declared that they would advance through the mountains, a risky move that could pay off if they weren't detected. He turned to the others, his expression serious. He told them that the cold would be brutal in the mountains during this time of year, so he requested that they distribute the wolf pelts stored in the warehouse, because that would be greatly appreciated. One of the men frowned, his brow furrowed with worry. He wondered if their own tribesmen struggled with long marches on foot, so he asked if this plan would really be okay. 15 days had passed. The village was slowly transforming into a military outpost. The man gestured towards the building with a smile. He explained that this was the last building, and they could use it as a storage facility. The other man's face lit up with excitement. He exclaimed that the storage facility would be very useful, as they were in need of one lately, and addressed the first man as magistrate. Suddenly, a soldier arrived, his voice booming with news. He announced that the reconnaissance team had returned. The soldier marched forward, his face grim. His heavy steps echoed as he approached the magistrate, the news he carried weighing heavily on his shoulders. The soldier's words hung in the air, heavy with dread. It wasn't a wolf, he said, but something far worse. The magistrate looked up, his eyes wide with alarm. He clearly understood the implications of those words. The soldier's voice trembled as he spoke. That person was a mountain lord. The image of the mountain lord flashed in their minds, a terrifying figure with the spirit of a tiger looming behind him. His power was immense. The soldier continued, his voice heavy with regret. He explained that they had gathered information near Goyangsong and returned, but they had lost 2 men in the process. The man looked absolutely floored. He couldn't believe they had traveled that far through the mountains in just 15 days. And out of 100 men, only 2 had died. That's insane. The campsite was a small haven in a frozen world. The cold was truly brutal, biting through every layer of clothing. They used heated stones under the campfires to try and keep themselves warm, desperately trying to prevent frostbite. Every little bit helped. The observer scanned the horizon with his binoculars. It looked like the anicaps had only recently started showing movement. The 2 men were seen through the lens, but they didn't appear to be on the same page. They did not seem to be united yet. The man told the other that he had recorded everything in the report. He said that referring to it should be helpful. He seemed confident that they had prepared well. The bald man smiled, clearly relieved. In another month, the Tumen River would be completely frozen, he said. The man's excitement was building. He declared that they could cross the river and march immediately. The bald man turned to the 2 men and issued an order. He told them to inform all the tribes to stop plundering. The man's face hardened with determination. He declared that in 1 month, they would strike north. Iguchi began his speech, demanding everyone listen closely. He reminded them that their Jeonjui ancestors had lived in the northern frontier, descendants of Old Jokar. But then, seeking favor from the Ming dynasty, they had moved to Liaodong. Iguchi's voice rose with anger. He declared that the Ming had deceived and exploited them. He then demanded to know who had welcomed them warmly. The crowd responded immediately, shouting that it was Joseon who had welcomed them. Their faces were filled with fervor. Iguchi pressed on, his voice ringing with conviction. He asked who had provided them with the steel and grains they now used. Iguchi's eyes burned with intensity as he spoke. He was clearly trying to stir up some serious emotions in the crowd. Iguchi had stirred them up real good. The crowd roared back in agreement, shouting that it was Joseon who had welcomed them. Iguchi pressed on, his voice filled with venom. He reminded them that even Monteomu, another descendant of their Oljokap, had gone to the Joseon court to receive silver. But then, those Oljokap dogs had cowardly ambushed and killed Monteomu. The statement hung in the air, a somber reminder. Few would remember Monteomu. It was true. The man's expression was hard to read, but he was clearly thinking about what Iguchi had said. His eyes narrowed, as if he was trying to make up his mind about something. The idea was simple, but powerful. powerful. Wars must always have a just cause. That was the only way to get people to fight and die. Iguchi revealed that Monteomu's son, Chung-san, was still alive, but living a miserable life as he was being deceived by the Ming. Iguchi's voice boomed out, declaring that he never forgot a grudge and always repaid a favor. The crowd roared in agreement, raising their fists in the air. They were ready to follow Iguchi anywhere. The ground shook as a foot slammed down with purpose. The intensity of the moment was building. The soldiers surged forward, driven by a single word: revenge. The soldiers were completely fired up, their battle cry echoing through the air as they charged forward. Revenge! Revenge! They shouted, their boots pounding against the earth. One of the men glanced over his shoulder, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be waiting for something, or someone. Iguchi surveyed the scene with a satisfied grin. Excellent, he exclaimed, raising his hand in approval of the soldiers' fervor. Iguchi's voice boomed across the field, singling out one man from the crowd. Sixth rank official, Gunchung Dewi, Yi Hyogang, step forward, he ordered. Yi Hyogang, the sixth rank official, stood silently, his gaze fixed on the ground. He was clearly waiting for Iguchi's next command. Yi Hyogang stood tall, surrounded by his men. Turns out, his grandfather was Yi Juran, a sixth cousin of Monteomu. But during the wild Jurchen rebellion, the Oljokap showed no mercy. They killed Yi Hyogang's grandfather without a second thought. Fueled by rage, someone shouted, "Kill those bastards! Kill them!" Yi Juran was a hero of the northeastern frontier. It was important to emphasize that his descendants were working for Joseon, which would boost morale even further. The man raised his fist high, shouting, "To honor the spirit of Monteomu." The other soldiers echoed his cry. The soldiers were pumped full of adrenaline and ready for a fight. Yi Hyogang declared that they would march to meet a lake. An archer took aim at the wall, ready to fire. The attacker shouted, "Surrender to us or face annihilation." The arrow flew straight and true, piercing the throat of a soldier. He choked, blood sputtering from his mouth. The soldiers were shocked. One of them yelled, "What the? A steel arrow?" The soldier stared in disbelief. "Since when have they possessed so much steel?" he asked, clearly concerned. The cold steel of the sword slid out of its sheath, ready for battle. The soldiers, terrified by the steel arrow, immediately threw their hands up. They shouted, "We surrender! We surrender!" The leader of the attacking force stepped forward, his face hard. He demanded, "Will you submit to Joseon?" One of the surrendering soldiers spat back, looking angry. "Do you think you're Joseon people? You're just Jurchens like us." Another soldier spoke up, trying to smooth things over. "We belong to Jeonjui before we entered Joseon and became its loyal subjects. We are currently marching to annihilate and subjugate the Oljokap tribe." The leader's voice boomed, cutting off any further explanation. The threat hung heavy in the air. "If you refuse to submit," the leader took a deep breath, the air heavy with the scent of coming rain. He stared straight ahead, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, ready for whatever came next. The leader barked out orders, his voice echoing across the field. "Prepare your weapons and ready the reserve horses. We will submit to Joseon." One of the soldiers spoke up, confusion etched on his face. "But the Oljokap are also our relatives." The leader's face twisted in anger as he spat back. "Relatives? What nonsense. The ones with the most wealth are your true relatives." The horse stood patiently, awaiting its rider. It was just an animal, but it was about to be part of a brutal game. The metal glinted, reflecting the pale light as the weapons were readied. The air was thick with tension, everyone waiting for the order to charge. The decision was made. A voice rang out, declaring, "All of us will submit to Joseon." Namnal stood firm, surrounded by his men. The leader of the Joseon forces demanded, "Namnal, make your decision. Will you submit to us?" The Joseon leader's face tightened, his voice rising as he challenged, "Or will you fight us?" Namnal began to speak, his voice resonating with conviction. "In the name of Arahap, we, Namnal's tribe." The man's eyes narrowed, his expression hard to read. You could tell he was thinking hard about what to do next. One of the men raised his arm high, his voice booming across the field. He declared, "Pledge our loyalty to Joseon." Two soldiers stood with their swords raised, looking around in confusion. They didn't understand what was happening. Another man stepped forward, his voice firm as he announced, "Golgan, we will submit to Joseon." The man's face was a mask of confusion and disbelief. "What is this? Why is everyone—" He trailed off, noticing something odd. "They haven't even drawn their swords?" A thought crossed his mind. Were these guys actually friendly? It seemed too easy. Suddenly, the man on horseback shouted, "Nimachajok!" Another man, clearly enraged, yelled, "Finally, a battle worth fighting. Yes, you traitorous scum. How dare you cling to Joseon?" The man looked around in total confusion. What is this? What's happening? Where are you going? Realizing how bad the situation was, the man knew he had to get out of there. He thought, this is bad. I have to escape. The soldiers gave chase, kicking up dust as they rode hard after the fleeing chieftain. "Over there! The chieftain is escaping," one of them shouted. Suddenly, a massive force slammed into the chieftain. He grunted in pain as the impact knocked the wind out of him. The chieftain was thrown from his horse, tumbling to the ground, dazed and confused. He looked up and wondered what the hell just hit him. Weapons clattered to the ground as the remaining soldiers threw down their swords and bows. "Surrender! We surrender!" they cried out, desperate to end the fighting. The man stared at the bags of food with a look of disbelief. "What is this? Is this what you really eat?" he asked, clearly surprised by the offering. He looked at the bag of oats with disgust. "Moldy oats and rotting barley," he muttered, clearly not impressed by the offering. The woman wrung her hands nervously. "The Wiso disappeared this summer, so we had nowhere to get food for the winter," she explained, her voice filled with anxiety. He listened intently, processing the information. The Wiso, he learned, was a location or supply base that had disappeared, leading to the current food shortages. One of the men spoke gravely. "The Ming eliminated all of the Wiso?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. Another man confirmed, "Yes, according to the gathered testimonies." The report continued, identifying a local leader. It said, the chieftain, Yadangi, of Olmigeo, near the Goyangsong region, was now a key player. The man looked absolutely furious. His face was red with anger. Turns out, the guy had been hoarding grains and refusing to give them out. Because of this, the soldiers from the 6 tribes were suffering. The thing is, those who had submitted were now eating twice as much as normal people. They were packing it away. They were eating like they hadn't seen food in years. It was a bit of a crazy sight. So, basically, they were in a situation where supplies were running short. It wasn't looking good for anyone. He realized that was why they were so eager to submit. He didn't waste any time and ordered a messenger to Gyeongwonbu. They needed to send backup supplies immediately. The messenger acknowledged the order. He understood the urgency. Suddenly, from the watchtower, a shout echoed through the encampment. "Olmigeo, chieftain!" The chieftain pulled back the curtain, looking surprised. What's going on?" The soldier reported that Aguchi was marching with his forces. He claimed he would avenge Monteomu. The chieftain reacted in shock. Chieftain Yadongi looked absolutely furious. He couldn't believe what was happening and shouted, demanding to know what was going on. Chieftain Yadongi realized Ming had handed them over to Joseon. He cursed, knowing they wouldn't even be able to survive the coming winter. It was true that the Joseon forces wouldn't be able to hold out much longer either. Both sides were struggling. Chieftain Yadangi ordered his men to head up to Goyangsong. They needed to buy time, no matter the cost. 3 days later, the fortress stood against the harsh winter landscape. The order was given, and the cannons roared to life. A storm of steel arrows ripped through the air. The arrows slammed into the fortress walls, detonating in a series of violent explosions. Soldiers were sent flying through the air, screaming in terror as the force of the blasts tore them apart. The fortress wall crumbled under the relentless assault. The once imposing structure was now nothing more than a pile of rubble, creating a deadly angle. The Shingijeon missiles rained down, plunging diagonally through the collapsed wall. Nothing could stop the onslaught now. Trapped beneath the falling debris, the soldiers looked up in horror. One of them wondered if all of this had been part of the Joseon plan all along. The attacker stood below, looking up at the fortress. He bellowed, "Olmigeo, I will give you one last chance." His voice echoed through the valley, dismissing the past. Monteomu's grudge, he claimed, had long been a corpse. He continued to shout, his face red with anger. The only one left, he declared, was his relative, Yadangi. From within the fortress, a voice fired back immediately. "Hey, why don't you mention the fact that Monteomu tried to betray us?" The man in the fortress continued, his voice rising in defiance. "Also, Monteomu's son is still alive, so why are you making all this fuss? Chungsan does not follow Monteomu's intentions." The men stood firm, their muscles bulging as they prepared for battle. One of them shouted, declaring that it was the will of the people for the Joseon forces to unite with them. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Look at that!" The men looked up in shock at what they were seeing. One of them asked in disbelief, "What is that? Is it even possible for a person to carry another person like that?" Another man added, "He's enormous." The Joseon soldiers marched forward, each one carrying another soldier on his shoulders. Their muscles strained with the effort, but they didn't falter. It was a show of strength, unlike anything anyone had ever seen. The sheer power of the display was undeniable, but what caught everyone's attention was the man's physique. The soldier's stomach was split into a perfect six-pack, a sight rarely seen and even more rarely achieved. The sight of such raw power sparked a desire in the other soldiers. One of them, eyes wide with admiration, exclaimed that he wanted a physique like that as well. The muscles rippled and flexed with each movement, a testament to the dedication and training that went into forging such a body. It was the body of a true champion. The man effortlessly lifted another soldier high above his head, a symbol of the incredible strength and discipline that Su Yang was instilling in the Joshin army. The display was a testament to their potential. A feeling of pride washed over the onlookers. Only Joshin, under the guidance of Su Yang, could command such a force of nature. It was a military unlike any other. The soldiers' display of strength had a clear effect on the enemy. One of them looked absolutely stunned, wondering if they could also be thrown around like rag dolls. The chieftain's face was a mask of fury. He was clearly struggling with his decision, caught between pride and self-preservation. Two of the chieftain's men dropped to their knees, begging him to surrender. They valued their lives more than their pride. The chieftain knew his options were running out. If he didn't surrender now, the chieftain realized his own men would carve him to pieces if he didn't surrender immediately. He was out of options. His hands tightened around the spear, knuckles turning white. He was ready for whatever was coming next. From high above, the enemy fortress was visible, and the soldiers below were finally waving white flags. They were shouting their surrender, finally giving in. Thanks to Hong Yun-seong's strategy, the Joseon forces minimized their losses. They had achieved a decisive victory, securing their position. January 1452. Winter had taken hold, covering the Joseon palace grounds in a blanket of snow. One of the men looked up from his book, his brow furrowed. "You've already gone through 50 volumes?" he asked, surprised. The other man smiled. "I haven't even finished 30% yet." The man with the book looked impressed. "That's truly impressive," he said, genuinely surprised. The other man waved his hand dismissively. "You're too kind." The smiling man leaned forward slightly. "I heard there's good news from the northern front this time," he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The other man nodded in agreement. "That's right. The victory was decisive. Joseon, with only 2,000 troops, had subjugated 50,000 Jurchen households. Not only that, but they annihilated 1,500 households of Olmije, Oljokap, the largest faction to which Yadangi belonged. It was a total victory. The victory had been absolute. Turns out, half of the West Jurchens and wild Jurchens in the north had already asked to surrender. The news spread like wildfire. The man in red smiled, clearly pleased. "Truly remarkable," he said, thinking about the consequences. "This victory ceremony is going to be quite lively." The day of the victory ceremony arrived. The entire palace was covered in snow, making the place look even more majestic than usual. Soldiers lined the courtyard, their breath misting in the cold air. They stood at attention, waiting for the ceremony to begin. The two men walked slowly up the steps, their robes flowing behind them. The ceremony was about to start. Su Yang looked pleased. He knew this victory was more than just a military win. It was a chance to reshape the entire kingdom. A voice boomed out, congratulating everyone. The victory was official. The king spoke, his voice echoing through the courtyard. He declared, "You have avenged Mentemu, who loyally served our nation as the left guard of King Taijong. What a proud and commendable achievement this is." The sound of boots crunching on the snow filled the air. Someone was approaching, and the soldiers stood straighter, anticipating their arrival. A man pushed his way through the crowd, his face twisted with anger. He looked like he wanted to start a fight. Right then and there, Su Yang stood tall, his voice echoing across the courtyard. He declared the crimes of the defeated. "You ambushed and killed Mentemu, a loyal vassal of our nation. You invaded our lands, and you even prepared to raise your spears and swords against our nation, the rightful ruler of the land you reside in." The prisoner looked up, his face pale with fear. He begged, "Your crime of resisting to the very end and refusing to submit is grave. Please spare me." His voice cracked with desperation as he continued to plead. "I know I was wrong." Su Yang's expression was unreadable. He simply said, "You." The prisoner's eyes widened, his body trembling. He muttered, "So this is how I die." Joseon declared that Yadangi would be exiled to Tamra Island to live out the rest of his days. Yadangi could only sob in gratitude, thanking his majesty. The soldiers nearby were shocked. They couldn't believe that Yadangi wasn't going to be executed. That's just like Su Yang, I thought. By meticulously listing Yadangi's crimes, he was doing more than just punishing the chieftain. He was also sending a warning to the other chieftains who had surrendered. The other surrendered chieftains suddenly understood the message. They shifted nervously nervously, realizing the price of disloyalty. Oguchi stepped forward, still in his armor. He asked if he had permission to speak regarding the trial. He declared that he did, but he had a request for His Majesty. Joseon, standing tall in his royal robes, seemed curious. He asked Oguchi what it was that he wanted. Oguchi looked up with determination. He stated his request. He wished to receive a Joseon name from His Majesty. The system chimed in, making the stakes clear. Receiving a Joseon name was a declaration of absolute loyalty to Joseon. Joseon smiled faintly, looking pleased. He seemed to be considering Oguchi's request seriously. Joseon declared that in honor of Oguchi's unwavering loyalty and devotion to their nation, he would bestow upon him the name Zhang Chunggryul. He also appointed Zhang Chunggryul as the commander of Gyeongwon Prefecture. Zhang Chunggryul looked up, the weight of the new name settling on him. He repeated his new name, testing it out. Zhang Chunggryul declared that he would serve His Majesty with utmost loyalty, both in body and spirit. His voice echoed across the courtyard, a promise to the king and the nation. One of the Jurchen leaders suggested that the remaining Jurchens be sent into exile in the southern provinces, where they would spend their lives raising horses. Another Jurchen leader wondered if the southern provinces were too warm, suggesting that exile there would be more like a retirement. Joseon announced that Yi Mangjan would be appointed as a second senior rank military commander. Yi Mangjan looked pleased with the new position. The soldiers cheered, raising their fists in the air. Their hard work had paid off, and they were going to be rewarded for it. The palace stood silent, covered in a blanket of snow. The cold winter air hung heavy, a stark contrast to the warmth and celebration inside. Back inside the palace, Joseon sat on his throne, deep in thought. He turned to one of his advisors and asked what they planned to do with the newly subjugated wild Jurchens. One of the advisors stepped forward, his expression serious. He warned that if they treated the new Jurchens the same way they had treated Zhang Chunggryul's tribe, they would suffer great losses. Joseon stroked his chin, considering the options. He knew that treating the Jurchens differently could breed resentment. He suggested perhaps they could allow them easier access to trade as a way to ease tensions. The advisor explained that Ming had originally stationed Wiso in the area. The goal was to stop them from wandering further into their territory, since they couldn't manage all the land on their own. These Wiso military outposts had been set up to guard and defend the royal palace. The advisor suggested designating Goyang Fortress as a defense outpost. He added that sending merchants there would allow trade to flourish, which would help sustain their livelihoods. The advisor paused, then admitted that defense outposts alone wouldn't be enough to manage the situation. He trailed off, considering the options. The advisor continued, suggesting they send those who had lost their homes in the war to Goyang Fortress. He also recommended stationing trained soldiers there to keep the peace. The advisor explained that as the population grew, military force would be crucial to maintain control. Fortunately, he said with a smile, he had someone in mind to recommend for the job. The advisor explained that Hong Yun-sung, a 8th rank official and a highly capable military trainer, couldn't be here today. Turns out, he was still in Gyeongwon because of a cold, but he was the one who recently executed the muscle intimidation strategy. Su-young smiled, then ordered that an official decree be sent to Hong Yun-sung. He also wanted medicinal herbs sent for his recovery, and that Hong Yun-sung be assigned to Goyang Fortress. The man looked confused and questioned the mention of the muscle intimidation strategy. He clearly didn't understand what that meant. The man thought to himself, the fact that this might become an official military strategy was terrifying. He was clearly not a fan of the idea. Far away from the court, Gyeongwon Prefecture stood tall. It was a place of duty, and soon a place for muscle. The man suddenly sneezed, covering his hand. He was clearly still suffering from that nasty cold. Another man approached Hong Yun-seong, looking concerned. He pointed out that the cold clearly hadn't gone away. He added that it wasn't surprising, considering Hong Yun-seong was training half exposed in the freezing weather. Hong Yun-seong started talking about the future. He said that once he went to the southern provinces this time, he'd really retire for good. He planned to settle in a quiet post, teaching the reserve forces. The other man smiled. He told Hong Yun-seong that he'd collect his stipend, get married, have children, and live a peaceful life. He said he was sure Hong Yun-seong would. But the truth was, Hong Yun-seong was dreaming an empty dream. It wasn't going to happen. The palanquin carrying someone important was approaching the Pei Timber Hall. It was a place of great significance. A man suddenly yelled out, "My son!" He was standing on one side of a badminton court, a net separating him from the other side. A young man looked up and smiled brightly. "Father," he called back, clearly happy to see him. The father approached his son, a wide grin spreading across his face. "My goodness, you've grown so much," he exclaimed, placing a hand on his son's head. Tears welled up in the father's father's eyes as he looked at his son. "I'm so proud of you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. One of the men bowed deeply to Jang Chungryul, asking him to look after the children. He insisted that the commander didn't need to be so formal with him. But Jang Chungryul bowed even lower, refusing to accept such familiarity. He insisted that a student shouldn't even step on his teacher's shadow and begged the man to stop. Rumors were spreading that Grand Prince Suyang's focus on physical fitness was even reforming the wild Jurchens. Apparently, his establishing the body's preparedness was even making Jurchen children practice filial piety. The Grand Prince Suyang paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. But he sat there, muscles bulging, and wondered if filial piety even mattered if you weren't warm and well fed. What good was respect without basic sustenance? Grand Prince Suyang watched as the men trained, one of them clearly struggling. One of the men laughed, telling Sisiup that they had raised them up quite a bit, and that it was like 3 versus 500. He added that they only had 800 though. Suyang noticed that Sisiup didn't look well. He was sweating and looked pale. Now that he thought about it, Grand Prince Suyang realized that the other scholars didn't look well either. They were all pushing themselves too hard. Grand Prince Suyang's eyes widened as a thought suddenly hit him. He was starting to understand what was happening. He wondered if someone wasn't following the special meal day tradition. Even he always kept special meal day sacred. Sisiup had mentioned that filial piety was easy when you're warm and well fed. It seemed like today called for golden pyramid training. Suyang realized he'd need to manage Sisiup's mental state sometime soon. He made a mental note to check on him later. The building stood tall and silent. The wind howled around it, adding to the cold. 2 men sat at a table, chatting. One of them said it was really cold today, and that it felt even colder because of the wind. The man looked up, thinking about something. Or maybe they were just... Suyang was working hard, lifting weights. He noticed he was losing heat faster than usual. Suyang kept lifting, even though sweat was pouring down his face. He was determined to get stronger. Shang Samun watched Suyang lift weights. He wondered why Suyang was focusing his efforts on heavy lifting instead of rewriting the historical texts. Shang Samun was clearly not impressed. He thought it was ridiculous that Suyang was pouring his energy into heavy lifting. Suyang smiled as he saw Shang Samun. He asked him when he had arrived and then explained that consistency was key to prevent muscle loss. Suyang was thinking about the strategic needs of the nation. Since they were already revising the history of Goryeo, he figured it was a good time to ask about something else. Suyang wondered if there were records of the Jin dynasty. He figured that reviving something from the past might be useful. Suyang explained that in the early Joseon period, most people didn't even know about Balhae. Even the history of Goryeo barely mentioned it. Balhae once had vast territories, but it was eventually destroyed by the Khitans. It was a sad end to an once great kingdom. The last crown prince, Dae Gwanghyun, moved south to Gaogyeong with tens of thousands of refugees. It was a desperate attempt to find safety. King Sejong explained that refugees received the Wang surname from Goryeo. He figured that accepting refugees at the time must have been so urgent that they barely kept any proper records. Suyang decided that he would send someone to take over the historical revision work. He ordered that they head to Gaseong and search for any remaining records about Dai Guang Yan. The person acknowledged Suyang's orders. He understood what His Highness wanted him to do. Suyang thought for a moment. Then he decided that he would bring Sisup along, using this chance to manage his mental state as well. But first, it was time to properly celebrate Special Meal Day. He was definitely looking forward to it. Outside, snow fell softly on the tiled roofs of the traditional buildings. The winter air was crisp and cold. The food was a pale, sad-looking pile of mush. It was the opposite of everything Suyang believed in. Several men sat at their tables, quietly eating the bland meal. One of them was thinking about muscle growth, but he knew this food wouldn't help. Suyang looked absolutely furious. He demanded to know since when they had been instructed to eat like this. The man stammered that reducing fatty food and living simply was the proper way to live. He looked nervous under Suyang's intense gaze. Suyang was not happy. He reminded them that abstaining from meat for more than 3 months was bad for the body, even for scholars. He insisted that they needed to nourish themselves, not starve themselves. He added that occasionally indulging in rich foods eases both the body and mind. It would even help them progress further in establishing the body's readiness. Suyang declared that, with that in mind, today's special meal day was on him. Soo-young stood there, smiling, proud of his decision. He looked like a bodybuilder posing. The men were all eating and thanked Soo-young for the meal. They looked much happier now. Soo-young told them not to forget fiber and to wrap the meat with vegetables. The man eating happily agreed, calling him Grand Prince. Soo-young complimented Choi Baekjong on his pigs, saying they were really something else. Choi Baekjong replied that even if they were pricey, his pigs would never disappoint because they had been raised very cleanly. Soo-young said he would count on him for the next special meal day as well. Choi Baekjong replied that he could absolutely rely on him. He added that just 9 years ago, people avoided them like criminals. Choi Baekjong explained that after doubling their numbers and reforming, they were treated differently now. He added that pepper and spices were essential in meat dishes. Soo-young looked pleased. He was happy with the meal and the company. One of the men exclaimed that pepper was so precious. He had heard that pepper was worth almost as much as silver. They all stared at the food. Soo-young thought to himself that it was a good thing he had plenty of wealth. He blinked, a single drop of sweat rolling down his face. Soo-young told everyone to enjoy today, but he also said that starting tomorrow, they needed to get back to training hard. He watched them eat. Soo-young told Siseup that he would be accompanying him to Gaseong for about a month. Siseup looked confused and asked why he had to go. Soo-young explained that the officials at the Gaseong magistrate office had been practicing establishing the body's preparedness for the past year. He added that there was much for Siseup to learn by watching them. Siseup looked nervous as he thought to himself that he believed he could learn enough at Pei Timber Hall. He seemed unsure. Sisup's hands clenched tightly onto his clothes. He was trying to calm himself, but it wasn't working. Soo-young told Siseup not to be too nervous, saying it wouldn't be that hard. Siseup wondered how he could possibly keep a light heart when traveling with the second prince. They were headed to the Tumen River. The river cut through the landscape. Siseup took a step forward. The journey to Gaeseong had begun. The men wondered if Hong Hyung had recovered from his cold yet. One of them didn't think he would be getting better anytime soon in weather this cold. Meanwhile, Hong Hyung was resting by the heated wall. The warmth seemed to be helping him recover. Turns out the Jurchens were good at everything except farming. They even heated stones and placed them on ice to drill holes for fishing, which was pretty smart. Someone mentioned that a Jurchen discovered the fertile black soil of Cheongdok Mountain. Another man asked if he meant the place called Aoji. One of the men looked towards the mountain and wondered why they had been called this time. The reason for their journey was still a mystery. Lee Gyeongchang looked up, curious. He asked what exactly they had found that was so strange. Hoshinai spoke, looking up. He explained that they were digging for black soil across the river when they found something odd. Lee Gyeongchang and Hoshinai stood in the snowy landscape. One of them pointed out that the ground should be too frozen for pickaxes, so they had burned wood to thaw it before digging. The men examined a stone. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but then they realized it was shaped deliberately with a chisel. It looked like there used to be a building there. Lee Gyeongchang looked through a spyglass. He pointed out that there were multiple pits dug to extract black soil, and they had found these stones in each one. Finding it in one place might indicate a building, but finding it in several spots seemed odd. He wondered if they might find treasures if they dug further. Judging by the rows of hills, something didn't seem right. Maybe they weren't hills at all. Lee Gyeongchang realized that this might have been the site of an ancient fortress. The implications of such a discovery hung in the air between them. The official decided he would report this issue to Hanyang. In the meantime, he ordered them to clear this area, promising that they would be rewarded for this discovery. The man without the beard pumped his fist, excited about the rewards. The other man just smirked, knowing he'd be the one getting most of the credit. A few days later, they were in the Hall of Worthies. The atmosphere was tense with anticipation. The courtyard was bustling with activity. Two men walked purposefully across the stone pavement, while another figure lingered in the distance. Seong Samun sat at the table, surrounded by stacks of books. He announced that he had come by royal decree to assist with the historical revision. Someone stepped into the Hall of Worthies. The air was thick with anticipation. The man introduced himself as Seong Samun, a royal tutor. His arrival was met with a mix of curiosity and respect. Siseup welcomed Seong Samun, praising his scholarly excellence. He added that he had heard many praises of the royal tutor. Seong Samun spoke to Siseup. He said he'd learned a great deal from watching your highness. Seong Samun continued, explaining that his improving reputation had made him a target of political caution. Historically, he and Siseup would become fierce rivals. Siseup was left wondering what the dispatch really meant. He looked absolutely suspicious. The room was packed with books, stacked high on every surface. It was a place of learning and knowledge, a place where great minds gathered. The man stepped forward, his boots planted firmly on the ground. He announced that he'd read the manual on body's preparedness. He paused, looking looking up with sincerity. It was clear he meant every word. Xiang Saman gushed about how exceptional the body's preparedness manual was. He admitted he'd read it over and over. Su Yang smiled, relieved. He thanked Xiang Saman and thought to himself that he was exactly the kind of talent he wanted to recruit. So Xiang Saman explained that he'd stopped by to grab some books before heading to Gyeonggang province. Su Yang nodded, understanding what he meant. He invited Xiang Saman to come inside. Su Yang greeted Xiang Saman, mentioning that they had met outside. He asked if Xiang Saman had been doing well. He looked genuinely happy to see him. Xiang Saman had heard that Su Yang was returning from Gyeonggang and would be inspecting the training centers in Gyeonggang province. Xiang Saman added that he'd also received a royal decree and would be heading to Gyeonggang soon himself. Xiang Saman explained that His Majesty had sent a royal tutor to help with the historical revisions while he was away. He seemed grateful for the help. Su Yang smiled, hearing that body's preparedness had spread widely in Gyeonggang. He was glad that so many people had started practicing it. Gyeonggang looked like a peaceful city from above. Turns out, there were still problems brewing beneath the surface, remnants of the old dynasty that just wouldn't disappear. This caused discrimination when it came to getting ahead, making the atmosphere in Gyeonggang very different from Hanyang. The attacker swung his weapon down on the other man. Xiang Samun mentioned Gyeonggang. He added that he had a friend named Han Myung-hoi working there as a gatekeeper. Su Yang listened carefully, processing what Xiang Samun had just told him. He seemed to be considering the implications of this information. Xiang Samun said that he'd seen Han Myung-hoi before. He recalled that Han Myung-ho was small and weak and had struggled with body's preparedness. Su Yang realized why Han Myung-ho hadn't been mentioned in the letters from the officials in Gyeonggang. He finally understood the reason for the omission. Turns out, being born prematurely, Han Myung-ho probably faced exclusion during body's preparedness training. He was likely being left out because of his physical condition. Song Samun announced that he was taking his leave since he had arrived. He seemed eager to get going. Su Yang told them to take good care of the historical revision in his absence. He seemed to trust them to get the job done. The month was March, 1452. The location was Gyeonggang. The horses clip-clopped along the road, kicking up dust as they made their way into the town. The rhythmic sound was the only thing breaking the silence. Su Yang rode into Saicheong, looking around at the new sights. He thought to himself that while he had passed through here before, this was the first time he would actually be staying. The man next to Su Yang chuckled, saying that with Su Yang's impressive physique, many people would surely recognize him. Su Yang laughed, but then admitted he was worried that the Wang family of Gyeonggang might still hold a grudge. Down the road, a commotion was brewing. A man yelled that he was the Maitreya Buddha, while another called him a fake. Another man shouted that he was the loyal Shin Sung Gyom. The whole scene was getting ridiculous. Someone grabbed a guy's ear hard. The guy was definitely gonna feel that. The guy being attacked screamed that King Taejo, Yi Seong-ge, would be furious. The other man just told him to stop it already. He yelled that King Taejo Wang Jeon wasn't even around. He looked absolutely furious. The guy looked shocked. He was definitely not expecting something. Suddenly, Su Yang arrived on horseback. He was ready to put an end to the commotion. People screamed that it was the Maitreya Buddha and ran away in terror. The whole crowd scattered as Su Yang arrived on horseback, completely confused by the reaction. Su Yang just stared, completely dumbfounded by the chaos. He thought to himself, good grief, at the insane reaction of the crowd. Su Yang remarked that things were really different from Hanyang. He wondered how the rumors even started in the first place. Su Yang decided to start by trying to find Dai Guanghyun's descendants. He was determined to get to the bottom of this mess. Suddenly, a man came running towards Su Yang. He was from the Gyeonggang Magistrate Office, and he addressed Su Yang as Your Highness. Gi Gaeon, the Gyeonggang governor, apologized for not greeting Su Yang upon arrival. Su Yang waved it off, saying that while he was here under royal orders, he didn't want to be a burden. Gi Gaeon looked surprised and insisted that Su Yang wasn't a burden at all. He said everyone had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, though some people tripped over themselves to get out of the way. Su Yang just stared, thinking to himself, my, at the governor's over-the-top reaction. Su Yang flexed his muscles, clearly enjoying the attention. He thought the governor was being so sincere when it came to scholarship. The lady sighed, looking down with a complicated expression. She was truly moved, or at least, that's what she wanted people to think as Su Yang continued to flex. Things had calmed down after some commotion. It was time to get back to the matter at hand. The historian pointed out that the records showed Dai Guanghyun had come under King Taejo's command. He added that Dai Guanghyun was even granted the surname Wang. The man admitted that finding Dai Guanghyun's descendants wouldn't be easy. He honestly didn't even know where to begin looking. He thought about how, over 2 years, King Sejong had ordered the Wang lineage erased. The task seemed impossible. King Sejong had ordered all royal portraits of Goryeo kings and queens destroyed. It was a systematic erasure of history. He explained that the portraits were burned and their statues buried. It was a deliberate attempt to erase a dynasty from memory. He continued, saying that any traces of the Wang lineage had become nearly impossible to find. But then he remembered something. A man named Ji Wuji had been reported to be of the Wang lineage, and he had been taken into custody. The speaker explained that His Majesty had appointed Ji Wuji as the deputy ritual officer of Sunghwa Jon. This was so he could continue the ancestral rites. He then asked if they would like to meet Ji Wuji. He seemed eager to help them find the Wang lineage. The other man seemed unsure. He asked about the Sunghwa Jon shrine and if they perhaps had a genealogy record. He didn't seem to know much about it himself. The man looked absolutely shocked. He hadn't expected them to ask about a genealogy. The man quickly corrected himself, mentioning the Seonwon rock, and said that the court should already have a copy. Above them, a dog looked down with an angry face. The other man realized that he wasn't willing to cooperate after all. He looked down, thinking about what to do next. That evening, at Gyeongdaeok Palace, the sun was setting. The sky was a mix of orange and red. He looked forward, a serious expression on his face. Things were about to get tough, he thought. One man wondered if the other would be doing his body's preparedness routine before bed. The man in the pink robes confirmed that he would, of course, be keeping up with his training. But then he hesitated. He gripped the pole tightly, unsure of what to say next. The man in the dark robes held out a weighted training vest, telling him that it looked like it would suit him well. The man in the pink robes looked surprised. The man in the pink robes looked even more worried. He stammered that he had already sent his own vest ahead. The man in the dark robes pleaded with him to help him out. He looked down at the man in the pink robes, hoping he would agree. The man looked like he was about to pass out. He yelled, wondering how he was supposed to carry all of that weight by himself. One of the men told him that it was tough because he had been skipping his body's preparedness routine. He added that he should think of it as a chance to make up for his missed training. One of the tormentors looked at him with a grin, holding out another weight plate. It looked like he was about to make things even harder. The tormentor added another plate to the bar, making it even heavier. He said that they should add one more plate. The man couldn't handle the weight. He was crushed underneath it, his face red with the effort. The man grunted, his face contorted in pain. He was struggling under the immense weight, on the verge of being crushed. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Someone yelled for them to stop. Soo-young confronted the tormentor. He demanded to know if he had only learned body's preparedness to threaten others. Soo-young's voice thundered, his face red with anger. He told the tormentor that this wasn't how he taught him. All eyes were on Soo-young, waiting to see what he would do next. The man who had been crushed looked up, unsure of what was going to happen. The men looked absolutely terrified. One of them stammered, calling out to the Grand Prince in a shaky voice. They scrambled to their feet, bowing repeatedly. They apologized sincerely, promising it wouldn't happen again as they resumed carrying the heavy objects. The man who had been crushed looked up, relief washing over his face. He thanked Soo-young profusely, mentioning his small frame and weak stamina. Soo-young's expression shifted as he took in the scene. He realized that this was a guy who was being excluded. A thought struck Soo-young. He wondered if this was Han. He stared down at the man. He realized he was right. Soo-young confirmed that it was Han Myung-ho and told him to get up. Han Myung-ho looked up at Soo-young, relieved. He thanked him for the help. Soo-young then asked him why he wasn't doing the body's preparedness training. Han Myung-ho looked embarrassed. He explained that he had tried the training for a few days, but didn't feel any better. Soo-young looked down at him. He explained that people start strong, but get lazy, so they have to try to be as careful later as they were at first. Han Myung-ho looked stunned. He hadn't expected such a wise statement. Soo-young taunted Han Myung-ho, asking him how it felt to hear his future eulogy so early. Han Myung-ho's eyes widened slightly, showing his shock at Soo-young's words. Han Myung-ho stammered, explaining that it was actually what he always hoped to live by. Another man chimed in, dismissing Han Myung-ho's efforts and saying that 3 days was the best he could do anyway. The man added that was exactly why Han Myung-ho was still a palace gatekeeper at Gyeongdaeok Palace, without even passing the civil service exam in his 30s. Soo-young stared down at the man with a cold expression. He figured the guy looked like he needed some special attention. He wasn't kidding. It was going to be very, very special attention. Soo-young's face was stone cold. His eyes narrowed. He wasn't going to let anyone mess with his training. Soo-young addressed the group, thanking them for joining his body's preparedness session. He hoped they would learn a lot while they were there in Gyeseong. Soo-young introduced Scholar Yoon, who had studied under him. He was pleased to meet them all and would be be helping them with their body's preparedness training. Soo-young announced that they'd soon be adding a new concept to the training manual. He explained that everyone's body was different. Soo-young continued, showing off his massive arm as he lifted a barbell. He explained how the way one moves and eats affects how well they build and keep their muscles. He called this sustainable muscle, pointing to images of protein-rich food. Sustainable muscle, he said, came from proper nutrition and fewer minor illnesses. Soo-young, gritting his teeth as he lifted, added that it also meant supporting one's overall lifestyle. He wanted them to understand the full picture. Soo-young brought up something he'd heard from people called Taoists. They claimed that drinking mercury could stop the body from decaying, which he thought was ridiculous. The man looked up, his eyes wide with confusion. He asked if that was what His Highness was talking about. Soo-young rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed. He said that the man always had a knack for clever excuses, and that his first thought was always how to dodge exercise by using medicine. Soo-young grunted as he lifted the heavy weights. He declared that when he built this body, he did it the right way. Flexing his massive muscles, Soo-young explained that he thought of his father as he trained. He just ate a lot of quality meat. Soo-young's face hardened with disapproval. He declared that he didn't touch any of that medicine nonsense. The man looked up, stammering nervously. He agreed weakly, clearly intimidated by Soo-young's intensity. The training grounds were ready, the buildings clean and orderly. Soo-young announced that it was time to start the body's preparedness training. Soo-young watched the trainees closely. He asked if there was something wrong with those two in particular. Scholar Yoon explained that the younger one had been studying at Pumber Hall for a year and was showing promise. The older one, though, was just being ignored. He added that the older one was Han Myung-ho. Scholar Yoon continued, saying he'd tried to persuade Han Myung-ho several times while he was in Gaesong, but gave up. He added that Han Myung-ho really had no persistence. Soo-young pulled the weight up with a massive grunt. He was putting his all into this lift. Soo-young watched with admiration. He complimented the trainee, saying there was no wasted movement in that deadlift, and that the back had such a perfect arc. The trainee smiled, but shook his head. He said he still wasn't there yet. Soo-young grunted in encouragement. He clearly wanted the trainee to keep going. The trainee gritted his teeth and lifted the weights. He was clearly putting in a lot of effort. The trainee let out a yell as he tried to lift the massive weights. He was putting everything he had into this. Soo-young watched the trainee closely, telling him not to recoil and to keep it smooth. The trainee said he was close to his limit. Soo-young asked how long the trainee had been training in body's preparedness. The trainee replied that it had been about 7 months, he thought. According to historical records, Han Myung-ho was born prematurely. It was a detail that Soo-young found interesting, but the records also stated that he wasn't actually weak. Turns out, Han Myung-ho drank well and rode horses. The man rode his horse hard, kicking up dust as he sped across the landscape. He had been quite active back then. Soo-young looked at him suspiciously. 7 months? That didn't seem right at all. Soo-young scanned the trainee up and down. His body looked like it had only been reading books, with a forward neck posture, rounded shoulders, a pot belly, and skinny arms and legs. The trainee explained that every time he tried to train, his body ached. So he rested for a day, and once the soreness went away, he'd do it again. Soo-young yelled at him, his face red with frustration. "It's normal for it to hurt," Soo-young told the trainee to hold the bar and match his movements. The trainee looked nervous as he gripped the cold metal. The trainee strained under the weight, his face turning red. He asked for help, his voice cracking from the effort. Soo-young started counting, keeping pace with the trainee's struggle. He pushed the trainee to keep going, even as the trainee's muscles screamed in protest. Soo-young yelled at the trainee to hold it, pushing him past his breaking point. He wouldn't let him give up so easily. The trainee finally gave out, collapsing to the ground in a heap. He gasped for air, his body shaking from the exertion. Soo-young stood over the exhausted trainee, not letting up. He yelled that they weren't done yet, and now it was time for pectorals. The trainee looked like he was about to pass out. Soo-young explained that increasing overall muscle mass was the most important thing right now. He believed that once their muscles grew, people would start seeing them differently. Soo-young promised that if the trainee could fully keep up with his body's preparedness training for 3 days, he would have a drink with him. The trainee's face was a mask of pain as he struggled with the weights. The trainee's eyes widened at the mention of alcohol. A drinking session with the Grand Prince was an unbelievable reward. The trainee, now filled with renewed determination, promised to give it his all. He wouldn't let this opportunity pass him by. 3 days later, the time had finally come. The day of the promised reward had arrived. The trainee held a cup with trembling hands. He complained that he felt like his entire body had been beaten to a pulp after the brutal training. Soo-young told him that was proof he had trained properly. He had prepared plenty of protein-rich food to go with the drinks. Soo-young urged him to eat up. Then he mentioned that he had heard the trainee was friends with Kwon Ram. Han Myung-hoi confirmed that was right. He was friends with Kwon Ram. He asked if Kwon Ram had mentioned him, and if Soo-young wasn't from a prestigious family. Han Myung-hoi asked why his friend hadn't taken the lesser exam yet. The other man started to reply that he had taken the scholar exam 2 years ago, but then trailed off. The lesser exam had become a madhouse lately. The competition was fierce, making it hard to even think about taking it. These days, strong, well-built, and highly educated men were flooding into the scholar exams. The speaker was clearly intimidated. The man felt like someone like him didn't stand a chance against the new wave of competitors. He was surrounded by strong, capable men. Soo-young pointed out that those were his students. Han Myung-hoi was shocked and asked him to repeat what he said. Soo-young explained that his students had simply balanced the body's preparedness training with their studies. He then told the man to quit his job and come study at Pei Timber Hall, opening up an opportunity for him. The man looked completely shocked by the offer. He was already 40, so he wondered if it was too late for him to start studying again. Soo-young reassured him that age and circumstance didn't matter when it came to learning. The man seemed to be overflowing with ambition, thinking about becoming the Grand Prince's student. It was clear that the man was overflowing with ambition. Soo-young thought that as long as that ambition was kept in check, he'd be a promising asset. The location shifted. The sign read, Governor's Office. The building seemed to echo with disbelief. Someone had just said something outrageous. The search for the Wang family was proving fruitless. But suddenly, the man at the center of the table had an idea. The man announced that they were going to unearth the royal tombs of the previous dynasty. It was a shocking decision. The man declared that he had changed his surname to match his mother's line and burned everything related to his past. His companion looked at him, surprised by the intensity of his statement. The man scoffed, suggesting that all the descendants of the Wang family probably ended up as drowned ghosts. He seemed to have a deep-seated resentment towards them. Another man admitted that when they were burning the royal portraits, he threw the genealogy into the river, afraid it might curse him. He looked uneasy, as if still haunted by the memory. The man pondered how they could restore the public's trust. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering the options. The decision was made. They would unearth the statue of King Taizhou Wang Gaon that King Sejong had. The tomb stood silent, bathed in sunlight, a monument to a past buried 24 years ago. Its stones were weathered, and the trees around it stood like watchful guardians. The man explained that if word got out about digging up something King Sejong had buried, it could cause trouble. He claimed they were merely repairing a spot where the soil had collapsed and weeds had overgrown. The two men looked up, clearly confused by something. They exchanged glances, wondering what the other was thinking. Suddenly, the two men's eyes widened in realization. Something had clicked, and they understood the implications of what was happening. The man looked worried as he spoke, admitting that he did worry. He wondered what would happen if there was an accident during the repairs. The man warned that digging too deep in the weeds might accidentally cause something to happen. He made it sound like a casual warning, but there was an undercurrent of menace to it. The man continued, adding that he'd heard strange rumors. Apparently, back when the former dynasty fell, a wealthy noble buried gold and silver near Hyeonung tomb, he said with a grin. The man looked to the side, stroking his beard thoughtfully. He said that in that case, someone with bad intentions might just cause a accident. The man smirked, adding that perhaps someone with ambition and a love for money might cause such an accident. He seemed to be hinting at something. The other man gasped, looking shocked. He wondered if someone who was overly thrilled just to share a drink with the Grand Prince the other day might cause such an accident. He quickly shushed the speaker. The man thought they should send a letter to His Majesty right away. He looked confident in his suggestion, smiling slightly. The sun shone down on the building. It was quiet for a moment. Someone was pressing hard on the back of his thigh. They told him to lower it. The masseuse told him that his frame had bulked up quite a bit in just half a month. She seemed impressed by his progress. Han Myung-ho complained that every time his body improved, they increased the weight for the training device. He said it was torture. The lady told him that he needed to give it his all to build a relationship with Grand Prince Soo-young, saying his life might depend on it. He agreed with her, saying that this time he'd definitely do it. His muscles screamed in protest. The pain was intense, but he knew he couldn't stop now. Someone suggested that he try a new clinic run by medics who had learned rehab techniques. He was in so much pain that it sounded like a good idea. Turns out, the treatment had been developed by one of Grand Prince Suyang's students. That made him wonder if it was as brutal as Suyang's training. The muscular man was working on his foot, and he had heard that the treatment was quite effective. It was developed in collaboration with local physicians. The man realized that someone had developed an entirely new medical treatment. It seemed that becoming one of Grand Prince Suyang's people clearly opened up many paths to success. The man whispered that they say a wealthy man buried treasure near Hyonung. The possibility of finding riches hung in the air. The man looked absolutely shocked, his eyes widening. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The group stood before Hyonung, the tomb of King Taejo. Someone pointed out that even if the treasure was from the former dynasty, it was still a king's tomb. The man said that just seeing it left like that broke his heart. He suggested that they should clean it up quickly. The man's face tightened as he gave a warning, making sure the task was done carefully without any accidents. There was a clear threat hidden beneath the surface. The man immediately agreed, shouting his confirmation. He didn't question the order at all. The man revealed that he had signed up to help Grand Prince Suyang restore Hyonung. He was hoping to hit it big, believing it could change his entire life. Standing before the tomb, one of the men wondered if they could handle the task on their own. The place was a mess, and the scale of the restoration looked overwhelming. One man encouraged the other, saying that hard work would be rewarded, but the other man scoffed, wondering when he had ever worked hard. He accused him of only joining because of the rumors. The man wondered aloud, questioning where someone would even hide treasure amidst all the chaos. He was clearly thinking about the rumors of buried riches. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. An idea had struck him. He figured that somewhere hard to reach and rugged would be the perfect hiding spot. He declared that he'd take the northern ridge. The leader pointed and ordered 3 men to follow him. He was ready to start the search. One of the men watched the leader with narrowed eyes. He wondered why he was suddenly working so hard and what he was really up to. The pickaxe slammed into the earth, sending dirt and rocks flying. The search had begun. Driven by the thought of treasure, the leader dug with renewed energy. He was determined to find it. The leader urged his men to hurry as they cleared the area, stuffing the plants into large sacks. They were doing it all for the treasure. The leader kept pushing himself, repeating that he could handle it. He wouldn't stop until the treasure was his. Sweat poured down the leader's face as he strained to pull up another handful of plants. The work was exhausting, but he refused to give up. It was afternoon on the 4th day, and they had finally reached the bottom. The leader told them they had all worked hard to get there. The leader asked if they were going in. One of the men replied that he would check for any roots that might be left, and then he would go in. One of the men suggested that they have some rice wine before they start. He seemed pretty eager about it. The man touched the soil. He noticed that the color was slightly different. The texture wasn't quite the same either. The leader realized that the treasure was really there. He looked around, a smile spreading across his face. The leader's face was intense as he reminded the others about their agreement. He wasn't about to let them forget that he was owed half of whatever they found. The shovel plunged deep into the earth, each strike echoing in the confined space. Dirt and rocks flew as they continued to dig, driven by the promise of what lay beneath. The leader, shovel in hand, looked at the others with a wild grin. He asked if they were ready to finally see the treasure they had worked so hard to find. With renewed vigor, the shovel plunged into the earth again, scooping up the last layer of soil. The anticipation was almost unbearable as they neared their goal. The man stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. The word treasure escaped his lips as he gazed upon what they had uncovered. The man from the governor's office looked up, his face flushed with excitement. He exclaimed that it was time to finally see the treasure. Time seemed to slow down as the moment drew closer. The anticipation was almost unbearable. From deep within the hole, one of the men shouted that they had found something. Their hard work had finally paid off. One of the men stared at the discovered object in disbelief, wondering what the heck it was. He told the others to just get it out of the hole. Under the cover of darkness, they slowly lifted the object with extreme care. They didn't want to damage whatever it was. The men strained against the ropes, chanting together as they pulled. They worked to carefully lift the heavy object out of the hole, taking their time. Suddenly, a man appeared, holding a torch high. He demanded to know who was there and what they thought they were doing. The digger's eyes went wide. He cursed under his breath, wondering who could be out there at this hour. Footsteps pounded closer. The attacker screamed that the digger was a filthy animal. He grabbed the digger and started punching him. Young was sound asleep when someone started calling out to him. He was addressed as the voice grew more frantic. frantic, begging Grand Prince Suyang to wake up. Whoever it was sounded really worried. Suyang got up and saw a man kneeling before him. He demanded to know what was going on, mentioning Hyunung. The messenger looked up, his face full of panic. He blurted out that there had been a robbery at Hyunung. Elsewhere, a man smiled, clearly pleased by the news. He thought to himself that Suyang had been baited. A voice shouted from inside the building, ordering everyone to get ready at once. They were heading to Hyunung immediately. Under the dark sky, two men rode as fast as they could through the forest. The sound of their horses' hooves echoed through the night. The man with the torch spotted the thief and started yelling at him. He called him a filthy bastard and a thief. The attacker grabbed the thief's face, his grip tight and painful. The thief's face twisted in agony. The thief screamed, clutching his face in pain. He begged someone to help him as the fight continued. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, demanding to know what the hell was going on. The shout echoed through the tomb site. Grand Prince Suyang arrived on horseback, absolutely furious. He yelled about the disgrace they had brought to Hyunung, the resting place of King Taejo. The digger dropped to his knees, begging the Grand Prince for mercy. He stammered that it was just a mistake during the excavation. Grand Prince Suyang's face twisted in rage as he cut off the digger. His shout was deafening. Grand Prince Suyang looked to the side, his expression unreadable. Whatever he was planning, it couldn't be good. The Grand Prince sighed, a heavy breath escaping his lips. He seemed to be weighing his options, considering the situation's gravity. The digger, kneeling on the ground, wept loudly. He cried out, lamenting the humiliation that had been brought upon King Taejo. The attacker spoke up, his face contorted with fear. He insisted that they had only been deceived by a member of the Yi family. The Grand Prince stared intently, his expression hardening. He asked if the Yi family they spoke of was a reference to him. The digger stammered, denying that he meant any disrespect. He then asked the Grand Prince how he knew it was a statue of King Taejo. The digger began to explain what he knew, starting with a story his grandfather had told him. He spoke of a time long ago. He continued, explaining that back when the statue was kept at Bonjeonsa Temple, it was well known. Its crown was coated in gold. The digger explained that he had been told that only King Taejo's statue had a crown coated in gold. This was the key to its identity. The digger paused, thinking out loud. If that were true, then this had to be King Taejo's statue. He wondered why it was buried here, guessing that King Sejong might have been responsible, but he decided not to dwell on that. The digger's face crumpled, tears streaming down his face. He begged the Grand Prince for mercy, saying that he had thought the Grand Prince was capable. He pleaded with him to spare him just this once. The Grand Prince placed a hand on the digger's shoulder, offering a silent promise. He told him to endure it just a little longer, trying to project confidence. The Grand Prince looked the digger in the eye, his expression serious. He said he would try to find a way to resolve this, hoping to calm the man's fears. The digger thanked the Grand Prince. He added that if they were going to use a historically proven schemer, then a bit of insurance like this was only fair. The digger's eyes narrowed, a hint of calculation in his gaze. He repeated that if they were going to use a historically proven schemer, then a bit of insurance like this was only fair. The Grand Prince declared that they should take him to the governor's office for now. The sun was rising, casting a golden glow over the landscape as they prepared to leave. The Grand Prince, surrounded by his guards, made it clear that damaging the great king's statue was not something he'd take lightly. He warned the digger that he wouldn't get off easy once he was released. The digger's face was bruised and swollen, sweat dripping down his forehead. The Grand Prince's words hung heavy in the air. Did he really think he could live in Gyeongsang after committing a crime like this? The digger, now face to face with the Grand Prince, stammered and begged for mercy. He pleaded with the Grand Prince to exile him as the harshest punishment he deserved. The Grand Prince considered the digger's words, a thoughtful expression on his face. He reminded the man that exile would mean being sent to Gyeongwon, in the northernmost part of Hamgyong province. The digger's eyes widened, his face contorted in terror. He understood the full weight of the Grand Prince's words and shouted that he understood the punishment. The digger, face still bruised, looked up at his ally, relief washing over him. At least he wasn't going to die, which was a lot better than he'd expected. A few days later, the Grand Prince arrived at the governor's office. Compared to the favors his ancestors had received, this whole situation was nothing. The governor clasped his hands together nervously. He had heard that King Taejo's statue was damaged and offered gold to repair the cracks. The gold was far more than what was needed for repairs, he admitted. He happened to have collected quite a bit over time. There was something he'd like to request of the Grand Prince. Originally, King Taejo's statue was a symbol used to mark the beginning of the Lantern Festival through a ceremonial rite. The governor hoped that right could be allowed again. The Grand Prince grinned, announcing that he would summon Wang Wuji, a descendant of King Goryo, to the governor's office. The dog-like creature behind him appeared to be crying. The Grand Prince assured the governor that Wang Wuji would oversee the ceremonial rite to mark the start of the Lantern Festival, so there was nothing to worry about. The governor looked truly grateful. The governor hesitated for a moment before mentioning that he had a request too. The Grand Prince asked if he was referring to the books he had inquired about before. The governor explained that at a recent gathering, a descendant of the Wang family gave him his genealogy and handed over several books. He said they were materials collected by his ancestors. The Grand Prince, looked at the books, realizing they contained records of Balhae, collected writings of the Sacred Kingdom, and records of Yangon State. It wasn't a massive collection, but it was enough to compile a history of Balhae. The Grand Prince's eyes widened slightly, his brow furrowing with a mix of surprise and curiosity. He was clearly taken aback by what he was about to see. The book was labeled Wang Family Genealogy, a document that had been thought lost to time. It was a major find. The governor looked at the Grand Prince and asked how he'd managed to gather all of this information. He said everyone had thought it was all lost in the past. The Grand Prince joked that maybe something important in the book had helped it escape the flames, or maybe it just floated up from the river. He was clearly being sarcastic. Since things had worked out well, the Grand Prince suggested they should laugh about it. The tension in the room eased slightly. 10 days later, he admitted that he had dug up the statue of King Taejo. It was the same statue that the retired king had ordered buried. He must have known he was in deep trouble. The digger looked at what he had done. He realized he deserved exile, or even the harshest punishment for what he'd done. He was terrified that Grand Prince Suyang would be disappointed in him. The thought of failing the Grand Prince clearly terrified him, and now he was suddenly being summoned to the royal palace. He didn't know what to expect, but it couldn't be good. The retired king was calling for him. Maybe it wasn't for a harsh punishment. He dared to hope that things might not be as bad as he feared. The dig site leader stood on the ridge, sweat dripping down his face. He was clearly nervous about what was about to happen. The dig site leader was being summoned to Hanyang. The city seemed calm, but he knew trouble was brewing. Another man approached the dig site leader and told him he was a bit early. He added that the retired king would be arriving shortly. The dig site leader stammered in response, confirming that he understood. The dig site leader bowed deeply, trying to show respect. He was terrified of what was coming next. A new voice spoke, asking if he was Myung-ho of the Cheongju Han family. Myung-ho confirmed his identity before being asked who the other man was. The dig site leader looked up in shock as the man approached. He realized it was Huang Hui himself. Myung-ho bowed deeply, stammering that it was an honor to meet him. Huang Hui reached out and took Myung-ho's hands in his own. He said that Myung-ho had a very good face, staring intently. Huang Hui smiled, a creepy look in his eyes. He told Myung-ho that if he could just clear his mind of distractions, he would be excellent. Myung-ho looked back, confused. Huang Hui continued, saying that he knew everything. He added that Myung-ho would be following in his footsteps soon, working until the day he died. Myung-ho was clearly unnerved by the strange prediction. Huang Hui's face loomed closer, his expression suddenly serious. He asked Myung-ho if he was ready to face the consequences for the terrible act he had committed. Myung-ho's eyes widened in terror. He looked absolutely shocked. The retired king looked down at Myung-ho, who was kneeling on the stone floor. He said he had heard Myung-ho had committed a terrible act, his voice full of accusation. The retired king's face filled Myung-ho's vision, his eyes narrowed and intense. He asked Myung-ho if he was ready to face the consequences of his actions. Myung-ho's eyes widened, sweat beading on his forehead. He stammered, asking what the retired king meant, his voice barely audible. The retired king gestured to Prime Minister Huang, who stood beside him. He asked Myung-ho if he was already exchanging greetings with Prime Minister Huang, his tone laced with sarcasm. Myung-ho quickly bowed his head, greeting the retired king. He apologized for keeping him waiting so long, his voice trembling. The retired king looked down at Myung-ho with a serious expression. He told him not to worry, because he had already heard about what he did from Grand Prince Suyang. Myung-ho's eyes went wide with fear. He looked absolutely terrified, realizing the gravity of the situation. Myung-ho immediately bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching the the ground. He apologized for bringing shame upon his majesty. The retired king stared at Myung-ho. He said that no matter what he thought, the current king wanted to win back the people of Gyeongsang, so Myung-ho should focus on helping him with that. Myung-ho looked up, his face etched with worry. He explained that he couldn't live in Gyeongsang anymore, and even if he tried to work in court, all the officials from Gyeongsang would recognize him. The retired king stared down at him, his face serious. He told the dig site leader that he needed to change his body, make himself unrecognizable. Myung-ho looked down at his own belly, surprised. He wondered what his majesty meant by that. The retired king continued, explaining that he wouldn't punish him, but for the next 3 years, he was to train in body's preparedness at the Pei Timber Hall. He added that once his entire body was filled with muscle, even his closest friends wouldn't recognize him. Myung-ho bowed deeply, his head nearly touching the ground. He promised to faithfully carry out the order bestowed upon him by his majesty. Myung-ho started crying, tears streaming down his face. He thought to himself that it looked like he was never escaping this body's preparedness life. I made it back to Hanyang with the historical texts. The city looked the same as I remembered it. Meanwhile, my brother pushed forward with northern development plans based on the Balhae materials. He seemed really into this. The man explained that the most viable region for development within their territory was Donggyang Yongwonbu. It used to be the capital of Balhae, apparently. According to recent reports from Gyeongwon, Chief Hoshina of Huncheon has discovered ruins of a fortress. The location was marked on the map. Yes, I received a report saying he discovered it while trying an unusual method to locate the black soil. That's insane. The group needed to find Sanggyang Yongchonbu next. The finger pointed down at the map, trying to pinpoint the exact location. One of the men wondered if there was a large lake nearby. According to the notes compiled by Grand Prince Suyang, they were trying to piece together the clues to find the place. The man explained that Sanggyang was modeled after the old Tang capital Chang'an, with outer walls, inner walls, and a palace compound. He added that he'd heard there was a river running along the west side of the fortress. Looking confident, the man in the red robe considered that if the ruins were that large, they'd be easy to find. But he also warned that if they left them untouched, the area could become a perfect gathering point for bandits or rebels. The order came down to have Hoshina, who earned merit, formally submit to their kingdom. Then, they were to map out the small towns along the northern frontier. The hand pressed the pin firmly into the map, marking their next target. It was time to move forward with bringing the Jurchens under their rule. His Majesty, the retired king, looked directly at his advisors. His expression was stern as he ordered them to move forward with bringing the Jurchens under their rule. The officials bowed deeply, showing their respect. They accepted His Majesty's command without question. That workout hit the spot. The muscles were burning, but in a good way. So good. He loved the feeling of his muscles working. It was the best feeling in the world. Suyang worked out on the weight machine. He felt great. He said that working out back in his own home felt different. Suyang kept lifting weights. He said that it was more enjoyable exercising with his friend again after so long. Suyang wiped the sweat off his brow. He said that not many people would volunteer to pioneer the harsh northern frontier. Suyang smiled slyly. He asked if they had forgotten the scheme that his father and he had come up with. Suyang worked out as he spoke. He said that so far, over 80 petitions had already been submitted by secondary sons and illegitimate sons, requesting to be freed from their status. He was shocked by the amount of petitions. With furs and other goods flowing from the north to the south, people must see a chance to earn rewards by working and pioneering up north. The market was bustling with activity. Suyang realized that lately, with all the work on the Goryeo history and matters in Gyeongsang, he hadn't been paying enough attention to local affairs. He looked thoughtful. Once the Goryeo history revision was finished, Suyang planned to take a break and look around. He said that he had already found someone to send north. He was 40 this year, but he learned fast. He could do a 750 jun, about 80 kilograms, lift in 3 exercises. One gun was about 0.6 kilograms. The person ate a big piece of meat. Suyang mentioned that the guy wasn't a secondary son himself, but he had a younger illegitimate brother with a significant age gap. He liked his attitude because he volunteered to go north for his brother's sake. So, he appointed him as the magistrate of Gyeogyang County. The bowl was licked clean. Not a single grain of rice remained. It was a testament to someone's incredible appetite. Hong Il-dong looked like he wanted another serving. He shouted that he was ready for one more bowl. Hong Il-dong looked at Hong Il-dong with concern. He pointed out that he had already had 10 servings. Hong Il-dong corrected Hong Il-dong, reminding him that he wasn't just Sir, but his second eldest brother. He then added that in official matters, Hong Il-dong should use his title. Hong Il-dong asked if they had any rice cakes, because they were a little short. The woman carrying the tray looked surprised and apologized. Hong Il-dong grinned, saying that the rumors were true. Hong Il-dong had an impressive appetite. He then added that it was too manly, wasn't it? The regional commander openly complimented Hong Il-dong. Hong Il-dong laughed, saying he was at a loss for words. Hong Il-dong told Hong Il-dong not to get hung up on things like honorifics and titles between brothers. The regional commander told Hong Il-dong that if he trusted him and followed his lead, there was no reason why he wouldn't rise to the rank of chief ranging official someday. He added that Hong Il-dong resembled him more than his eldest brother, so he should focus hard on his body's preparedness training. The man grinned, agreeing with whatever was just said. He seemed pretty excited about it. The commander asked who was temporarily in charge of Gaoyang County at the moment. He looked serious, waiting for an answer. The commander announced that Hong Yun-sung had been appointed for the battle at Gaoyang Fortress because of his sharp strategy and quick thinking. He added that Hong Yun-sung's background was different from theirs. The man grinned, saying it would be perfect to make Hong Yun-sung his sworn younger brother. He thought it was a great idea. Far away, two figures stood overlooking Gaoyang Fortress. The fortress loomed in the distance. One of the men looked like he was about to lose it, wondering when the new magistrate would show up. He added that the cold weather was coming soon, and he didn't know how they would finish the repairs in time. The other man agreed that he knew what he meant. He said that the winter weather was already making him nervous. The first man asked if he was really that nervous. He wondered if he wasn't planning to transfer to the warm southern region in a year anyway. The man thought about how his muscle intimidation strategy to catch a cold on purpose ended up trapping him there instead. He was stuck. Grand Prince Suyang was still trying to keep up the act. To keep faking a cold, he needed to look feverish, even if it meant doing push-ups, but that was nearly impossible in a freezing region like this. He was really working up a sweat just to look sick. This time, he swore he'd retire for real and move to the warm southern provinces. He called out to see if anyone was around, and someone answered. The commander wondered if Suyang wasn't over that cold yet, even though the battle at Gaoyang Fortress ended a whole month ago. He looked at Suyang suspiciously. Suyang apologized to the commander. The commander said that His Majesty had sent him something himself. Hong Yun-bong read the scroll carefully. It said that His Majesty himself had appointed him to the position of assistant deputy at the office for the rank, and because he'd been struggling with illness, he would receive medicine to help him recover. His dreams of retirement were fading away. He'd been hoping to relax, but it looked like that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. The other man told Hong Yun-bong that His Majesty clearly recognized his past efforts. He said that His Majesty was acknowledging his merit, and he looked genuinely happy about it. Hong Yun-bong couldn't believe it. How could he possibly deserve this? The other man said it was all thanks to His Majesty's foresight and generosity. He then told Hong Yun-bong that he had been named assistant secretary. Until the magistrate arrived, he'd be in charge. Hong Yun-bong was shocked. The other man then showed him some top-grade Romania decoction. The other man told Hong Yun-bong to go on and drink it. The men bowed deeply, wishing each other a safe journey to Gaoyang. They told him to take care on his way. The man advised him to use the supplies at the local office, since stone and rice were more expensive there. But he also suggested buying a fur-lined coat before heading north, since the prices were better. The man flexed, boasting that he'd strengthened his body with body's preparedness, so the winter cold meant nothing to him. Even so, he admitted that the cold in the north wasn't the same as in Hanyang. He laughed, telling him that if he trained faithfully in body's preparedness, he could overcome anything. He then sighed. Finally, the sign for Gaoyang Fortress came into view. The journey was almost over. The two men finally arrived at Gaoyang Fortress. The sign announced that the new magistrate had arrived. Hong Il-dong looked around in disbelief. He wondered if this was really Gaoyang County. Where did everyone go? It looked like something really bad had happened. Suddenly, Hong Il-dong shouted a warning. He noticed that something was collapsing above them. Hong Il-dong realized they were in serious danger. He and his assistant turned and ran as fast as they could. Hong Il-dong screamed in terror. He was caught in the middle of the collapsing structure. Hong Il-dong gasped, his face pale with shock. He was lucky to be alive. Grand Prince Suyang looked down at him, his expression serious. He asked if Hong Il-dong was all right. Hong Il-dong looked up, still shaken. He stammered that he was okay. Hong Il-dong bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. He thanked the Grand Prince for saving his life, calling him Sir Magistrate. Hong Il-dong apologized, explaining that if Grand Prince Suyang had arrived any later, things could have gone really bad. He was sorry he couldn't even greet him properly. Grand Prince Suyang gestured for Hong Il-dong to follow him. He said they should move somewhere safer first. They arrived at what was left of a building. Grand Prince Suyang apologized for the state of the temporary office and asked him to come inside. A man with a headband stepped forward. He introduced himself as Hong Yun-song, an assistant secretary who had been temporarily handling things. Hong Il-dong replied that Hong Yun-song must be very busy. He introduced himself as the newly appointed magistrate of the region. The damage was extensive. It wasn't just the walls that needed fixing. The whole place was a mess. The land needed so much work. They needed to build houses and clear land for farming. The problem was they didn't have enough people to get it all done. Grand Prince Suyang sighed and said the Jurchens, who were supposed to help, were starting to complain and weren't working together. But he told them not to worry, because body's preparedness would solve everything. Hong Il-dong looked confused. He tilted his head and wondered what Grand Prince Suyang meant by body's preparedness. Grand Prince Suyang was sure of himself. He declared that every problem could be solved with body's preparedness. Hong Yun-seong smirked. He seemed to know something the others didn't. Early the next morning, the air was crisp and cool. Grand Prince Suyang stood before the group of men, his red robe standing out against the landscape. He demanded to know if everyone had gathered. Suyang grinned, his muscles bulging as he made a fist. He declared that since they didn't know how to work, he would teach them himself. One of the men scoffed, crossing his arms. He wondered what digging holes was going to change, and what they were even gaining from it. The man's hands tightened on the wooden tool. He recalled Grand Prince Suyang once said that even simple physical motions could lead to learning. Grand Prince Suyang swung the pickaxe with all his might, his muscles straining. The force behind each swing was incredible. The pickaxe slammed into the earth, sending dirt and rocks flying. The ground cracked under the force of the blow. Suyang grinned, sweat dripping from his brow. He told Gildong to scoop out the spot where he'd just struck. Gildong replied with a quick, "Yes, sir," but he was clearly annoyed. He thought this whole thing was a pain. Gildong dug into the dirt, his face showing his annoyance. He thought he could have just stayed in the countryside, living a chill life. He blamed his pushy brother for all this. The men swung their pickaxes in perfect sync. They were moving at an incredible pace. It was like watching a well-oiled machine. Suyang watched the men, a hint of pride in his eyes. The other man with him seemed shocked by how fast they were working. He couldn't believe they were moving so quickly. Suyang grinned, pointing at the workers. He explained that this wasn't just labor. It was a way to train their bodies and get stronger. Suyang suddenly turned and called out to Gildong. He told him it was time to move on to spiritual pressure training. He was clearly excited about the next phase. Gildong's face fell, a look of annoyance washing over him. He wondered if Suyang was using him again. He was starting to get really tired of this. Suyang had a guy on his shoulders and was doing squats. He was pushing himself to the limit. You could practically feel the strain in his muscles. Two men watched Suyang's display of strength. One of them suddenly realized something. He asked if that was the same move the assistant secretary used during winter training. The man thought about Suyang's dedication to his body. He realized that it wasn't just brute strength. Suyang's physique showed that he stuck to a disciplined diet, too. The man narrowed his eyes, a hint of concern in them. He knew that this kind of military-style intimidation wasn't without its issues. One of the men spoke up, addressing the magistrate. He warned that clearing this farmland alone wouldn't solve the core problem they were facing. Hong Yun-song argued that managing things this way would mean Suyang would always be stuck handling the Jurchens directly. Suyang just smirked, revealing that was exactly what he wanted. But managing this town wasn't just about farmland, Hong Yun-song pointed out. The people around them started whispering, wondering if they were about to witness a full-blown argument. Suyang paused, a sly grin spreading across his face. Then he said he had an idea. Suyang smiled, ready to drop his bombshell. He announced that he was about to make a proposal. Since he was already swamped with duties, Suyang declared, he'd pick from those exiled under the harshest punishment. He'd see who could keep the ball from him the longest, and assign temporary posts based on that. Suyang looked like he was seriously considering making such an important decision based on a ball game. It was a ridiculous idea, but he was dead serious. Suyang smiled, ready to start the game. He asked who wanted to go first, his eyes full of excitement. The exiled men looked at Suyang, unsure of what to expect. The air was thick with tension as they waited for someone to volunteer. One of the exiled men raised his hand, a nervous expression on his face. He said he'd give it a shot, hoping he wouldn't regret his decision. Suyang smiled. pleased that someone had finally volunteered. He said something, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Soo-young grinned with anticipation. He announced that they were ready to start the game, his eyes gleaming with excitement. One of the exiled men stepped forward, ready to prove himself. He kicked the ball with all his might, sending it flying through the air. The exiled men watched with wide eyes, their faces a mixture of surprise and fear. They screamed, clearly shocked by the power of the kick. Soo-young watched the ball soar through the air, a satisfied smirk on his face. He called out for the next participant, eager to see what they could do. The next man launched the ball with incredible speed, impressing Soo-young. He complimented the man, his eyes gleaming with approval. Soo-young called for the next man to step up, standing over the last guy. He was ready to see what the next contestant could do. Someone watching the game was impressed by the guy's size and speed. He wasn't slow at all, despite his build. One of the men thought this was just a dumb ball game. He didn't understand the point of it all. Soo-young complimented the man's performance, but also gave him advice. He told him he could work a bit more on his lower body strength. Still, despite all the intensity, it was just a ball game. He wondered what Soo-young was really up to. The guy couldn't help but laugh. He thought managing a township was already a huge job with tons of stuff to worry about. And this guy was using a ball game to pick his helpers? The man's face turned serious though. He stared ahead, clearly not amused anymore. He was worried that Soo-young was taking the northern frontier way too lightly. This could be a big problem. The guy grunted as he was struck. He realized it was a new move. He exclaimed. Soo-young stared down at the guy. He was impressed. He said something. Soo-young's eyes narrowed. He was about to get serious. He warned. In a flash, Soo-young was on top of the guy, pinning him to the ground. The force of his weight was crushing. The man looked up in shock. He stammered, completely caught off guard. The guy screamed as Soo-young's strike landed. He went flying backwards, completely overwhelmed by the force. The other men watched in disbelief as the ball soared through the air. They were completely shocked by the power of the kick. Soo-young stood tall, his muscles rippling. He called out for the next challenger to step up. Someone stepped forward, ready to take on the challenge. He was about to test his strength. The guy looked determined. He said he would give it a try. The guy gave a confident smile to his opponent. He looked like he was enjoying himself. He said something, ready to see what the next challenger could do. The men lined up on the hill, ready to throw the balls with all their might. They were getting ready for the signal. The air crackled with anticipation. One of the men stared intensely. His eyes narrowed with determination. He muttered that he wasn't like the others. He was ready to show his true strength. The man grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He said he was looking forward to this. He challenged his opponent to try and stop him, full of confidence. The signal to start echoed across the field. The competition was officially underway. The men braced themselves, ready to unleash their power. The ball flew through the air, a blur of motion against the sky. It was hard to even see it moving that fast. The ball slammed into the other man with incredible force. The impact echoed across the field. The muscles in his arm bulged as he held the ball. The power behind the throw was obvious. The two men stood facing each other, ready for the next throw. The air was thick with tension. Soo-young held the ball, a look of satisfaction on his face. He thought to himself that it was fast, just like he expected it to be. Soo-young's eye twitched as he stared intensely. He was clearly focused on the challenge ahead. The two men collided with a thunderous crash. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air. Hong Yun-sung declared that he would win with endurance. He seemed confident in his strategy. The two men continued to trade blows, each strike carrying immense power. The ground trembled with every hit. The two men were locked in a grapple, muscles straining with the effort. Each was determined to overpower the other. The impact of the blows echoed around the training ground, shaking the very earth. The spectators watched with wide eyes, amazed by the sheer power on display. One of the spectators was clearly impressed. He muttered that he already thought that Assistant Secretary Hong Yun-sung was strong, but this was something else entirely. Another spectator commented that they were on equal footing, neither giving an inch. The tension in the air was so thick, you could cut it with a knife. One of the spectators mentioned that the game was something Soo-young came up with when he was young, based on chukguk. He explained that chukguk was a traditional Korean ball game, similar to soccer. Another spectator exclaimed that he had never seen anyone stand off against him like that in his entire life. The force of their blows was incredible. Hong Yun-sung gasped. The force of the blow had clearly taken him by surprise. The next thing he knew, he was flying. He crashed hard against the ground, the impact sending a shockwave through his body. The spectators watched in disbelief. They couldn't believe the power they were seeing. Soo-young grinned. clearly enjoying himself. This was fun for him, really fun. One of the spectators commented on Hong Yun-seong's incredible brute strength. He had never seen anything like it. The grip was like iron. He just couldn't get away, stuck in Soo-young's grasp. He was starting to panic, knowing he needed to break free. The two men strained against each other, muscles bulging with effort. Soo-young's grip tightened, but the other man refused to give in. He finally broke free. He shouted that it was the end. He was sure he could win now, but Soo-young was too fast. He had grabbed the other man again. They were locked in a struggle once more. Soo-young stood over his defeated opponent, grinning. He told him to just give up already. It was over. Hong Yun-seong's muscles strained with all his might. As the top graduate of the military training command, he was under immense pressure. He couldn't let himself be disgraced. He refused to lose. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Soo-young stared down Hong Yun-seong, waiting for the next move. Soo-young held his ground, muscles bulging. He wasn't going to let Hong Yun-seong escape his grasp. Hong Yun-seong, he was Assistant Secretary Hong Yun-seong, after all. He wouldn't back down. The crowd roared, chanting Hong Yun-seong's name. They were all counting on him to win. The people were shouting at him to hold his ground. He could feel the pressure from the crowd. Soo-young watched the match closely. He realized he had really underestimated Hong Yun-seong's strength. His eyes narrowed, and Soo-young decided it was time to end this. He was done playing around. In a flash, his fist connected with Hong Yun-seong's face. The force of the punch sent him flying. Soo-young gritted his teeth. The muscles in his legs strained with the effort, threatening to tear. He was pushing his body to its absolute limit. With a mighty yell, Soo-young lifted Hong Yun-seong high above his head. The veins in his neck bulged, and his face turned red from the exertion. The crowd was completely stunned. One of them blurted out. Soo-young spun around with incredible force. Then, with a final grunt, he hurled Hong Yun-seong through the air. Hong Yun-seong was a blur as he sailed across the training grounds. He was flying so fast that he was leaving a trail of dust in his wake. High above, Hong Yun-seong hurtled through the air, completely helpless. The ground rushed up to meet him, and the faces of the crowd were all tilted upwards, following his flight. Soo-young stood there, breathing hard. Sweat poured down his face, showing how much strength it took to throw Hong Yun-seong that far. His muscles were still tense, ready for anything. Soo-young watched where Hong Yun-seong would land, his expression serious. Hong Yun-seong lay on the ground, stunned. He groaned softly, trying to catch his breath and figure out what had just happened. A loud voice boomed across the training grounds, declaring the match was over. It was clear who had won. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale light across the landscape. Below, the river snaked through the valley, leading to the distant mountains. Inside the building, men sat formally on the floor, waiting. The announcement would come soon, changing everything. Delicious meat sizzled over the hot coals, filling the air with a savory smell. The magistrate was excited to eat. Soo-young held up a cup of tea, smiling. He explained that during his cutting phase, he only drinks powdered grain tea. Someone gasped, clearly shocked. They couldn't believe that Soo-young was still performing so well, even while cutting. The men raised their cups, celebrating. They were happy to hear that even the Jurchens seemed uplifted by what happened today. It was all thanks to the body's preparedness, no doubt. Soo-young got a thumbs up from one of the men. He was told that he was amazing out there, and the speaker couldn't remember the last time he broke a sweat like that. Soo-young looked at the man from the military training command. He teased him, saying that in this cold, he probably wouldn't be sweating much from now on. He then asked if he was afraid of a little cold. One of the men spoke up, sharing a story. He said that he once relieved himself outdoors mid-winter. The man shivered by the fire, remembering the event. He added that it froze the moment it hit the ground. The problem was clear. With the fortress in its current condition, surviving the winter would be tough. It was a serious problem. One of the men looked up and saw something that made his blood run cold. He just uttered, as he stumbled backwards. Soo-young suggested that they could turn this into leg training. He proposed that everyone carry stones and stack them around for insulation. But one of the men interrupted him, calling him Hyung and Sir Magistrate. The man insisted that he once built an official building back in Gyeongsang County. He looked absolutely thrilled by the idea. The man practically begged to be allowed to handle it, saying the idea sounded great. The others at the table stared at him, a mix of surprise and confusion on their faces. Soo-young was really happy. He told Gildong that he never expected him to be so proactive and gave him the go-ahead. Gildong was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling more alive than ever. He vowed to give it his all. The next day, the air was crisp and the sky was clear. A man stood next to a heating unit, looking at the construction. He thanked someone for the events of the previous day. Soo-young appeared, looking relieved. He said he was just glad they managed to stop his Hyung's crazy rampage. He then asked what the man was doing up so early in the morning. Soo-young frowned. looking at the units. He didn't think they were made of unfired clay bricks. Something about them just didn't seem right. The man explained that, from what he'd heard, you're supposed to use white clay mixed with stone powder to make proper bricks. But he'd also heard that even with just unfired clay bricks, you could still get good results. Soo-young gestured towards the heating unit. He told the man to take a look, pointing out that the wet clay had already dried and gotten hot. He was clearly worried about the quality of the construction. Soo-young frowned, staring intently at the brick wall. He noticed the wall brick itself hadn't warmed up at all, which didn't make any sense to him. Soo-young's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the builder. The builder was just as confused as he was. The builder realized the wet clay had dried completely, which was strange. The wall-heated gudol always cracked from the mud drying out and breaking. This was a common issue with these types of walls. The builder remembered how he just patched them with more clay without thinking much of it. Now, he started to wonder if the clay absorbed heat too quickly and cooled down fast. That could be what's causing the cracking, he thought. The clay's properties might be the key to the problem. He stared at the cracked wall. He had always thought the smoke was just leaking out through the gaps in the wall. Soo-young looked up at the sky, thinking hard. Suddenly, a possible solution popped into his head. Soo-young smiled, feeling confident. He suggested they replace the current wall with wall bricks, which should help them withstand the winter cold much better. The man in red looked at the wall bricks with confusion. He asked what Soo-young meant by wall bricks. Soo-young explained that wall bricks retain heat for a long time, so cold air would seep in more slowly. The man in red realized that if the wall holds heat longer, the warmth from the floor heating stones would last longer too. Soo-young explained that with regular walls, you have to fix the whole thing once a crack appears, but with bricks, you can just patch the crack or replace the ones that are broken. Soo-young admitted he wasn't sure if his idea was right, but if it worked to block out summer heat, it should hold up against the winter cold too. So he figured it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. The man watched Soo-young and the other man. He wondered if they were really brothers, since Soo-young seemed way sharper than the older one. He called out to someone. Dim turned to face the running man. He simply said, "Oh, you're here." Soo-young announced that he already spoke to the mason from Gaeseong. Dim looked confused and asked why he had done that. It turns out that wall bricks are used in the side walls when they build hapgak roofs. The workers were busy on the roof. The mason needs to know how to fire bricks the right way. It's an important skill. Soo-young said he'd send someone over and make sure they fired a large batch of wall bricks. He paused, thinking about the scale of the project. He asked how many they were talking about. The man replied that around 5,000 should be enough. Soo-young seemed to be considering the implications of that number. The man looked completely shocked. He wondered where they were going to get the firewood to fire that many bricks. Bricks were not commonly used in Joseon architecture. The main reason was the lack of firewood needed to fire the kilns. But this region was different. There was more than enough wood in the mountains, which made brick production possible. Soo-young watched as the woodcutters prepared to collect the firewood. The thing is, under the excuse of body's preparedness training with the Jurchens, they were producing massive amounts of wood. The axes bit deep into the wood, sending splinters flying. They were really tearing through the trees. All this wood was for constructing palisades. The men worked hard, hauling the logs away. 6 months passed, and it was now November of 1452. The cold was already setting in. One of the guards sneezed loudly, shivering in the freezing air. The other guard took a swig from his flask. He agreed that the cold was as bad as he'd expected. It was going to be a long winter. Soo-young approached the two guards. He called out to them, his voice echoing in the cold air. He wanted to talk to them. Soo-young's massive shoulders filled the view. He was built like a tank, even in the thick winter clothes. The two guards looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Soo-young stared at the guard with a worried look. He pointed out that the guard's lips were turning blue. The cold was getting to him. Soo-young insisted that the best way to deal with the cold was a steam bath, not alcohol. The other man agreed, nodding his head. The man hesitated, but he pointed out that there was a problem with the steam baths. He seemed unsure how to explain it. Turns out, the steam baths were so popular that there was a long waiting line to get in. One guy shouted that it was his turn next, eager to get inside. Inside the steam bath, one man yelled at another to close the door, complaining that he was letting all the heat out. He added that he could feel the blood circulating through his body, enjoying the warmth. Someone commented that they couldn't believe their youngest had turned out to be so capable. They were clearly impressed. The man grinned, clearly pleased with how things were going. He seemed to be looking forward to something. He thought back to when Soo-young had first announced his plans to build a public bathhouse and government office out of bricks. At first, he'd been worried it would cost way too much, but the man stared at the paper in his hands. his eyes widening in surprise. He seemed to be realizing something important. Turns out, producing 5,000 wall bricks only cost 4 seom of rice. The numbers were pretty shocking. The man smiled, clearly impressed by the efficiency. He looked genuinely happy with the results. The man thought that Gildong was really blessed with luck. He seemed to be acknowledging Gildong's success. The story moved to Gyeongwon province. The area was covered in snow. The man looked absolutely shocked. He couldn't believe that Gyeogyang had only half the casualties they did. One of the men explained that they had built a steam bath to help with the firewood supply. Plus, they used bricks to make a well-insulated government office that was warm even in the dead of winter. He added that the wild tribes were also being trained through body preparedness, keeping them working regularly and pushing through the cold. The man put his hand to his forehead, looking frustrated. He wondered what he had been doing all this time. King Sejong looked annoyed and asked what was happening with the Black Soil project. He was not happy to hear that it had failed again. King Sejong clicked his tongue in annoyance. Without another word, he turned and walked away, clearly not pleased with the news. The report came in. They had already used 1,500 gun of iron ore, but it was all useless scrap metal. The project was a total disaster. Soo-young looked at the cursed black soil with disgust. He couldn't believe how useless it was. In a nearby workshop, a blacksmith hammered away at a piece of metal, oblivious to the problems with the black soil. Sparks flew as he shaped the iron, unaware of how much effort was being wasted. The hammer slammed down on the metal, but it was clear something was wrong. The metal just wouldn't take the shape he wanted. It was a lost cause. The blacksmith looked absolutely furious. He couldn't believe how bad the metal was. He complained that even cheap candy was tougher than this trash. The blacksmith looked up as Soo-young approached. He asked how things were looking, then immediately complained that the black soil was ruining the metal completely. He pointed to the black soil. It was sticky, almost like pine resin, which was definitely not a good sign. Soo-young stared intently at the soil. If it acted like pine resin, he thought, a new idea starting to form in his mind. The blacksmith looked confused as hell when Soo-young told him to scrape off the soot and bring it over. He asked what he was supposed to do. Soo-young was staring at the sludge, thinking that even cow dung has medicinal uses, so maybe this could be useful too. He thought that later on, what they called cow dung would become a familiar material to them, asphalt. At Joseon Sugung Palace, a few guys were finally clocking out. They looked absolutely exhausted. Everyone was exhausted from compiling the grand code for state governance. They were so tired. Meanwhile, His Majesty was furious that many people refused to cooperate with the census. He yelled that they were thieves of the state. His Majesty threatened to exile even more people, and his advisors were struggling to keep him calm. They begged him to take it easy, barely managing to stop him from completely losing it. The map showed the potential outcome. If every criminal got sent north, it would create a huge problem. Even if they decentralized power in the provinces, it would still cause all sorts of issues. The advisor thought that if only the grand code for state governance had answers to problems like this, things would be easier. His Majesty smiled, knowing that as for the grand code, nothing's been finalized yet. The advisor looked up, clearly surprised by something he'd just heard. He was sweating a little, probably nervous about what was going to happen next. Someone stated that the laws regarding the Grand Code hadn't been decided yet. Someone reacted with frustration, muttering that he understood. Someone reminded about the problems. Minister Huang looked terrified and begged the Grand Prince to spare him. He seemed desperate, as if he knew something bad was about to happen. The Grand Prince explained that they were just discussing the punishment code. Minister Huang looked up, his face etched with desperation. He begged the Grand Prince to please let him retire. Soo-young looked down at the minister, his expression unreadable. He was clearly thinking about something. Yu stepped forward, offering a different perspective. He suggested that they could change forced labor into a fairer form of punishment. Soo-young looked at Yu, raising an eyebrow. He seemed interested in this new idea. Minister Huang slumped to the ground, realizing his pleas were falling on deaf ears. He had asked to retire, not to have the law changed around him. King Sejong lay on the floor as Soo-young stood over him. Soo-young told the king to exhale slowly as he stretched him. King Sejong seemed surprised by the intensity of the stretch. King Sejong, still being stretched, told Soo-young to continue with what he had been saying earlier. Soo-young continued explaining. The current forced labor system involved beating criminals. After being beaten, the criminals were exiled far away and worked nearly to death. King Sejong was still being stretched by Soo-young. He said that was why he was hesitant to issue such punishments. Yu suggested that they establish prisons. He believed that providing harsh but restorative work and giving criminals extended time for rehabilitation would be more effective. Soo-young looked at King Sejong hopefully. He seemed to truly believe in the power of reform. Meanwhile, two officials bowed low before the king. They seemed to be waiting for his decision with bated breath. Yu continued his proposal with conviction, asking, "Wouldn't that truly reform almost anyone?" Minister Huang looked terrified, begging the Grand Prince to spare him. He was clearly desperate to avoid whatever punishment was coming. Su Yang looked at King Sejong, an idea forming in his mind. He believed he had a better way to handle things without harming the prisoners. Su Yang suggested they recall the walking wheel they had developed before. He seemed excited about the possibilities. He then wanted them to imagine substituting exile journeys. It was an interesting proposal, to say the least. Su Yang finished his thought, suggesting they replace exile with walking on such a wheel instead. He seemed proud of his idea. Su Yang continued his pitch, explaining they'd avoid muddy roads and freezing weather. This too could be considered mercy. King Sejong smiled, looking genuinely relieved. He told Yu that his words and care were lifting the heavy burdens from his mind. King Sejong continued, saying they could call it imprisonment and have officials manage it. He admitted he'd been too busy mentally keeping track of every criminal he'd exiled, which was exhausting. King Sejong explained that with the new system, regular reports would be enough to manage everything. The idea seemed to ease his mind. King Sejong then wondered who would volunteer to reform prisoners in these jails. He pointed out that Yu had disciples who were skilled at reformation. Yu excitedly suggested that they had the Pei Timber Hall. King Sejong agreed, clinking his cup against Yu's. King Sejong smiled, saying he didn't know Yu was so thoughtful, but he suggested that Yu shouldn't focus solely on work and should care for his family too. Yu looked at King Sejong. He started to respond about family matters. King Sejong continued, mentioning Yu's eldest son, Hyundong. King Sejong mentioned that Hyundong was exactly 16 this year. The young man stood there, looking proper in his traditional clothes. The topic then shifted to marriage proposals for Hyundong, but it turned out that back then, he was struggling with trauma from the war, which left him exhausted. The marriage talks quietly faded away. Yu remembered that time. Yu paused, about to reveal which family had approached them before. It was a name that carried weight. It was Left State Councilor Han Huak. He was smiling, grateful that the Grand Prince had considered their families joining again. Su Yang explained that he hadn't brought up the matter sooner because he was feeling unsure. He just hadn't been in the right state of mind. Yu looked at him suspiciously, wondering why they hadn't sent a matchmaker if they were serious about resuming the marriage talks after all this time. Left State Councilor Han Huak laughed nervously, claiming that his daughter insisted she needed more time to study, but his smile seemed strained. Su Yang realized that Han Huak, who belonged to the pro-Ming faction, couldn't even bring up marriage talks with him again because his political power had completely collapsed. Su Yang thought to himself that it was rather hot today. Su Yang suddenly understood that if Han Huak still had power, he would have pushed his daughter to become crown princess by marrying her off to 14-year-old Hongwei. The thought made him shudder. Su Yang apologized, saying he hadn't realized they had a guest. He casually mentioned that he might soon become Hyundong's father-in-law and told Hyundong to greet him properly. Hyundong bowed respectfully. He said something politely. The moment hung in the air. Su Yang chuckled. He remarked that Hyundong was only 16, yet he already had such a robust build. Hyundong replied shyly that he hadn't even started body preparedness yet. Su Yang then asked what he needed. Hyundong explained that he had made a rubbing from an old stone tablet. He wasn't sure if it belonged to Master Muhak, so he wanted to ask Su Yang about it. Su Yang stared at the rubbing. He wondered if it was related to Great King Jinhyung. The monument stood tall against the sky. It made Su Yang wonder if this could be one of King Jinhyung's Sun Subi monuments. Su Yang examined the rubbing carefully. Judging from phrases he'd encountered when compiling Goryeo history, he figured the tablet was about 900 years old. Su Yang smiled, clearly impressed. He said that new discoveries always appeared and told Hyundong to keep striving in his studies. Hyundong beamed, pleased with the praise. Yes, father, he replied. The man marveled at Hyundong's remarkable physique and academic excellence. He couldn't help but be impressed by him. Su Yang explained that Hyundong used to be very frail. The man looked confused, as Su Yang said he'd used body preparedness training, but in the form of children's games. The games included hoop spinning and rope jumping. Su Yang said the results were impressive. Su Yang added that they're effective for young children, but also beneficial for women. He smiled, pleased with the results. The man thought for a moment. Now that they were talking about it, why not have a friendly game of shuttlecock kicking? Su Yang suggested that they find a way to break the ice with their wives as well. The other man listened intently, nodding thoughtfully at the idea. A few days later, the world had changed. Suddenly, a shuttlecock zipped through the air like a bullet. The air cracked with the force of it. The shuttlecock smashed into the wall, leaving a huge crack in the surface. The woman stood there, racket in hand, looking surprised at her own strength. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. What did I just witness? The woman woman stood there, racket in hand, surrounded by the damage she had caused. The other man stammered, trying to process what he had just seen. He asked if he understood correctly. The man looked at the woman with disbelief. He asked if she was the one who had caused all that damage, unable to believe a woman could have such strength. Deok looked nervous. She admitted she was just a homebody, clearly not thrilled about the idea of leaving her house. She really hated moving around. The thought of it made her even more anxious. The clothing lay neatly on the table. Lady Daebuin had invented it. Lady Daebuin held up the clothing item, explaining that it was called a melty. She said it was like suspenders, meant to keep skirts from falling down. She showed how to tie it around the waist. The melty would hold everything in place. Lady Daebuin showed Sukdeok how the melty worked. She explained that you had to pull it upward like this, then tie it back down securely to make sure it stayed in place. Lady Daebuin continued to show how the melty worked. She explained that with clothing like this, even if someone stepped on your skirt, it wouldn't slip down. Lady Daebuin then told Sukdeok that she also had to wear guards for her knees and elbows. She carefully adjusted the guards on Sukdeok's arms. Lady Daebuin then told Sukdeok that she should remove her heavy wig. She also needed to put her remaining hair into this pouch to keep it out of the way. Sukdeok stood there with her arms out, ready to show off the complete outfit. Lady Daebuin smiled, announcing that it was complete. Sukdeok bowed respectfully to Lady Daebuin. Lady Daebuin returned the bow, ready to begin the shuttle ball lesson. Lady Daebuin looked Sukdeok up and down, checking that she was properly dressed for the game. She then asked if Sukdeok had ever played shuttle ball before. Sukdeok admitted that it was her first time playing shuttle ball and apologized for her inexperience. Lady Daebuin waved it off, telling her it was all right and to just follow her actions. Lady Daebuin raised her racket, ready to demonstrate. She explained that in shuttle ball, they started with a serve. Lady Daebuin swung the racket, showing how to do drive shots. She moved with surprising speed and grace. Lady Daebuin launched the shuttlecock high into the air. The racket flashed as she sent it soaring. Lady Daebuin then smashed the shuttlecock with all her might. The force of the hit echoed through the courtyard as she showed Sukdeok how it was done. Sukdeok looked nervous. She worried aloud about whether she could do this well. Lady Daebuin reassured her, saying it was normal to feel that way at first. Lady Daebuin smiled reassuringly. She told Sukdeok not to worry, explaining that she would teach her step by step, starting with how to grip the racket. Lady Daebuin complimented Sukdeok's posture, saying it was quite good and that she was quick to learn. Sukdeok asked if it was really true, then thanked her. Sukdeok felt a warmth spread through her chest. It was the first time anyone had praised her for exercising, and she admitted to herself that it felt pretty good. Lady Daebuin smiled and suggested they try playing around lightly. Sukdeok nodded in agreement, ready to give it a shot. Lady Daebuin told Sukdeok that she should serve first. She grinned, clearly excited to see how this would go. The shuttlecock soared high into the sky, arcing gracefully against the backdrop of the clouds. It hung there for a moment, almost suspended in time. Lady Daebuin moved quickly, swinging her racket with practiced ease. She sent the shuttlecock flying back towards Sukdeok. Sukdeok carefully marked a point on the scoreboard. She felt a surge of satisfaction as she completed the stroke. Lady Daebuin explained that scoring 1 point meant she had earned it. She added that the first person to reach 21 points would be the winner. Sukdeok was surprised and delighted. She had actually scored a point. Sukdeok swung at the shuttlecock with a grin. She was actually having fun. Sukdeok realized she had always thought moving her body was difficult and exhausting. She was starting to change her mind. Sukdeok beamed. She realized that she found the game incredibly enjoyable. It was a feeling she hadn't expected. She let out a sharp cry. The racket slammed into the shuttlecock with a loud crack. The shuttlecock soared through the air, arcing over the court. It landed hard on the ground. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She winced. A throbbing pain followed in her wrist. She felt the aches of muscles that hadn't been used in years. Sukdeok leaped into the air, her racket raised high. She was ready to smash the shuttlecock with everything she had, putting all her strength into the hit. Lady Daebuin's eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed. The racket slammed into the shuttlecock. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. The shuttlecock shot forward like a bullet. It was aimed directly at the wall with incredible speed. The shuttlecock slammed into the wall with a deafening crack. Dust and debris exploded from the point of impact as Sukdeok watched, surprised by the power of her own hit. hit. Sukdeok's eyes widened as she watched the shuttlecock fly. She couldn't believe how fast it was moving, wondering if it was even possible for a shuttlecock to reach that speed. Lady Daebuin stood ready, her racket held high. She admitted that Sukdeok's skills were quite impressive, a rare compliment from the strict instructor. Lady Daebuin's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing. She announced that she would start taking this seriously now, a clear warning of what was to come. Sukdeok's face crumpled, tears welling up in her eyes. She realized that Lady Daebuin had been holding back, going easy on her until now. Sukdeok stood still, her gaze fixed on the shuttlecock. She gripped her racket tightly, preparing for the next hit with a mix of fear and determination. Lady Daebuin swung with all her might, the shuttlecock flying like a bullet. The score was now 5-3, and the game was getting intense. Lady Daebuin didn't let up, hitting the shuttlecock back with a powerful strike. The score quickly changed to 5-6, each point adding to the pressure. Out of nowhere, a man appeared and slammed the shuttlecock with incredible force. The score jumped to 5-9, leaving no doubt that he was a serious player. Lady Daebuin managed to return the hit, but her face showed clear shock as the score climbed to 5-12. She was starting to get worried. Lady Daebuin's eyes widened in disbelief. She wondered if the other player was some kind of pro, only playing shuttleball in their own backyard. Lady Daebuin prepared to smash the shuttlecock with all her strength, her eyes focused on the target. She swung with a mighty blow, sending the shuttlecock soaring high into the air. Lady Daebuin prepared to receive the incoming shot, her eyes focused and ready. Sukdeok stood ready on the court, racket in hand, determined to return the hit. She shouted something ready to prove herself. Sukdeok's face lit up with a determined smile, ready to smash the shuttlecock. She was ready to show off her skills, thinking. The shuttlecock struck with surprising force, hitting Sukdeok's foot with a painful thud. She cried out, the impact sending a jolt of pain through her leg. Sukdeok cried out, feeling a sharp pain in her ankle. She wondered why her ankle hurt, her face contorted in discomfort. No, despite the pain, Sukdeok refused to give up. She leaped into the air, determined to hit the shuttlecock with all her might, thinking, I can do this. Nearby, a man stared in shock, his mouth agape. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The shuttlecock connected with the racket, the force of the impact echoing through the air. It was a powerful hit. Sukdeok landed gracefully, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. She screamed, I did it! Sukdeok cried out as a sharp pain shot through her hand. Her grip on the racket tightened, but the pain was intense. Now it's my wrist? Sukdeok thought. Sweat trickled down her face as she realized another part of her body was giving out. The pain was too much. Sukdeok lost her balance and started to fall. She tumbled to the ground, the racket flying out of her hand. Sukdeok hit the ground hard, groaning in pain. Lady Daebuin rushed over, concern etched on her face. Is this? Sukdeok thought, her eyes wide with shock. She gasped, trying to catch her breath as the pain settled in. Sukdeok's mind raced with a sudden thought. What would life be like as the daughter-in-law of Grand Prince Suyong's family? Sukdeok was still falling, and the impact was about to be rough. Her body was screaming in pain, and she braced herself for another hard landing. Someone, speaker unclear from OCR, expressed concern about Sukdeok collapsing. The speaker replied that the girl had never trained her body before, then expressed concern about what would happen if she refused to marry into their family because of this. Sukdeok's face was shown, and she looked determined. She didn't show any dislike, and her expression was resolute. The speaker paused, thinking about the girl. The speaker looked determined, deciding that they definitely wanted Sukdeok to be a part of their family. Someone chuckled, clearly relieved. It seemed they had been worried about nothing. Outside, the sun shone brightly on the traditional Korean houses. The air was crisp and clean. Someone struggled to tie the top knot, almost losing their balance. They remarked that the person had grown so sturdy that they almost fell backward. Someone chuckled, playfully calling the person a rascal. They asked when he had gotten so big. The person stood tall, holding a scroll in their hands. They were asked if they were ready, and they replied with a resolute yes. The coming-of-age ceremony was a big deal, and it was formally hosted by my brother. Now that Lord Doan had reached adulthood and finished the coming-of-age ceremony, things were about to change. He held the scroll tightly. Requires verification. Lord Doan smiled, ready to face whatever came next. He would obey His Majesty's command no matter what. And so, they picked a lucky day in April. The date was set, and the preparations would begin. And so, a few days later, the wedding ceremony was held. People gathered to watch the event. The table was set with food and other items, prepared for the ceremony. Everything had to be perfect. The girl looked down, lost in thought. She seemed sad, like she didn't want to be there. The man smiled, excited for what was about to happen. He couldn't wait. The woman looked at the man, her face full of pride. She thought to herself, he's grown up so well. The hand gently touched her shoulder, offering a silent reassurance. The moment was filled with unspoken feelings. The lady looked up, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. She seemed grateful for the kind gesture. The man smiled warmly. He said it was all thanks to her. The man then asked where he should send his son. He laughed and said there were plenty of good matches, so he should choose wisely. The couple stood side by side, surrounded by flowers. They looked regal and composed. King Sejong sat beside the lady, watching as two women bowed before them. He said that seeing their new daughter-in-law put his mind at ease. He looked content. The daughter-in-law thought about how she would have become Queen Dowager Insu in history. She hoped she wasn't afraid of life after the shuttle ball incident. She was worried. Soo-young explained that practicing body's preparedness would strengthen the body and improve daily life, and that it shouldn't be seen as a hardship. King Sejong looked relieved and said that he was glad Soo-young was so kind and understanding. He smiled. The daughter-in-law listened quietly before speaking up. She said that she had a favor to ask. She looked nervous. The daughter-in-law continued, stating that she would like to read and fully learn the body's preparedness manual. She seemed determined. She waited for an answer. Soo-young looked at the lady and said that her mindset was admirable, but there was a problem. Soo-young explained that there was a problem. Soo-young continued, explaining that he was born a man and only understood a man's body. The thing is, there wasn't a body's preparedness manual specifically for women. He looked frustrated. Soo-young said that all the standards written were meant for men. He added that his wife had been learning directly from him, step by step. He seemed a little helpless. Lady Daebyun spoke up, saying that if there was a road, there must be a way to follow it. She said that she had heard that he initially created body's preparedness through his own practice. Father, Lady Daebyun looked determined. She wanted to understand the fundamentals of body's preparedness for herself. Soo-young looked at her, considering. He agreed to let her try it herself. Soo-young added that he'd quickly put together the lessons he taught his wife and daughter-in-law. He was going to make a body's preparedness manual just for women. At that moment, the sounds of training echoed from the courtyard. One of the women groaned in frustration. The instructor told her that she was stiff as a board and that she could forget about training if she couldn't loosen up. One of the women training in the courtyard was in agony. She groaned that she might hurt her back just picking things up, and her thighs felt like they were splitting apart from the exercise. The instructor told her to exhale and relax her muscles. The woman cried out in pain. Soo-young, observing this, wondered if he could really make a body's preparedness manual that worked for women. A messenger approached Soo-young. The messenger announced that His Majesty the King requested the Grand Prince's presence. Soo-young thought to himself that he needed to finish the manual. It couldn't be anything important, right? The courtyard was quiet and empty, bathed in the cold light of the winter sun. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. Someone asked King Sejong about Tsushima Island's request to increase their number of trade ships. One of the men looked confused. He asked if the number of ships wasn't already set at 50 in the Geihai Treaty. Why would they suddenly want more? The Geihai Treaty had been put in place because of increasing piracy by Tsushima Islanders at Busan port. They had limited their trade ships to 50, while granting fishing rights to maintain peace and reduce their raids. The man thought to himself that it was strange. Historically, the Geihai Treaty should remain effective until King Jungjong's era, the 11th king of Joseon. King Sejong sighed, remembering a time when they had sold ginseng to Japan at double the price. They had feared its market price would crash due to an excessive harvest. Someone reacted with shock. What? The two men exchanged a gift, but the king's advisor was suspicious. He figured that the request for 100 ships was just an excuse to add ginseng to their trade. It was all a big scam. The advisor continued, seeing the bigger picture. Tsushima Island was just a middleman, he realized. Someone on the Japanese mainland must want ginseng really badly. The advisor's suspicion grew. It was probably the head of the Uchi clan, he thought. That family was always causing trouble. Uchi clan head Uchi Norihiro was a real piece of trash. Back when King Jongjong was on the throne, he demanded their Jola province, claiming it belonged to his ancestors. King Sejong sighed, feeling helpless. Frustrating as it was, they didn't even have a proper map of Japan. How could they deal with these threats if they didn't even know the land? King Sejong realized that Shin Suk-ju should have made maps when he visited Japan, but then he remembered that he'd taken him to Ming instead. The advisor looked absolutely furious. He yelled that they should show force to those faithless and rude barbarians, just like His Majesty had done before. King Sejong's face softened, a tear forming in his eye, but their main forces were currently deployed to the north, he explained. The advisor paused, looking towards King Sejong. He was waiting for the king to give him an order. The advisor listened with a furrowed brow. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The Ochi clan head looked absolutely furious. He demanded to know why the ginseng had been sold at half price. Because of that foolish action, the Ochi clan now knew its market value. Tsushima Island Lord So Shigemoto was in a panic. The Ochi clan had started mining silver and wanted direct trade with Joseon, which was a big problem. If they did nothing, Joseon would bypass them completely and trade directly with the Ochi clan. Then they'd starve to death. But if they moved recklessly, they'd be killed. He was frozen in terror. The Ochi clan head told him to go to Joseon. He was giving him one last chance to fix the situation. If he failed, he would have to commit seppuku. The two men rode their horses down the mountain path. They were headed towards the eastern hills in present-day Busan. This interpreter, named Shin Suk-ju, had quite the build and was an impressive horseman too. The official from Eastern Hills had met this interpreter, Shin Suk-ju, who had quite the build and was an impressive horseman. Delete entire panel. Someone said that someone else would explain it better than they could. They told them to travel to Hanyang with Shin Suk-ju. The two men arrived at the large mansion. The horses were tied up outside, waiting patiently. Su-young stared at the huge mansion. He wondered who exactly this northern general was that wanted to meet him. One of the guards yelled at Su-young, asking why on earth he was there. Another man interrupted, asking why there were TOI here and telling someone to watch their mouth and not call them that. Someone responded angrily to being called TOI, calling the speaker a disrespectful little brat. One of the guards looked at Su-young threateningly and asked if he was looking to get beaten up. Someone yelled, "You bastards!" in anger. A man in armor stepped forward, his voice booming with authority. He demanded to know what they were doing to his guest, revealing that the man they were accosting was Grand Prince Su-young. The man in armor smiled, his expression warm and welcoming. He remarked that Su-young had come a long way. The man in armor apologized for calling so late at night. He seemed genuinely sorry for the inconvenience. Su-young casually mentioned that it seemed like the gift he sent had caused a bit of a misunderstanding. The man in the wide-brimmed hat listened intently, his expression unreadable. The man in the hat repeated the word gift, his tone suggesting suspicion. Su-young watched him carefully, waiting for his reaction. Su-young explained that he had sent 180 gun of wild ginseng found in the mountains. He admitted that it was useful, but perhaps too large a gift, quickly brushing it off as nothing of consequence. Su-young continued, explaining that the sulfur they received in exchange had been crucial for making gunpowder. He added that the copper was also very useful in crafting cannons for their northern expeditions. Su-young thought to himself that he needed to maintain the facade of a strong, ignorant general. He wondered if his performance was convincing enough. The man in the hat complimented Su-young, saying he was like a peerless national hero. He added that Su-young looked capable of solving problems with sheer strength alone, even without sulfur or copper. Su-young explained that they had done all right, subduing the Jurchen tribes, but their numbers were overwhelming. Since they'd been battling the Mongols too, they ran low on supplies, which prompted him to sell the ginseng. Su-young continued, saying that because the ginseng was sold hastily, the royal court wasn't even aware of it. He hoped that the man in the hat would believe his explanation. The man in the hat then mentioned that in Japan, the Mongols were called Mukuri. He seemed to be making a connection to something. The listener reacted in shock, asking if these were the same Mukuri who crushed the Kamakura shogunate. He wondered why they would be fighting Joseon now, looking extremely worried. Su-young recalled that a few things had happened in the past. He had once captured the Mongol king, Taisun Khan, but the guy managed to escape in the dead of night. Su-young's face tightened with regret. He muttered that he should have killed him right then and there. The listener looked at Su-young with doubt. He asked what kind of damage they had suffered because of that incident. Su-young explained that the profit they made from the ginseng was huge. That profit came with a cost. Bandits and thieves became jealous and repeatedly tried to steal the ginseng. The situation was getting worse. The desperate people were even willing to trade directly with Joseon themselves. At this rate, things would get really bad. The people were terrified. They were sure that they would either be attacked and killed or starve to death. The person bowed low to the ground, begging for help. They were completely desperate. Su-young smiled, understanding their plight. He told them that they had truly had a tough time. He told them to get up. Su-young's eyes lit up. A good idea just came to him. The table was set with a variety of foods. It was a moment of calm before the storm. Su-young stepped forward, a plan forming in his mind. He offered to personally meet the shogun and give him ginseng seeds, suggesting they try growing their own. Su-young continued, laying out his plan. He would head to Japan personally as part of the diplomatic mission, hand over all the ginseng to the shogun, and ensure that trading with Tsushima Island would continue as usual. The man's face lit up with relief. He was overcome with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes as he thanked Soo-young profusely. The man bowed low, still overwhelmed. He wondered aloud how he could ever repay this kindness. Soo-young grinned, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. He told the man that it was too early to be thanking him. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Japan, stood the Nanzen Temple. It was a place of peace and contemplation. Inside the temple, a monk spoke to a man, his voice firm but respectful. He urged the man to stop pretending to be detached from worldly matters and help with national affairs. The man turned to the monk, concern etched on his face. He wondered if they were saying that even the mighty Ming needed Joseon's help. Ganrei Hosokawa Katsumoto explained the situation. To secure the supplies needed for the war, Joseon was sending ginseng seedlings and seeds. The man couldn't believe that Joseon was willing to give away their precious ginseng, even the seeds. Was it all just for copper and sulfur? The man kneeling before him reported that Grand Prince Soo-young himself was joining this diplomatic mission. The news was shocking. The man's face was grim. He declared that they had to head for Akamagaseki right away. Yamana Mochitoyo looked intense. He said that he had to meet that man himself, referring to Soo-young. October 1453, Byokrando, and the fleet set sail. The ships cut through the waves, heading towards Akamagaseki. The worker stirred the bucket, wrinkling his nose. He wondered what this smelly black soil from Gyeongwon was even for. One of the men explained that they tested it. Applying it to ships stopped sea worms from boring into the hull, which greatly extended the ship's lifespan. The man emphasized that they especially needed to apply it to ships headed to Japan. It was vital to protect those ships. Standing on the dock, a man looked at the group. He told everyone to wrap this up properly and not screw it up. The man raised his fist with a wide smile. Since the ship carried the name Bang Gil-ju, he said that they needed to ensure a proper finish. It was a matter of pride. 1 month went by. A lot could change in that time. 2 men stood on the deck of the ship. One recalled that the last time they sailed to Ming together was 10 years ago, hoping they could pull off another miracle in 12 days. Someone expressed concern, but the other man insisted his body was quite strong now. A man called out, "Hyung!" Prince Anpyeong greeted the arriving master monk. He thanked him for the opportunity to build connections with the Buddhists in Japan, mentioning that he personally came in a palanquin. Prince Anpyeong explained that he caused offense to the Buddhist community during the last Chuseok with his Naisarin performance. He added that it had been weighing on his mind ever since, so he was thankful for a chance to make amends. The master monk smiled, his heart as wide as the ocean. He had clearly already forgotten about the offense. It was water under the bridge. Prince Anpyeong grinned, saying that he'd be serving as vice envoy for this diplomatic mission, while his Hyung would serve as chief envoy. He added that there wouldn't be a more prestigious mission than this one. Soo-young's eyes narrowed slightly as he listened. He simply said something. Prince Anpyeong looked up at the sky, a wide smile on his face. He said that he, too, greatly looked forward to it. Even though they were headed on a diplomatic mission, Soo-young insisted that they couldn't skip their bodybuilding training. He had already ordered the weights to be loaded onto the ship. One of his men looked up at him, amazed, and said that Soo-young was truly tireless. Another mumbled a prayer. Suddenly, a man shouted, "No! Absolutely not." He looked like he'd just realized something awful. He thought to himself that he'd overlooked something important. The man continued his rant, saying he'd rather swim to Japan himself. He was not getting on that ship. He pointed out that they were from Liaodong, and while they might have seen small riverboats, they had probably never been on the open sea. Another man chimed in, complaining about the journey. He wondered what was going on, since he'd heard they would have to keep sailing even after they arrived in Japan. At this rate, he said, they'd all shrivel up and die. Soo-young reassured the man, telling him not to worry. He would talk to the Japanese officials and arrange for them to travel by land once they arrived. The man looked at him, surprised, and asked if he could really do that. Soo-young's eyes widened as the weight of the situation crashed down on him. He realized it was up to him to make this mission work. He was like, what? The idea of moving 600 envoys across land was just ridiculous. It would be disrespectful to the Japanese officials and completely unreasonable. But then Soo-young thought, if he was going to play the part of a reckless brute general, this was the perfect approach. It suited the image he was trying to project. One of Soo-young's men panicked, begging him to calm down. He tried to reassure the others, saying that Soo-young knew what he was doing, even if it didn't look like it. Soo-young ignored their concerns and shouted out the order. All right, set sail. About 2 weeks later, the ship arrived in Nagato, Japan. The journey had been long, but they were finally there. The locals stared at the ship as it approached the shore. They wondered what the strange black ship was and told each other to move aside. The spy smirked, pleased that they had skipped Tsushima Island. This meant he could sneak in with the Kyosan delegation and keep an eye on them for a few days. The ship slowly moved closer to the dock, casting a long shadow over everything. The air was thick with anticipation. The people looked up, surprised. They wondered if the door was too small or if the man was just that big. The man holding the reins couldn't help but stare up in awe. He thought the horses were big and the men even bigger. He told Su-young to be careful as he got off, since they were so high up. Su-young looked down at the man with a smirk. He told him that he was the one who should be careful, not the other way around. Su-young hopped off the horse with a thud. He greeted the people with a loud voice. Su-young introduced himself as Grand Prince Su-young, the chief envoy of Joseon's diplomatic mission. A man stepped forward, looking a bit nervous. He introduced himself as Ochi Norihiro, the representative of the Ochi clan. Someone looked shocked, exclaiming in disbelief. Someone shouted excitedly that it was land, that Japan's land wasn't floating on water, and that they thought they'd die on that boat. Someone noticed people wearing furs and identified them as toy. They remarked that the hosts must be incredibly wealthy if they're using them as bodyguards, and expressed desire for a piece of that fur. A man in red robes greeted them warmly. He said that they had prepared a banquet for them to relax after their long journey and asked if they would join him. He seemed pleased when they accepted. Someone asked who those monks were. Another person explained that famous monks from various temples in Kyoto had gathered to greet the honored guests from Joseon. One monk introduced himself as Sozin from the Nanzen Temple in Kyoto. Su-young looked closely at one of the monks. He realized that he recognized one of the figures from pre-Sengoku period Japan. The monk was Yamana Sozin. Turns out, after becoming a monk to give his son power, he kept controlling everything from behind the scenes. Su-young realized something. Yamana Sozin being there had to be for political reasons. Su-young grinned, clearly pleased with how things were going. He said that's exactly why he brought him, calling it a fortunate meeting. Su-young announced that they'd also brought along the venerable Buddhist master, Shinmi. One of the monks greeted them, stating that it was an honor to meet them, especially since they were introduced by the Grand Prince. He added that since they both spoke Sanskrit, they wouldn't need any translators. Another monk looked completely lost, muttering that he didn't understand what was going on. The first monk replied that he also spoke Sanskrit. He complimented Master Shinmi, saying that he had profound wisdom for someone from Joseon, adding that it was a pleasure to meet him. He stammered, impressed by the monk from Joseon's knowledge. Su-young smirked, thinking to himself that if he hadn't brought Master Shinmi along, they'd keep trying to spy on him. Suddenly, the system flashed a message. Nice try. The room was quiet, filled with the soft sounds of the monks. Attendants moved around silently, preparing the banquet. The air was thick with the smell of incense and anticipation. A woman with pale skin held a sake bottle, tilting her head slightly. Her expression was unreadable, a mix of curiosity and something else. Ochi Norihiro waved his hands dismissively. He insisted that they would pour their own drinks, his tone firm. Su-young echoed the sentiment, adding that he was fine as well. He didn't seem pleased with the arrangements. The woman insisted that they were honored guests and should let her serve them, but Ochi Norihiro and Su-young both politely declined, stating that they were fine. The scene showed someone pleading desperately, their voice filled with panic and refusal. Ochi Norihiro presented a steaming hot pot. He explained that since they had traveled all the way from Joseon, he had specially prepared a hot pot with mountain whale meat for them to enjoy. The text explained that Japanese hadn't eaten regular meat openly since around the 600s. The meal was probably prepared especially for them, a sign of honor. Someone examined the meat with disgust, wondering what wild whale was, and realizing it was actually wild boar. They noticed the blood wasn't drained properly, causing an awful smell. Someone asked Yang if the meat was good for his taste. Yang responded that something was very wrong. Ochi Norihiro held out a cup, offering it with a polite smile. He suggested that maybe some pepper would make the meal more to their liking. One of the Hoseon delegates slammed his hands on the table, standing up abruptly. He looked absolutely furious, declaring that something was very wrong with the food. The delegate raised his voice, his face red with anger. He declared that even though they might be considered barbarians, they still knew how to properly respect meat, and demanded that they be served properly prepared, quality meat. The delegate continued to rant, explaining that even the Jurchens, known for their love of good quality pork, wouldn't stand for this. He was clearly disgusted. Ochi Norihiro looked taken aback by the outburst, his smile faltering. He seemed to realize that something was seriously off, unsure how to respond to the sudden anger. Ochi Norihiro seemed to understand that the Hoseon delegation was angry. He suggested that they go hunting. He wondered if that would make things better. A chest overflowing with valuable furs, was presented to the delegation. It was offered as payment for the privilege of hunting on their mountain for a day. Ochi Norihiro, still on horseback, said that he would accept punishment if their hospitality was bad, but Suyang just waved it off, saying he was worried about muscle loss. Uchi Norihiro looked confused, wondering if muscle loss was a common disease. With that, the hunting party set off into the wilderness. They were all mounted on horses, ready for the hunt. Just as the hunt was about to begin, a man in yellow robes shouted for them to wait. He looked concerned. Someone looked completely shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing and asked, "What the heck is this?" The person's eyes widened as they stared off into the distance. They were clearly taken aback by whatever they saw. A man on horseback rode away at full speed. Someone shouted after him, calling him father-in-law. Someone looked absolutely furious. They yelled, "You idiot! Follow me quickly," with their face red with anger. Turns out, this sudden hunting trip wasn't just a friendly outing. It was a cover for spying all along. The man in the royal robes declared that the Joseon king had lost his mind and sent his own brother as a vanguard to invade them. The man on horseback shouted that he wouldn't let that happen, but then he paused, realizing someone was missing. He wondered where they had gone. The horse's hooves crashed through the undergrowth. Each step was a display of raw power, leaving a trail of crushed leaves and broken branches. Suddenly, a massive wild boar charged through the forest, its tusks gleaming. It was moving fast, clearly on the hunt for something. The man yanked on the horse's reins, cursing under his breath. He had clearly realized something was wrong, and it was bad. The man chased after the boar, his feet pounding against the forest floor. Leaves scattered as he ran, trying to catch up to the animal. The punch landed with a deafening thud, sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow was enough to make the air shimmer. Two boars lay lifeless on the ground, defeated by a single blow. One was flipped on its back, tongue lolling out, a testament to the raw power it had faced. The Japanese delegate stared in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The delegate trembled, comparing Suyang to a demon. He was practically an oni, a creature of immense power and destruction. Someone riding their horse addressed Sozin, asking what brings a venerable monk like him all the way here, or if they should address him as the head of the Uchi clan instead. Delete this panel. Sozin realized that this man saw through everything. He had to be careful. Sozin told him that he had come because he was worried that there would be too much needless killing, or that the common people might suffer because of their hunting. Sozin apologized for causing concern, but added that his men were greatly enjoying themselves. Suyang was having the time of his life. He shouted that the mountains were the best, and nothing beat riding a horse. He was clearly enjoying the hunt. Suyang suddenly announced that he'd changed his mind about traveling by sea. Sozin, surprised by this sudden change of plans, asked him to repeat himself. Suyang offered to pay generously. He asked if they could be allowed to travel by land instead of by sea. He seemed pretty determined. Sozin looked absolutely shocked. He asked Suyang what he had just said. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Suyang said he knew it was a heavy burden on the Ochi clan, but he added that since they had the esteemed monk accompanying them, he was sure they'd be able to handle it just fine. Sozin's eyes widened, realizing what was happening. Suyang sweetened the deal even further. He added that he would also send generous gifts to the Nanzen temple in Kyoto. Suyang started to say something, but he seemed unsure of himself. He paused, as if reconsidering his words. The monk stroked the animal. Since he was a wise and understanding man, Suyang was sure he grasped his meaning clearly. Sozin smiled back, seemingly understanding Suyang's intentions. He said he would trust him on this. A member of the Aochi clan reacted in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, asking if the entire envoy was really going to travel over land all the way to Kyoto. The hunting party tore through the mountains, hunting as they went. They were using Suyang's name as an excuse for their actions. It was pretty messed up. How could such a barbaric brute be the official envoy leader? The monk looked absolutely furious. He couldn't believe it. Was this guy really the brother of the king of Joseon? Days later, they arrived at the Kyoto Nanzen temple. The temple looked peaceful. "Master, you've returned earlier than expected." The man looked completely shocked. The monk hurried back to the temple. He yelled for his master, hoping he was nearby. The monk knelt before his master, completely out of breath. The master looked at him with concern, asking what on earth had happened. The monk explained that as soon as they arrived, that ignorant prince went hunting. He couldn't believe the nerve of the man. The monk continued, complaining that the prince then used the boars and deer to prepare dishes called sunjaguk and suyuk. He looked absolutely disgusted. Dim ranted that it was blood soup and boiled pork. He said the prince threw a feast before stubbornly insisting they travel only by land. That senseless fool had no idea how much trouble he was causing. The man with the mustache listened carefully to what the other man was saying. He seemed to be considering his words, trying to understand the meaning behind them. Dim looked absolutely furious. He couldn't believe that someone like that could possibly be the official envoy leader. The man with the mustache thought for a moment. Perhaps Grand Prince Suyang already knew who Dim was and acted deliberately to unsettle him. The man with the mustache continued. He suggested that perhaps Suyang should be addressed as the head of the Uchi clan instead. Certainly, Suyang wasn't completely oblivious. Dim looked down, thinking to himself. He decided that Grand Prince Suyang couldn't possibly be a man of much learning. The story jumped back 7 days. The events that followed would reveal the truth. Dim watched from around the corner. His eyes narrowed. He was going to find out exactly what was going on in that man's scheming mind. Suyang continued to lift the heavy weights. He added another plate, pushing himself to the limit. Yang struggled, his face contorted. He grunted, wondering why this was so heavy. Suyang scoffed, remarking that men from Japan couldn't even handle a single 40-gun weight plate properly. He then called out to Yang for help. The envoy knew there was no other choice. His hand pressed down on the document, sealing their fate. Suyang grinned as he lifted the weight. He felt the burn in his muscles, and he knew he'd found the perfect weight to push himself. The bald man watched, completely stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suyang continued his workout, ignoring the stares. The bald man's jaw dropped as he watched Suyang. He had lifted 40-gun weights on both sides with ease. The member of the Uchi clan admitted that Suyang was undoubtedly a naturally born warrior, but he figured a man who spent all his time building muscle couldn't have much scholarly depth. That seemed logical to Sozin. The Uchi clan member added that even someone as thoughtless as Suyang wouldn't dare behave so freely once he reached Kyoto. The Uchi clan member stood in the moonlight, looking calm. He asked Sozin not to worry too much. The Uchi clan member gripped his sword tightly. He repeated. Several days later, at the imperial residence, a formal greeting was announced. Hosokawa Katsumoto knelt formally, introducing himself as the advisor to the shogun. He seemed like a serious guy. Grand Prince Suyang stepped forward, introducing himself as the leader of the diplomatic mission. He then presented Grand Prince Pyong as the deputy envoy. Suyang noticed a monk and wondered where he had gone. The man looked annoyed, sweat beading on his forehead. He seemed really uncomfortable. Suyang thanked the monk for his hard work. The hosts invited the envoys to rest after their long journey. They were told to sit comfortably while they waited for the shogun to arrive shortly. The room was filled with people sitting at tables, waiting. A heavy silence filled the air as everyone anticipated the shogun's arrival. 2 women peeked through the sliding doors, watching the scene unfold. They seemed curious about what was happening. A man wearing a fancy hat looked at the envoys. He seemed to be assessing them. Dim announced that the child was Ashikaga Yoshimasa, the incompetent shogun who sparked the Onin War, but also a figure who greatly influenced Japanese culture. Dim joked that he was the originator of Weebu culture, and that all Japanese culture came from him, the one who built the Weebu foundation of today. The envoys bowed low, offering a formal greeting. They announced that they humbly greeted the Seitai shogun of Japan. The shogun smiled warmly as he returned the greeting. He said that they were known as heaven-sent warriors, and that their presence was truly impressive. Suyang looked at the shogun with a hint of disbelief. He thought to himself that the shogun seemed too young, though the exact age was unclear from his observation. The shogun continued speaking. He said that actually he had seen them approaching from afar. The sound of hooves echoed loudly as Suyang and his group approached on horseback. They rode up the steps towards the building. The envoy's eye widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The shogun's eyes locked onto Suyang's horse. He said that your horse had caught his eye immediately. The shogun continued, asking if he could paint a picture of your horse. The envoy beside him looked confused by the odd request. The envoy was clearly outraged. He thought to himself that during their very first diplomatic meeting, he was asking to draw a picture of a horse. The envoy balled his fists. He thought this behavior was incredibly rude, and the stress was making him almost pee himself. The shogun asked if he could draw your horse. The request hung in the air, thick with unspoken questions. The envoy was losing it. He thought to himself that this was incredibly rude. He couldn't believe the shogun was acting on his own whim. The envoy changed his tone, saying that the shogun must enjoy painting and architecture quite a bit. The shogun responded, saying that he also had some skill in calligraphy and art. Grand Prince Pyong interjected enthusiastically, saying that he'd heard the deputy envoy was very knowledgeable in art. He suggested that they sit separately and discuss it further, leaving the tedious political talk to the others. The shogun suggested they go and draw Hyukwu. Someone asked if that was the horse's name. The response confirmed it was, adding that there was an interesting story behind the name. The shogun then changed the subject, suggesting that they start discussing the matter of ginseng. Grand Prince Onpyeong stepped forward, holding a box with both hands. He looked serious, presenting its contents with utmost care. One of the men exclaimed that it was a seedling of the famous ginseng. He was impressed that it hadn't wilted at all, even after such a long journey. Someone remarked that the shogun, who only likes to play around, should just keep playing. Suddenly, a voice declared that he would handle all matters concerning ginseng himself. There was no room for discussion. He addressed the group sternly. He explained the process. First, you peel the outer layer from the ginseng seeds, then dry them thoroughly. After that, using your finger, make a hole exactly where the ginseng previously grew and plant it there, he instructed. One of the men, dressed in blue robes, looked up, surprised. He asked what the chances were that it would sprout successfully. The man looked shocked. One of the men questioned if an 1/10 success rate was too low. It sounded like a loss, he thought. Soo-young thought to himself that if he explained this himself, it wouldn't match the image he'd shown so far. So, Hyung had recommended Yi Gukgam, who was skilled at speaking. Yi Gukgam carefully examined the ginseng root. He said that usually, one ginseng root like this. Yi Gukgam explained that one ginseng root like that one usually yielded about 60 seeds. He looked up, waiting for a reaction. Yi Gukgam asked if it wasn't enough, if even just 6 seeds sprouted and grew. Yi Gukgam decided he would only teach them the bare minimum planting technique. The other man nodded, listening carefully. He said that it made sense when it was put that way. Soo-young thought about the others. He figured they'd probably rack their brains trying to grow ginseng and make a fortune. One of the envoys said that opinions were pretty split on how to share the ginseng. It seemed like it wouldn't be settled in a day or two, so he suggested ending today's talks there. One of the envoys stared intensely. He declared that the final decision maker wasn't those people. One of the envoys declared that the final decision maker was the shogun, Ashikaga Yoshimasa. The envoy continued, noting that since the shogun was currently paired with Grand Prince Onpyeong, a renowned cultural figure, things looked favorable. The envoy concluded that it was only a matter of time before Yoshimasa took Joseon's side. 3 days passed. The moon hung high in the sky above the castle. Soo-young was shocked. A festival. Soo-young pumped iron, but he looked absolutely puzzled. It wasn't even a special day. So what was this sudden festival about? Hyung explained that at Ryoanji Temple, he'd been talking about the painting Soo-young made. Then, he briefly mentioned Hyukwu and Soo-young's accomplishments. Hyung continued, saying that the shogun suddenly insisted on holding a festival because he wanted to see Soo-young's martial skills. He sounded just as surprised as Soo-young was. Soo-young looked concerned. Holding a festival would be costly and create a lot of extra work. Besides, what exactly did the shogun want to see him do? It seemed to come out of nowhere. The day of the festival arrived. The crowd roared as they announced the arrival of the Grand Prince from Joseon. The crowd went wild, throwing money into the air. They announced that he was the leader of the infamous toy warriors, the mighty general who crushed those cruel Mukuri and Kokuri barbarians. Someone commented that it reminded them of a Shinto custom, where people throw money at the emperor's procession. But this was something else entirely. Money was flying in from every direction, and he didn't know what to do. The man chuckled, telling his friend to just think of it as raining money. He seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. The other man wasn't so thrilled. He said he'd rather pass on a rain of coins, especially Ming currency. He looked annoyed. The festival was being held at Ryoanji Temple in Kyoto. The place was packed with people eager to see the Grand Prince. As Soo-young approached the temple, he was greeted by a line of armored men. A voice boomed from the entrance, welcoming him and acknowledging the long journey he'd undertaken. The greeter beamed, telling Soo-young that he had heard amazing things about his strength. He added that he'd prepared many things for him, urging him to enjoy himself. Hyung asked what exactly his friend had told the greeter. The other man replied that he had only mentioned the incident Hyukwu. The man continued, explaining that he told the story of when Hyukwu's owner died and the horse charged at Soo-young in a rage. He added that he told the story of how Soo-young had caught the horse, threw it down, and pinned it by the neck until it submitted. It was the story of how Hyukwu was so moved by Soo-young's strength. The man said that it was because of Soo-young's incredible strength that the horse willingly became his. Soo-young had truly tamed the beast. Soo-young thought to himself that his plan to look like a muscle-bound brute had worked out perfectly. He let out a laugh at the thought. 2 men looked up at Soo-young, staring at his massive bicep. One of them declared that they were no less when it came to strength. The man stomped his foot on the ground to emphasize his point. The ground shook slightly from the force. The man gestured towards two incredibly muscular men. He announced that these were Rikishi, masters of sumo wrestling. The man introduced them as masters of sumo wrestling, personally trained by various daimyos. These Rikishi were serious business. Su-young realized that Rikishi was just the name for sumo wrestlers. He let out a small laugh, finally understanding what was happening. Su-young thought that sumo wrestlers had a decent amount of muscle, but they mainly bulked up by eating heavily and training frequently. He figured they probably wanted him to show off his strength in a sumo match. But Su-young wondered how he, a total novice, could possibly follow their rules and win fairly. He wasn't sure if he could pull this off. Su-young decided that he refused to play along with such an unfair proposal. He wouldn't let them trick him. Su-young admitted he didn't know much about sumo rules. He paused, thinking of a different way to show off his strength. Su-young suggested a different challenge. He proposed that they move the palanquin, which usually needed several men to lift. He clenched his fist, showing the power he had. He was talking about a palanquin that took several men to lift. Su-young flexed, showing off his muscles. He proposed they use only their own strength to move it. The sumo wrestler was shocked by Su-young's physique. He wondered how Su-young had built such a perfect body without a gut. Someone, likely a spectator or official, was impressed by Su-young's muscles, calling it a magnificent physique. He then told the Rikishi to try moving the palanquin. The Rikishi approached the palanquin. He bent down, grabbed the wooden supports, and tried to lift it, grunting with effort. His face turned red as he strained every muscle in his body. He was clearly struggling with the weight, sweat pouring down his face. He continued straining with all his might, muscles trembling under the effort. With a final cry of effort, he gave everything he had, his body shaking from the extreme exertion. The Rikishi's face was beet red, veins popping out as he gave it everything he had. He couldn't believe it. It was impossible. The thing wouldn't even budge. The Rikishi collapsed to the ground, totally spent. He was panting heavily, realizing that this couldn't be done by human strength alone. It was something else entirely. Su-young stepped forward, looking confident. He figured he'd give it a try. He was sure that with his training, he could get it done. Su-young examined the situation, thinking strategically. He figured that pushing from behind would be a bad idea, putting him at a disadvantage. Su-young explained his plan. He was going to wrap the rope around his chest and pull with his entire body. He was going to show them what real strength looked like. Su-young stared intensely, his face a mask of concentration. He was going to show them how it was done, using only the pure strength of his lower body. He braced himself, the rope digging into his skin. He pulled with all his might, ready to show everyone the power of his training. The sumo wrestlers watched, their eyes wide with disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It looked impossible. The crowd watched in amazement. One of the men gasped, completely shocked by what was happening. A voice echoed in Su-young's head, telling him to take the stance of the squat exercise. He could feel every muscle fiber screaming as he prepared to lift. The system urged him to focus every muscle in his body into pulling strength. Su-young grit his teeth, his face contorted with effort. The wheel turned slightly, kicking up dust. It was moving, just barely. The man stared, his jaw dropping. How could he possibly move it the moment he applied force? Oh my God, he's actually moving a palanquin that several men can barely budge. The crowd started to murmur. Then the chanting began. It was Grand Prince Su-young's name, over and over. The chanting grew louder as Su-young pulled harder. Grand Prince Su-young, once you take the first step, there's no turning back. He had to keep going. He dug his feet into the ground, feeling the dirt crunch beneath his shoes. He knew his body would naturally follow, even if it was hard. Sweat poured down his face as he strained, but he didn't care. The thrill and sense of achievement filled him up with power. Suddenly, a voice shouted something. Someone rushed forward, telling Su-young to stop right away. He was worried Su-young would hurt himself. Su-young yelled back, declaring that he had the perfect body, granted to him by his royal father. The words echoed with power, filling the air. Su-young declared that he had perfected himself. Su-young stood tall, his muscles bulging as if carved from stone. Behind him, a dragon seemed to materialize, a symbol of the raw power he now possessed. The crowd stared in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. Someone gasped, saying that his physique looked as if a dragon had come to life. The shogun announced that the festival would now truly begin. Confetti rained down as the crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the display of strength. One of the men asked if he would really give him the painting. The other man replied that of course he would. He said that if another beautiful scene appeared before him, he would gladly paint that too. The city stretched out below, a tapestry of buildings and streets. One of the men exclaimed that it was as if the scenery of Chang'an itself was unfolding before his eyes. He added that the other man had claimed it was worthless enough to burn, yet now he was proudly boasting. The other man replied that he was far too kind. He thought thought to himself that now was the perfect moment, while the shogun was in high spirits. The shogun looked relaxed and happy. One of the men told the shogun that there was something he'd like to ask of him. He said it was a matter regarding the Ochi clan. The shogun asked what about them. The man explained that the Ochi clan claimed descent from Prince Hitoyoshi China, one of their country's ancient ancestors. One of the men insisted that Baekje had fallen 800 years ago, so such a claim was absurd. Another man agreed with him, emphasizing his point. One of the men suggested that they should take a look at Japan's historical records. He thought it would be best to determine what was right and wrong from them. The shogun explained that the ancient records were kept at Shusen, but since that place belonged to the Tenno, it was difficult for just anyone to enter freely. He said he would have the records copied and sent to them himself. Grand Prince Suyang was suspicious. He wondered if it was really that simple. The shogun then asked if, in exchange, Grand Prince Suyang could show them another feat of strength. Grand Prince Suyang said he'd brought his bow along just in case. From above, the group looked down at the massive bow and arrows. One of them commented that the arrows looked more like spears than arrows. Someone asked if all Joseon bows were this massive, but another person replied that only Suyang's bow was this big. Grand Prince Suyang held the massive bow in his hands, the muscles in his arms bulging. He looked like he was ready to show off his archery skills. Grand Prince Suyang's eyes narrowed as he focused on his target. He was completely locked in, ready to show them what he could do. The arrow shot forward with incredible force. The air crackled as it flew. The crowd gasped as they watched the arrow fly. They were clearly impressed by the power behind it. One of the observers clapped his hands together, grinning. He thought it was truly impressive. Grand Prince Suyang laughed and boasted that he'd given the Mukuri quite a scare with this bow. He then called out to Sir Depi. One of the men asked if they should present the festival budget report to the shogun. The other man told him to forget about it. The man held his fan up, a slight smile on his face. He figured the kid wouldn't get it anyway. The discussion moved on to the specifics of the trade. For 200 gon of ginseng, they'd get 100,000 gon of copper, sulfur, and water buffalo horns. It was also decided that the shogun would handle the distribution of the seeds himself. The negotiators sat around the table, deep in discussion. They still hadn't agreed on a price for the seeds, so they considered accepting skilled workers as payment instead. The man with the hat explained that the seeds wouldn't bring in money right away. Plus, it would take time for the people to get used to the land. He thought that made it a fair trade. The man with the fan leaned forward, his expression curious. He wanted to know who these skilled workers were. They needed 100 blacksmiths and 50 prospectors to make this deal work. The numbers were starting to get real, and around 200 fishermen would also be required. It was a lot of people to ask for, but the shogun seemed to be considering it. The shogun considered the offer carefully. He weighed the value of the ginseng seeds against the loss of so many skilled workers. Then, the shogun tapped his fan against his palm. It was a sign that he had come to a decision. The shogun announced that he would discuss it with the daimyos before making a final decision. The negotiations were moving forward, but nothing was set in stone yet. Turns out, the negotiations took some time. Several days later, the discussions continued. Among the craftsmen requested by Joseon, a blacksmith earned about 2 silver nyang per year. Someone stated it was too great a loss for them. Someone muttered, "Well, look at this guy." The speaker said that Grand Prince Suyang was acting nice and friendly in front of them, yet plotting a completely different scheme behind their backs. Someone muttered to themselves about being a muscle-headed general who couldn't logically refute him. Wondering what to do, the shogun cleared his throat. He stated that those who wish to receive ginseng seeds must provide the number of craftsmen requested by Joseon. The shogun added that the seeds would be allocated according to the proportion of people sent, so they should spread the word clearly. Someone shouted in shock. "Pardon?" One of the men spoke up. He said the shogun just told them. He continued, saying they had to figure it out themselves and send the craftsmen. One of the men was really upset. He yelled at the shogun, begging him to reconsider what he had said. He looked like he was about to lose it. The shogun stared down at them, his expression unreadable. He asked if they dared question his decision. He shouted, "Enough! Stop speaking!" He said they'd been arguing about nonsense for months, and he was tired of it. One of the men smirked, saying the other should have kept the shogun properly managed. The shogun told them to follow him. He added that before leaving, they should bring back some souvenirs. One of the men reached out, begging the shogun to listen. He insisted that this couldn't be the end of the matter, but it seemed his words were falling on deaf ears. Someone started wailing, the sound echoing through the temple grounds. The man in the hat explained that he was concerned someone might mess with what was written. He seemed serious about keeping the information safe. He continued, explaining that he had his court artists make a copy by hand. It was a painstaking process, but he seemed to think it was worth it. The man in the hat looked confident, as he stated that there shouldn't be any problems tabs with the content. He seemed sure of his methods. The man in the hat presented the documents, announcing that it was the Chronicles of Japan they'd asked for. The recipient looked at the stack of papers, considering the weight of the information they held. The man in the hat continued, mentioning that in modern times, texts like these would never be revealed, even upon death. The Chronicles of Japan lay there, a silent promise of secrets revealed. It was a stack of handwritten documents, bound with care. The man in the hat looked sure of himself. He stated that the transcription of the Chronicles should be perfect, and that he had already taken a look at it himself. The man in the hat confirmed that it seems Ochi is indeed descended from Baekja. The man in the hat emphasized that it was up to them to decide whether or not to reward Uchi. The decision was entirely theirs, he said. The man in the hat asked them to compare the Chronicles with other texts when they returned. He wanted them to really check out Uchi's territory and influence. The man in the hat expressed his gratitude. He said their stay had been wonderful, thanks to their generosity. With that, the diplomatic mission in Japan came to an end. The snowy castle town stood silent, as if holding its breath. Word arrived that the Jurchens had put on a display of their horseback riding skills at the festival. Then came the order. It was time to board the ships and head home. A man yelled at the top of his lungs, his face red with excitement. The snow swirled around him as he urged everyone to hurry. They had become pretty popular with the Japanese people, turns out. But even so, they still hated sailing on ships and couldn't wait to get back on solid ground. Another ship already? The man sighed, dreading the upcoming journey. He could already feel the seasickness creeping in. Grand Prince Anpyeong bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude for the chance to meet with the Japanese Buddhists. Grand Prince Anpyeong thought about Sozin. Grand Prince Anpyeong reflected on this. He hoped the ginseng seeds he had given them would amount to nothing more than a passing breeze. The seeds were a gift, but he still had his doubts. It was the 15th of January, the great full moon of the first month, a couple weeks after the Lunar New Year. The palace grounds were covered in snow, ready for the festival. The king acknowledged that the diplomatic trip had gone well. He could feel the soft fur of his royal garments. King Sejong had heard that Grand Prince Anpyeong enjoyed the festivals in Japan, even pulling a palanquin himself. He knew the shogun of Japan was negligent when it came to politics. King Sejong worried if the shogun could prevent troubles over the next decade. He knew from history that the Onin War resulted from an incompetent shogun. Jo Guk-gwan listened intently, his expression serious. He was thinking about the future of Japan. One of the men was still surprised that the other could see trouble coming. He changed the subject and asked if the other remembered the man he sent to Gaoyang. The man had gone north to free his illegitimate brother from slavery. The point was made. A sword was stabbed into a rock, confirming the agreement. The men continued to train. The man in charge had disciplined the uncooperative Jurchens using body's preparedness. This had significantly helped Gaoyang survive the harsh winter. His illegitimate brother had constructed brick buildings to block the northern winds. He was a strong man. Meanwhile, the man heard that the Japanese in Dongne were struggling with handling wrought iron and steel. It was a problem. Suyang crushed the training weight in his hand, thinking it would be ideal if the Japanese also met good leaders. That would greatly benefit the country. The man understood Suyang's concern. He chuckled, saying that many had viewed the diplomatic outcomes achieved by himself and Grand Prince Anpyeong negatively. The reason was that people were suspicious about why they personally handled relations with Japan. Jo Guk-gwan, newly appointed Minister of War, sat on the throne. He looked down at the others. Jo Guk-gwan believed they should have brought skilled warriors from Japan and acquired their swords, not just artisans. Japanese swords and Joseon swords were very different, not just in how they looked, but also in how they were made. Jo Guk-gwan thought that these artisans might struggle at first to make good weapons. Someone else thought, if only you knew how hard negotiations were. King Sejong. Japan was in serious need of good steel. Therefore, King Sejong held out his hand, and a strange energy glowed around it. He seemed to be concentrating, trying to make something happen. Suddenly, King Sejong grimaced, clutching his head. He looked like he was in pain, or maybe just confused by what he was seeing. The attention turned to a Japanese sword. It stood firm, ready for the test. Someone explained that the Japanese sword used wrought iron cores wrapped with hardened steel. The sword came down with incredible force, shattering the rocks into pieces. The impact sent fragments flying everywhere. King Sejong explained that Japanese smiths combined soft and hard iron to make their blades because they didn't have enough good iron. He added that if craftsmen who knew this method got good steel, they could make swords as good as the legendary ones. One of the men realized that he'd thought the Japanese made swords freely from good steel, but now he saw that they put incredible care into their work. Jo Guk-gwan admitted that he had foolishly misunderstood the king's deep insight. The king said it was fine. King Sejong announced that Grand Princes Suyang and Anpyeong and everyone else on the diplomatic mission would get rewards. He said they had done well, and now he could fully focus on making the body's preparedness for women. Suyang just smirked at that. He added that Yu was a capable leader. The speaker told Yu that he wanted him to head to Harbin. Yu looked absolutely shocked. He asked why he had to go to Taisun all of a sudden. It was June of 1454, along the Songhua River. The river flowed calmly through the landscape. Yi Jing-o had taken over from Kim Jong-seo in the north, but turns out he was too strict and didn't have the skills for scheming. The man on the boat told someone that they were skilled at strategy. He ordered them to wrap things up. He looked up, clearly regretting something. He thought to himself that he should have dealt with Taisun then. The man looked at the stacks of letters. He realized that all of them were sent by Taisun Khan. He had no idea that Taisun was so persistent. It was a letter from 5 years ago. He was recalling a past event. Turns out, after Taisun was thought to be dead following his capture by them, he returned alive. The man looked absolutely furious, his face red with rage. He pointed, ready to yell at anyone nearby. The situation went from bad to worse as they began blaming each other for the defeat. It was every man for himself now. The man yelled for the others to finish what they were saying and then get lost. He was clearly done talking to them, especially with the Ming forces pressing them after their retreat. The man scoffed, questioning if the others had ever even fought Suyang themselves. He looked absolutely unimpressed. They had no choice but to keep quiet after that. The consequences of speaking out were too great. 5 years had passed, and the wall between Ming and Oirat territory was finally complete. The man read from his book, sounding pretty pleased with himself, and joked about how scared stiff everyone must be. Ming was running out of money and would soon pull their troops from the area. The man stated that even Wang Chen's treasury was almost empty. He said that they would withdraw their troops from there too. The man said that no one wanted to go to Liaodong, but since Xiao Yutiang, who had fallen out of favor with his majesty, was stationed there, they didn't have to worry. He added that they mustn't get too greedy and that he would report it to the emperor. He said that naturally, conflict would reignite between Oirat and Mongol. The sound of fingers tapping echoed in the room. Someone was getting impatient. The man tapped his fingers. The man's smile widened. The boat finally reached the docks. A man on board announced that they had arrived. A heavy boot landed on the wooden planks of the dock. Someone complimented the crew, saying they did a good job. Li Gay looked around, taking in the new surroundings. He remarked that this must be Harbin, and that he thought there was a movie about it too. The village of Harbin was nestled amongst rolling hills. The air felt crisp and clean. 2 men bowed deeply as Grand Prince Suyang approached. They greeted him formally. Someone greeted Li Mangjeon and Li Gay as they arrived. The person welcomed them, acknowledging they had traveled a long way to get here. Grand Prince Suyang said he'd heard that Li Mangjeon was transferred for his excellent work in Gyeongwon. Grand Prince Suyang then turned to Li Gay. He said he'd heard that Li Gay was in charge of the docks and roads. He complimented him, saying he'd done well. Li Gay explained that he came straight here after finishing his tasks in Gyeongsang province. Grand Prince Suyang replied that Li Gay's extensive experience in that region would be a great help here. Grand Prince Suyang gestured toward the building. He announced that this was the military barracks. Grand Prince Suyang explained that the Jurchens didn't like to mix with their people, so they lived apart, way over on the west side of the fortress. Grand Prince Suyang smiled, inviting them to look around. He added that they'd be checking out the western area together this afternoon. The group started walking, their footsteps echoing through the area. Suddenly, a group of soldiers snapped to attention, greeting Grand Prince Suyang. Li Mengjian commented on how tight the discipline was around here. Grand Prince Suyang listened intently, his mind already racing with possibilities. The weight of command rested heavily on his shoulders. Someone asked about the 6th Firearms Unit, trained in the year of Shinmi, 1451. Were they inspecting the breech-loading cannons? One of the soldiers explained that with the carriage mounts, they could fire the cannons from almost anywhere. He seemed to think they'd be quite useful. Turns out, the previously developed hand cannon eventually became these breech-loading cannons. It was an impressive upgrade. The thing is, combining them with regular hand cannons wasn't easy because of portability issues and their limited range. It was a problem they still needed to solve. The man explained that overlapping rolls with mobile cannon carts was causing issues. The problem was that repeated firing tended to misalign the barrels or chambers, causing leakage. The man frowned. Breech-loading cannons of this era were still problematic, he admitted. Despite the problems, they were still better than hand cannons, so they'd have to make do. He then asked what the piles were for, and was told they were containers for explosive shells. The soldier looked concerned. Some of the containers tended to absorb moisture, which could cause misfires. The soldier insisted that they had to store them properly to avoid misfires at all costs. At that moment, he noticed Grand Prince Suyang and quickly apologized for not greeting him earlier. The man saw that Grand Prince Suyang looked pale and asked if something had happened. He suggested they step inside to talk. They went inside the building. The man wanted to discuss what Suyang had read in the letters. The man explained that Yexian was planning to marry his sister to Tai Sun. The goal was to legitimize his line as heirs of the Khan. Grand Prince Suyang added that, while it was ostensibly for legitimacy, Yexian surely intended to control the throne himself as regent. The man continued, noting that historically, Tai Sun couldn't even form a proper faction, so it was obvious that Yexian was the true power. The man explained that Tai Sun had been killed after fighting Usen, but in this timeline, both sides had their own armies. He noticed that Tai Sun's army was less than half the size of Yexian's, and wondered why. One of the men pointed out that even though their numbers seemed similar, fewer soldiers were willing to fight for Tai Sun. He suggested that sending troops to aid Tai Sun might be the only answer. The man warned that if they didn't do anything, all of the Mongols would fall under Yexian's control, which was a problem. The man added that such a situation would be bad news for their country. He looked concerned. One of the men worried that crossing the Songhua River would make it tough to get gunpowder to the troops. He also feared that sending troops across the river would alarm the Mongols. But Grand Prince Suyang told him not to worry, saying that the Mongols were already falling apart from the inside. Grand Prince Suyang realized that he initially wanted to watch the situation from a distance, but he now felt like they were about to jump right into the fire. He paused, thinking that something might work. The man suggested that they summon Tai Sun and arrange a marriage with Isen's sister. Someone chimed in, clarifying that Yexian and Usen were the same person, just with different names in different dialects. The two men looked absolutely stunned. They reacted in shock, clearly not expecting such a suggestion. The man explained that whatever Tai Sun chose would be bad for him. He added that Tai Sun would hate marriage even more. However, he suggested attaching a condition to this marriage. The man proposed making Yexian destroy Harbin as a condition. He reasoned that if they fought Yexian in Mongolia with their supply lines cut, it would be a disaster. The man reasoned that their losses would be terrible if they fought directly. So, he suggested luring the enemy to them instead. The man looked down at the table, a determined look on his face. He declared that the battle would be fought right here. The man explained that if they managed to defeat Yexian, his power would crumble. He added that Tai Sun's claim to the throne would become stronger. Far from the meeting room, the Jurchens were hard at work, building fences to the west of the fortress. They were helping to fortify their position. One of the men wondered if the Jurchens had been defeated. The other man replied that they hadn't, but they weren't friends with Esen either. He added that after hearing about their victories, the Jurchens were watching them carefully. The man squinted, shielding his eyes from the sun. He wondered aloud. A man was tending to his horse when the shout rang out. Someone announced, the news spreading like wildfire. Another man shouted, his voice booming across the area. A group of men gathered, looking concerned. One of them asked. Another added that they had found many things while building the fences. One of the men stepped forward, his expression serious. He asked if someone could take a look at what they had found. The man stared at the statue in his hands, turning it over carefully. He'd never seen anything like it before, with its many arms, before exclaiming that it was the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara. The man held the statue up, examining it closely. He commented on how detailed it was, and how much care must have gone into making it. One of the men stammered that the statue must be valuable, thanking the man for showing it. Then he asked if the man would take a look at his find too. More men crowded around, each eager to show off their own discoveries. They all clamored for the man to look at theirs as well. The man looked overwhelmed by the sudden surge of attention. He told them to calm down, one at a time, trying to restore some order. This terrain is gentle, with open plains. Finding numerous Buddhist artifacts suggests this place was likely the site of an ancient Balhai temple. From above, the group looked carefully at the artifacts they had found. They were determined to uncover the secrets of this forgotten place. The early Jin dynasty, originating from nomadic tribes, could not produce such craftsmanship. They couldn't let Balhai artifacts be mistaken for Jurchen relics. The man crouched down, carefully examining the artifact. He wanted to make sure he didn't miss any details. Most Jurchens are Buddhist, turns out. The man gently touched the ancient Buddha statue, feeling the worn stone under his fingertips. He put his hands together, thinking about how to use their faith. If they could cleverly utilize their faith, things might just work out. Two men prayed together, their heads bowed in quiet reverence. The silence silence was broken only by the soft rustling of the wind. From above, you could see a group of men praying around the Buddha statue. The men were hoping for a better future. He believed they could win over the Hachi Jurchens. It was a risky plan, but it might just work. The Khan sat alone, the weight of his responsibilities heavy on his shoulders. He had a lot to think about. Khan, a letter arrived asking you to come to Harbin. It says Grand Prince Suyang has something urgent to discuss. Suyang, that Yoseon prince, came north. Did he? Tai-sun looked absolutely furious, his teeth grinding. He told them to inform Suyang that he would go, declaring that he must see that brat's face again. The ancient relics lay scattered on the ground, radiating a strange energy. A voice declared that these relics belonged to Buddha and had to be returned to him. Two men stood with their hands clasped together, tears streaming down their faces. They agreed, saying, another man, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, gestured expansively. He declared that Buddha had revealed himself to the faithful in this distant northern land. The idea of building a temple to honor Buddha's presence was suggested. The group of men stared upwards, their faces filled with awe. They exclaimed that it was such a profound destiny, so moving. The man's eyes widened as he heard something completely unexpected. He looked absolutely stunned. The man explained that the relics the Jurchens had found in the west came from an old Balhae temple. He gestured towards the other man as he spoke. The man in the hat suggested that building a temple to honor the ancestors' memorial tablets would win the favor of the Hulun tribes. He seemed confident in his plan. The artifacts alone were enough to build at least a small temple. Nothing would be a better gift to the Jurchens, who still followed Buddhism. Inside the temple, a figure knelt in prayer, head bowed in reverence. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of peace and devotion. The man in the hat figured the Grand Prince must have his reasons for the temple. He said they could immediately request support and start construction. He then asked if the Grand Prince had a name in mind for the temple. The Grand Prince paused for a moment, building the suspense. He was about to reveal the name of the temple. The Grand Prince threw his arms up and shouted something. A nearby man muttered that it was probably because the Grand Prince's body looked like a black dragon. The Grand Prince quickly corrected him, explaining that the Songhua River flowed into the Black Dragon River at that location. He seemed a little embarrassed. The man in the hat said the Grand Prince could name it whatever he wanted. He then asked what the Grand Prince had just said, before quickly denying that he had said anything at all. The Grand Prince just laughed. 2 months later, the construction was complete. The new temple stood tall and proud. Grand Prince was bench pressing inside the temple. He thought that iron barbells felt so much better than the wooden ones. He also thought it was kind of poetic to practice getting swole at a temple. A subordinate watched him, impressed. He agreed that it was all thanks to Grand Prince. He was truly grateful. Grand Prince told the subordinate to lower the weight a little more. The subordinate nervously replied that he would, sir. Grand Prince looked absolutely furious. He told the subordinate if he was only going to lower it that little, he might as well just use the barbell instead. The subordinate understood immediately. Grand Prince was still in the temple, lifting weights. He noted that it was finally quiet at night now. The subordinate watched him, trying not to make a sound. Grand Prince paused, thinking about the first month after opening the Black Dragon Temple. He sighed, remembering the chaos. Turns out, the Hulings all swarmed in, begging for their ancestors to be enshrined. Grand Prince thought the place was going to burst at the seams with all the people. Grand Prince figured it was all thanks to the power of the Black Dragon. He was glad that they wouldn't need to worry about internal stability when they were thrown into battle. He felt confident in their chances. Grand Prince stroked his chin. Speaking of that, he thought that he should be getting a response soon. He hoped it was good news. Turns out, it was Tai-sun Khan. He was on his way to meet with Grand Prince. The place looked pretty run down. He scoffed, saying it was a pathetic excuse for a residence, adding that it was supposedly from Joseon. The soldier looked at the people and sneered, wondering what they dressed the Jin dynasty leftovers in. He said it was like putting pearls on pigs, clearly unimpressed. The man's face was twisted in disgust. He thought it was a pathetic sight, whatever it was. Grand Prince told the guy to stop the chatter and just sit down. Tai-sun Khan asked if they had anything stronger, like Arki, but Grand Prince replied that they only had soju. Grand Prince watched Tai-sun Khan carefully. He wondered what was wrong with him, seeing him in such a state. Tai-sun Khan could barely stand up straight. He was slurring his words, clearly drunk. Tai-sun Khan kept drinking, pouring the liquid down his throat. He seemed desperate to forget something. Tai-sun Khan's hands were shaking badly as he lifted the bottle. It was clear he had lost a lot of muscle. Tai-sun Khan had become an alcoholic, so that's what it had come to. Tai-sun Khan was furious. He shouted, asking why he didn't get any support after all the letters and explanations he had sent. Tai-sun Khan leaned back back, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He asked if the Grand Prince wanted people calling him the Khan, who got too friendly with the Joseon bastards. Taisun Khan's face turned red with anger. He demanded to know if the Grand Prince even understood the situation he was in. The ground was littered with bodies, a grim reminder of the stakes. Taisun Khan explained that Asen was selectively killing the weaker members of the golden lineage. A man sat by a fire, tears streaming down his face. Taisun Khan revealed that even the 10,000 men he had left were relatives of those Asen had killed. Grand Prince Suyang suggested he just give up and marry Asen's sister. Taisun Khan didn't say anything. He just took a swig from his bottle, clearly annoyed. Taisun Khan spun around, looking absolutely furious. Taisun Khan clenched his fist. He accused the Grand Prince of spouting garbage because he knew he'd never get the throne. Taisun Khan shouted that if he fell, Joseon would be invaded. The Grand Prince stated he knew the situation. He told Taisun Khan to surrender, but impose a condition. He said that Joseon had established a stronghold in Harbin and was gathering the Jurchens. The Grand Prince continued, telling Taisun Khan to inform Asen that he would only marry after Asen drove Joseon out. The Grand Prince looked completely shocked and asked what Taisun Khan was talking about. He clearly wasn't expecting that. Just then, someone announced that the food was ready and to bring it in. The Grand Prince looked over and asked what it was. It was some kind of meat broth, full of chunks of meat and vegetables. It looked pretty good, actually. This stuff's strong. Asen, that bastard. He won't attack easily just because of conditions like that. He'd collected a decent amount of gunpowder weaponry. Someone yelled out that they'd found it, that it was here. The guys started loading the gunpowder weapons as fast as they could. They kept telling each other to hurry up and be quick about it. Someone yelled that they needed to hurry before Asen got there. His eyes were wide with fear. The tension was thick in the air. Someone screamed, cursing Khan's bastards. Someone screamed furiously that they were going to kill them all. Someone's hands gripped a weapon, ready to fire. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. A soldier looked up, his face frozen in terror. He gasped, realizing what was about to happen. The weapon fell quickly, casting a shadow over the soldier. There was no escape. Desperate hands reached out, trying to stop the weapon from falling. It was no use. Someone screamed for them to stop. Someone looked absolutely terrified, their eyes wide with fear. They screamed at the top of their lungs, begging them not to fire. The man who had been near the weapon screamed at the others, calling them filthy Ming dogs. He demanded to know why they were stopping him. The man begged them not to fire the weapon. He explained that the gunpowder had hardened from age. He warned that if they fired the weapon now, it would explode right then and there. His face was tense, knowing the danger they were in. Taisun explained that the others may have weapons, but they were out of gunpowder. He doubted they would risk an attack against Joseon's firepower. He added that no matter how dry Mongolia was, gunpowder stored over 5 years wouldn't withstand even the slightest moisture. Taisun changed the subject, asking if the Ming prisoner was still alive. His eyes narrowed, thinking about the information they could get from him. The speaker admitted that they cursed the Ming prisoner constantly. He continued, saying that whether he died following the orders of a muscle-brained idiot. Taisun let out he was clearly frustrated with the situation. Someone exclaimed, "What nonsense is this?" Asen said that they were calling for a kurultai at his base in Karakoram. Taisun continued to accuse his hosts, complaining that they even brought the cannons and firearms they stole. He seemed pretty annoyed by the whole thing. Taisun stared intensely. He wasn't sure if he was walking into a trap. He squinted, trying to figure things out. Suyang, looking relaxed, asked what Taisun's business was. He seemed pretty calm, despite the tension in the air. Suyang suddenly announced that he would accept the marriage proposal. It was a total shock. Taisun seemed stunned and asked if Suyang really understood what he was agreeing to. The other people in the room were also surprised. Taisun admitted that Suyang's words seemed genuine, but he made it clear that he had one condition before agreeing to anything. Taisun continued, Joseon had built a massive fortress at Harbin along the middle of the Black Dragon River. He wanted to know if Suyang's soldiers could repel them. Taisun stared intensely. His eyes narrowed. He needed to know if what he was hearing was true. He looked absolutely suspicious. Suyang didn't even hesitate. He just ordered his men to bring them in, his expression unreadable. Taisun looked furious as some people were brought forward. He yelled, asking how the Jin dynasty trash even dared to set foot there. Taisun looked absolutely furious. He demanded to know why those people were even there. Someone on the ground pleaded with Asen to punish those Joseon bastards. Asen looked down at them, wondering what this nonsense was all about. One of the men explained that Joseon was recruiting porters, so they went to the Black Dragon River to find some work. They had camped by the riverside to rest, but while they were sleeping, Loud thunder startled them awake, so they looked around. The man with the scar stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupted into the sky. The explosion ripped through the storage, sending flames and debris everywhere. The thunder and fire pillar indicated that a gunpowder storage had exploded. Someone asked, "So? What happened next?" Suddenly, they heard the voice of a man. He was crying and claiming that Joseon soldiers had accused them of setting the fire and torturing them. The man listening to the accusations just sat there. He seemed skeptical, responding with a simple, "Really?" Taesun stared intently, his face a mask of suspicion. He clearly didn't believe everything he was hearing. Tyson's eyes narrowed. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Tyson leaned back, his expression hardening. "What trick are you playing at?" Soo-young thought to himself. As expected, he's suspicious. Soo-young thought, even without gunpowder problems, that cunning bastard won't move easily. He'll believe you if you provide troop numbers and intelligence about this area. Someone else responded, "You muscle-headed moron. Do you want me to claim I personally scouted it out? Should I say I learned it while enjoying meat broth and drinks with them?" Soo-young smirked, his plan coming together. He gave the order to let them in, knowing things were about to get interesting. The two men sat at the table, the atmosphere thick with tension. Another man stood silently in the background, watching. Someone shouted at Tyson Khan in shock or recognition. Suddenly, a fist flew through the air. The fight had begun. Someone screamed at Tyson, calling him a treacherous bastard. The fist shot forward with incredible speed. It looked absolutely devastating. The fight was far from over. The man scoffed, looking annoyed. He insisted that even if he was drunk, he wasn't weak enough to be taken down by some villagers. He pinned the other man to the ground, his face inches away from his. He wondered what the point would be in killing a Khan who came begging for mercy from Joseon. The man pointed, his eyes gleaming with a wild idea. He suggested that a real man would infiltrate enemy territory and shake up the Tartars' land instead. The man declared that he would endure it for the greater good. The man explained that a certain young man's ancestors had their clan destroyed by Genghis Khan. As a result, he said, the young man held an enormous grudge against the Khan's descendants, a hatred that had been passed down through generations. The man continued, laying out his treacherous plan. He intended to use the Haichi Jurchens to deceive Usin, setting a trap that would be difficult to escape. The man slammed his head against the floor, his voice trembling with urgency. He swore that if there was even a shred of falsehood in his words, they could kill him right there and then. The man revealed that the monk at Black Dragon Temple had saved them when Joseon's guards weren't paying attention. He declared that he wanted revenge on Joseon, like a true warrior. The soldier looked absolutely terrified, his face contorted in fear. He pleaded for someone to help him. Usin listened carefully, stroking his beard as he thought. If the soldier was telling the truth, this could be the perfect chance to attack Joseon. Isen gave his orders without hesitation. He commanded that 5 men be sent to Joseon's fortress to map out their military positions. The plan was set in motion. They would cut off Joseon's gunpowder supply, seize it, and use it to attack. Isen declared that he would accept the proposal. Isen sat back, sipping his tea as he spoke. He would add 3,000 of his own troops and request even more from the Tombed tribe. The speaker addressed Taishi directly, telling him to handle the rest of the operation. 2 soldiers stood side by side, gazing at the fortress. It was way too quiet for their liking. One of the soldiers pointed a finger, his eyes wide. They really had built a massive fortress here. The voice continued, explaining that the cannons were placed on top of moats and stone walls. He ordered the others to carefully note the positions and numbers of those cannons. The soldier squinted, trying to sketch the fortress. He couldn't see clearly and needed to move back to get a better view. Someone's boot came down hard on another's foot. He said something, realizing his mistake. The man on horseback looked shocked. He asked something, clearly not expecting that. The man on the horse glared down at the culprit. He shouted something, furious. Soo-young looked down with a sinister grin. He said something. Someone screamed for help, the sound echoing through the mountains. Suddenly sneezed. The cold air bit at his exposed skin. The commander chuckled, pointing out that people with big muscles usually handle the cold well. He added that Soo-young seemed to be the exception. Soo-young explained that his body had very little fat because of constant training. He said that he was basically just muscle and skin, which made him vulnerable to the cold. The commander smiled, telling Soo-young to just hold on a little longer. He assured him that they were almost there. The commander added that this was also his first time meeting the new military commissioner of Liaodong. He seemed a little nervous. The group rode towards the massive gate. The cold wind whipped around them as they approached the imposing structure. My lord looked up, his eyes widening. Oirats, he asked. Did you say Oirats? The commander explained that the Oirat forces were targeting Harbin. He added that it seemed like there might be trouble, and that's why he came to inform my lord. My lord nervously bit his nails, his face etched with worry. He wondered if it was going to be chaos like last time, and what their strength was right now. The news hit him like a punch to the gut. He gasped, clutching his head in disbelief. Battle? He exclaimed. Completely caught off guard, my lord was furious. He demanded that they quickly bring all reports about the Oirats. My lord looked worried as he realized something. My lord's face was red with fury. He slammed his fist and declared that they'd have to mobilize farmers if necessary. The commander watched my lord with concern. The soldier approached my lord. Commander, please calm yourself first, he said, offering him a drink. My lord lifted the bowl to his face and chugged the liquid down in one go. My lord stood there, waiting to see if the medicine would work. My lord took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He could feel something happening. My lord wiped the sweat from his brow. He apologized, explaining that his symptoms had gotten worse for a moment. My lord was impressed by how fast the medicine worked. He asked what the prescription was, learning that it was made from poppy shells. The poppy shell. My lord seemed to be suffering from anxiety so bad that he needed drugs to cope. The fact that it was poppy-based was even more concerning. The commander explained that the troops they could send were from the Zhangzhou Jurchens. He specified that it would only be Changshan's forces, about 5,000 households total. The commander continued, saying that the troops were originally meant for Joseon, but he thought it would be fine if they were used to strengthen their northern defenses instead. My lord looked completely confused. He didn't understand what the commander was implying. My lord thought to himself, what is this crazy scumbag saying right now? He was absolutely furious. Delete entire panel. Changshan had once served Taisun obediently. He followed every order without question. But the moment Joseon's victory became obvious, something changed. A cruel grin spread across his face. He betrayed Taisun without a second thought. He looted his main camp completely, leaving nothing behind. That bastard betrayed Joseon and stabbed Taisun in the back too. He's just a bat, switching sides whenever it suits him. Suyang paused for a moment, thinking about why anyone would do something like that. He looked absolutely furious. Someone burst into laughter, praising Commander's keen insight. Commander agreed enthusiastically, laughing along. The plan was that if Changshan, hated by everyone, jumped into the battle midway, they would surely gain from the chaos. It was a risky move, but it could pay off big time. Suyang told the commander to be sure to send them north. He sounded very sure of himself. Suddenly, soldiers shouted for everyone to stop right there. The prisoners had escaped, and they needed to be found. Suyang looked absolutely pissed, shouting about how awful things were. Soldiers nearby seemed to be running away from something, but he was too angry to care. Suyang screamed that he was done with all this body preparedness. He'd rather be tortured. It was clear that the intense training was getting to him. His face was red, and tears streamed down his cheeks. He looked like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. He screamed that he quit and started running away. The other soldiers watched him go, unsure of what to do. He ran as fast as he could, his body moving with surprising speed. It was like he was trying to escape from his own skin. He screamed in agony, his body shaking. Every muscle in his body felt like it was on fire. Suyang continued the brutal training, carrying another soldier on his shoulders. The soldier looked like he was about to pass out. He screamed again, his face contorted in pain. He felt like he was going to die. Suyang stood over him, his face unreadable. He was pushing them all to their limits. One of the soldiers tried to run away, completely worn out. Suyang yelled after him, asking if he was already tired of training. Suyang looked down at the exhausted soldier, a grin spreading across his face. He asked if the man wanted to experience the bathroom torture instead. The soldiers scrambled away in terror, tripping over each other to escape. One of them yelled that Suyang was a monster. The order echoed across the training grounds, written in large characters on the wall. It demanded they squat 100 times, 3 sets. Suyang watched them with a strange look on his face. He told them not to shout on the last count, saying, "Good. Good." One of the soldiers called out to Suyang, interrupting the training. He seemed desperate to get the Grand Prince's attention. Across the river, Oirat forces were gathering. It looked like they were ready to attack. Essen seemed to be with the Oirat forces. The man watching from the stairs realized that the battle was about to begin. The leader shouted for everyone to get ready. He looked absolutely serious, knowing what was coming. The soldiers moved quickly, their armor clanking as they marched. They knew they had to be ready for anything. Alak asked if there was any news from the scouting party. The reply reply came back that no Yoseon soldiers had been seen yet. The men on the boat were heading straight into danger. The terrain was perfect for an ambush, with many places to hide. The leader looked confident, believing the northern terrain gave them the edge. He asked if there was any news from their scouts, hoping for good news. The messenger reported that the scouts had been captured near the enemy camp. He clicked his tongue, calling them idiots for getting caught. Taishi shouted that there was movement on the other side of the river. Something was happening across the water. The men stared across the river, their faces filled with shock. They were clearly seeing something unexpected. There were stacks of weights everywhere, piled high. It was clear that this was a place where people pushed themselves to their absolute limits. The trainees squatted under the heavy load, sweat pouring down their faces. They were pushing their bodies to the breaking point. Soo-young stood tall, his arms crossed as he watched the men struggle. His powerful body radiated authority. Soo-young stepped forward, a wide grin on his face. He shouted, "Behold my mercy!" The man stared, his eyes wide with disbelief. He shouted, "What the hell is that?" My lord looked pleased. He was clearly enjoying the reactions to his mercy. For transmigration, he was deeply impressed by this movie. This is Sparta. The story? Nah, he just liked the muscles. The river flowed quietly, but there was a sense of unease in the air. Armor lay discarded on the riverbank, hinting at battles to come. Soo-young figured he should try breaking their morale, just like in that movie he watched before. He remembered thinking about how cool it would be to do that. Soo-young grinned, thinking that he could use his muscles and the current situation to his advantage. He flexed, feeling the power surge through him. The troops noticed that their scouts had been captured and were being held as hostages. They wondered what was being said to them. The troops listened carefully, trying to understand what was happening. They heard that the enemy was claiming to be generous and would release the prisoners, which made no sense to them. Soo-young arrived, his presence commanding attention. The troops, still confused by the enemy's supposed generosity, asked him what was going on. The muscular man screamed, asking if they thought the Taishi would let them live. He continued to threaten them with violence. Soo-young responded calmly, stating that his father was the abdicated king and his brother was the current king. He asked if the man even knew who he was talking to. Soo-young's eyes flashed as he asked if they had fully completed their body's preparedness. His stare was unnerving. The muscular men looked absolutely terrified, stammering at the mention of body's preparedness. They clearly knew what that meant, and it scared them. Two men watched the scene unfold. One wondered if it was really okay to send them away like this, doubting they would ever reach Asun's camp. The soldier looked completely lost and asked why not. Soo-young turned his back to the man, his muscles flexing as he spoke. He explained that if the hostages returned safely. Soo-young continued, explaining that if the hostages returned with improved physiques, Soo-young concluded that their main camp's morale would collapse. Soo-young's expression turned serious as he added that if Asen realized this, things could get very bad. The man sprinted down the hill with everything he had. He knew that someone would never let them enter the camp. Suddenly, Taishi was ambushed by two hulking figures. The force of the blow knocked the wind out of him. The man looked absolutely stunned by what he was seeing. He wondered. Taishi looked up in disbelief as a spear pierced him. He stammered, trying to understand why. Baeyen's face contorted with rage as he barked orders to his soldiers. He commanded them to shoot those idiots dead. The man was confused, wondering if those men in the distance were the same ones that had been held in the Joseon camp. He started to ask if they could get information from them. He called the man a moronic piece of shit. Baeyen grabbed the man by the collar, his voice rising with anger. He demanded to know if the man had any idea what would happen to their morale if the hostages came back. Baeyen's rage reached a boiling point. He screamed at his soldiers to kill them all. Several days later, Baeyen's detached unit was on the move. A caption appeared. Baeyen means general. Two men stood watch, their eyes scanning the horizon. One of them pointed, announcing that a supply ship was headed their way. The man's eyes widened slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Something wasn't right. The supply ship was now engulfed in flames. One of the men shouted that it looked like it was on fire. The commander's voice boomed across the beach, ordering everyone to put out the fire as quickly as possible. He screamed at them to extinguish the flames before it was too late. The man looked up at the burning ship, his eyes wide with horror. He realized that it was already too late to save anything. A massive explosion ripped through the ship, sending debris flying everywhere. It was an ambush. Arrows rained down from all directions, striking the burning ships. The air filled with the sound of whistling arrows as the attack intensified. The order to abandon ship echoed across the deck. With no other choice, the men began leaping into the water, hoping to escape the inferno. The freezing water bit at their skin as they struggled to shore. One of the men, teeth chattering, offered the vice inspector some dry clothes. He urged him to change quickly before he caught a cold. Must include character checking on casualties. Response of 4 dead, rest unharmed. Must include character's contemplative response. Must include character noting, there are many small boxes here. Must include order 2. He stared at the white powder, examining it closely. He wondered if it really was gunpowder. The man dabbed his finger in the powder. He cautiously brought it to his nose, sniffing carefully. The vice inspector rubbed the powder between his fingers, studying it with a keen eye. His soldiers watched, waiting for his verdict. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through a ship out on the water. The force of the blast sent debris flying everywhere. The vice inspector nodded grimly, turning to his men. He announced something. He held up the wooden pieces, studying them carefully. He wanted to know what they said. The man examined the wooden pieces. He said it was nothing special, just information about where the gunpowder was made and what it was for. The man stared intently, a serious look on his face. He seemed determined. He commanded them to take it all back. His order was clear and decisive. The ship cut through the waves, carrying its cargo and crew. The mission was underway. A figure walked across the ship's deck, seemingly without a care in the world. The wind blew gently as the ship sailed toward its destination. The message was written in a complex code. Only those who could read Hanja would understand its true meaning. The characters seemed meaningless at first glance, but when combined, they spelled out one word, fake. Out of 60 boxes, only 3 actually contained gunpowder, but he had no obligation to inform those fools of that. He commanded them to taste Joseon's wrath. 3 days later, a long line of wagons slowly made its way through the narrow canyon. The landscape was barren and unforgiving. The Jianzhou Jurchen soldier ordered his men to attack again, just like before. He reminded them that they had greater numbers and high morale this time. The Jurchen commander paused, lost in thought. He seemed to be considering their next move. The Jurchen soldier cursed the sneaky Joseon scumbags, realizing they were walking into a trap. The Jurchen soldier pointed out that the wagon was a decoy. They had been tricked. The Jurchen soldiers were perched high above on the cliff, looking down at the canyon. The leader realized it wasn't a caravan at all. It was the vanguard, and they were walking right into a trap. A soldier questioned the idea of a rash ambush, explaining that lighting beacon fires would bring enemy reinforcements. Sir Bayan decided they would wait for a better opportunity. He looked calm, but the intensity in his eyes showed he was ready to strike. 10 days later, the mountain stood silent. The waiting game continued. Sir Bayan watched the road. After 10 days, the enemy's guard had finally loosened. He figured it was about time to make their move. Officer Hong told Sir Bayan that there was a good spot for an ambush up ahead. A soldier observed that there was a ridge beside the road, which was perfect for a fake retreat. They were moving into position, ready to spring their trap. The mountainous landscape was perfect for hiding troops, ready to ambush the enemy's main force. The terrain would give them a huge advantage. Sir Bayan gave the order to move out. He was ready to spring the trap. The soldiers moved into position, hiding among the rocks. They waited patiently, ready to unleash hell on the unsuspecting enemy. 2 soldiers kept watch, using binoculars to scout the road. They were waiting for the enemy to arrive, completely unaware of the ambush that awaited them. The enemy soldiers were getting impatient, just as planned. They were riding straight into the trap. Sir Bayan grinned, watching the enemy rush excitedly into the spot he'd set for them. It was all going exactly as he expected. Sir Bayan asked if it was really that satisfying. Of course it was, he thought. If only everyone moved according to his predictions like this, things would be much easier. Meanwhile, Officer Hong wiped the tears from his eyes. It was exhausting being around someone as unpredictable as his Hyung. Officer Hong asked what the thing was that Sir Bayan was holding. Sir Bayan explained that it was called a telescope, and after handling it a few times, he thought he might be able to make one himself. One of the men proposed swearing loyalty to Joseon, suggesting that he would make the other one of them in return. The other man looked puzzled and wondered if that was a bit unethical. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Enemies spotted on the front ridge. The warning echoed through the valley, putting everyone on edge. The man grinned, announcing that they were here. He ordered everyone to stay sharp from that moment on, knowing the battle was about to begin. The horse-drawn carts slowly made their way along the path, carrying supplies and soldiers. The steady clatter of hooves and wheels filled the air. A man in white robes peered off to the side, his expression serious. He was clearly focused on something. The cart rumbled along the path, carrying supplies. The air was still and quiet, but there was a sense of something bad about to happen. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "They're here! An ambush!" An arrow flew through the air and slammed into the wheel of the cart. Someone shouted to push the carts forward to form a barricade. A hand gripped the side of the cart, muscles tense as they began to move it. A man strained against the weight. The man continued to push the cart. Arrows rained down on the cart. The soldiers yelled a warning. "Arrows incoming!" Everyone needed to take cover, fast. An arrow flew straight, heading right for a soldier's eye. It was too late to dodge. Someone shouted over the chaos, ordering them to break off the sides of the carts and use them as shields. The cart lay on its side, riddled with arrows. It wasn't much cover, but it was all they had. A soldier protested to Officer Hong, questioning if he really expected them to use the cart sides as shields. The soldier wondered what kind of strength it would take to rip them off, asking if Officer Hong thought they were mighty warriors or something. Officer Hong was furious. He screamed at the soldiers, telling them to follow orders. Officer Hong continued to yell, his face red with anger. He told the soldier that if he was so upset, he should become a 5th-rank officer himself, questioning why he always lost his temper when promotions were mentioned, his voice cracking. Sir Bayan ordered them to stop firing. He scoffed, saying they were just support soldiers. Sir Bayan then ordered them to close in and finish them off. A lone soldier stood guard, spear in hand. He scanned the area, alert to any sign of danger. The soldier's eyes widened in terror. He yelled for them to wait, realizing the danger they were in. Suddenly, the ground shook as massive artillery pieces came into view. The soldier screamed for everyone to fall back, realizing they were outgunned. The artillery shells exploded, sending soldiers flying through the air. The ground erupted in fire and smoke. The scene was one of utter devastation. Bodies lay scattered amidst the wreckage, the air thick with smoke and the smell of burnt flesh. Sir Bayan's face was twisted in fury. He realized they weren't just facing support soldiers, but Joseon troops. He screamed at his men to not retreat, but to prepare to charge. The battlefield was a scene of carnage. Soldiers lay dead, the ground stained with blood and littered with debris. The surviving soldiers braced themselves, knowing more danger was coming. The order rang out. Musketeers were to fire 1 round after reloading, then immediately fall back. The soldiers scrambled to reload their muskets, knowing they had to be quick. Another order came. Prepare the grenades. A soldier gripped a grenade tightly, ready to throw it into the enemy ranks. The soldier hurled the grenade. Explosions ripped through the battlefield as the grenades detonated, sending dirt and debris flying. The soldier's face was twisted in anger and fear. He yelled that they were told these were support troops, but they were clearly Joseon soldiers. He wondered how they could possibly win against artillery. The soldier looked absolutely shocked. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, enemy soldiers on horseback appeared on the ridge. They were ready for battle. The commander barked out orders. He told his troops to not advance any further and to only strike those who were fleeing. A soldier screamed in pain as he was stabbed. The blade pierced through his armor. A soldier rushed to report to the commander. He warned that the enemy was splitting into 5 groups. Sir Bayan gave the order. He commanded them to not pursue the enemy, to maintain their formation, and to avoid reckless action. From above, the forest looked peaceful, but the scene was anything but. The battle had torn through the trees, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The attack hit hard. The blade pierced through the armor, and blood splattered everywhere. The soldier grinned. He thought that the Joseon steel was really great, and that it made fighting worthwhile. A soldier rushed to the chieftain. He warned him that the enemy had divided into 5 groups, and the chieftain reacted in shock. The soldier yelled for the troops to split up and chase down the enemy. He wanted their heads, and the fine reward that would come with it. He urged them to hurry and follow. A soldier rushed to his commander with urgent news. He reported that 5 of the 6 wild Jurchen tribes at their rear were now pursuing them. The commander reacted in shock, not expecting this turn of events. The soldier's hand gripped his clothes tightly. He was worried that an ambush might be waiting for them. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. The battlefield was littered with bodies. Despite the grim scene, a soldier considered their options. If the enemy was regrouping without setting up an ambush, they might be able to strike their rear. The soldier's face paled, but if it was a trap, they'd all be slaughtered. The thought hung heavy in the air. A rider arrived at the ridge, overlooking the battlefield. He realized that the fight had already started, and it looked intense. The rider's face showed concern. They had engaged way faster than he expected. Not even 15 minutes had passed. A soldier realized it was an ambush. He questioned whether they even needed to save the others, since they disobeyed orders. He cursed under his breath, calling the Yurgmang troublesome. The leader sat on his horse, looking out at the chaos. He needed to make a decision, but he wasn't sure what to do. The question hung in the air. What now? The leader sat on his horse, looking at his men. They needed direction. The soldiers looked up at him, asking what they should do next. The leader's expression hardened with resolve. He declared that they would rescue them, no matter what. One of the soldiers looked worried. He warned the commander that they could end up in danger themselves if they went ahead. The leader glared back. He reminded the soldier that if it weren't for the others, fighting the Oirats with such a small force would have been impossible. The leader urged them to hurry. Time was running out, and he ordered everyone to move at once. The battle raged on. Dust and smoke filled the air as the soldiers clashed, the sounds of fighting echoing across the field. Suddenly, arrows rained down from above. The archers on the cliffs fired relentlessly, each shot finding its mark. One of the soldiers looked stunned. He couldn't believe they'd been ambushed. The man's face was filled with worry. He realized they were outnumbered and wondered if this was the end of his nominal tribe. Remove entire panel. The soldiers cried out, their voices echoing across the battlefield. They were calling for the chieftain, hoping he was still alive. One of the soldiers groaned in pain, lying helpless on the ground. He was wounded, and his strength was failing. Another soldier yelled out, his voice filled with desperation. He was still searching for the chieftain, hoping against hope that he would answer. The other soldiers gathered around the fallen body, their faces etched with grief. They cried out that the chieftain had fallen, their voices filled with despair. Suddenly, the chieftain roared back, his voice filled with anger. He yelled at them for thinking he was dead, calling them idiots. The chieftain roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. He declared that arrows like those wouldn't kill Nominal. The chieftain towered over the fallen soldier, looking absolutely furious. He barked at him to quit his complaining and get back on his feet. The chieftain examined his armor closely, running his hand across the metal. He admitted that the armor made by Hoseon had saved him and his tribe from certain death. The chieftain continued, his voice grudging. He hated to admit it, but even that annoying chicken meat had been helpful. The chieftain finished his thought, acknowledging the torturous body training exercises from the past 2 years in Gyeongwon. An unnamed soldier prepares to fire an arrow, tightening the string. The soldier thinks about how the training has made them much stronger. The archer pulls the arrow back with great force, ready to unleash it. He is aiming at the enemy, his muscles strained with anticipation. An unnamed soldier screams, aiming his arrow with fury. He shouts for the enemy to eat this, right before he lets loose his attack. The arrow flies through the air with deadly speed. It is aimed perfectly at its target, a blur against the sky. An arrow pierces through a soldier's armor, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact is brutal, his body collapsing under the force. The archer looked up in disbelief, grunting in frustration. How could an arrow be shot uphill with such force? He couldn't believe that the Joseon soldiers had gotten so strong. The archer's face contorted in rage. They had started with an ambush and the upper hand, but things were falling apart. He couldn't believe they were losing. A soldier reported to Sir Bolai that their forces were getting pushed back. The soldier was shocked that the Hoseon soldiers had helmets and armor, and their archery strength was monstrous. The soldier pointed, his face etched with worry. He reported that Joseon troops were approaching from the main camp. It was getting worse. The soldiers looked up at Sir Bolai, desperate for guidance. They needed to know what to do, begging for his orders in the face of the advancing enemy. Sir Bolai's face was red with anger. He screamed at his troops that they were losing to Jin remnants, who weren't even proper Joseon troops, ordering everyone to retreat. The soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. One of them questioned the order, wondering what would happen to their morale if they retreated now. They looked completely stunned. Sir Bolai didn't even let him finish. He yelled at the soldier to shut up, explaining that they would be completely destroyed if the main Joseon force joined the battle. He looked absolutely determined. The Joseon soldiers cheered, yelling that the enemy was retreating and that they had won. The soldiers were ecstatic, yelling that they had overcome the ambush. They laughed and cheered, finally able to relax after the intense fighting. The leader barked out a warning, his face strained with concern. He told them not to chase after the retreating enemy, explaining that there could be another ambush waiting. The leader scanned the field, his voice filled with urgency. He shouted, asking if everyone was okay and confirming that they had fought off the ambush. The messenger approached with a smile, relaying the good news. He announced that the other tribes ahead were safe, so they should all head back to the main camp. The soldiers began their trek back to the main camp, their steps heavy with exhaustion. The battlefield was quiet, save for the shuffling of feet and the distant sounds of moaning. Suddenly, a shout rang out, cutting through the silence. An enemy soldier hurled an explosive grenade, yelling a warning as it sailed through the air. The soldier screamed, warning everyone that it was about to blow. His eyes were wide with terror as he braced for the explosion. But then, he looked down at his hand, confused. It wasn't an explosive grenade at all. It was just a rock. He realized what was happening and yelled at the enemy soldier. He chucked the rock as hard as he could. The rock hit the enemy soldier square in the face with a loud thwack. The guy staggered back, stunned. The soldier was completely exhausted, sweat dripping down his face. He wondered why those guys weren't running away yet. The wild Jurchens had blocked their escape route. One of the soldiers was exhausted from the intense physical effort. He thought he was gonna die, not from the battle, but from how hard the fighting was. The soldier yelled at the others to just let them run. The soldier scoffed at the fleeing enemy. He couldn't believe they thought they could do any damage with those tiny horses and outdated weapons. The other soldier snapped back, telling him to stop exaggerating. They had been hurt, so he told him to just get a splint or something. The soldier pleaded desperately. When this was over, he just wanted to go back to Hanyang. High above, the building stood firm, but inside, impatience was growing. Someone wondered how long they were going to wait around. Inside the building, one of the men suggested they fill the moat with dirt and storm the place. He scoffed, saying the walls weren't even that high compared to Beijing. Another man agreed, saying they should just attack. He looked eager to get the battle started. The leader frowned. He thought they were too eager for their own good. Their real enemy was Joseon, he reminded them. The leader decided someone needed to step up as a sacrifice to assist their strategies. He called out Ashitamore's name, singling him out. The man quickly agreed with his father's plan, saying, "Yes, father." The leader decided to send troops, exact number, unspecified in visible text. The younger man grinned, saying, "Yes, father, I will definitely crush their fortress." Several days later, near the Songhua River close to Harbin, the troops gathered. The river flowed nearby. Suddenly, massive cannonballs rained down on the troops. Each one hit the ground with incredible force. Explosions ripped through the ranks, throwing bodies into the air. The soldiers screamed as fire consumed them. A soldier yelled a warning, telling everyone to dodge the rolling black things. He looked absolutely terrified. The soldier shouted about the impossible situation. Cannons from the front, arrows from above, and explosives from below. A soldier wondered what they could possibly do. He felt hopeless as the enemy closed in. Another soldier stared up at the enemy fortress, his face pale. He was sure they were done for. The soldier's eyes widened in terror, sweat pouring down his face. He screamed that they were all going to die. A massive cannon fired, sending a ball of destruction towards the soldiers. The ground shook as the shot landed nearby, and the men scrambled to get out of the way. A soldier screamed in agony, his face twisted in pain. He was clearly hit by something, and it wasn't good. Molihai rushed to help Sir Ashitamur. He asked if Sir Ashitamur was all right. From atop the walls, a soldier reported that the tower were attacking. He looked down at the chaos below, firing his weapon. Molihai shouted at Sir Ashitamur to calm down. He ordered the troops to destroy those towers. The soldier stared up at the enemy towers. He realized that the towers were positioned to defend each other, making a direct assault incredibly dangerous. He knew they needed a new plan. Molihai looked grim. He announced that they needed to withdraw. He said that now that they understood the enemy's defenses, they had no choice but to retreat, because the casualties were piling up. The soldier cursed under his breath, looking absolutely pissed. He hated the idea of retreating, but he knew Molihai was right. They were getting slaughtered out there. The Grand Prince knelt before his father, filled with frustration. He told him to forgive him. He insisted that if Molihai hadn't stopped him, he could have destroyed the towers. The king silenced his son with a sharp tone. He explained that because Molihai had stopped him, the losses were limited. He made it clear that the Grand Prince's recklessness would have cost them dearly. The leader ordered his troops to act like they were targeting the towers. He wanted them to trick the enemy into wasting their gunpowder while keeping their own losses as low as possible. The soldier agreed with the plan. The leader continued to give orders. He told them to take the weapons made by the Ming artillerymen. He believed they would be useful. He explained that their main goal was to make the Joseon forces waste all their gunpowder. Under the cover of night, soldiers moved silently around the tents. A cold wind swept through the camp, carrying the scent of pine and the unspoken tension of the coming battle. He couldn't wait to test the weapons himself. He was eager to see how well they would perform. Delete. The sound of the gong echoed through the camp. A signal that something was about to happen. The vibrations ran through the air, a warning of what was to come. A soldier rushed up to the Grand Prince and asked what was happening. Something was crossing to the southern shore via the Songhua River. Enemy cavalry had formed ranks around it. The man in orange turned to the other soldier, a worried look on his face. He asked if the enemy had brought artillery. A massive trebuchet rolled into view, mounted on a wagon. How the hell did they manage to build something like that? He wondered. The man in gray explained that the regional commander had told him a Ming artilleryman had escaped from Liaodong Fortress. Turns out, he had built one as a prisoner, but escaped afterward. The man listened carefully, his brow furrowed in thought. He took a moment to process the information. The trebuchet didn't look all that impressive. The counterweight trebuchet was dangerous because it used leverage to achieve superior power and range, he thought. The two soldiers worked together to keep the trebuchet steady. One of them shouted to hold it still. The other soldier replied that he was holding it. The leader dismissed the enemy's trebuchet as crude and not much of a threat. Even so, he told the other soldier to remain cautious. He then ordered the towers to target the enemy's trebuchet with their own artillery. The soldier in orange declared that it was finally time for their cannon to shine. Then he realized the enemy was aiming at them too. He quickly ordered the other soldier to aim the cannon exactly where he told him. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the tower. The attack had begun. The soldier screamed in pain. The explosion had hit them hard. The leader looked down at the small rocks bouncing off the walls. He was confused. He wondered why they were throwing such small stones instead of something more dangerous, like oil jars. Immediately, the order went out. Fire at their trebuchet. The command echoed across the battlefield. The soldier struggled to aim the cannon accurately at such a long distance. He told his partner to adjust the aim slightly, 3 steps to the left. Suddenly, the soldier yelled for them to stop. He saw the enemy's trebuchet moving again. High above, the enemy's trebuchets were being repositioned. The massive machines loomed in the sky, ready to unleash another volley. The two soldiers stared up in disbelief. They didn't understand what was happening, but it couldn't be good. The soldier looked at his partner, completely confused. He wondered why the enemy was throwing straw mats at them. Suddenly, the soldier's eyes widened in horror. He realized that the mats were soaked in oil. The fire quickly spread, engulfing the ground below. The two soldiers watched in terror as the flames grew higher and hotter. The archers stood ready, their arrows lit with fire. They wondered when the enemy had gotten into position to launch such an attack. The force of the fire attack shook the entire structure. The wood groaned under the strain. The soldier looked up and his eyes widened. It was a fire attack. The flames spread quickly, eating away at the wooden structure. The heat was intense. The commander yelled at the soldiers to throw the artillery off the tower. He ordered them to leave immediately, lowering the emergency ropes to evacuate. The soldiers scrambled to escape, sliding down the ropes as fast as they could. They knew they had to hurry before the gunpowder exploded. The tower was engulfed in a massive explosion. The force of the blast shook the entire structure. The commander looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. He realized they had thrown oil-soaked mats. The commander frowned, his expression hardening. Turns out, this had been their plan all along. Sir Ashidamar explained that the flames and smoke were blocking their view. Even if the gunpowder was still good, it would be almost impossible to aim. To make matters worse, they had already lost 2 towers. Suddenly, the alarm was raised. Siege ladders were incoming. The order came down. They weren't holding back. They had to use all the gunpowder they had. The commander ordered the rocket carts to target the climbing enemies and archers. They couldn't let them get over the walls. The commander yelled for the cavalry to mount up and follow him. The troops responded with a unified shout of agreement. The order to fire echoed across the battlefield. The explosion ticked through the siege ladders, sending soldiers flying. Their screams filled the air as they fell. The order to fire rang out. The soldiers didn't hesitate, leveling their rifles and unleashing a volley of shots towards the enemy. Someone cried out in pain. The order to move out was shouted. A soldier fell from the siege tower as enemy fire continued to rain down. The cavalry charged forward, hooves pounding the earth. The commander yelled for them to push the enemy back. The commander pointed forward, yelling for the troops to sweep through the enemy's main force. His voice was full of determination. The cavalry crashed into the ranks of archers, scattering them. Arrows flew everywhere, but the cavalry's momentum was unstoppable. The cavalry clashed in a storm of steel and fury. Swords flashed as riders fought for their lives, arrows piercing armor with deadly force. A soldier's eyes widened in shock. his expression a mix of surprise and fear. Something had caught his attention. An enemy commander, judging by his fancy armor, looked terrified. He cried out, "Protect me! Guard me!" A soldier charged forward on horseback, sword raised high, yelling, "You bastard!" The soldier's face contorted in rage as he yelled, "How dare you attack Joseon?" The enemy commander screamed in terror. The sword gleamed, reflecting the sunlight like a deadly mirror. The air crackled with anticipation as the blade prepared to strike. The rider swung his sword with all his might, bringing it down on the enemy with brutal force. The impact echoed through the battlefield. The soldier tumbled from his horse, his grip failing as he desperately tried to hold on. He hit the ground hard. The fight knocked right out of him. An officer shouted desperately to Sir Ashidamar and Sir Molihai that the left flank had collapsed and they needed to retreat immediately. The order to retreat was given, and the troops scattered in panic. Soldiers ran for their lives, desperately trying to escape the onslaught. The soldier added that the enemy was retreating. The remaining troops scrambled to escape, climbing down ladders from the high walls. They were desperate to get away from the chaos and destruction. The soldier yelled from the wall, waving his sword in the air. He announced that they had taken the enemy commander's head, and their left flank was falling back. The soldier's face was etched with worry. Even with the good news, something wasn't right. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the wall. The sound was deafening. The soldiers nearby screamed as the explosion threw debris everywhere. They were caught completely off guard. One of the soldiers pointed up, his voice full of alarm. He shouted, wondering what was happening. It was artillery fire. Suddenly, a voice shouted from somewhere on the wall. It was a warning that artillery fire was coming from the right flank. The commander looked out over the battlefield. His eyes narrowed. He wondered if the enemy had distracted them with the trebuchet, just to target their cavalry once they charged out. The commander pointed towards the enemy lines. He ordered them to return fire immediately. Explosions ripped through the battlefield, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. The ground shook with each impact. A soldier screamed as a massive explosion threw him backwards. The blast sent splinters of wood and bits of rock flying in all directions. A soldier screamed in agony. One of the soldiers shouted that they should remove the Heaven-class cannon right now. It was too dangerous if they got caught in their fire. Someone refused, telling them to just wait a little longer. Another explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. The situation was getting more dangerous by the second. Suddenly, a soldier called out, shouting for the Grand Prince. Someone was pushing them to hold on just a little longer. They were close to breaking, but they had to keep going. The soldier looked up, confused by the sudden silence. He could hear the sounds of the enemy cannons, but they weren't firing. One of the soldiers on the wall noticed something. He shouted that it seemed like their cannons had stopped working. The enemy artillery had stopped firing. The commander saw their chance and gave the order. He yelled for them to attack from all sides. The battlefield erupted in explosions as the soldiers charged forward. The enemy was caught off guard, and the attack was relentless. The commander looked grim as he asked what their losses were. He heard the reply. Their cannons were all destroyed. The news got worse. They couldn't even recover Ashidamar's body. Sir Molihai was critically injured. Only 3,000 of the original 7,000 troops remained. A devastating loss. A soldier's anguished cry echoed through the camp. A Joseon general had taken his son's head. The commander looked absolutely furious. He screamed, demanding to know what the hell they had been doing. The commander looked absolutely desperate. He begged for forgiveness and demanded to know what had happened to their cannons and why they had suddenly stopped working. The explanation continued. They had loaded the cannons exactly as the artilleryman had told them, 1 barrel of powder per load. But when they used the 4th barrel, the charcoal burned slowly, melting the lead and grease. The cannons were ruined, completely useless. The commander realized it was a trap. The bamboo scroll. They had been tricked from the start. Joseon must have given the artilleryman instructions using coded messages. He demanded to know where the artilleryman was. Another man stepped forward, looking dejected. He reported that the artilleryman was gone. He had already escaped. The commander was stunned. No way. The commander slumped back in his chair, taking in the news. Baeon's detachment must have been wiped out too. They had been played, completely fooled. A sinister laugh echoed through the room. Turns out, Tai-sun, that scumbag, had teamed up with Joseon from the start. He raised his glass in a mocking toast. The commander realized they had conspired against him together. He ordered a retreat, sending word to Baeon as well. The man in the robes looked stressed. He said that if the defected tribes managed to pull off a victory, they'd be a joke to everyone. The thought seemed to bother him. The other man scoffed, covering his face in disbelief. He responded that half the defected were just Jin leftovers, soldiers, and the rest were nobodies who used to herd sheep. He didn't think they stood a chance of winning. The man narrowed his eyes, a sinister look creeping across his face. He muttered that they wouldn't win unless they were just pretending to be weak. He clearly suspected something was up. From somewhere above, a voice boomed out, telling them not to worry. It was a message directed at Sir Chung Shan, wherever he was. Suddenly, a messenger arrived with terrible news. Another attack by the defected had happened, and 500 of their strongest men were dead. The messenger was in disbelief. How could this happen again? The man on horseback looked stressed. He wondered how far they would have to run before they were safe. He suggested that maybe they should just return to Liaodong and surrender to Seoyujong. The other man looked absolutely furious. He demanded to know if the first man even knew how many horses he had sacrificed to get out of there. He asked if the guy was crazy for even suggesting going back. The man urged everyone to keep going. He said that just another 300 li northward, and they'd reach Harbin, the capital of their ancestors' great Jin Empire. He told them to hold on until then. Several days later, the journey continued. Each mile felt like a lifetime. The man put his hands up in the air. He told the soldiers not to come any closer, explaining that they weren't there to fight. He asked to speak with a Hoseon officer. The chief looked absolutely stunned. He wondered what was going on and why Hoseon troops were there. One of the men looked back, terrified. He yelled out to the chief that a defected tribe was chasing them. Another man shouted that the West Jurchens were surrounding them from above. He told the chief that they had nowhere left to run. The chief's eyes widened in panic. He stammered, asking what they should do, clearly at a loss. A Joseon officer approached. He asked if they were looking for an officer, pausing as he recognized the chief. The chief stared at the man in shock. He asked if he was a Gucci and if he'd become a Hoseon servant. The man confirmed that the name His Majesty gave him was Zhang Chungryol. Zhang Chungryol demanded to know what they wanted after trespassing into their territory. The chief replied casually, noting they were acquaintances. He explained they had merely left Liaodong and headed north to reclaim the land their ancestors once occupied. The chief then made a surprising offer. He wanted to join Joseon. To prove his sincerity, he offered 5,000 warhorses. Zhang Chungryol pointed a finger, his face contorted with rage. He called the chief and his men nothing but bat-like thieves for trespassing on their land. Zhang Chungryol's eyes narrowed, filled with a cold fury. He said he'd gladly slaughter them all right then and there, but he'd grant them one last chance. The chief's men were losing it. They were completely surrounded and about to be attacked if they didn't turn around within 2 hours. They were screaming for his orders, desperate for guidance. The chief's fist clenched tightly. He was in a tough spot, knowing that any decision could lead to disaster. Someone shouted out, calling the chief by both his old name and the name he'd been given by Joseon, Aguchi. No, Zhang Chungryol. The chief looked down, his expression unreadable. He was stuck between his past and his new life, unsure of what to do next. The chief threw his hands up in the air and yelled that he surrendered. It was a shocking turn of events. A voice boomed out, declaring that he would go to Hoseon and pay for his crimes. Zhang Chungryol looked up with a strange smile. It seemed like he had accepted his fate, and so Chungshan became Joseon's prisoner. The Battle of Harbin was over, ending in a great victory for Joseon. Meanwhile, back in Joseon, it was February of 1455. At the Sunset Glow Pavilion, a somber funeral was taking place. It was the funeral of the chief state counselor, Huang Hui. The companion said he was glad that Suyang knew the way well, addressing him as Hyung. Suyang replied that his father had called him to this place about 3 times during his life. Suyang looked around, surprised by the number of people already gathered, even though it was still dawn. He hadn't expected such a large crowd. The companion responded, asking if it wasn't obvious why so many people were there. The funeral was for the chief state counselor, Huang Hui. The altar was set up with various offerings, and the air was heavy with grief. Someone squinted, trying to get a better look at the crowd. The early morning light made it hard to see. Han Myung-ho was recognized by someone in the crowd. He joked that he was hurt. They only recognized him now. The military officer told Han Myung-hoi that he'd gotten even bigger than him, despite being a soldier. He asked if it was the power of body preparedness training, complimenting his improved physique. Han Myung-ho replied that the military officer was too kind, saying he still had much to learn. He chuckled, recalling that he was told no one would recognize him if he bulked up, but it turned out to be true. The man apologized for bringing it up at the funeral, but asked if Han Myung-ho's late father had left any final words. The military officer paused, stroking his mustache thoughtfully. Something the other man had said was starting to click in his mind. Han Myung-ho's expression grew somber as he recalled his father's final words. He had talked about life in public office. Delete entire panel narration. But the positions his father spoke of were too high-ranking and complicated for him to understand at the time. Delete entire panel narration. Han Myung-ho explained that he just nodded along as his father spoke. His father had smiled before he passed away, saying he was leaving someone behind. The other man repeated the detail, clearly surprised by it. The man looked around, annoyed by the noise. He wondered who was smiling at a funeral. He seemed absolutely baffled by the detail. But Han Myung-ho remembered something else. Whenever Prime Minister Hwang looked at him, he always seemed like a parent sending their child off to war. It was a look of pride mixed with worry. Anyway, Han Myung-ho thanked the man for coming to the funeral. The man replied that it was no problem at all. The sound of heavy breathing echoed through the courtyard. Someone was really pushing themselves. Sweat poured off him as he strained. Every muscle was screaming. He pulled himself up again, his back muscles bulging. The guy was a beast. The man in the robes complimented Han Myung-ho on his excellent form. He was really impressed with his chest exercises. He stepped forward, agreeing with the praise. Han Myung-ho was definitely something special. The courtyard was now a training ground. He believed dips were best done on parallel bars. Han Myung-ho finished his set. It was time to record today's workout results. Han Myung-ho wondered why Soo-young called it the Muscle Survival Book. It sounded like a hit list rather than a body preparedness record. Soo-young reminded him that every body preparedness session felt like he was dying when he first started. Soo-young insisted Muscle Survival Book suited it perfectly, but Han Myung-ho thought record sounded better than book. Han Myung-ho looked down at the Muscle Survival Book. He thought back to how 3 years ago he would have done anything to get out of a training session, but he had changed, not only on the outside, but deep down too. The voice suggested they grab a drink to celebrate. The two men raised their cups. The sound of the porcelain clinking together echoed in the quiet night. The other man asked Han Myung-ho if he had finished putting together the history of Goryeo. Han Myung-ho confirmed that he had, and that he had been moved to the office of the Inspector General because of it. He was glad to have finally escaped from that tomb of books. The other man asked Han Myung-ho if he had passed the recent scholar examination. He also asked if he would take the secondary exam for this special exam period, and Han Myung-ho confirmed that he would. The special examinations were a huge event. They were held when the country celebrated important events, and everyone knew it. Han Myung-ho's friend explained that the exams were split into 5 stages. He wondered if the special exam was being held to celebrate finishing the history of Goryeo. The other man said that there was also the completion of the Grand Code for state governance. The man revealed that the stated reasons were just formalities. The real issue was that they were short on manpower to settle the northern frontier, he said. The man continued, saying that they also desperately needed labor to repair fortress walls damaged by recent battles. The damage was extensive, and they were running out of time. Han Myung-ho's friend mentioned hearing that places like Joyang and Harbin were short-handed. He added that he'd heard some other rumors too, leaning in to whisper. The other man suddenly yelled, telling him not to discuss things that weren't proper. He seemed genuinely worried about being overheard. Han Myung-ho laughed and said that his friend had really changed. He used to be the first one to listen to gossip like that, he said. Han Myung-ho's friend looked absolutely terrified, clutching his chest. He explained that after what happened back then, he couldn't afford any more mistakes. The sun beat down on the houses. The air was still and silent, as if holding its breath. Han Myung-ho's friend stumbled, leaning heavily on him for support. Han Myung-ho asked, concerned. The guy slurred, clearly not okay at all. Han Myung-ho pointed out that his friend's alcohol tolerance hadn't improved. Han Myung-ho's friend explained that Wang Wuji was from the King Taizhou family. He mentioned that he had seen their family records. Turns out, the Wang family originally made their fortune from maritime trade. Massive ships carried goods across the sea. Han Myung-ho's friend looked up, his eyes wide. He repeated, seemingly struck by the information. Han Myung-ho's friend smirked, asking if he was interested in money. He paused, acting like he didn't mean to bring it up. The guy was definitely trying to sell him something. Han Myung-ho's friend responded that everyone was interested in money. He pointed out that even the old kings traded with the Arabs because of it. He seemed to think that made it okay. Han Myung-ho's friend stroked his mustache, muttering about Arabs. Han Myung-ho's friend leaned in, saying that he knew things not written down. He tapped his head, claiming he had all the answers right there. The guy was definitely trying to sound important. Han Myung-ho's friend grinned, offering him another drink. He seemed eager to keep talking. He must have thought he was about to reel him in. Even though Han Myung-ho had been training hard, his hunger for wealth and power didn't just vanish. He was still wrestling with those desires, even as he tried to push them down. Yet, Han Myung-ho kept up with his training. He was preparing for the special exams tests in literature, balancing the books with the barbells. He continued preparing carefully for the special exams preliminary and secondary tests in literature. He was determined to pass. Someone else failed again. They were clearly frustrated by the results. He achieved satisfying results. A group of scholars crowded around the announcement board, eager to see the results. One of them shouted out to his Hyung, older brother/friend, excited to see both their names on the list, his Hyungs and Oh Sisiups. The scholar expressed his relief with a laugh. He was so glad that the exam covered the newly built prison in Pyongyang, just like his Hyung had predicted. Now, only the royal exam remained. The scholar was hopeful they would both pass together and encouraged Han Myung-ho not to worry, as he was sure they'd both make it. The scholar felt like he would finally get a government post this time. He had a good feeling about it. Suddenly, a wave of anger washed over someone. His face twisted into a furious scowl. The scholars looked up at the announcement. Someone noticed something strange. Why were there 3 exam topics? The announcement was clear. Having 3 topics was unheard of. This was completely new. The proctor's voice echoed through the exam hall. They had to pick one of the 3 topics and start writing their essays. One of the scholars looked absolutely stunned. He couldn't believe what was happening. He muttered to himself, wondering what he should do.